a battered van at the start. The moment Wu Di saw his talent, he knew he might truly be invincible. The scorching touch, like countless fine needles piercing his skin, accompanied by the pungent smell of burning asphalt, abruptly yanked Wu Di from oblivion. Wu Di snapped his eyes open. The blinding light made him squint reflexively, and as his pupils contracted, he barely made out the scene before him. Beneath him was scorching black asphalt, its surface covered in fine cracks, as if repeatedly ravaged by time and heat. When his fingertips touched it, he could clearly feel a burning pain. Roughly estimating, the outdoor temperature was at least around 40 degrees Celsius, a world apart from the climate-controlled office he had been in before his crossing. Wu Di struggled to sit up, his head still groggy. His last memory was going home late at night after work, curled up on the sofa scrolling through web novel short videos. His finger had just swiped past a highway survival video when everything went black. When he woke again, he was here. Wu Di braced his hands against the scorching asphalt and struggled to his feet. His legs felt as heavy as lead. The frail constitution of someone who had spent years sitting in an office was magnified without mercy under the 40-degree heat. Yet even this simple act of standing had drained most of his strength. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead at once. The moment they emerged, they seemed scorched by the heat, then slid down his cheeks. His breathing turned rapid and dry, his chest rose and fell, and even the air he inhaled carried a burning pain. He forced himself to stay steady and slowly scanned his surroundings. When he took in the dead, dangerous scene before him, his heart sank. A chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head, momentarily overpowering the burning heat on his skin. The asphalt road beneath his feet was wide and flat, a standard 3-lane design. There were no traffic signs and no obstacles on either side, and it stretched out of sight like a black dragon running straight toward the horizon. Beyond the road, on both the left and the right, was nothing but boundless yellow sand. Under the hot wind, fine grains swirled and scattered. In the distance, the sand merged with the sky into a blurred horizon. No vegetation, no buildings, no trace of human activity. The silence was terrifying, only the howling of the wind remained. What made Wu Di's heart tighten even more was that one end of the road looked completely different from the other. From where he stood, one direction held an endlessly extending black asphalt road. The opposite direction held a dense, impenetrable black fog. It churned and rolled at the edge of the road, as if alive, concealing everything within. It made him feel a chill for no clear reason, as if lethal danger lurked behind that fog. Where is this? Did I cross over? Wu Di muttered under his breath. The calm of a 30-year-old office worker forced him to suppress the panic rising in his heart and start compelling himself to settle down. He raised a hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze drifted to his side, where a shabby brandless van stood silently. Its body was covered in dust and scratches, the paint was peeling badly, and the windows were grimy. It looked as if it could fall apart at any moment. Just then a faint chill came from his left wrist, breaking the dead silence around him. Wu Di looked down and saw that a silver-white bracelet had somehow appeared on his left wrist. It was light and thin with no weight. Its surface was smooth and buttonless, with a fine metallic texture that gleamed faintly blue in the sunlight. It seemed bound to his wrist, as if born with him. No matter how he shook his arm, it did not move at all, clearly impossible to remove. Ding! A crisp, calm, emotionless notification tone suddenly rang in Wu Di's mind. At the same time, the blue light on the silver-white bracelet grew brighter, and a translucent light screen appeared out of nowhere before his eyes, covered with clear, neat, easy-to-read text. The global highway competition has begun. All participants have been forcibly teleported. Competition rules: survival comes first. Death means the end with no resurrection mechanism. The final objective is not yet unlocked. Scope of participation: all humans on Blue Star between the ages of 16 and 50. Participation is mandatory for everyone and no one is exempt. Humans under 16 or over 50 do not participate in the competition and remain in a safe standby state. Newbie period: notice the first 24 hours are the newbie period. During this period, participants will be in complete single-player isolation and will not encounter any other participants. After the newbie period ends, other participants will randomly appear and the free survival competition will begin. Core warning: do not approach the black fog area at the edge of the road. Do not leave the asphalt road to enter the yellow sand area. Violators will face unknown danger. All the supplies you need are along the road. Survivors set out as soon as possible before nightfall. A series of system notifications appeared clearly on the light screen. Wu Di read them word by word, and his heart sank. The global highway competition: mandatory participation, death as the end, and the unknown black fog and yellow sand zones. Every piece of information told him this was no game. It was a survival game of life and death. Wu Di took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Years of working as an office employee had given him the habit of staying composed and sorting things out first when trouble came. Since he could not change the fact that he had crossed over, the only option was to find a way to survive. His gaze fell on the light screen. He simply pulled open the door and climbed into the battered van. Then he began to explore the bracelet's functions. At the top of the light screen, 5 options appeared clearly: announcements, chat, personal warehouse, and crafting. With a thought, he switched to the chat option. Two channels instantly appeared on the light screen: World Channel and Regional Channel. The World Channel showed, may post once per day, while the Regional Channel showed, may post 3 times per day, and already had scattered messages. Obviously those in the Regional Channel were participants in the same region as him. No way. Where is this? Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did I end up here? Global highway competition. Forced participation. Death means the end. Don't do this to me. I want to go home. Does anyone know what this black fog is? I got a little close earlier and felt cold all over. It's terrifying. Damn, there's a battered van next to me. It says it's a starting vehicle. Who knows if it even runs? Does any veteran know how to survive? I'm dying of thirst. It's over 40 degrees. If I don't get water soon, I'll get heat stroke. Stop arguing. Everyone calm down. What's the use of fighting now? Hurry up and check the bracelet functions. Think about how to survive. The newbie period only lasts 24 hours. After that, we'll run into other people. Messages in the Regional Channel grew more and more frequent. Most were panicked, helpless cries, while a few people remained calm, reminding everyone to check the bracelet functions and look for supplies. Woody quickly scanned the messages and got a general picture. Many people had crossed over like him. Most were panicked, only a few stayed calm, and at present everyone faced the threat of heat and water shortage. Some did not even know the purpose of the starting vehicle. Woody did not post anything. He silently closed the chat channel. This was not the time to waste energy complaining or panicking. He needed to understand his own situation quickly and find the capital to survive. With a thought, he switched to the personal option. The light screen instantly displayed his personal information: name Woody, age 30, physique 8, spirit 13, talent not yet drawn, a vehicle level 1, battered van, warehouse, initial 10 slots empty. At the bottom of the screen was a prominent button labeled draw initial talent, glowing with a faint blue light. Ding! Notice at the start all participants may draw 1 initial talent for free. The initial talent draw range is common to silver. The prompt sounded in his mind again. Without hesitation, Woody lightly tapped the draw initial talent button. In an instant, a dazzling blue light spread across the screen. It gathered into a circular wheel. On the wheel were 4 evenly distributed talent ranks: common, bronze, iron, and silver. The number of segments for each rank varied. Common had the most, silver the least. Clearly, drawing a silver talent had the lowest probability. The wheel began to spin quickly, faster and faster, blue light flashing until the specific labels became impossible to make out. Woody's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. He had read many web novels and naturally knew how important a talent was in a survival game. A powerful talent would be enough to give him an advantage in this brutal competition. He prayed silently, hoping to draw a practical talent, preferably silver grade. After a few seconds, the wheel gradually slowed and the blue light dimmed with it. At last, the wheel came to a gentle stop and the pointer landed steadily on the silver grade marker. Ding! Congratulations, participant Woody. You have drawn the silver grade talent Ascension. Talent name: Ascension, silver grade. Talent effects: 1. May unconditionally upgrade any item by 1 rank with a 100 probability. 2. May upgrade any item by 2 ranks with a 20 probability. 3. May upgrade any item by 3 ranks with a 0.01 probability. Talent cooldown: 7 days. The moment he saw the talent effects, Woody's eyes lit up and his heart pounded wildly. His years of reading web novels and playing games told him this was definitely a practical, excellent talent. Silver grade, capable of unconditionally upgrading any item by 1 rank, and even with only a 20 chance for 2 ranks in this life and death survival, simply using it to strengthen supplies and equipment would give him an edge. But the joy lasted no more than 2 seconds. He frowned slightly, a concern rising in his heart. This highway competition was fraught with unknown dangers. The newbie period was only 24 hours, and unknown disasters and other participants lay ahead, let alone a 7-day cooldown. He could not even be sure of surviving the day. No matter how good the talent was, if it could not be used in time, it was just empty talk. Woody instinctively looked back at the talent description on the screen, his gaze locking onto the words, any item. A bold idea suddenly burst into his mind. Any item. Then, does talent itself count as an item? Can I use this Ascension talent to upgrade the talent itself? If it worked, it would not only solve the problem of the long cooldown, but might also break through the silver grade limit and rise to a higher level. The idea burst out like a hidden Easter egg in a web novel, instantly crushing his worries and leaving only uncontrollable excitement. The more he thought about it, the more excited and nervous Woody became. He did not know whether the idea was feasible. After all, talent was bound to his own body, unlike ordinary items. What if it failed? Would it affect his current talent? Could it even harm his own body? After hesitating for a moment, he opened the Regional Channel again and glanced through it. It was still full of panic and helplessness. Some people had drawn common grade junk talents and were wailing. Some had drawn bronze grade talents and barely managed to stay calm. Others had drawn iron grade talents and were cautiously testing their effects. No one mentioned the possibility of upgrading a talent. I'll risk it. Woody gritted his teeth and made his decision. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, focused his mind, and with a thought aimed the Ascension talent's effect at the talent itself. Ding! Notice it has been detected that participant Wu D is using a talent effect on his own talent Ascension Silver Grade. Talent qualifies as a special item and can be upgraded. Confirm use. The prompt sounded again in his mind. Wu D rejoiced. It really was possible. Without any hesitation, he silently said in his heart, confirm use. In an instant, the bracelet on his left wrist blazed with blue light. The dazzling glow enveloped his entire body, and the talent description on the light screen began to change. The silver grade talent mark gradually took on a golden glow. The light grew stronger until it covered the entire screen. At the same time, the talent's effects and cooldown were rapidly refreshing. Ding! Congratulations, participant Wu D. The talent Ascension Silver Grade has been successfully upgraded. It has been raised by 3 ranks to become the Mythic Grade Talent Rule Breakthrough. Amid the surge of blue light, the talent information on the screen rapidly reorganized. The silver grade mark dissolved, completely replaced by a brilliant golden halo. As the system prompt faded, all the old Ascension information was overwritten, and the new Mythic Grade Talent Rule Breakthrough appeared clearly on the screen. The blue light gradually faded, and the screen became clear again, displaying his upgraded Mythic Grade Talent information. Every word filled Wu D with excitement. An awe talent name rule breakthrough Mythic Grade. Talent effect 1. I can be used on a single item to increase its rank by 1 tier, with 100 probability, increase it by 2 tiers with 30 probability, or increase it by 3 tiers with 5 probability. Uses per day 5. The maximum upgrade rank cannot exceed Mythic Grade. Talent effect 2. May designate a single item and directly break through 3 ranks. Cooldown 72 hours. The maximum upgrade rank cannot exceed Mythic Grade. Talent note: Mythic Grade Talent unique trait. It can only upgrade a single item, limited to supplies, equipment, and blueprints. Mythic Grade Talent. Rule Breakthrough. Wu D stared hard at the talent information on the screen, his heart pounding. Without stop, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. Compared with the original Silver Grade Ascension talent, the Mythic Grade Rule Breakthrough was a world of difference. 5 uses per day, 100 chance to upgrade 1 rank, 30 chance for 2 ranks, 5 chance for 3 ranks, plus a 72-hour cooldown effect that directly breaks through 3 ranks. Wu D closed the regional channel. The excitement on his face gradually settled, replaced by calm and determination. He still had many urgent problems to solve: slight dehydration, lack of strength, no water or food, the fuel gauge showing only 5 liters of initial fuel, and a newbie period of only 24 hours. After those 24 hours, he would not only encounter other participants, but also face the first disaster. He looked down at the bracelet on his left wrist. The Mythic Grade talent on the light screen still shimmered with a faint blue light, as if reminding him that he now possessed incredible capital. He glanced at the van's crude dashboard, then looked through the windshield at the endlessly extending asphalt road. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Wu D gripped the steering wheel and pressed the ignition button. With a deep rumble, the van let out a dull roar and started smoothly. The needle on the dashboard wavered slightly. Remaining fuel 5L. Distance traveled 0. So it's automatic. This push-button ignition is ridiculous. Such a broken-down van, yet it looks pretty high-tech. Wu D checked the wristband. The display showed 1220. This was the first time since his awakening that he truly started the van, and it was also in this world means of his temporary shelter. Beyond the car, the desert stretched endlessly. Sand dunes rolled on both sides, baked by the sun into a clay-hued glow. The straight, 3-lane highway lay dark and smooth, yet there was not a single vehicle or pedestrian in sight, not even road signs. Only the monotonous black surface extended to the horizon, blurred by warped air. Wu D did not rush to slam the accelerator. He gently pressed the gas pedal, and the van moved forward at a steady pace. He clearly remembered that the wristband labeled level. One van had a maximum speed of only 60 km/h, and its body was worn. The brakes and steering were sluggish. On this endless road with no end in sight and unknown dangers ahead, going too fast would waste scarce fuel and could hinder timely reactions to sudden situations. The van crept forward, the engines droned, the wind outside, and his own steady breathing blending into the only sound in this silent world. Wu D kept a firm grip on the steering wheel, eyes vigilant, sweeping the window's mirrors and the road ahead, not daring to let his guard down. His other hand rested on his knee, fingertips tapping the wristband's glow screen, flicking between the personal interface, the communications channel, and the warehouse interface, trying to glean more survival clues from the limited information. The first challenge of survival pressed on him like a boulder, clear and urgent. Where would supplies come from? Water, food, fuel, tools to repair the vehicle, and even weapons for defense. These are indispensable for staying alive. In this strange, unknown world, they cannot appear out of thin air. From the countless survival blogs he'd read, in these global competition-like survival world, supplies would refresh in some fixed form. Perhaps a roadside supply crate, perhaps an abandoned vehicle, or perhaps a stash hidden among the dunes. Yet after nearly a kilometer of driving, he had not encountered any anomaly. I must watch carefully and leave no detail unnoted, Wu D reminded himself, his gaze sharpening. He knew that in this life and death survival game, any lapse could prove fatal, especially in the early days when resources were extremely scarce. finding that first supply would mean an extra chance to stay alive. The second question that kept gnawing at him was the talent level. He reopened the regional channel. The messages on the holographic screen scrolled by in a frenzy with no order to speak of. Most messages were expressions of fear, pleas for help, and bewildered questions. It was clear that everyone hadn't yet recovered from the sudden upheaval, their hearts wrapped in fear. Is there anyone? Help! What the hell is this place? I was just sleeping at home a moment ago. How did I end up on this broken highway? Where's my mom? Has anyone seen her? We woke up together. She went out to get water, and now she's missing. Who can tell me how to leave this place? I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Is there anyone who knows what they're doing? Speak up. My van broke down. It started once, and then stalled. Can anyone fix cars? Please help, or I'll trade the one loaf I have for help. I'm dying of thirst. Does anyone have water? I'm severely dehydrated. Please lend me a sip of water. I promise to repay you later. Have you received any wristband prompts? Mine says I have a talent, but I can't understand it. It's ordinary level. What's it good for? Among the chaotic messages, a few discussions about talents stood out, making the hazy tier framework in Wu Di's mind clearer. I drew an ordinary talent called minor self-healing. It seems useless. Earlier I accidentally cut my hand, and it bled for a long while. The healing wasn't much faster. I have bronze talent. Physical enhancement. The wristband shows my physique has noticeably increased. I'm stronger and tire less easily, finally feeling a touch of safety. I'm envious. I am black iron talent. Water source perception. Within a 50-meter radius water will give a hint, but I just tested it, and it was useless. Several messages flashed by. Wu Di quietly closed the regional channel, his fingertips tapping the steering wheel as he sank into thought. Normal, bronze, black, iron, silver. The current ceiling for talents anyone can draw. From people's descriptions, bronze and above talents often come with concrete attribute bonuses or practical special abilities, while ordinary talents are mostly of little use. But his own talent leaped from silver straight to mythic. The gap skipped 2 entire unknown tiers. Beyond silver, what level comes next? Gold, dark gold, or legend? No one knows, and no one mentions it in the channel. And above mythic, is there an even higher tier? Mythic talent, is it really the ceiling of this world? These questions have no answers for now. The third question that kept him pondering was the vehicle. In the wristband's interface, the vehicle's information was clear: level 1 battered van, top speed 60 km/h, current fuel 5L. 1 level 1 is enough to explain everything. Like the talent, this vehicle is not fixed. It can be upgraded, becoming stronger, faster, with longer range, even unlocking special functions. Yet he knew nothing about the upgrade conditions. Do you need specific vehicle blueprints? Or rare upgrade materials? He once had a fleeting thought to forcibly upgrade using mythic talent rule breakthrough, but he quickly abandoned it. The wristband had clearly stated that talents only affect materials, equipment, and blueprints. They do not affect vehicles. The van moved steadily along the open highway. Wu Di occasionally wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes still vigilant, watching the surroundings. Time ticked by. The odometer on the dashboard crept up slowly from 0 to 5, then to 10 or and beyond. He did not look at the time, but could clearly feel that he had traveled a fair distance, and the fuel gauge had dipped by a notch. 5L had been consumed, prompting him to keep a steady speed to minimize fuel consumption. At that moment, his gaze suddenly tightened, his body leaning forward, fixed on the road ahead, his foot instinctively easing on the brakes. In the center of the road ahead lay a gray-black metal box roughly the size of a suitcase, its surface smooth and unmarked. Against the monotone black road, it stood out vividly, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding sand and highway. The van slowed and finally stopped about 5 meters in front of the metal box. Wu Di did not immediately get out. He first looked through the window, scanned left and right, and checked the rearview mirror. The surroundings remained an endless sea of yellow sand with no signs of vehicles or pedestrians. The distant black fog region lay far behind him with no imminent danger or unusual activity. Even so, Wu Di did not lower his guard. Years of reading survival novels told him that in survival worlds, the more conspicuous the supply, the more likely it hides danger. Perhaps a trap set by other players, or perhaps this supply box itself carries unknown risks. Wu Di patiently observed for a full minute, ensuring there were truly no anomalies or traces of players around, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming there was no danger, Wu Di pushed the car door. The ground beneath was still scorching, burning his feet a little. He hurried to the supply box, not touching any other part of the box, but slowly extended his right hand and placed the tips of his fingers on the surface of the gray-black metal box. The next moment, the wristband vibrated gently, a crisp notification sounded in his head, and the holographic screen popped up, clearly displaying ding. Detected ordinary supply box, open it. Finally it arrived. Wu Di's heart beat a little faster, both with the joy of finding supplies and with a trace of barely perceptible nervousness. This was the first supply box he had encountered in this survival world, and also his first opportunity to obtain survival provisions. He could not allow the slightest carelessness. Just as he was about to open it, a thought flashed: could the supply box be enhanced by a talent? Thinking of it, Wu Di suppressed his excitement and used his talent ding. This item does not meet the conditions for talent upgrade. Seeing the pop-up, Wu Di took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and silently whispered open. As the command was issued, the gray-black metal box in the center of the road suddenly glowed with a faint white light. There was no mechanical opening, no sound, and it slowly turned transparent, eventually dissolving into countless fine specks of light that vanished into the air as if it had never appeared. Meanwhile, the warehouse interface on the wristband automatically popped up, lines of clear prompts refreshing on the holographic screen, each one tightening Wu Di's nerves a little, then easing them somewhat. Gained pure water 2, 500 milliliters per bottle. Gained compressed biscuits 2, each 100 g, provide basic energy and satiety. Gained beef jerky 1, 50 g, high protein, high calories, quickly replenish strength. Gained chocolate 1, 30 g, high calories, quickly replenish energy, relieve hunger and fatigue. Gained gasoline 10L for level 1 van range, can extend driving distance by about 100 kilometers. Wu Di carefully reviewed the warehouse interface. 5 items neatly filled 5 slots. The warehouse has 10 slots in total, leaving 5 empty for future supplies. All supplies were automatically stored, no manual operation needed. The box disappeared completely, the whole process quick and smooth, exactly as he had imagined. He tapped the warehouse to open the pure water. The holographic screen immediately displayed item details confirming the water was potable. Looking at the 2 bottles of water, 2 compressed biscuits, and 10L of gasoline, Wu Di's nerves, which had been taut for a long time, finally relaxed a little. These 3 fundamental survival resources were replenished at once. At least for a while he would not worry about thirst, hunger, or fuel. Wu Di immediately returned to the van, leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes, and rested for about 10 seconds. When he opened them again, the fatigue in his eyes had faded, replaced by determination and vigilance. The first supply box appeared, which meant there would be a second, a third. Perhaps more supply boxes ahead, and with them more unknowns and dangers. He might encounter other players' dangerous zones, or higher-level supply boxes, and perhaps traps. Wu Di gathered his thoughts, gently pressed the accelerator, and the van moved forward smoothly once more. He tucked away his lingering emotions, and kept careful watch on the road on both sides. The van rolled steadily along the pitch-black highway, the old engine's hum cutting clearly through the empty wilderness. Outside the windows, sand stretched, showing no sign of waning, and the scorching wind rushing in through the gaps in the glass kept the interior uncomfortably hot. Wu Di's hands gripped the steering wheel with steadiness and resolve, his gaze vigilant as it swept the road ahead. The fatigue in his eyes had largely faded. The ordinary supply crate they had found earlier had completely solved his most urgent survival needs: 2 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water, enough for a day's drinking, 2 compressed biscuits, a beef jerky, and a bar of chocolate to meet basic energy requirements, and the newly added 10L of gasoline, which let him breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at the fuel gauge on the dashboard. The initial 5L plus the recently replenished 10L totaled 15L, and after this stretch the remaining was about 13L. Considering that a level 1 van consumes about 10L of gasoline per 100 kilometers, this fuel should be enough for another roughly 130 kilometers of driving. For the time being, there is no need to worry about running dry. With supplies and fuel secured, Wu Di's mood steadied considerably, no longer as anxious as when they set out. He still maintained a steady pace, the speed around 50 km/h, not wasting fuel, and able to react quickly if something unexpected occurred. His left hand occasionally resting on his knee, his fingertips softly stroking the bracelet. Thoughts of talent, rank, and vehicle upgrades flickered through his mind, but he did not brood over them. Right now, living and finding more supplies was the most important thing. He did not reopen the regional channel. He knew it would likely be a flood of pleas for help and complaints. Rather than waste time on useless information, he would focus on road conditions and look for the next supply crate. After all, in this survival world, only the supplies in his own hands and his own strength were truly reliable. Time passed slowly in the engine's hum, and the wind outside, and the odometer on the dashboard ticked forward steadily. Since finding the first supply crate, Wu Di had driven for nearly another 20 minutes, and the odometer numbers rose from 20 kilometers to around 40 kilometers, another full 20 kilometers ahead. At that moment, Wu Di's gaze moved slightly. His line of sight fell to the roadside on the right. No longer the monotonous yellow sand, a gray-black metal crate rested at the foot of a sand dune slightly smaller than the ordinary crates encountered before, its surface faintly gleaming, with a bronze tint forming a stark contrast with the surroundings. Wu Di instinctively eased on the brakes. The van slowed smoothly and finally stopped about 10 meters from the crate. He did not step out immediately. Instead, he looked through the window, scanning left and right, and the rearview mirrors were checked several times. Around him remained a vast sea of yellow sand with no vehicles or pedestrians in sight, no unusual movement or danger, just as when he first found the ordinary crate, empty and silent. Even so, Wu Di did not let his guard down. Years of online fiction experience had made him cautious. He waited patiently for tens of seconds, confirming there were no traps and no other players lying in ambush before pushing the door open. The ground beneath was still blisteringly hot, scorching his feet a little. He quickened his steps toward the roadside crate, light and swift. Approaching closer, he found the crate's surface etched with fine markings more refined than ordinary crates, and the bronze sheen was more pronounced. Extending his right hand, he pressed his fingertips softly against the crate's surface. In the next moment, the bracelet on his wrist vibrated softly, a clear prompt sounded, and a holographic display popped up. Ding. Bronze tier supply crate detected. Open it. Bronze tier supply crate. Wu Di's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise followed by a hint of joy as the possibility settled in. He could guess that like Talent's crates were tiered as well, bronze-grade crates would likely hold rewards far better than ordinary crates. He hesitated not at all, quietly whispering to himself, open. The moment the command was issued, the bronze crate glowed with a faint bronze light brighter than the ordinary crate's white glow. Yet there was no mechanical opening action or sound. The crate slowly became transparent and finally dissolved into a shower of tiny specks that vanished in the air. Meanwhile, the bracelet's warehouse interface popped up automatically, its prompts refreshing line by line, and it displayed more items than when opening the ordinary crate. Obtained Auto Hand Crossbow Green Quality X1. Obtained Mineral Sports Water X4, 500 milliliters per bottle, quickly replenishes electrolytes, relieves dehydration. Obtained Energy Bar X440G, each high in carbohydrates, quick energy, easy to carry. Obtained Vacuum Sealed Eggs X260G, each high protein, good texture, replenishes stamina. Wu Di's gaze immediately fixed on the Auto Hand Crossbow Green Quality. This was his first piece of equipment, and aside from the vehicle, the only thing he could use for self-defense. He immediately opened this item. The holographic display presented a detailed introduction. Auto Hand Crossbow. Green Quality Basic Civilian Version produced by Cinco Company. Easy to operate, moderate power, not to be aimed at living targets, includes X10 bolts. The brief description clearly outlined the crossbow's basics. Wu Di's mind flickered with an idea. His Mythic Talent rule breakthrough could upgrade equipment, and this green quality auto crossbow might be upgraded by the talent to become even stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the talent's method, focusing his attention and applying the talent to the green quality auto crossbow stored in the warehouse. The next moment, the bracelet vibrated softly again. A pale blue light flashed. The crossbow icon in the warehouse changed, and the prompts updated. Ding! The talent rule breakthrough activated. Auto Hand Crossbow Green Quality promoted by 1 rank to Auto Hand Crossbow Blue Quality. Wu Di immediately opened the promoted Blue Quality Auto Crossbow to view the new introduction. Auto Hand Crossbow. Blue Quality Enhanced Civilian Version from Cinco Company. Expanded magazine. Power boost. Greatly effective against large beasts. Easy to operate. Includes X20 bolts. Seeing the changes in the description, Wu Di's lips curved slightly upward, a thread of satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Expanded magazine, power boost, and the ability to deal massive damage to large beasts. Bolts increased from 10 to 20. This is undoubtedly a huge upgrade. In this unknown world, danger is never far, and with such a reinforced crossbow, his chances of survival rise by a notch. Beyond the joy, another bold thought rose. If the talent can upgrade green to blue, could it push blue even further with another use? Hinging on that idea, Wu Di focused once more, attempting to apply the talent to the blue quality auto crossbow. This time, however, the bracelet gave no reaction and no prompt sounded, as if the talent had failed. Wu Di frowned, then realized. The talent rule breakthrough cannot be applied again to items that have already been promoted. In other words, each item, equipment, or blueprint can only be upgraded once by the talent, though no repeated upgrades. The realization left him a touch disappointed, but more sober. He suddenly remembered the bracelet had warned that the talent rule breakthrough has 5 uses per day, and once used up, the quota resets at midnight. He immediately opened the talent interface to check the remaining uses. Sure enough, the previous promotion had used 1, leaving 4 uses. Wu Di's expression grew steadier, his fingertips tapped softly on the bracelet as he pondered. 5 talent opportunities may seem ample, but each use could yield a huge upgrade or be wasted on items of little consequence. The recent promotion of the auto crossbow was undoubtedly worthwhile, but the 4 remaining uses could not be squandered. He reminded himself quietly in his heart. It's still noon, and midnight is far away. In the meantime, he might encounter more crates, perhaps find more valuable gear, supplies, or blueprints, and then decide how to use the remaining 4 talent chances based on what he gains. That would be the safest choice. Unless an emergency arises that must be solved with talent, he would not lightly expend the remaining 4 uses. A glance again at the warehouse interface confirms the bronze crate's basic survival provisions were indeed twice as much as the ordinary crate, enough to sustain him longer. The only regret is the lack of extra fuel, but the fuel he has is enough to keep him going for a while. Wu Di turned back to the van, closed the door, cutting off the scorching air from outside. He did not depart immediately. Instead, he took out a bottle of purified water from the crate, twisted the cap, took a sip, and the cool liquid slid down his throat, quenching his thirst instantly. After finishing the water, he placed the crossbow on the front passenger seat for easy access, then tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and once more let his gaze slip forward along the long road. With a reinforced auto crossbow in hand and ample supplies, his confidence grew. Wu Di eased the accelerator, and the van moved forward smoothly again. He tightened his grip on the wheel, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the road ahead, continuing toward the unknown path. while keeping an eye on the roadside for the next supply crate. Woody shut the car door, glancing toward the front passenger. A blue-grade automatic crossed their quietly barrel, faintly gleaming with a cold light within reach, and that steadied his taut nerves a fraction. The car slowly comes to life, the engine's hum shattering the emptiness of the wilderness again. He grips the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, yet his mind cannot help but start sorting the patterns of supply crates appearing. The first crate lands roughly 10 kilometers from the start, right in the center of the road. The second bronze crate sits exactly 20 kilometers from the first, tucked at the base of a sand dune on the road's right side. One is in the middle of the road, the other at the roadside, their spacing irregular and their positions utterly patternless. He recalls the crate's size. An ordinary small suitcase, about 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters, and not small, yet not conspicuously noticeable, especially in this desert of swirling yellow sand, where vision can warp. A momentary distraction could cause him to miss it. This is also why since departure he has kept his focus on driving, never opening the regional channel again. Irrelevant information only distracts, and missing a crate could mean losing the crucial resources needed to survive. In this survival race, every slip could be deadly. His eyes sweep the boundless yellow sands on either side of the car window, and a new question arises. Since crates were fresh in the middle of the road, and at the roadside, might there be crates hidden in the sands beyond the road? The wristband offers no hint about the refresh range of crates. He can only guess, yet he dares not risk a probe. The wristband had warned that there would be no danger in the first 24 hours, but that endless sea of sand still unsettles him. What lies beneath the sand? Is it deeper desolation or unknown danger? He doesn't dare to think about it, nor to hastily step into the sands. Unknown things are always the scariest, especially in this headless world of survival. Prudence is the first rule for staying alive. Woody lifts a hand to rub his brow, fingertips brushing away the sweat on his forehead, only then realizing he had arrived in this world for about an hour. Yet in this brief hour his mind remains taut, constantly alert to road conditions and surrounding movements, while weighing survival supplies and his talents. The fatigue surges like a tide, more exhausting than a full day at his usual job. Strangely, within the fatigue there is a hint of an indescribable thrill. That feeling of finding life in the face of ruin, obtaining supplies through his own caution and judgment, feels strange and novel, making him wonder if by nature he has always craved such adventure. The thought merely flashes and is forcibly suppressed. Now is not the time to brood on his own feelings, one step at a time. That's a truth he understands better than anyone. The most important thing now is to keep moving forward, search for more supplies, and also to uncover more valuable things, while making good use of the remaining 4 chances to awaken talents. He will not waste this precious opportunity on inconsequential ordinary goods. Woody straightens his back again, concentrates his mind, his gaze sharpens, gripping the steering wheel steadily, maintaining a constant 50 km/h, the odometer ticking forward, inching toward farther horizons. Time passes slowly, another nearly 30 minutes pass, the odometer increases by another 20 kilometers, bringing the total distance to around 60 kilometers. Then his gaze flickers, settling on the left side of the road. A gray-black metal box leaning quietly against a sand dune, identical in size and appearance to the first ordinary supply crate. Woody eases on the brakes. The van glides to a stop about 10 meters from the crate. Woody does not immediately exit. The wristband space can hold only 10 items, so to avoid being unable to store future finds, he promptly empties the warehouse of mineral water, energy bars, and other items. He places these supplies neatly on the empty space behind the rear seat, then picks up the automatic crossbow from the front passenger seat. Its weight is steady, the cold barrel, making him feel more secure. With a weapon in hand, safety gains another layer of security. This is his only confidence at the moment, keeping the crossbow on safe the whole time. He then pushes the door open. He tightens the automatic crossbow in his hands, his wary gaze sweeping left and right to ensure there are no abnormalities around, then strides quickly toward the crate. When close, he extends his left hand, and his fingertips press lightly against the crate's surface. In the next moment, the wristband vibrates gently, and a beep sounds. Beep. Ordinary supply crate detected. Open it. Open it, Woody murmurs to himself, his gaze still vigilant as he sweeps the surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. A pale white light flashes, the crate slowly dissolves into a wispy glow, and the wristband's warehouse interface pops up lines of prompts refreshing all basic living supplies, with neither fuel nor more valuable gear. Obtain toilet paper X1 bundle, 10 rolls, basic living supplies. Obtained lemon-flavored sports drink X1 bottle, 500 milliliters, or replenishes fluids and electrolytes, alleviates fatigue. Obtained mini lighter X1 for ignition emergencies. Obtained metal block X3, basic resource useful for repairs or crafting later. Woody glances at the prompts, thinking, is that all a normal crate can yield? As before, all items were automatically stored in the wristband's warehouse, no manual handling required. His gaze lingers on the metal block X3 prompt, and a thought arises. This is the first time he has obtained such a basic resource. The wristband says it can be used for item repairs or crafting, and later if the vehicle is damaged or he needs tools, these metal blocks will prove handy. Having finished gathering the supplies, he doesn't linger, his right hand still grips the automatic crossbow, and he returns quickly to the van, closing the door. He places the crossbow beside the front seat and places all the newly obtained basic living items onto the empty space at the back seat for easy access. With that done, Wu Di steps on the accelerator, and the van resumes a steady forward march. The supply should sustain him for a while, but his worry remains fuel. Another 20 kilometers traveled means more consumption. If he cannot find fuel, the journey ahead will only become harder. Glancing at the fuel gauge, the needle has indeed moved down considerably, and after this stretch, only about 6 liters remain, more than half spent. At the rate of 10 liters per 100 kilometers for a level 1 van, those 6 liters will carry him at most another 60 kilometers. If fuel cannot be found, the engine will stall sooner or later. A fresh wave of anxiety rises within. He tightens his grip on the wheel, his gaze more vigilant, watching not only for crates at the roadside, but also for any clues that could replenish fuel. The van continues forward. Another hour passes. The odometer climbs by another 40 kilometers, bringing the total distance to around 100 kilometers. Just as his anxiety grows stronger, even considering slowing down to save fuel, his gaze suddenly sharpens, and he instinctively brakes. In the distance within the yellow sands, something seems to glimmer with a faint white light under the blazing sun. The reflection is not glaring, yet in the ochre sands it stands out strikingly. Wu Di turns off the engine. The cabin falls silent. He leans forward, narrows his eyes, and fixes his gaze on the reflective area, observing closely. Too far to tell exactly what it is, or how far away it is. Only a faint gleam is visible, not large or irregular in shape, yet somewhat reminiscent of the metal texture of the previous crates. The cold, pale metal glint. Is it another crate? Or something else? A spark of anticipation threads through Wu Di's heart, tempered by caution. After a moment of thought, he decides whatever it is, it's worth going to have a look. If it's a crate, perhaps there is fuel. If it's something else, it may offer another clue. Better than sitting here and waiting in worry. He draws a deep breath, opens the door, and steps into the scorching wasteland, moving toward the distant reflective patch in the sands. Wu Di gripped the automatic handheld and slowly pushed open the car door. A scorching wind rushed toward his face, making him furrow his brow. He did not stride into the desert recklessly, but stood by the door, lowering his head to glance at the searing sand beneath his feet. The grains glittered with a blinding white glare under the sun, and even a moment's gaze felt the heat wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di turned back into the vehicle and quickly operated the wristband. He removed all 4 bottles of mineral sports water from the back seat and stored them in the wristband storage space, while energy bars and vacuum brined eggs remained on the vacant area at the back seat. He knew nothing of what lay beyond the sands, and in this heat, water was the crucial resource for survival. Wu Di understood that this battered van was the only anchor and shelter he had in this world. No matter what the reflective glint concealed, survival came first, even if there were precious goods inside. Having the courage to take a risk is good, but reckless impulse would only drive him into a dead end. If danger lurked deeper in the sands, or his body could not endure, he must turn back to the vehicle at once, and never press his luck. After making every preparation, Wu Di pushed open the door again. This time, there was no hesitation, and he stepped into the vast yellow sands. The moment his bare foot touched the sand, a scorching sting shot through him. He instinctively quickened his pace, only to find the desert sands far harder to traverse than expected. Soft grains clung to his feet, and with every step he expended enormous effort, as if he were treading on thick cotton dragged by an unseen force. His progress painfully slow. After only a few minutes, Wu Di was drenched in sweat beads slipping down his temples and cheeks, evaporating instantly on the sand without a trace left behind. Only then did he realize to his surprise that the stifling heat inside the van was actually more bearable than the furnace of the desert sands outside. When the vehicle was moving, there was wind to ease the heat, but in this stagnant desert, the heat waves formed an invisible prison wrapping him tightly. Even breathing grew scorching, each inhale like swallowing flames. He looked toward the distant reflective glint, still blurred, then down at the sand beneath his feet, silently estimating the surface temperature, likely over 50 degrees Celsius. The salt seemed to be baked. The stinging in his feet grew stronger, and his legs grew heavy. Wu Di gritted his teeth and kept moving, his right hand still firmly gripping the automatic handheld crossbow, his eyes vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. The sands stretched endlessly, offering no reference points or sounds. Only the heavy thud of his steps, rapid breathing, and the faint rustle of wind over the grains, monotonous and oppressive. He did not dare to let his guard down, moving forward with difficulty, while staying attentive to the surrounding movement, fearing unknown dangers hidden within the sands. Time trickled by, each step especially arduous. He moved on, stopping occasionally to lean against a dune for a few seconds, twisting open the mineral sports water in the wristband storage and taking a small sip. He dared not drink too much, knowing how precious water was, and that every drop must be saved. Thus he trudged on for nearly 30 minutes, yet the path under his feet seemed to cover less than a kilometer. Just as his legs grew weak and his gaze sharpened, the distant glint finally cleared into a recognizable shape, a square object faintly gleaming with metal identical to the supply boxes they had found before. Seeing hope in sight, Wu Di drew a spark of strength from within, took a deep breath, and continued forward toward the glint with heavy steps. He had assumed he would reach it quickly, but the desert's obstacles proved far greater than expected. Another full 20 minutes passed before he finally reached the vicinity of the glint. Wu Di was soaked through, his clothes clingy with fine sand, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, and his strength nearly spent. He paused, braced his knees, and panted for breath, taking a long moment to regain some energy. Only then did Wu Di realize he was not far from the supply box, about 1.5 kilometers. But that short distance had cost him nearly 50 minutes. The desert's hardship far exceeded his expectations, and every step demanded several times the usual effort. Wu Di did not rush to the crate. Instead, he steadied himself, squeezed the automatic crossbow, and checked the surroundings carefully for any anomalies. He circled the box, confirming there were no traps or unknown dangers. The sands remained vast and still, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly he approached the box. A fatigue made his body tremble slightly, the right hand still gripping the crossbow, the left hand cautiously reaching out, fingertips resting on the box's surface. The surface of the box was heavier than ordinary crates, with a faint black iron luster and a harder texture, clearly different from the bronze or common supply crates they had encountered before. In the next moment, the wristband vibrated gently, a crisp prompt sounded, and the holographic display popped up. Ding. Black iron supply box detected. Open it. Black iron supply box. A flicker of joy flashed in Wu Di's eyes, and the fatigue seemed to lift a little. He could sense that the black iron box held higher rewards than bronze crates, and the prizes inside would surely be richer. With a mental command of open, he withdrew his left hand and scanned the surroundings again with renewed vigilance. The moment the command was issued, the black iron supply box emitted a subdued black iron glow. The light grew steady and heavy. The box gradually became transparent, then dissolved into fine specks that scattered in the sands. Meanwhile, the wristband's storage interface automatically popped up lines of prompts refreshing in sequence, each one jolting Wu Di. Gained fuel X1 barrel 20L, gained lucky pendant X1, gained vehicle engine X1. Seeing these rewards, Wu Di felt a surge of excitement, especially the 20L of fuel, which would finally resolve his immediate fuel concerns. He did not immediately inspect the items. Instead, he turned and, tightening his grip on the automatic handheld crossbow, hurried toward the van. The sand's depths remained filled with unknowns, and no one could predict when danger would surface. Wu Di could clearly feel the temperature rising, heat waves growing more intense, his throat dry as if on fire, and only one bottle of water remained in the wristband storage. He had to hurry back into the van and stay there to conserve energy, otherwise he might lose the strength to return. The journey back would be even harder than the trip out. His legs were numb with pain, every step an ordeal, the stinging of the sand growing more intense, and his vision starting to blur from heat and fatigue. He gritted his teeth and pressed forward with iron while a single thought in his mind returned to the car as quickly as possible. Occasionally he paused to take a small sip of the remaining mineral sports water, easing his throat, then continued onward. Throughout the way he remained vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. At last, after nearly another hour, he finally spotted the van parked by the roadside. His nerves relaxed a little, and his steps quickened. When Wu Di reached the van and pulled the door open, he staggered and collapsing into the driver's seat, gasping for air, every ounce of strength exhausted, even lifting his arms impossible. He rested for more than 10 minutes, slowly gathering some energy as the tense nerves finally loosened. Only then did he dare wipe the sweat and sand from his face, twist open the last bottle of mineral sports water in the wristband storage, and drink it down. The cool liquid flowed through his throat, immediately quenching thirst and fatigue. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Wu Di finally relaxed his taut nerves. He reached for the wristband and opened the storage interface, his eyes lingering on the newly acquired items, intending to examine each item's details, especially the vehicle engine, to see how soon it could be put to use. Wu Di leaned back into taking several minutes to steady. The stinging ache across his body eased a little, and his right hand remained on Thebo, the cold, a strong sense of security. After he had completely calmed, he raised a hand to open the wristband's warehouse interface. His gaze fixed on the 3 items that had appeared from the dark iron supply crate, and he began inspecting them one by one, his expression calm and rational, with no trace of sentiment. The first thing that drew his attention was the most essential 20 liters of fuel. The wristband indicated that the fuel could be poured directly into the fuel tank, and he tapped confirm. Now the fuel was enough to sustain him for a further stretch, alleviating his anxiety about running out. A sense of steadiness settled in his heart. Next, Wu Di's gaze shifted to the lucky pendant. The wristband's hollow screen popped up with details: lucky pendant, blue quality vehicle mounted item. After use can be installed inside the vehicle. Attribute: slightly increases the probability of supply boxes yielding high quality items. Wu Di skimmed the description quickly, and his mind immediately concluded that this is a long-term benefit item crucial for future scavenging and obtaining higher-grade gear. It must be installed and used. At the same time, he recalled his remaining 4 talent uses as a level 3 blue quality item. The pendant meets the conditions for the talent rule breakthrough, and without hesitation, he chose to apply the talent to the lucky pendant. The moment the talent activated, the wristband's hollow flickered gently, and a prompt appeared. Talent effect triggered, increasing quality by 2 levels. The next moment, the attributes synchronized lucky pendant gold quality vehicle mounted item. Once installed, it greatly increases the chance that supply boxes yield high quality items and rare gear, with a small chance to avoid low-level dangers. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Di's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. Not lingering, he immediately operated the wristband to install the lucky pendant beside the vehicle's central console. Beside the central console, a gourd-shaped pendant appeared. Having handled the pendant, Wu Di's focus shifted to the engine, his fingers tracing the wristband's item descriptions, reading them with keen care. Vehicle engine green quality, a core vehicle component. After installation, it upgrades the vehicle's original engine, increasing top speed by 20 and reducing fuel consumption by 20. After reading the description, Wu Di's conviction grew clear. In this survival world, this battered van is his core anchor, his shelter and moving tool. The importance of vehicle parts surpassed even the automatic crossbow in his hands. Moreover, he hazily suspected that on the first day the supply crates would likely yield finished items first. Since there are resources like metal blocks, there must be corresponding schematics or the like behind them. After all, at this moment, neither he nor the other survivors have accumulated enough basic resources. If finished items would truly help everyone survive the early hardships. After a moment of thought, Wu Di decided to apply a talent to the vehicle engine to further enhance its quality. The talent rule breakthrough was triggered. The display flickered and the attributes synchronized vehicle engine blue quality core vehicle component. After installation, it increases driving speed by 40, it reduces fuel consumption by 40, increases engine durability, and lowers the chance of malfunctions. Detected the vehicle engine. Install. Wu Di did not hesitate and clicked install. Vehicle engine has been installed. He opened the vehicles tab in his profile. A pop-up appeared. Vehicle level 1 battered van, accessory blue vehicle engine, out top speed 100 km/h. Without hesitation, Wu Di started the vehicle. The memory of the dark iron supply crate's location resurfaced in his mind. The crates lie beyond the highway in the sandy depths, reminding him that crate refresh ranges are not limited to the road, and the sands may spawn crates with higher levels and better gear. But he quickly steadied himself, recalling the hardships of moving through the sand's surface temperatures over 50 degrees, soft grains draining his stamina. A 1.5-kilometer journey taking nearly 50 minutes and consuming a lot of water. A misstep could lead to catastrophe. From these experiences, Wu Di quickly concluded avoid entering the deep sands unless necessary. Later prioritize searching supply crates on the highway and its shoulders only when desperately needing high-grade gear or fuel, and when relatively safe should he consider stepping into the sands. After all, prudent survival is the key to lasting life. The battered van slowly pulled away from the roadside, rejoining the highway and moving toward an unknown direction ahead. The fuel gauge on the dashboard showed sufficient fuel, and with the upgraded engine, Wu Di's mindset was more steady than before. He gripped the steering wheel, his gaze wary as he scanned the road ahead and the sand dunes on both sides. His right hand occasionally brushed the automatic crossbow beside the passenger seat, always on guard, never lax. The vehicle moved steadily across the vast wilderness, the only sound the drone of the engine and the faint whisper of wind brushing the car windows as it pressed forward into the unknown. Wu Di fixed his gaze on the wristband's luminous screen, on the digits flickering precisely at 1557. With every tick of the second hand, it seemed to strike at his nerves. The odometer on the dashboard rose steadily. The upgraded engine emitted a deep, steady rumble and no longer trembled or clattered as it had at first. There was more than half a tank of fuel left, but water was running low. And the cold disaster countdown on the wristband, the system had never disclosed the disaster's type or intensity. Such complete unknowns were more bewildering and uneasy than any visible monster. We can't keep moving at such a snail's pace any longer. Wu Di took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator a notch deeper. The battered van sped smoothly along the asphalt, dodging the scattered shallow pits and gravel. All the way he logged 100 kilometers. In the view along the route, 4 supply crates appeared in sequence. Wu Di wasted no time. Each time he came to a crate, he steered the car to a steady stop, reached out to touch the box, and opened it. There were no extra motions, no dismantling of the crate. The moment his fingertips touched the metal surface, a system beep rang, and after confirming the opening, the crate dissolved into a shower of light points, and the supplies were directly stored in the wristband's warehouse, all in just a few seconds. By the time he finished the 4th crate, the wristband read 1752. The sun on the horizon had long shed its noonday heat, becoming a blurred dark red halo, swiftly sinking toward the horizon. A thick gray-black shadow cloaked the vast yellow sands, and Gobio light retreated at a pace visible to the naked eye. The road's edges grew blurry, the temperature dropped, the scorching wind carried a bone-chilling cool, and the distant wind and sand sounds seemed piercingly harsh. Wu Di was about to press on, hoping to cover more ground before nightfall. The left wristband suddenly flashed with a blinding blue light. A system-wide announcement forcibly popped onto the light screen, and a cold mechanical voice rang in his head. Global announcement: current time has reached 180, entering the night phase. During the night, the global view will remain reduced, and nighttime driving will face unpredictable risks. After reading the announcement, Wu Di looked out the window. The sky was so dim that objects beyond 10 meters were almost invisible, with only the road's silhouette discernible. The system's warning was no joke. Since it clearly warned of dangers at night, he could no longer harbor any luck-driven delusions. Wu Di eased on the brakes, parking the van in a relatively level spot in the middle of the highway, pulled the handbrake, and killed the engine. It wasn't yet fully pitch dark, so there was still enough faint light to tally his provisions and take stock of the journey's gains. He summoned the wristband's warehouse interface. The screen lit up in the dim cabin, clearly listing all the items he had just acquired. First were 2 ordinary-grade crates, all basic survival supplies, yet they eased his urgent needs: purified water 6, instant noodles, 4 compressed biscuits, 2 cloth 3. 6 bottles of purified water went into storage, easing his dehydration anxiety. At least for the next day, drinking water was secured. Next came 2 bronze-grade crates, far richer than ordinary crates, containing not only basic supplies, but also pleasant surprises. Basic survival resources and materials: purified water 8, vacuum-sealed bread 5, braised eggs 3, metal blocks 12, a rubber 4, plastic 3, fuel 10L. Fortunately, the 10 liters of fuel replenished his supply, otherwise Wu Di would have real fuel fear. Wu Di placed all the water and food on the empty space behind the driver's seat. What truly brightened Wu Di's eyes were 2 additional items spawned from the bronze crates. The first item is a pale green blueprint, vehicle frame, design diagram, green quality. Description: core front-end blueprint for vehicle upgrades, usable to craft a sturdy basic vehicle frame, replacing the old frame to boost durability and load-bearing capacity. Crafting requirements: metal blocks 20, rubber 5, plastic 5. The second item was a finished material with a pale green sheen, reinforced glass 1, green quality. Description: high-performance protective material that can directly replace the vehicle's damaged windows, boosting window protection to replace all vehicle windows. Wu Di fixed his gaze on these 2 items in the warehouse, his fingers lightly sliding over the screen, lost in thought. First, study the vehicle frame design diagram. He quickly calculated his current material stock: only 15 metal blocks, 4 rubber, 3 plastic, far from the crafting requirements of 20 metal blocks, 5 rubber, 5 plastic, leaving a sizable gap, making production temporarily impossible. What troubled Wu Di even more was whether to use his talent Ascension to enhance this blueprint. His talent can guarantee a 100 upgrade of items by 1 rank, but a blueprint is not a finished product if it ascends with the crafting requirements also rise. If that were the case, he could have slowly gathered the materials to craft it. With Ascension, it would become even harder to realize, to no avail. Besides, a bold idea arose: he could wait until the materials were enough, craft the vehicle frame finished product, then use the talent to enhance it. But if he strengthened the blueprint now, would the completed product be able to ascend again with the talent? If possible, the value of his Ascension talent would be amplified infinitely in extremely extravagant setting. Yet this conjecture can't be tested now. His basic resources are insufficient, not enough to craft the frame, and unable to endure repeated testing. After long hesitation, Wu Di finally buried the idea, deciding to set the vehicle frame design diagram aside in the warehouse for the time being and wait until he collects enough materials to test the hypothesis later. In contrast, Wu Di had no hesitation about the treatment of reinforced glass. The car is his sole safe zone in this cruel contest, his lifeblood. Especially with the coming night, the window's protective capacity directly concerns his survival. As a green quality protective material, reinforced glass is already far stronger than the original broken glass, and if upgraded by the Ascension talent, its protective ability would rise to another level. He no longer hesitated, precisely selecting reinforced glass 1 in the warehouse, and in his heart whispered, "Use talent, Ascension." Ding! The talent Ascension activated, item upgraded by 1 rank with 100 success rate. The item reinforced glass has ascended to crystallized ballistic glass blue quality. The icons in the warehouse instantly updated. The pale green halo faded, replaced by a clear blue glow, and the glass texture on the icon appeared more translucent and solid. Wu Di opened the details. The description had changed: crystallized ballistic glass 1, blue quality, description derived from reinforced glass and forged with a special crystallization process combining high strength and toughness, able to insulate some external temperatures. System prompt rang: detect vehicle accessory, crystallized ballistic glass, installed. I'll replace all damaged windows now. Wu Di had no hesitation and immediately clicked confirm on the light screen. In the next moment, all the old scratched windows of the van dissolved into light points. The crystallized ballistic glass fitted precisely to the window frames sealed tightly, the installation completed in an instant. Ding! Vehicle window replacement complete. The window protection level had been vastly improved. Wu Di reached out to touch the window. The cold hard surface met his fingertips. The transparent glass allowed a clear view outside, yet conveyed a palpable sense of protection. Gazing at these attributes, Wu Di's tense heart finally settled. With this blue-quality glass, staying in the car tonight offered him an extra layer of solid protection. After tallying the supplies, Wu Di leaned back in the driver's seat watching the night-darkened sky outside, yet a few questions gnawed at him. On this journey, 4 crates yielded a blueprint and reinforced glass, such a harvest among billions of survivors worldwide. What level would you call it? Was it his own good fortune, or did the lucky pendant work its magic? Wu Di lay on the driver's seat, the worn-out chair pressing painfully into his back, yet it was nothing the weight of vigilance in his heart. According to the system's notice, as long as he stays inside the car tonight, doesn't exit, and doesn't drive, he will likely dodge the perils of the night. Yet when facing the unknown, fear and worry never easily fade. Even though the upgraded crystallized bulletproof glass had granted him substantial protection, he still dared not let his guard down. In these mere 6 hours today, he had gone from initial confusion to zigzagging through to scavenge for supplies, upgrade the vehicle, replace the windows, his nerves remaining taut throughout, exhaustion rushing over him like a tide, his eyelids so heavy they threatened to close. But he still dared not rest. On one hand, he worried about sudden misfortune in the night. On the other, the momentary lull, when he couldn't drive, was precisely the best opportunity to glean information. During the day, he had hurried along, scavenged for supplies with no energy left to spare to observe other survivors. Now he could finally settle his thoughts and glimpse among the billions of survivors worldwide how others fare, whether there were lessons to borrow or risks to dodge. With that in mind, Wu Di loosened his grip on the steering wheel, a touch, his fingertips stroking the wristband's luminous display. Fortunately, his parents were already over 50, not in the 16 to 50 age range for the competition, so he didn't have to worry about their safety. He was alone, and that was the only solace he could feel at this moment. With no worries behind him, he could devote himself wholly to this brutal survival contest. Wu Di first opened the world channel, the display flooding with information, refreshing so fast that the full contents were hard to discern. He hurried to adjust the refresh rate, setting it to the slowest, yet the screen remained cluttered with dense text, over 90% of which were utterly unhelpful SOS messages. Seeing those SOS messages weighed heavy on Wu Di's heart, yet there was little he could do. In this world where everyone guards themselves, each fights for survival, and no one is guaranteed safety, who would readily lend a hand? Even if someone wished to help, there was nothing they could do. After a few minutes, Wu Di closed the world channel. Rather than waste time among tangled SOS messages, it was better to focus on the regional channel. The system had configured the regional channel, which largely meant that survivors in the same area would likely cross paths in the future. For now, following regional channel information was more valuable than the world channel, as it revealed nearby survivors' strengths and prepared for the journey ahead. Open the regional channel. The display remained chaotic, but far more orderly than the world channel. The system stipulates that each survivor may only speak 3 times per day in the regional channel, preventing meaningless spam and lending weight to every post. Even so, with a regional base of 1 people, new posts continued to pop up. Wu Di slowly scrolled the display, carefully examining every valuable line. I'm down to half a bottle of water, I can't gather supplies tonight, and the trading system isn't usable. What should I do? Who has extra food? Anything works, I have money. How can I give it to you? The trading system can't be used. Those who were out gathering supplies today probably aren't lacking food or drink, at least they won't die of thirst or hunger. Hasn't the person upstairs found a supply box? Do you think money is still useful? I've been stuck in the car the whole time, I have no water or food. Is there anyone who can help me? Wu Di couldn't believe there were people who hadn't moved all day to look for rations, probably still in denial about crossing over. Such people will be eliminated next. Did we really cross over? Can we go back? Mom and Dad, are you there? I opened 3 ordinary supply crates today, all of them food and water. Has anyone gotten anything else? Fellow survivors, let me summarize some suggestions. 1. Be sure to drive to find supplies along the roadside. There are supply crates, touching them opens them, and inside there are food and water, which will automatically store in your wristband's warehouse. 2. At night you must stay in the car and not go out. The supply crates I've encountered are all at the roadside. Has anyone checked the yellow sand zone? Do you all stay in your cars after dark? I keep hearing noises outside and can't sleep. Does anyone know what the disaster will be 24 hours from now? The system gave no hint at all. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Wu Di realized again that this was a real survival game. Although many still didn't understand what's going on, the majority were clear-headed and rational, seemingly not as brainless as in the novels and short dramas I used to read. In 24 hours, is there anyone willing to form a team? I have extra food. As long as we can resist the danger together, I can share half with you. The fellow upstairs later found us. Together it's better. One person is too hard. Are there any girls? I'm too scared to be alone. Ooh, please find me a partner. I have purified water. I can share 2 bottles with you. Beautiful lady, I have a black iron talent that increases loot from crates by 40. Oh, we'll team up later, brother. We'll protect you. We'll cover meals and drinks. Beautiful lady, I also have a black iron talent for physique augmentation boosting by 60. I feel I can carry the car. Come with me, brother. We'll keep you safe. What interested Wu Di most were these talent chat posts. Everyone asked about each other's talents, shared their effects, occasionally asked for help, seeking tips on how to use their talents. Wu Di surveyed, carefully noticing most talents were of common quality. A few were black iron bronze quality with scarce silver quality unseen. Damn, your talents seem incredibly useful. I just unlocked a bronze grade mental alert. If something is near, it will trigger a reminder. I've been running around today and haven't seen a blade of grass. Do I feel useless? Is there anyone with silver talents? Could you show them to everyone? I opened 5 metal blocks and 2 pieces of rubber. Could these be used to fix the car? Anyone who understands, brothers? I opened 3 supply crates, all ordinary, but there were many of them. Food and water are enough. I am content. I'm almost out of fuel. Have you all managed to find fuel? What should we do? If we can't get fuel tomorrow, the car will be ruined. Wu Di read message after message, his fingers sliding slowly across the display, a plan gradually forming. He watched for more than an hour. Regional channel posts kept updating, yet he never saw anyone mention rare items like blueprints or reinforced glass, not even anything beyond basic survival supplies and common materials. Most people encountered ordinary supply crates. Only a minority were lucky enough to find bronze crates, and what they yielded were only ordinary living supplies and basic crafting resources. Not a single green quality item was mentioned. At this moment, Wu Di realized that by regional channel standards, his haul today was undoubtedly among the top. Of course, he also knew that didn't mean other players hadn't found rarer items. This survival game itself brimmed with competition, hearts are inscrutable, and clever players would never reveal their cards and spoils easily. Like him, since entering the regional channel, he had quietly browsed the information, never using his 3 daily speaking opportunities. Even when seeing someone beg for help or boast, he remained silent and did not reveal any of his information. That is the wisest move for survival. But Wu Di was puzzled. According to his reading of novels, why can't the trade hall be used? And the communication channel only shows others' posts, but you cannot tell who posted them, making things all mysterious. There is not even a private chat function. Do we have to wait until after the 24-hour novice phase ends, or does some trigger have to be activated? Closing the regional channel, Wu Di leaned back in the driver's seat, gazing at the black night outside. His confusion eased a little, and a firmer resolve grew. From the regional channel's information, he roughly understood the strength and circumstances of other survivors. Next, he would continue gathering supplies, assemble the materials for a vehicle frame, bolster his own strength, quietly await the dawn, and ready himself for unknown disasters. After finishing his meal, Wu Di continued browsing the regional channel for about 2 more hours. He raised his hand to activate the wristband display to check the time. It was already 2030. Exhaustion clung to him like heavy cotton wool, weighing down every limb. The 6-hour ordeal of rushing about and scavenging supplies during the day, compounded by 2 hours of intense information processing, had left him genuinely yearning to close his eyes and rest. The night deepened outside the window, pierced only by absolute darkness that swallowed all light. No one could predict what unforeseen dangers might surface in these treacherous hours. But Wu Di suddenly remembered his talent rule breaker. He still had 2 activation chances remaining today, a fact the system had explicitly noted would reset at midnight each day. With nothing but the basic survival supplies, materials, and a vehicle blueprint from today's allocations, there were no other items available to upgrade. He would have to resort to using the base supplies to burn through those 2 remaining talent activations. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Di retrieved a bottle of purified water from storage, held it in his palm, and channeled his thoughts. Activate talent rule breaker. A system prompt chimed. Rule breaker activated. Item upgraded 1 tier. The purified water was upgraded to green grade purified water. Wu Di opened the item details, and a clear attribute description appeared on the screen. Green grade purified water evolved from ordinary purified water. Tastes sweet and refreshing, quickly relieves physical fatigue, when consumed slowly restores mental energy with no side effects, and lasts 1 hour. He exhaled quietly at the description. The green grade water's effects were solid, but spending a precious talent activation on something so basic still felt like a waste. With no better items available for upgrade, he could not let the talent opportunity go to waste. This would have to suffice. Setting aside his hesitation, Wu Di pulled out another bottle of purified water from storage to use his final daily talent activation. A system prompt chimed. Rule breaker activated. Item upgraded 2 tiers. The purified water evolved into a physique enhancement agent of blue grade. The item icon shifted to a clear blue hue as Wu Di's attention locked onto the description, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Blue grade physique enhancement agent. Drinking it permanently increases base constitution by 1 point, with no consumption limit, only 1 bottle per quality tier per day. A blue-grade water that permanently increased base constitution. His earlier regret vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming delight. Woody could not help but marvel inwardly. Rule Breaker truly was a mythic-grade talent, absolutely phenomenal. This was merely the effect of a blue-grade item. If he could push items to even higher qualities, who knew what staggering results he might achieve. His earlier frustration about wasting talent opportunities vanished, replaced by relief that he had not missed his chance. A quiet confidence surged from within, and Wu Di felt a newfound assurance about the survival path ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he unscrewed the cap of the physique enhancement agent and drained the entire bottle in one go. The sweet liquid slid down his throat, followed by a subtle but distinct warmth that spread through his entire body. A faint tingling sensation pulsed through every limb, and most of his exhaustion melted away. Wu Di immediately pulled up the personal stats interface on his wristband. The information displayed clearly on the holographic screen: personal attributes. Name Wu Di, Constitution 9, Spirit 13, Talent Rule Breaker Mythic Grade. Talent Effect 1, I can be used on a single item type, guaranteeing a 1-tier upgrade with a 30 chance for a 2-tier upgrade and a 5 chance for a 3-tier upgrade. 5 uses per day, maximum upgrade tier, cannot exceed Mythic Grade. Talent Effect 2, can designate a single item to directly bypass 3 tiers, cooldown 72 hours, maximum upgrade tier, cannot exceed Mythic Grade. Talent Note: Mythic Grade talent unique trait can only be applied to single item types, limited to supplies, equipment, and blueprints. Vehicle: worn out minivan, level 1. The constitution had indeed risen from 8 to 9, and he could feel the subtle changes coursing through his body. His previously aching limbs now felt stronger and more responsive. This single point of constitution proved far more impactful than Wu Di had anticipated. Amid his excitement, Wu Di recalled the second ability of Rule Breaker. It allowed him to upgrade any item directly 3 tiers, but the effect carried a 3-day cooldown. His fingers brushed against the vehicle frame blueprint stored in his wristband inventory, and a flicker of hesitation surfaced. Should he use it on the blueprint now? But reconsidering, the 3-day cooldown was substantial. Without the materials needed to craft a vehicle frame, upgrading the blueprint would not yield immediate results and would squander a valuable high-tier enhancement opportunity. Better to wait and see what more valuable items he might discover while scavenging tomorrow. He could always use the ability then. With his decision made, Wu Di resolved internally, regardless of whether he found anything worthwhile tomorrow, he would exhaust the second ability. Using it early meant the cooldown would finish sooner, allowing him to activate it again more quickly. Once satisfied with his choice, Wu Di reclined the driver's seat to a comfortable position and let sleep claim him, lulled by the distant sounds drifting through the windows. Sometime later, a faint vibration jolted him awake, pulling him from deep slumber. His eyes snapped open, and he fought through the disorientation for 3 seconds before grasping the automatic hand crossbow beside the passenger seat. Glancing at the wristband display, the glow revealing the time, midnight. The cabin was shrouded in complete darkness, the vehicle lacking any lighting of its own. Only the faint blue glow from the wristband display barely illuminated the cramped interior. Wu Di strained to peer through the window using that dim illumination, searching for any sign of movement, but the outside was pitch black and offered nothing to see. The vehicle continued to shake intermittently with varying intensity, and the sound of dull impacts, each thud tightening his chest. He had no idea what was happening outside. But Wu Di instantly recalled the system's notification. The first 24 hours were the tutorial phase. If danger still threatened within the vehicle, very few of them would survive. Wu Di took a deep breath, forcing calm over his racing thoughts, reminding himself that staying inside the car likely meant safety, while stepping outside would expose him to unknown perils. Clutching the hand crossbow, he pressed himself against the seat, his gaze fixed warily on the window, ready to respond to anything that might emerge from the darkness. Thus Wu Di trudged on, half asleep, as the car's occasional sways and the blurred sounds from escalated into real danger. He gripped the automatic crossbow, half awake and tense, until the darkness outside receded and a thread of pale light penetrated the murky gray sky. At 6 a.m, the wristband issued a crisp alert. Ding! Night has ended. May all travelers have a pleasant journey. Wu Di rubbed his throbbing head and immediately opened the regional channel. After night had passed, the channel was already boiling with chatter messages flooding upward. What the? Last night scared me to death. The car kept rocking, and I thought monsters would burst in. Me too. I couldn't sleep the whole time. Ew, I just heard thumps outside and didn't dare close my eyes until dawn. Who knows what's out there anyway? I didn't even dare peek at the windows. Check the number in the top right corner. It was 10,000 yesterday, now it's only 93632. A night later, 6,000 people vanished. Surely someone couldn't resist getting off. The rookie phase, daring to gamble with their life. Everyone hold on tight. Today we don't know what awaits us. Afternoon, the rookie phase ends. Imagine how you'll survive. Do you think those missing 6,000 went back to their original world? Still dreaming? Are aliens playing with us? What about my fuel? What should I do? Has anyone managed to get weapons? This bare-handed approach won't work. Should we go toe-to-toe with monsters? Wu Di skimmed the chat and closed the channel. The sharp decline in numbers hit him like a cold splash, reminding him that this road survival wasn't a game. The rookie phase had only 6 hours left. This was the last truly safe window for him to grow before meeting other players. Woody didn't delay, he turned the key and started the engine. The upgraded blue engine rumbled with a deep, steady roar as he gnawed on a vacuum-sealed egg and took a sip of water, steadily bringing the speed to 50 kilometers per hour, his gaze fixed on the road on both sides. Today's supply crates seemed to have vanished. An hour passed, the odometer advanced 50 kilometers, the road was empty and glaring, not a single shadow in sight. An unease rose in Woody as in the center of the highway ahead a gleam of metal finally appeared. He eased to the shoulder, scanned the surroundings, and placed his hand on the crate. Ding! A black iron supply crate detected. Open it. A series of holographic prompts appeared. Obtained level 1 vehicle upgrade diagram 1, obtained military tactical dagger white quality 1, obtained metal block 5, obtained rubber 5, obtained plastic 5. Woody's eyes brightened, and he immediately opened the vehicle upgrade diagram. Level 1 vehicle upgrade diagram. After use can upgrade a level 1 vehicle to a level 2 vehicle. Upgrade requirements: level 2 vehicle engine satisfied, O level 2 vehicle glass satisfied, O level 2 vehicle frame not yet satisfied. Seeing this, Woody understood clearly. The engines and the in-vehicle glass he obtained yesterday turned out to be prerequisites for a level 2 vehicle. Only one vehicle frame short, and yesterday he happened to obtain the vehicle frame design diagram. Back in the car, Woody immediately opened the diagram. Vehicle frame design diagram: green quality, can craft a basic vehicle frame, increasing durability and resistance to impact. Crafting requirements: 20 metal blocks, 5 rubber, 5 plastic. Woody scanned the storage: 15 metal blocks, 4 rubber, 3 plastic. Adding the 5 metal blocks, 5 rubber, 5 plastic, just obtained, the materials were instantly complete. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not apply his talent to the diagram. If the diagram evolves, the crafting needs would likely surge, and at this stage, it would stall the upgrade. Better to make the finished product first, then reinforce it. Ding! Should we expend 20 metal blocks, 5 rubber, 5 plastic, to craft the vehicle frame? Craft. Ding! Vehicle frame crafted. Vehicle frame: green quality, a basic reinforced chassis, modestly enhancing the vehicle's overall performance, increasing impact resistance, and reducing wear from rough roads. Woody did not hesitate and immediately activated the blueprint's talent on the freshly made frame. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Vehicle frame: green quality ascends to level 1. Vehicle frame: blue quality, high strength alloy chassis, significantly enhancing the vehicle's defense, durability, and stability, greatly reducing damage and wear. Only one tier upgrade, Woody sighed, but it was enough. Install. With those words, the van trembled slightly. Dust, rust, and scratches on the exterior slid away like tides, the battered shell becoming smooth and hard again, the paint returning to a clean matte white. Inside, the worn seats, yellowed interior, and loose dashboard were all refreshed, cushions, plump door panels, neat, seams tight, gaps sealed. It looked like a brand new standard minivan with none of the previous fear of falling apart. Woody ran his fingers over the steering wheel and tested the air vents. The blades turned, but no cool air flowed. He suspected such features would require dedicated blueprints or parts to unlock. Yet at this moment, all core conditions for level 2 vehicle were met. Woody drew a deep breath, opened the level 1 vehicle upgrade diagram, and pressed the button that would propel his power forward. Ding! All conditions for upgrading level 1 to level 2 vehicle have been met. Execute upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Ding! Vehicle upgrade starting. During the upgrade, the vehicle cannot move. Please wait patiently. 10, 35, 68, 100. Ding! Congratulations. Your level 1 battered van has been successfully upgraded to a level 2 standard van. Vehicle level 2 standard van, top speed 120 km/h, accessories blue quality, vehicle engine blue quality, crystallized bulletproof, glass blue quality, high strength alloy chassis. Note: level 2 vehicle has unlocked a basic stable structure, enabling installation of higher grade components. Ding! Level 2 vehicle detected. System grants 50 L of fuel, 1 stored in the wristband space. Fuel 2. The survival game is so thoughtful, it seems fuel won't be scarce for the near future. Woody blinked. After upgrading to level 2, he noted no visible change in the vehicle overall except the top speed rising to 120 km/h and the ability to install high-grade parts. Could it really be like in dramas or novels with a space for farming? Woody felt a certain anticipation. These things with his talent didn't seem insurmountable. At this stage, Woody believed no one could match his pace. Not only had he completed the level 2 vehicle upgrade, but he had also obtained a golden quality mounted item that increases luck. For now, water and food just need to meet basic needs. From yesterday's experience, as long as we keep moving, we won't run out. We have weapons if fuel isn't scarce. Next, we should keep searching for supply crates. If today we can find another blue quality item with my talent, could I obtain something higher than golden quality? I wonder what lies beyond golden quality. Thinking of this, Woody's heart stirred with anticipation, eager to trigger it at once. I wonder what lies beyond golden quality. Thinking of this, Wu Di's heart stirred with anticipation, eager to trigger it at once. Wu Di calmed the joy of his recent upgrade. With less than 4 hours remaining of the novice period, he dared not slacken in the slightest. Starting the vehicle, he pressed forward, seizing every single second to scavenge for resources. Just a few kilometers out, a metallic chest gleaming with a dark iron luster appeared by the roadside. Wu Di slowly brought the car to a halt, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was actually an iron resource chest. He could not help but recall his first iron chest buried deep within the desert sands, which he had barely retrieved at the cost of exhausting most of his stamina and nearly dehydrating. Yet this second one lay completely exposed by the roadside, well within arm's reach. Has the spawn rate of high-quality resource chests increased today? A thought stirred in Wu Di's mind, and he instinctively opened a regional chat channel. Sure enough, many in the channel were boasting. The number of people who had encountered bronze resource chests today had noticeably increased, and some were even showing off the materials and food they had obtained from them. However, he did not linger. The trading channel had not yet opened, no matter how bountiful others' harvests were, they had nothing to do with him. Rather than wasting time, he chose to focus on his journey. Returning to the car, Wu Di retrieved the military tactical dagger he had just acquired, his fingertips brushing against the cold blade. This dagger was of white quality. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea of using his talent to upgrade it. The value of upgrading a white quality item was too low. Even if promoted to green quality, it would remain a mere self-defense tool. It was far better to reserve his talent for food or vehicle parts that could directly enhance his survival capabilities. After all, upgraded common food could also boost his basic attributes, which was much more practical than a common dagger. Sheathing the dagger, Wu Di's gaze fell upon the golden gourd pendant beside the center console, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. According to the current pattern, common resources corresponded to level 1A, green resources to level 2, and blue resources to level 3. Therefore, this golden quality pendant should be a level 5 item. Yet he had not encountered a level 4 item to this day, leaving him ignorant of its corresponding quality, let alone whether there were higher levels beyond level 5. With these questions temporarily unanswerable, Wu Di suppressed his thoughts, gripped the steering wheel, and continued his drive. The interior of the car was growing increasingly hot and stuffy. Wu Di estimated that the outdoor temperature had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. With less than 4 hours remaining until the novice period ended at 1:00 time was becoming increasingly urgent. The vehicle cruised smoothly. After driving another 20 kilometers, a fork in the road suddenly materialized before him. The two branching paths were identical, both broad, 3-lane asphalt roads stretching into the distant horizon of yellow sand. There were no signs nor any discernible differences, making it impossible to determine the correct direction. Wu Di did not alight. He parked the car in the center of the fork, repeatedly scanning the surroundings through the crystallized bulletproof glass. Choosing left or right would dictate his subsequent resource gathering and survival safety, yet he possessed not a single clue. A wave of confusion and anxiety welled up within him. Just as Wu Di was hesitating, the lucky pendant beside the center console suddenly glowed with a faint golden light. Its gourd-shaped body became somewhat translucent, casting a soft, conspicuous glow inside the car. In the next second, a powerful intuition suddenly gripped Wu Di's heart: take the right path. This feeling was completely groundless, yet extraordinarily resolute. He recalled that this pendant was of gold quality, capable of significantly boosting the drop rate of high-quality resources and evading danger. Since it had provided a hint, it was certainly worth a try. Without further hesitation, Wu Di turned the steering wheel and drove into the right fork. He traveled along the right highway, and before he knew it, nearly 2 hours had passed, bringing the time close to 1:00 a.m. Yet throughout this journey of over 100 kilometers, the road was dreadfully empty. Let alone iron or bronze resource chests, he had not encountered even the most common of supply boxes. This lousy gourd isn't playing me, is it? A sliver of doubt crept into Wu Di's mind, his tone laced with helplessness. He drove forward a bit further. As the time edged closer to 1:00 a.m., he still had nothing to show for it, and his inner anxiety grew even more intense. Wu Di glanced toward the back of the car. His food and water supplies were running low. If he failed to find any resource chests before the novice protection period expired, his situation would become exceptionally perilous in the face of unknown disasters and other survivors. Damn it, if I don't find anything by 1:00, I'm going to smash you to pieces, you useless gourd, he grumbled fiercely to himself, glaring at the faintly glowing pendant on the center console. Just as Wu Di was about to lose his patience and even consider turning back to switch roads, a metallic gleam by the roadside in the distance suddenly caught his eye. Wu Di's spirits instantly lifted. Slamming his foot on the accelerator, he sped toward it. After stopping the car, he noticed that this resource chest differed slightly from the ones he had encountered before. It was larger, its surface shimmering with a subtle silver-white luster. It felt heavier and featured more intricate engravings, clearly indicating it was not a common iron or bronze chest. Could it be a higher-grade chest? Wu Di's heart leaped. All his anxiety and dissatisfaction vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of sheer ecstasy. He did not alight immediately. Only after confirming through the window that there were no anomalies nearby did he push the door open, stride over to the resource chest, and gently press his fingertips against its surface. Ding! Silver resource chest detected. Open it. Open. Wu Di muttered in his mind without a moment's hesitation. A light screen instantly popped up, clearly displaying rows of item information. Acquired energy core X1 blue quality. Item description: a core vehicle accessory that provides stable power to the vehicle and can be used as a fuel substitute. A single use can sustain the energy consumption of a level 2 vehicle for 1 day. Requirement: level 2 or higher vehicle. Acquired vehicle air conditioner blueprint X1 green quality. Item description: can be used to craft a vehicle air conditioner. Once installed, it regulates the temperature inside the vehicle. Crafting requirements: metal block X2, plastic X1, or rubber X1. Acquired instant noodles X1 box, 12 cups total. Acquired mineral water X5, 500 milliliters bottle. Looking at these rewards, Wu Di was slightly surprised. Judging by what he had previously obtained from the iron resource chest, this silver resource chest only yielded 1 blue quality item, 1 green quality item, and some basic food and water. The quantity of resources was not particle. But on second thought, he was instantly relieved. These 2 core items were precisely what he needed most urgently and found most practical right now. The energy core could substitute for fuel, resolving his concerns about fuel consumption, while the vehicle air conditioner blueprint would allow him to escape the stifling heat inside the car. This was far more valuable than any amount of basic resources. Wu Di stowed the supplies and quickly returned to the car. His gaze fell upon the lucky pendant once more. The resentment in his voice had long since dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Fortunately, I trusted it just now. Otherwise, I probably would have missed out on this crucial harvest. Wu Di retrieved the energy core from his bracelet space. It looks just like a blue sphere the size of a billiard ball. Is this what they call high-tech? Ding! Installable vehicle accessory, energy core detected. Install now? No. Wu Di did not install it immediately. He was pondering a question. Should I use talent effect 2 on this energy core? I'm not particularly short on fuel at the moment, and the 50L of fuel gifted by the system will secure my consumption for today and tomorrow. I'll hold off on installing this for now. If I don't find anything better as 100 approaches, I'll use my talent on this energy core. Having survived yesterday, Wu Di knew all too well that in this survival game the vehicle was of paramount importance, and energy was the very heart of the vehicle. Wu Di stowed away everything looted from the silver supply crate, and immediately set his gaze upon the blueprint for a vehicle-mounted air conditioner. He raised his hand to summon the holographic display, carefully verifying the crafting requirements: metal ingots 2, plastic 1, or rubber 1. He had plenty of plastic and rubber, but the metal ingots had been entirely consumed when he crafted the vehicle frame earlier. I need to find another supply crate urgently and see if I can roll some metal ingots to finish building the air conditioner. Wu Di wiped the sweat from his brow. The interior of the car had grown oppressively hot, and even the wind drifting in through the windows carried scorching heat. If he endured this much longer, he would succumb to dehydration and weakness from the sweltering temperatures long before any monster could lay a hand on him. This survival game is absurdly complicated. He couldn't help but mutter to himself in disdain. Plastic and rubber are practically industrial waste. Why split them into such granular categories? Complaints aside, Wu Di's movements were swift and efficient. He opened the storage within his wristband and transferred all the water and provisions onto the rear seat in one sweeping motion. Though the vehicle had been upgraded into a brand new level 2 standard minivan with a gleaming exterior and pristine interior, the back seat remained utterly bare. No conventional seats, as one would expect, only a smooth flat hard floor, as though designed exclusively for cargo storage. An entire case of instant noodles, freshly rolled 5 bottles of mineral water, and the remaining compressed biscuits from before were all heaped haphazardly into the rear corner. The pile was untidy, but its arrangement was straightforward and easily accessible. After organizing his supplies, Wu Di returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and pressed onward. Less than an hour remained before the noon 12 o'clock mark, when the beginner period would expire. Every minute and every second was infinitely precious. Wu Di maintained a steady pace, his eyes locked intently upon both sides of the highway, leaving nothing to chance, not even the faintest glimmer of reflected light. After driving forward for roughly half an hour, the once empty and monotonous roadside finally revealed a gray-black ordinary supply crate. It was unassuming, but to Wu Di it shone brighter than any treasure. He eased the vehicle to a stop by the roadside, and instead of rushing out, first scanned the surroundings through the crystallized bulletproof glass. Satisfied that the coast was clear, Wu Di pushed the door and stepped out, striding briskly toward the supply crate. He placed his palm flat against its surface. Ding! Ordinary supply crate detected. Open. Open it. The holographic display flickered softly, and 3 notifications appeared in rapid succession. Obtain metal ingots 5, obtain goggles 1 white quality, obtain chocolate bar 1 box. The moment Wu Di saw the metal ingots, a profound wave of relief washed over him. Want something, and it appears, as though fate itself were delivering precisely what he needed. Could it be? That golden quality lucky pendant is actually working. He cast a glance back at the gourd-shaped pendant dangling from the center console. Earlier he had been half skeptical, but this string of uncanny coincidences left him no choice but to take it seriously. Regardless of the cause, he now had all the materials in hand. The air conditioner would be crafted first. Wu Di climbed back into the car, shut the door, and immediately retrieved the vehicle air conditioner blueprint from his storage. Ding! Vehicle air conditioner blueprint green quality detected. Crafting requirements: metal ingots 2, plastic 1, or rubber 1, all materials satisfied. Confirm crafting. Yes. Ding! Vehicle air conditioner crafted. Vehicle air conditioner green quality. Type vehicle accessory. Effect regulates interior temperature between 16°C and 30°C after installation, supporting cooling and ventilation modes. Side effect: increases vehicle fuel consumption by 10 after installation. Installable accessory detected. Install now. Wu Di gazed at the prompt, his fingertip hovering midair, hesitating to press down. No. He exhaled gently and leaned back against the seat, caught in a moment of quiet deliberation. Should he use his talent to upgrade this air conditioner? In theory, a green quality air conditioner was more than adequate. 16 degrees was well within capacity to bring the interior temperature down and withstand the present heat. No issue at all. But if upgraded, it might ascend to blue quality or beyond, yielding lower energy consumption and superior performance. The problem was, talent uses were finite. He had already spent one talent upgrade on the vehicle frame earlier that day. Would spending his remaining uses on an air conditioner, merely a comfort accessory, be a wise investment? If he conserved them for provisions or items that could directly augment his own attributes, the long-term survival benefits would far outweigh it. Wu Di fell silent for a few seconds, his expression gradually hardening with resolve. No rush to install and no rush to upgrade. The beginner period ends in only 30 minutes anyway. I'll decide once 12 o'clock strikes, depending on the circumstances. He stowed the green vehicle air conditioner back into his storage, started the engine, and resumed his journey. For the next 20-plus minutes, the highway reverted to its desolate emptiness. Not a single high-quality crate appeared. Not even an ordinary supply box could be found. The timer on his wristband ticked ever closer to 12 o'clock. Wu Di gradually pressed the brake, bringing the car to a smooth halt in the center of the highway. The engine sputtered and died, plunging the surroundings into absolute stillness. Scorching heat waves seeped into the car, yet he paid it no mind whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the blue-quality energy core from his wristband storage. This was the most crucial and valuable prize extracted from the silver supply crate. His greatest trump card at this very moment. Wu Di fixed his gaze upon the core, faintly luminescent with an ethereal blue glow, and felt his heartbeat quicken. He had not forgotten his talent. Rule Breakthrough, whose effect 2 could propel an item forward by 3 quality tiers in a single strike. He had chosen not to use it yesterday due to its lengthy cooldown. But applying it to an energy core, the very heart of a vehicle accessory, was an opportunity too sound to pass up. Let me gamble. Wu Di's eyes sharpened and he silently invoked within his mind, activate talent on the energy core. Effect 2. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 2 has been activated. Target detected: energy core blue quality, executing 3-rank consecutive advancement. Advancement successful. Energy core blue quality, vehicle mounted nuclear reactor orange quality. A radiance far more dazzling than any preceding flare flashed across his palm and vanished in an instant. The item panel materialized before him, its details stark and unmistakable. Vehicle mounted nuclear reactor orange quality. Type vehicle accessory. Requirement level 2 or above vehicles. Effect provides unlimited stable energy. Note: minor energy loss may occur when combined with high-tier accessories. Wu Di stared at those words, his pupils constricting slightly. Unlimited stable energy. Holy! He could not suppress a low curse, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. This is orange quality. It just handed me infinite energy. He gripped the nuclear reactor, now faintly warm and radiating a soft orange glow, his entire body tingling with adrenaline. The fuel anxiety that had plagued him was gone in an instant, replaced by the solution to one of the most lethal resource shortages on his survival journey. As for the footnote about energy loss with high-tier accessories, Wu Di dismissed it entirely. Such concerns were irrelevant at his current level. This was no longer a road survival game. This was a mythic beginning. Wu Di drew several deep, steadying breaths, forcing his surging emotions back into restraint. The time on his wristband had just flipped to 1200. Ding! Road survival has officially begun. The novice protection period has officially ended. Road survival mode is now fully activated. Congratulations to all survivors who have successfully made it this far. Hold on, and you shall receive everything. Notice: extreme high temperature weather has officially begun. Temperatures will continue to rise. The next phase begins in 7 days. Please prepare accordingly. System function update 1. Trading interface has been unlocked. Each person may trade 3 times per day. 2. Friend functionality is now available, supporting private chat between friends. 3. Friends can view basic personal and vehicle information with the option to make it public or keep it private. 4. Certain stretches of road will overlap and monsters will begin to spawn. The announcement was brief, but every detail was critical. Wu Di read every word carefully and was about to open the chat channel when he suddenly noticed something wrong with his wristband display. The original time had vanished, replaced by a vivid red countdown timer with only 2 minutes remaining. Countdown. Wu Di's heart tightened. Before he could dwell on it, a scorching wave of heat surged into the car once more. For the past 2 days, the temperature had already climbed close to 40 degrees Celsius. The air was stiflingly hot, making every breath feel like it scorched his lungs. Sweat clung to his clothes, soaking through completely. If even this level of heat wasn't considered extreme weather, then the real high-temperature phase ahead would be far more terrifying. There was no more time to waste. Wu Di immediately retrieved the green quality car air conditioner from storage, his gaze resolute. Activate Talent Rule Breakthrough, Effect 1. Upgrade. Ding. Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 1 has taken effect. Target detected car air conditioner green quality. Triggering 30 probability for second stage upgrade. Successful. Car air conditioner green quality, car air conditioner purple quality. Car air conditioner purple quality. Type vehicle accessory. Effects. Adjust interior temperature from 12 to 32 with greatly enhanced cooling and heating speed. Displays precise interior and exterior temperatures in real time. Includes air purification function. Side effect: energy consumption increased by 15. Requirements: level 2 or higher vehicle. It jumped 2 ranks directly. Wu Di was both shocked and thrilled. The 30% probability had struck again. Ding. Detected installable accessory, car air conditioner purple quality. Would you like to install it? Install. Installation successful. Automatically adapted to the level 2 standard van. Almost at the same instant, a cool breeze poured from the vents, sweeping through the entire cabin. As for that line about energy consumption increased by 15%, Wu Di merely sneered. Do you know what nuclear energy is? An air conditioner can't drain my infinite power supply. Wu Di closed all the windows and set the air conditioner to a constant 25. A gentle chill spread through the car, banishing the stuffiness, stickiness, and irritability. His skin grew dry and comfortable once more. After enduring a full day and night of blistering heat, Wu Di finally understood what true comfort felt like, and his tense nerves completely relaxed. Before he could think about anything else, his eyes locked onto the countdown on his wristband. 3, 2, 1, 0. The next moment, Wu Di's vision blurred and twisted as though space itself had been gently folded. In an instant, the dizziness vanished and his sight cleared. He froze. The world around him had completely transformed. Gone was the endless, lifeless yellow desert. The road remained straight, but for the first time vegetation appeared on both sides. Clusters of unknown deep green shrubs and scattered trees in the distance. Though still in vast wilderness, it carried a newfound sense of life. Did the map change? Wu Di muttered to himself. He subconsciously glanced at the temperature display on his wristband and paused. Inside the car, 25. Outside the car, 28. This is extreme heat. It's even cooler than before. Though puzzled, Wu Di did not lower his guard. The announcement had clearly stated that temperatures would gradually rise. This comfort was likely only temporary. Over the coming days, this place could easily become a true hell. At that thought, he hesitated no longer and opened the regional chat channel. New version, new map, new features and monsters. He needed to see immediately what the other survivors were experiencing. Wu Di immediately opened the regional chat channel. Almost at the exact same instant, a dense torrent of messages flooded the screen like a bursting dam. They refreshed at a frenetic pace, making it nearly impossible to read a complete sentence. The speed of his swiping fingertips fell far behind the frequency of the popping messages. He hastily adjusted the refresh rate to its slowest setting, barely managing to read the contents of each message one by one. Are there any living souls out there? Press 1 to let me know I'm not the only one. Once the novice period ends, will we all be teleported to the same place? Does anyone else feel like it's gotten cooler? What happened to the promised extreme heat? That was quite sudden. Did anyone see the shadow of a vehicle in the distance? I think I just caught a glimpse of a car driving by at the end of the highway. It was too fast to see clearly. Was that another survivor? Brothers, are you all still there? I used to work at a company in City X. My name is Zhang Wei. I was suddenly teleported here, and now I'm scared to death, all by myself. I'm begging for a companion. Urgent request for fuel. Requesting fuel. I'm almost out. If anyone has spare fuel, I'm willing to trade anything. Water, food, materials, you name it. Also looking to trade for fuel. I only have enough to run for 50 kilometers. If I don't find any, I'm finished. Can anyone help? Can someone tell me once the novice period ends, when will the monsters appear? The system only mentioned spawning, but didn't say where. Has anyone encountered any monsters yet? Does any veteran know where we are right now? Just a moment ago, it was a sandy desert, and now the roadside is filled with strange shrubs. This map change is way too sudden. It really has gotten cooler. The system said the extreme heat would last for 7 days. Will the temperature keep rising later? This crappy car doesn't even have air conditioning. Is anyone willing to spare me some fuel? I have a common dagger blueprint. Although it's not very useful, it's still a blueprint. Can I trade it for 10L of fuel? It seems fuel has already become a fatal bottleneck for most survivors, Wu Di thought. As he gazed at the chaotic stream of information, his expression remained entirely unruffled. He understood perfectly well that in this life-and-death struggle for survival, everyone was looking out for themselves. It was best to take care of himself first. Wu Di wasted no time in the regional channel. He neither asked for help nor flaunted his resources. With a gentle swipe of his finger, he switched directly to the trading channel. What he wanted most right now was to see if there was anything that could enhance his strength or upgrade his vehicle. The moment he entered the trading channel, Wu Di's brows arched slightly. Looking across, the entire trading interface was almost completely monopolized by water and food. Out of 9 items listed on a single page, 7 were basic survival resources like water and food, while the remaining 2 were merely ordinary basic materials like metal blocks and plastic, all of which were being offered in exchange for fuel. After flipping through several pages without spotting anything of value, a thought struck Wu Di. Could there be blueprints and equipment? With a gentle tap on the search bar of the trading interface, he searched for weapons. Although he currently possessed a blue-quality automatic hand crossbow and a white-quality military tactical dagger, the crossbow relied heavily on accuracy. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary office worker who had never practiced shooting, resulting in terrible aim. It might not be very effective when facing monsters. On the other hand, the dagger required close-quarters life-or-death combat. He had never been in a fight since childhood, let alone possess the courage to kill. If true danger arose, the dagger might prove useless. If he could find a firearm in the trading channel, even if it were just a common quality pistol, it would immensely bolster his sense of security and give him more confidence when facing monsters and other survivors. However, the refreshed results left him utterly disappointed. The weapons displayed on the page were all of the most basic white quality, without a single piece of green quality or higher. A reasonably sharpened wooden stick, a common iron short sword with a thin rust-prone blade, a military tactical dagger with the exact same attributes as the one in his hand, and a few iron wrenches that could barely pass as weapons. After flipping through over a dozen pages, they were filled with nothing but these unexceptional basic weapons. There wasn't even a single green quality weapon, let alone the firearms he had hoped for. They're all garbage, not a single useful thing. It seems my hand crossbow is actually considered a high-grade item, Wu Di thought. Suddenly it occurred to him that this was neither the web novels he used to read nor a virtual game. This was a real struggle of life and death. Weapons are the capital for survival. Anyone with a good weapon would only hoard it tightly to fend off monsters and guard against other survivors. There's no way they would easily put it up for trade. Presumably the weapons people are willing to list on the trading channel are either useless to them or of abysmal quality, better than nothing, but barely. The truly good items would never appear here. With this realization, Wu Di stopped wasting time on weapons and began searching for blueprints. After all, since weapons were hard to find, obtaining some practical blueprints, such as vehicle accessory schematics or equipment blueprints, could also significantly enhance his survivability. The trading interface refreshed instantly. With 9 items per page, there were fewer than 10 pages listed. Are blueprints really this hard to come by? Less than 100 blueprints in an area of 1,000 people. A drop rate of less than 1 in 1,000 is a bit absurd, Wu Di thought. His expression gradually darkened as he flipped through a few pages. These blueprints were almost entirely a collection of useless household item designs, which in the current dire situation of extreme heat, rampant monsters, and fuel shortages were no different from garbage. There was a simple wooden table blueprint requiring wood materials which, once crafted, could only be used to hold things and had 0 survival value. A small storage box blueprint, which was only for storing miscellaneous items and was less convenient than just tossing them on the back seat. The only somewhat decent item was a mini fridge blueprint of white quality requiring metal block X1 or rubber X1, plastic X1, which demanded a stable power source and increased vehicle fuel consumption by 5. Its function was singular, only capable of preserving a small amount of food at low temperatures. Without a stable power source, it was nothing more than a decoration and a waste of precious crafting materials. Other players are probably worried about energy issues right now, but I don't have that problem. Should I trade for it? Wu Di thought, noting that the seller was asking for 20 L of fuel. Let's see if there are other good things before deciding, Wu Di thought, patiently browsing page by page. Suddenly, reinforced off-road tire blueprint green quality caught his eye. Wu Di immediately clicked on it to view the details, reading every single line with meticulous care. Reinforced off-road tire blueprint green quality. Type vehicle accessory. Crafting requirements metal block X2, rubber X4. Effect: once crafted, it can directly replace the original tires of level 2 and above vehicles. The tire material is upgraded to high-strength wear-resistant rubber, slightly improving puncture and wear resistance and increasing speed by 10. Seller's request: fuel X50L. There really is good stuff. Right now my level 2 vehicle still has its initial tires, and I don't know if they'll wear out. Besides, I don't need fuel right now, and this thing can even increase my maximum speed. It's useful, Wu Di thought with delight. However, when he saw the seller's asking price of 50 L of fuel, he still frowned, a trace of helplessness appearing at the corner of his mouth. This price was indeed too steep. Even with the boost of his golden lucky pendant after gathering resources and upgrading his vehicle along the way, the fuel gifted by the system combined with what he got from resource crates amounted to exactly 50L in stock. Had he not obtained the vehicle-mounted nuclear reactor, this 50L of fuel would have been his entire fortune, his guarantee to continue traveling and searching for resources. There was absolutely no way he would trade it for a single blueprint. But now, through effect 2 of his talent rule breakthrough, he had promoted his blue-quality energy core into an orange-quality vehicle-mounted nuclear reactor, granting him an infinite and stable source of energy. Fuel was no longer important to him. It was merely a pile of useless idle materials. Trading idle fuel for a blueprint that could significantly enhance his vehicle's safety was undoubtedly a highly profitable deal. Woody hesitated no longer. He clicked the private message seller button directly beneath the blueprint and quickly drafted a message: 20L of fuel for your reinforced off-road tire blueprint. After sending the message, Woody stopped dwelling on whether the other party would reply. Basic resources are insufficient, but water and food are not lacking in the short term. I must set off quickly, Woody thought, glancing at the material inventory in his bracelet storage: metal block X3, plastic X3, rubber X2, plus the 50L X1 of fuel gifted by the system during the level 2 vehicle upgrade. Closing the trading channel, he took a deep breath and started the vehicle. The upgraded level 2 standard minivan let out a low, steady rumble without a hint of noise. With the infinite energy provided by the vehicle-mounted nuclear reactor, there was absolutely no concern over fuel consumption, sparing him from the constant anxiety of running out of fuel like other survivors. Instinctively glancing at the temperature display on his bracelet, his pupils contracted slightly. The outside temperature had already risen from 28°C to 29°C. In less than an hour, the temperature had risen by a full degree. Woody rolled up the car windows. Is this the extreme high temperature weather the system warned about? It's only the first day, and the temperature is already steadily climbing. At this rate, over the next 7 days, the temperature will only continue to soar. How high will it get? 50°C would be hot enough to kill someone, Woody pondered as he set off. Now that the car is already at level 2, energy is no longer a concern, and I have weapons, I need to start thinking about my quality of life. I'll trade for that mini fridge blueprint as soon as I finish trading for the tire blueprint. Woody leaned back against his seat, silently calculating in his mind. The infinite energy from the onboard nuclear reactor left him with no worries, and the vehicle had become increasingly stable after its upgrade. However, the journey had been so smooth that he had almost forgotten this was a life-and-death survival game. Why haven't I encountered any supply crates yet? Woody glanced at his bracelet, where the numbers 1340 stood out starkly. He had been driving at a constant speed for over half an hour, his eyes never leaving both sides of the highway, yet the road remained empty. Aside from the deep green shrubs along the roadside, there was not even a glint of metal. Could I have driven too fast and missed it? Woody immediately released the accelerator, reducing his speed from 70 km/h to 50 km/h. Relying on his lack of fuel concerns, his driving speed had been on the faster side. Now he quickly straightened his back and stared intently at both sides of the highway, terrified of missing a supply crate hidden beside the bushes. Time trickled by, and the time on his bracelet approached 1500. Has my luck run out? Woody glanced at the gourd. Right then he spotted something about 50 meters ahead on the left side of the highway. A solitary withered tree standing there. Its thick trunk was barren, and its cracked dark brown bark looked exceptionally desolate under the scorching sun. Beneath the shadow of the withered tree, a grayish-black metal chest lay quietly. It was the very supply crate he had been searching for. However, crouching beside the crate was a wolf-like creature, a size larger than an ordinary wolf. Woody stopped the car to observe, finding that the wolf remained in a crouching position. Is this the monster the system mentioned? It looks even bigger than a tiger. How am I supposed to get the crate? As a 30-year-old ordinary office worker who commuted 9 to 5, squeezed onto subways and rushed reports, he had never even killed a chicken. The wolves on television were nowhere near as terrifying as the beast before him. Its sheer wildness made him recoil slightly with fear. No, I can't go. It's too dangerous. Woody instinctively turned the steering wheel, intending to drive closer along the highway and use the vehicle as cover to retrieve the supply crate. But before the car could even leave the road, a cold system notification rang out, warning. Vehicles are prohibited from leaving the highway. Violations will trigger a penalty mechanism. Damn it, this leaves absolutely no room for maneuvering. Wait, no. I have a hand crossbow. There's no need to risk going outside. It shouldn't be able to break bulletproof glass. He then looked at the automatic hand crossbow on the passenger seat. Its blue frame gleamed with a cold light, and its attribute, deals massive damage to large beasts, gave him a sliver of confidence. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, picked up the automatic hand crossbow, and checked it. The 20 bolts were completely intact. He parked the car on the side of the highway closest to the withered tree, minimizing the distance to the supply crate, while ensuring the vehicle remained within the boundaries of the road to avoid any violations. Woody opened the car window just enough to stick the hand crossbow through. Calm down. At this distance, even if I miss, there shouldn't be any danger, Woody thought. After taking careful aim, Woody squeezed the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt struck the tree dead on. There's still a chance. Out of 19 bolts, I can't possibly miss every single one, Wu Di thought. Just then the wolf seemed to catch a strange scent. It snapped its head up, its amber eyes locking onto the vehicle. Letting out a raspy, ferocious growl, it stood up, arched its back, and assumed an offensive posture. Holy shit. Startled, Wu Di immediately rolled up the window. Peering through the glass, he saw the wolf slowly lie back down, seemingly having no immediate intention to attack. Calm down, calm down. There's a chance. Come on, you can do this, Wu Di encouraged himself. 5 consecutive misses that did nothing but outline the beast's silhouette left Wu Di on the verge of a breakdown. Fuck, this thing is so hard to use. With 15 bolts left, there's no way I won't hit it once, Wu Di muttered in frustration. Aiming once more, he pulled the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt ripped through the air, hurtling toward the wolf's back. The bolt flew incredibly fast, striking the wolf's back with precision and sinking deep into its fur as blood instantly began to seep out. A woo! The wolf let out a tragic, piercing howl. Thoroughly enraged, it lunged toward the highway, covering half the distance in an instant as it charged madly at the minivan. Wu Di instinctively shrank back, quickly rolling up the window and leaving only a tiny crack to observe. The wolf slammed into the side of the road, violently battering the car door. Its sharp claws left screeching scratches on the metal, causing the vehicle to shudder slightly. Wu Di forced himself to remain calm. Seizing a gap between the wolf's impacts, he extended the hand crossbow once more, aimed at the beast's underbelly, and pulled the trigger. The second bolt found its mark, weakening the wolf's onslaught. Yet refusing to give up, the beast continued to prowl around the car, roaring and slamming against it, occasionally swiping its claws at the crack in the window. Suddenly the wolf leaped its claws, swiping violently at the window crack. Wu Di instinctively pulled back his hand crossbow, but the wolf's claws managed to graze his arm, sending a sharp sting through him. Enduring the pain, he seized the moment the wolf landed to aim at its eye and pull the trigger. The bolt struck with pinpoint accuracy. The wolf unleashed a heart-wrenching shriek, convulsed a few times, and fell still. He waited for nearly 20 minutes to confirm the wolf was indeed dead. Wu Di let out a long breath. His strength completely spent, he slumped in the driver's seat, panting heavily. His heart hammered wildly, and his body trembled, still shaken by the sheer terror of the encounter. He looked down at his arm. The wound was not too deep, with only a thin line of blood seeping out. I won. Is this what a real survival game is like? Wu Di calmed his breathing. Pushing open the car door, he warily scanned his surroundings. Once he confirmed there was no danger, he walked briskly toward the supply crate. His fingertips touched the cold metal, but instead of opening it in a rush, he bent down, scooped up the crate, and hurried back to the minivan. Leaning back against his seat, he looked out at the wilderness, the wolf's carcass, the wound on his arm, and the supply crate in the back seat, his mind flooded with a torrent of emotions. Because of his smooth start, he had gradually grown complacent and developed a false sense of security. Now this brutal struggle had jolted him awake. This was a ruthless life-and-death battlefield where life was a one-time deal, leaving absolutely no room for complacency. He was merely an ordinary office worker possessing neither extraordinary physical prowess nor survival experience. He had survived this long entirely due to luck, his talent, and his vehicle. But luck would not favor him forever. No matter how strong one's talent, carelessness would lead to a downfall. A single slip-up just now, and the one lying dead would have been him. I can never let my guard down again, Wu Di warned himself, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. This game was far more brutal than he had imagined. He had to remain vigilant at all times, and use his resources to increase his strength. I must survive, and I will live better than anyone else. After calming down, Wu Di stepped out of the car again to look at the carcass lying outside. It was a size larger than an ordinary wolf, its entire body covered in coarse, disheveled dark gray, fur stained with bits of dirt and grass. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and its claws were razor-sharp. Ding! Dismantleable item detected. Would you like to dismantle it? Just as he reached out to examine the body, Wu Di was stunned by the interface that popped up on his bracelet. It really is just like a game. Dismantle. Acquired 80 units of wolf meat. Wolf meat, green quality. Consumption slowly restores physical strength and mental energy. The car's air conditioning continuously circulated cool air, completely shutting out the sweltering heat from outside. Wu Di leaned back in the comfortable driver's seat, and in this rare combination of chill and safety, his wildly pounding heart gradually settled. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a brief rest, and when he opened them again, the panic that had clouded his gaze had faded, replaced by his usual clarity. The fierce battle just fought remained vivid in his memory, and the wound on his arm still throbbed dully, yet all of that belonged to the past now. The time for reaping the spoils of victory had arrived. Let me check what I've gained this time. Wu Di lifted his hand to open the storage interface on his wristband, and his eyes immediately fell upon a pile of fresh meat chunks. This was the loot dropped by the wolf-like monster after it was slain, its quality marked with a glaring green label. Green quality wolf meat. Wu Di's fingertips brushed lightly against his chin as he suddenly recalled the blue-grade physical enhancement potion he had consumed earlier. A single bottle had elevated his permanent physique from 8 to 9 points, and he still vividly remembered the surge of power and the sharpening of his reflexes that came with that improvement. In this survival world where monsters could appear at any moment, attributes were the foundation of staying alive. But his current physique of 9 points still fell short of the 10-point baseline for an average adult, meaning that relying solely on his vehicle and weapons would prove dangerously inadequate if he faced further danger. If a blue-gray potion can enhance attributes, then this green-quality wolf meat, after I apply my talent boost, should at minimum reach blue grade and might very well improve my physique as well. The thought sparked a flicker of anticipation in Wu Di's eyes. As long as he could steadily increase his physique, his chances of surviving in this wasteland would multiply exponentially. Yet he did not move immediately, his gaze shifting instead to the metal box on the rear seat. He turned and pulled it into his arms, the solid weight providing a reassuring sense of security. This was supplies he had risked injury to obtain, and though dust and blood had accumulated on it during the frantic fight, he had not had the chance to examine it properly. Now he wiped away the grime with his hand, revealing a faint silver-white luster gleaming from the box's edges. Remembering how his arm bore scars from obtaining this box, Wu Di felt both anticipation and tension, muttering to himself, "If there's nothing valuable inside, these injuries would have been for nothing." He drew a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and let his fingertips brush against the box. Ding! Silver supply crate detected. Open it. Yes. As his voice faded, the silver crate dissolved into countless shimmering particles that scattered into the air, and 3 items materialized precisely in his storage slots. Received Energy Core 1 blue grade. Received Shadow Blade Pistol 1 green grade. Received All-Purpose Seasoning Powder 1 white grade. Only 3 items. Wu Di paused briefly, surprised that the quantity fell short of his expectations. But when his eyes locked onto the second item, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing quickened without his realizing it. A pistol. Genuine firearm. On this post-apocalyptic highway where monsters prowled and human nature proved unpredictable, the significance of a gun far outweighed any cold weapon. His previous automatic crossbow had decent firepower, but its bulk made close-quarters combat cumbersome. The pistol, however, was a trump card capable of instantly shifting the balance between life and death. Wu Di immediately opened the details. Shadow Blade Pistol green grade, high precision semi-automatic pistol, includes magazine 115 rounds per magazine. Safety is finally within reach. Wu Di exhaled deeply, his clenched fist trembling slightly. With this pistol, he now had the means to engage and counterattack against solitary monsters, or even small groups, no longer dependent on his vehicle for passive defense alone. Wu Di quickly tallied his talent usage in his mind twice today, enhancing the vehicle frame and the air conditioning system, leaving 3 uses of rule breakthrough remaining. The Shadow Blade pistol held tremendous potential despite its green quality and needed enhancement, while the wolf meat was essential for boosting his physique. Neither could be overlooked. He decided to reserve his final usage for the evening to assess the situation then. With his decision made, Wu Di focused his will upon the pistol in his storage. Activate Talent Rule Breakthrough Upgrade. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough activated. Target item detected, triggering 30 probability for second stage promotion success. Item Shadow Blade Pistol has been promoted to Phantom Pistol Purple Grade. A deep purple radiance flashed across the interface, and the pistol icon underwent a complete transformation. Wu Di eagerly examined the new attributes. Phantom Pistol Purple Grade, high precision semi-automatic pistol equipped with advanced silencer, includes magazine 115 rounds per magazine, 1 bullet restored per hour. Isn't this essentially infinite ammunition? Wu Di couldn't help but whisper in awe. Composing himself, he turned his attention to the pile of wolf meat. Wolf meat upgrade. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough activated, item promoted by 1 tier. Item Wolf Meat has been promoted to Enhanced Wolf Meat Blue Grade. He opened the details, and a single line sent his heart racing once more. Enhanced Wolf Meat Blue Grade, consuming 1 unit permanently increases physique by 1 point, usable once daily, with no overall limit. Just as expected, a surge of intense delight flashed in Wu Di's eyes. Permanent 1 physique once per day. He had a full 80 units stored. Though he could not consume it all at once, given enough time to eat 1 unit daily over dozens of days, his physique would far surpass ordinary survivors, transforming him into something beyond human in truth. 80 points of physique. As long as I proceed steadily, I will become the dominant force on these highways. A pity, I can only enhance 1 unit of wolf meat at a time. If only I could promote them all at once. Finally, he reviewed the all-purpose seasoning powder white grade, a seasoning developed by Shishangxiang Group, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, usable up to 50 times. Good stuff, just what I need for roasting wolf meat. Wu Di took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his excitement. He knew better than to let excitement cloud his judgment at moments like this. Glancing at his wristband display showing 1620, he realized he had already spent over an hour here. Wu Di sat up abruptly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. After the novice period ended, nighttime dangers escalated sharply, with monster activity surging. He needed to secure a safe resting place before darkness fell. Checking the temperature display, he noted the interior maintained a steady 24°C while the outside had climbed to a blistering 35°C. Having entered this area at only 28°C just hours ago, the temperature had surged 7 degrees in half a day, a trend that made him shudder at what the extreme heat would reach in 7 more days. No more delay. Let's move. Wu Di started the engine, the car's nuclear reactor humming almost imperceptibly as it supplied limitless power. His grip tightened on the steering wheel, the faint ache from his arm wound sharpening his focus. This injury was worth it. Wu Di placed the Gloom Shadow pistol, which had just been upgraded to purple quality, on the front passenger seat. A faint purple glow swirled across the gun's frame, low-key, yet exuding an intimidating sense of oppression. The blue automatic hand crossbow, which had once accompanied him through his most perilous moments, was gently placed into a corner of the back seat. Old friend, it's not that I don't cherish our past, but times are simply changing too fast. Wu Di lightly patted the steering wheel, his tone carrying a hint of relaxed banter. With this new toy, you can consider yourself officially and honorably retired. It seems supply crates mostly spawn in relatively open and conspicuous areas. As long as one stays alert, they are almost impossible to miss. Wu Di reflected silently while driving steadily. Now that he possessed both a gun and a vehicle along with infinite energy, his confidence was far greater than before. His mindset had gradually shifted from the tense struggle of survival to a state of calm composure. After driving forward for about 20 minutes, a familiar metallic gleam flashed through the roadside bushes. Wu Di gently pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a steady halt, and peered carefully through the crystallized bulletproof glass to survey his surroundings. This area was extraordinarily quiet, devoid even of the chirping of insects, with no trace of guarding monsters. So generous this time. Not even a single gatekeeper. Wu Di raised an eyebrow with a smile, pushed open the car door, and walked over quickly. Ding. Common supply crate detected. Open it. Open it. With a flash of light, 4 items appeared in his inventory slots. Obtained quick frozen dumplings 500 GX1. Obtained self-heating rice X1. Obtained Pepsi Cola 500 milliliters X12. Obtained metal block X5. Seeing the cola and dumplings, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Having been in this apocalyptic world for less than 2 days, he had been subsisting entirely on compressed biscuits and purified water, leaving his palate so bland, he had almost lost his sense of taste. Seeing normal food and drinks, now an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged in his chest. Heavens, the system has finally found its conscience for once. Wu Di lamented inwardly. What he had before could only be called bare survival. These items were what a normal human being should actually eat. I must treat myself tonight. Grilled wolf meat with self-heating rice and a can of cola to wash it down. Just imagining the scene made the corners of Wu Di's mouth curl upward. Now this is living. Returning to the car, Wu Di began to organize his supplies. Since the food was not very bulky, he piled it directly onto the back seat to avoid taking up precious inventory slots. He opened his wristband inventory and took stock of his current resources: metal block X8, plastic X3, rubber X2, wolf meat green X89, enhanced wolf meat blue X1, energy core blue X1. 6 out of his 10 inventory slots were already occupied. The storage space was clearly growing tight. If he were to obtain equipment or other items later, he might face the awkward situation of having no room left. Having found no way to expand his inventory for the time being, he had to free up space himself. I need to clear out some basic materials, Wu Di decided on the spot. With a mere thought, he withdrew all the metal blocks, plastic, and rubber. In the next instant, a miraculous sight unfolded. The large volume of materials that had occupied slots in his inventory automatically compressed into Rubik's Cube-sized blocks upon withdrawal, neatly stacking themselves on the back seat. This system even comes with compression technology. Wu Di picked up a block and weighed it in his hand, filled with novelty. If this technology could be applied to daily life, it would be incredibly convenient. Having freed up 3 slots, his inventory now had 7 empty spaces. Wu Di calculated in his mind, since the supply crates he opened yielded at most 4 or 5 items, 7 empty slots would be more than enough. With the organization complete, Wu Di hit the road again. To his surprise, the spawn rate of the supply crates was even more staggering than he had anticipated. After driving for less than another 20 minutes, another common supply crate appeared by the roadside. Wu Di practically parked, opened the crate, and gathered the supplies. As time ticked closer to 1800, Wu Di had already encountered 4 consecutive supply crates. Although they only yielded common resources like water, food, and basic materials, this steady pace of replenishment brought him an immense sense of security. The sky gradually began to darken. Wu Di glanced at his wristband, 1740. It's about time to find a place to spend the night. Wu Di slowed down his vehicle and scanned his surroundings. His vision was still filled with endless wilderness, rolling shrubs, and the highway stretching forward. No buildings, no safe zones, only pure wasteland. Since there are no safe zones, I'll set up defenses right here. Wu Di selected a stretch of road with a clear view, parked his car securely in the middle of the highway, turned off the engine, and left only the car's air conditioning running. Wu Di picked up a can of cola and pulled the tab with a firm tug of his finger. Pust. The sound of rising bubbles was exceptionally clear in the quiet cabin. He tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful. The icy liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispelling most of his heat and fatigue. Letting out a satisfying burp, Wu Di looked out the window at the slowly sinking sun, his expression turning slightly solemn. Night is coming. Even with the Gloom Shadow pistol, his vehicle upgraded to level 2 and infinite energy, he still dared not underestimate the night. On the very first night after the novice period ended, over 6,000 people vanished from the regional chat channel. That cold hard number was the most brutal warning. But tonight will be different. Wu Di patted the pistol on the passenger seat, then glanced back at the food on the back seat, a confident smile playing on his lips. I have weapons, food, a car, and air conditioning. Even if monsters dare to come, they'll have to see if my bullets agree first. He checked the temperature: 24°C inside the car, 40°C outside. The sun was about to set, yet the temperature was still rising. Wu Di checked the supplies he had just acquired, obtained electronic components X6, obtained flour 500g X1, obtained mineral water 500 milliliters X12, obtained glass X3, obtained metal block X10, obtained rubber X5, obtained cookware set X1. New materials have appeared, glass and electronic components. It seems there will be a high demand for these later. To Wu Di's pleasant surprise, there was a set of cookware. He had just been wondering how to prepare the wolf meat. As usual, he placed everything in the back of the car before taking out the cookware. So this is the cookware set. Wu Di looked at the assortment of pots, pans, bowls, plates, chopsticks, and forks in front of him, somewhat speechless. After putting everything away, Wu Di checked the time. There were only a few minutes left until 1800. He locked the car doors and prepared to wait for the night. However, as time ticked by, it was already 1810, and the system had yet to push any notifications. The weather outside did not darken rapidly after 1800 like it did yesterday. The road was still clearly visible. Is there no danger tonight, or? Wu Di was somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the chat channel where everyone was discussing. What's going on? Is it dark where you are? It's still like daytime here. There's no prompt from the system either. Is there no danger tonight? Is it possible that yesterday's novice period was just the system letting us adapt? I bet danger will definitely strike tonight. Everyone stay safe. Is there any kind brother who can help me? Just a bit of food and water, please. Could this be the true reality of the survival game? Will danger alerts gradually become scarcer in the future? Everything was peaceful during the first half of last night, and it wasn't until the latter half that there was any movement outside. Even if monsters attack tonight, I have more than enough confidence to face them. Wu Di thought to himself, casting a glance at the shadow pistol resting on the passenger seat. The car's air conditioning continuously blew a cool breeze, keeping the temperature constant at 24°C. Coupled with an abundant supply of food and a vehicle with infinite energy, Wu Di's current sense of security was enough to easily surpass more than 99% of the survivors in this region. Wu Di shook his head, paying no heed to the subtle movements outside the window. For him at this moment, the most important task was to treat himself properly and enjoy a genuinely hot meal. I need to find some firewood to roast the meat. Wu Di picked up the shadow pistol and pushed open the car door, meticulously inspecting the surrounding environment. After confirming there were no traces of monster activity within 100 meters, he walked to the roadside, bending down to gather dry branches from the withered shrubs. Before long, he returned carrying a large bundle of dry firewood, piling it by the side of the highway. This should be enough. Wu Di wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up to check the temperature displayed on his wristband. The outdoor temperature was still as high as 40°C. The road surface, baked by the scorching sun all day long, would normally have reached an estimated 70°C. However, perhaps due to the materials or the nature of this otherworldly realm, Wu Di estimated it was only around 50°C. Even so, standing outside for just a few minutes brought a suffocating sensation of being steamed and roasted. Yet the high temperature did not dampen his desire for a good meal in the slightest. After years of working as an office drone, he had long realized a fundamental truth: no matter how immense the environmental pressure, one must learn to relax appropriately. If one's mind remains perpetually tense, the accumulated stress will eventually lead to an even more devastating collapse. In this game of life and death survival, maintaining a stable mindset was just as crucial as possessing formidable strength. Besides, if I can't even enjoy a decent meal, what's the point of this survival? Wu Di consoled himself. Producing the mini lighter he had previously obtained from a crate, he gently flicked his thumb. A pale blue flame instantly ignited, and the dry brushwood caught fire in no time. Retrieving the blue-quality enhanced wolf meat from his storage, he used his military tactical dagger to slice the meat into uniform chunks, threading them carefully onto the blade before sprinkling a bit of the all-purpose seasoning powder he had obtained from a common supply crate. Wu Di propped the skewered wolf meat beside the flames to roast slowly, while simultaneously unboxing the self-heating rice he had just acquired, adding fresh water according to the instructions to let it heat up. With the ambient heat compounded by the roasting fire, the temperature outside was terrifyingly high. Sweat continuously beaded on Wu Di's forehead, and the back of his shirt was already drenched. It took a full 30 minutes for the wolf meat to be roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fat dripped slowly from the meat, sizzling as it fell into the fire, and a rich, savory aroma instantly filled the air, thoroughly whetting his appetite. If I stay out here any longer, I'm going to get roasted alive by this heat myself. Wu Di quickly picked up the steaming self-heating rice and the roasted wolf meat, hastily retreating into the cool interior of his vehicle. The moment he shut the door, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just escaped from a sauna. Sitting in the driver's seat, enjoying the comfortable air conditioning, while savoring the fragrant roasted meat and hot rice, Wu Di felt exceptionally relaxed. The happiness brought by this stark contrast was far more intense than any material luxury. As Wu Di ate his dinner, he casually opened the regional chat channel to see how the other survivors were faring. Upon entering the channel, an unread private message notification popped up. It was from the seller of the enhanced off-road tire blueprint, whom he had messaged earlier. Wu Di's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his rice and tapped open the chat box. 40 units of fuel is something I went through a lot of trouble to get. There's no way I'd give it to you for 20 units. 30 units of fuel is my highest offer. You haven't managed to sell it all day, so you should know that while this item is useful, absolutely no one is going to trade fuel for it right now. Wu Di replied. After sending the message, the other party did not respond for a long time. Wu Di stopped paying attention and turned to browse the messages in the chat channel instead. By the time he finished eating and cleaned up the interior of the car, he checked his wristband again, only to find that the other party had finally replied. I can trade it to you for 30 units, but I hope that if you have any spare fuel in the future, you'll give me priority. I can trade other blueprints for it. Wu Di's lips curled up slightly. Everything was within his expectations. The other party had compromised and was even trying to establish a long-term connection. Having a stable trading relationship was indeed a good option. Deal, let's trade. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Di confirmed the transaction. Transaction successful. Obtained enhanced off-road tire blueprint X1. The moment the system notification popped up, the blueprint appeared in his storage. Wu Di checked the requirements: metal block X2, rubber X4. The materials were sufficient, so he crafted it without hesitation. Crafting successful. Activate talent rule breaker to upgrade the enhanced off-road tire. Ding. Talent rule breaker activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. The enhanced off-road tire has been upgraded to heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire blue quality. With a flash of light, the brand new attributes came into view: heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire blue quality type vehicle accessory. Effect: tire durability is significantly increased, granting immunity to common puncture and slashing damage, capable of resisting small firearms, reducing the impact of extreme heat and cold. Speed 30. Even though it didn't upgrade to tier 2, this should be enough for now. Wu Di nodded in satisfaction. Vehicle accessory detected. Install immediately. Yes. The moment the words left Wu Di's mouth, the blue tire accessory transformed into a stream of light, instantly merging beneath the vehicle's chassis. The entire process was completely devoid of vibrations or unusual sounds. In just a single second, the system prompt chimed again. Installation complete. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire equipped to the vehicle. Vehicle level 2, standard minivan, max speed 150 km/h. Vehicle accessories items: lucky pendant, gold vehicle engine, blue crystallized bulletproof glass, blue high-strength alloy chassis, blue heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue in-car air conditioner, purple vehicle mounted nuclear reactor, orange. This should meet the upgrade criteria for a level 2 vehicle. I just don't know when I'll get the upgrade blueprint, Wu Di thought. He then pushed open the car door and stepped out to inspect the vehicle thoroughly. Compared to the previous ones, the newly replaced tires showed a highly noticeable difference. The tread was wider and thicker with deeper and denser grooves. The glossy black rubber material exuded a sense of hardness, offering an immense feeling of security just by looking at it. Having completed the inspection, Wu Di returned to the car in satisfaction. He recalled the mini fridge blueprint he had been eyeing earlier, which was a key item for improving his quality of life. Since he had no shortage of fuel anyway, he might as well trade for it now. Wu Di opened the trading house, located the seller of the mini fridge blueprint, and sent a direct message. 10 units of fuel for your mini fridge blueprint. Message me if you want to trade. Almost the instant the message was sent, the other party replied, their tone exceptionally respectful. Sure thing, boss. Let's trade right now. Great. Wu Di did not hesitate in the slightest. He was well aware that at this stage an item like a mini fridge was completely useless to the vast majority of survivors. Instead, it would only increase fuel consumption. With fuel being so scarce for most people, practically no one would be interested in it. Only someone like him, who had absolutely no worries about energy consumption, would be willing to exchange precious fuel for such a luxury. This was why the seller had not hesitated at all. Transaction successful. Obtained mini fridge blueprint X1. Only 10 units of fuel left. To think I didn't find a single drop of fuel today. Looking at the newly acquired blueprint in his storage, Wu Di chose not to craft it immediately. He had always harbored a doubt: if he used his talent to enhance a blueprint before crafting, could he enhance the finished product again after it was made? This mini fridge blueprint was the perfect opportunity to test this crucial question. Activate talent rule breaker to upgrade the mini fridge blueprint. Ding. Talent rule breaker activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. The mini fridge blueprint has been upgraded to refrigerated fridge blueprint green quality. Effect vehicle item provides 10 slots of refrigerated storage space restricted to food and beverages, increases fuel consumption by 10. Crafting requirements metal block X5 or rubber X1 plastic X1 or electronic components X1. Did it only upgrade by 1 tier? That's fine, I'm only using this for a test anyway. I'll hold on to it for now and definitely test it once I have sufficient resources. Wu Di put the blueprint away. With the enhanced tires acquired, his vehicle upgraded once more and the mini fridge blueprint safely in his possession, his immediate goals were complete. All objectives achieved. Leaning back against the comfortable seat, he glanced at the time 2003. Picking up the shadow pistol, he gently wiped its frame, quietly waiting for the arrival of the night. The night grew denser, the highway like a black ribbon completely swallowed by boundless darkness. Sounds occasionally came from the bushes in the distance, reminding Wu Di that beneath the calm lay hidden dangers. The shadow pistol was within reach. Wu Di leaned back against his seat and had just opened the regional channel when he received a friend request from the player who had traded tire blueprints earlier. Player Su11 has requested to add you as a friend. Wu Di tapped to accept with his fingertip. In this survival world, a stable blueprint channel was far more valuable than temporary supplies. Big shot, thank you for being willing to trade with me. I'm Su11. No need for formalities. Everyone gets what they need. If you have more blueprints, I can take them on a long-term basis. Wu Di replied. Meanwhile, inside a battered minivan, Su11 was curled up on her seat. She had just turned 20 and was a college student. With her delicate features and sweet looks, clear almond-shaped eyes, fair skin, a petite nose, and soft long hair cascading over her shoulders, she was recognized on campus as the most beautiful girl in her department. But in this apocalyptic world, beauty held no advantage whatsoever. Su11 stared at the chat screen, her heart filled with bitterness. She had been listing her goods all afternoon, receiving numerous inquiries, yet the highest offer she had encountered for fuel exchange was only 10 units. Wu Di was the only one offering 20 units. She had been preparing to negotiate, further surprised that he had not responded until evening. As a woman with no physical strength to speak of, her sole advantage lay in her ability to reliably generate blueprints. Yet blueprints could not buy safety. They were merely worthless paper. She never expected to close the deal at 30 units. Su11 drew a deep breath. Big shot, I can produce blueprints consistently. If you can keep supplying me with fuel, I will prioritize trading all my blueprints with you. After sending the message, her heart raced with anxiety, terrified of rejection. Wu Di's eyes lit up slightly upon reading the message. A steady source of blueprints. This was wonderful news. He replied, immediately agreed. As long as the blueprints are suitable, fuel is not an issue. Fuel had lost its value to him. Exchanging it for a continuous supply of blueprints was an incredibly profitable deal. Su11's tense body instantly relaxed upon seeing the reply. Thank you, big shot. After a brief exchange, Wu Di closed the chat window. Hearts were unreadable. Cooperation was cooperation, but vigilance must never be abandoned. He glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. By yesterday's pattern, the latter half of the night was when the monsters were most active. Wu Di sat upright, his gaze sharp and watchful. He picked up the shadow pistol and checked the magazine, waiting in silence. When midnight arrived, nothing stirred in the darkness after a long wait. Is tonight actually safe? Wu Di wondered, opening the communication channel to check on others, when suddenly a private message popped up. It was Su11, her tone filled with despair and panic. Big shot. Help. Monsters are attacking me. I have no weapons and I can't hold out much longer. Please help me. I'll give you my next blueprint. Please. The messages kept coming, fear almost spilling off the screen. Wu Di's brows furrowed as he fell into hesitation. He could indeed give her the hand crossbow, but they were strangers, just trading partners. Yet if Su11 could consistently produce blueprints, and although he was uncertain whether she was telling the truth, that green blueprint was indeed rare. In mere seconds, his heart warred fiercely. Finally, he took a deep breath and made his decision. Wu Di picked up the unused blue automatic hand crossbow and the remaining 10 bolts, then directly traded them to Su11 free of charge. I'm giving you the crossbow. Use it sparingly and aim before you shoot. That was all he could do. Beyond that, she would have to rely on herself. At that same moment, inside Su11's vehicle, the car was being hammered by monsters, the crashes deafening. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, convinced she was about to die. Just then a system alert chimed sharply. Ding. Player Wu Di is trading with you automatic hand crossbow 1 blue quality with 10 bolts included. Su11 was completely stunned. No conditions, no demands, no threats. Was he really just giving her a high-quality weapon for free? A wave of warmth instantly washed away all fear from her heart. In a world where everyone only cared about their own survival, someone was actually willing to reach out to a complete stranger in such a way. She gazed at Wu Di's avatar, fresh tears welling up in her clear almond eyes. This time, tears of gratitude. Thank you. Big shot. I will not die. Su11 gritted her teeth and awkwardly, but firmly raised the hand crossbow, aiming toward the car door. Over 10 minutes later, she barely managed to kill the monster, collapsing back into her seat in breathless relief. Her gaze toward Wu Di's avatar was filled with gratitude, dependence, and a quietly growing fondness. Unaware of her feelings, Wu Di simply continued his watch after the trade, eventually drifting into a drowsy sleep. The night's roars gradually subsided, and the most dangerous hours finally passed. Dawn broke. At 5:40 in the morning, as a faint grayish light began to appear on the horizon, Wu Di suddenly woke from his sleep. Wu Di thought to himself, I can't go on like this. With no time to rest during the day and poor sleep at night, I'll break down eventually. I need to find a way to solve this. He slowly sat up, unconsciously stretching his limbs and turning his neck. Based on past experience, spending a night in the cramped space of a car, no matter how comfortable the seats, would inevitably leave you with a stiff lower back and sore muscles upon waking. But today that expected soreness never came. Instead, a wave of lightness and overflowing vitality surged from every corner of his body, as if every cell had been reborn and revitalized. Is this the effect of improved physique? Wu Di couldn't help but compare the differences between his condition before and after transmigration. In his previous life, long hours seated in an office and a complete lack of exercise had left his shoulders and neck perpetually stiff. Climbing just 3 flights of stairs would leave him gasping for breath, and staying up one night would drain him for days. Yet now, after only one night of rest in conditions far from ideal, both his mental and physical state exceeded anything he'd experienced after even the longest vacations back in his original world. Wu Di immediately tapped the wristband screen. The personal attributes interface materialized clearly before him. Name: Wu Di. Constitution 10. Mental 13. As he read those figures, the faintest smile touched his lips. As expected, his constitution had risen steadily from 9 to 10. The enhanced wolf meat I ate yesterday truly exceeded expectations. At this rate, with sufficient supplies, his physical capabilities would eventually far surpass those of ordinary humans. A constitution of 10 means I've finally reached the baseline for an average adult male, Wu Di muttered softly to himself. He casually closed the holographic display and pushed open the car door, stepping out slowly. The morning air carried a slight chill, though the rising temperature was already becoming apparent. He walked around the vehicle, scrutinizing every inch without missing a single detail. The car remained in perfect condition, its metal surface gleaming with a cold hardness in the morning light, with not a single new scratch beyond the minor marks left from yesterday's exploration. The ground was pristine, devoid of bloodstains, creature remains, or claw marks. Wu Di's brows furrowed slightly. Strange. Su Wanwan was attacked last night, and the regional channel erupted with cries for help. Why haven't I heard a single sound here? According to the system's earlier announcements, once the novice protection period ended, monster activity would surge dramatically at night, with danger levels escalating exponentially. The regional channel's casualty count had jumped by over 10,000 overnight, meaning the vast majority of survivors had encountered fatal attacks during the darkness. Yet he, besides hearing a few distant peculiar noises during the first half of the night, had slept almost peacefully in the second half, without waking even once. Is it the lucky pendant that's actively shielding me from danger? Wu Di quickly reasoned through possibilities in his mind, yet couldn't reach a definitive answer. This extraordinary calm had not made him relax his guard, instead it had tightened the string of tension in his heart even further. In road survival, only by constantly growing stronger, accumulating resources, and enhancing one's abilities could one ensure survival. After finishing the inspection and confirming the vehicle and surroundings were temporarily safe, Wu Di returned to the car, closed the door, and shut out the gradually warming air outside. He didn't depart immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and opened the regional channel. He needed to know what state the other survivors were in after last night. Messages in the channel continued to refresh at an incredibly fast-paced, dense blocks of text scrolling endlessly. It's over, it's over. I almost didn't make it last night. 3 beast-like creatures slammed against my car door like maniacs. The glass nearly shattered. You think you're lucky? I can't reach my brother from reality anymore. His friend Icon has gone gray. Has anyone met other people? Didn't the system say we could encounter others? I want to form a team. Surviving alone is too hard. We scavenge for supplies during the day and can't sleep properly at night. Look at the regional population. Over 90,000 yesterday, and now just over 80,000 after waking up. We lost over 10,000 in one night, and it's only the second day. You can extract meat from defeated monsters. I ate a piece of green quality meat, and a wound on my hand that had been slashed actually healed itself. Looking for medicine. Who has any? I was bitten on the leg by a monster and can barely hold on. Stop dreaming. Medicine is rarer than blueprints. Right now the only thing that can stop bleeding and heal is probably that monster meat. Looking to buy weapons. I can trade materials, water, or food. Does this survival game completely deny ordinary people a chance to live? No weapons, no resources, and even our talents are just average. Wu Di's gaze remained calm as he quickly scanned through row after row of messages, silently storing the key information away. Nighttime monster attacks were a widespread phenomenon. Over 10,000 casualties in one night with a mortality rate approaching 10%. Already a staggering number for the early survival phase. And the news in the channel about monster meat healing injuries also validated his previous hypothesis. Ingredients like green wolf meat indeed possessed basic restorative effects. Although it couldn't compare to the heavenly effect of blue-grade enhanced wolf meat that permanently increased attributes in the early stage where medicine was extremely scarce, this stuff was an absolute lifesaver. The fact that his arm cut from yesterday had completely healed overnight, leaving no trace at all, was proof enough. Just then a private message notification popped up. Player Su11 has sent you a message. Woody's eyes shifted slightly as he opened the chat window. What came into view was a trade request with attachments. Precisely the automatic hand crossbow he had lent Su11 for self-defense the night before, along with the remaining bolts she hadn't yet used. Big shot, thank you so much last night. Without you I definitely wouldn't have survived. Even through her words, Su11's trembling fear was palpable. Woody looked at the trade request, his fingers hovering lightly over the holographic screen for a few seconds. To him, a blue-grade automatic hand crossbow had already lost all utility. But for an ordinary survivor like Su11, this blue crossbow was undoubtedly a crucial lifeline at this stage. Woody's mind raced at lightning speed, instantly weighing the pros and cons. If I ask for it back, she might not survive tonight. If she dies, I lose a reliable source for obtaining blueprints. He was no selfless savior who would unconditionally reach out to strangers. But he was certainly no short-sighted fool who would only care about immediate trivial gains. In this world, the value of a high-quality blueprint far exceeded that of a temporarily useless weapon. Moreover, Su11 had not chosen to swallow the weapon and betray his trust. In fact, based on that alone, her character already deserved basic trust. Woody replied directly, no need to return it. On the other end there was silence for a full half-minute, clearly stunned by his words. After a while she flusteredly replied, but this is far too valuable. I can't simply take your belongings for nothing. It's not for nothing. Consider this hand crossbow an investment in you. You previously mentioned you could reliably produce blueprints. I hope those weren't empty words. In exchange, this weapon belongs to you, for self-defense and survival. But you need to give me a promise any high-quality blueprints you discover in the future will be prioritized for me. The price can follow market rates. I won't lowball you. But I require priority access, and additionally, you need to provide me with one blueprint of equivalent value. On the other end of the screen, Su11 read through those lines of text, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. She understood that Woody's words were straightforward. It was a partnership and investment. But to her this was almost a second chance at life. I understand, boss. Su11 took a deep breath, her reply noticeably firmer. I promise you from now on, whenever I uncover any blueprints, I'll contact you immediately. Good, Woody replied, and then closed the interface. Woody leaned back against his seat, gently closing his eyes and taking a deep breath of the cool, dry air inside the cabin. Next, it's time to start today's journey. He glanced up at the real-time temperature on his wristband. It was just past 6 a.m., yet the outdoor temperature had already climbed to a solid 32 degrees Celsius. Although it hadn't yet reached yesterday's peak, the time was still early. As the sun rose higher, the temperature would only become more ferocious. Just past 6 in the morning, the at a pace far beyond expectations. Woody had barely driven a few kilometers when the numbers on his leaped sharply to 35°C. The sun had shed the faint gentleness of dawn, becoming a BL glare that pounded the road. The ground steamed, heat waves twisted in the distance the highway, and the wasteland trembled under the heat, as if the entire earth were being slowly baked and melted. Woody privately rejoiced that yesterday he decisively boosted the car's air conditioning to purple quality. The heat is just an environmental hazard, the real danger lies in the supplies and the monsters. Woody clenched the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping the roadside without a moment's pause. Morning was the golden time for scavenging. He had to stockpile as many supplies as possible. At 810 by the shrubs on the highway's right, a gray-black metal supply crate lay quietly in the shadow. Woody smoothly slowed, parked, then moved with crisp efficiency. After confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe, he quickly got out of the car and opened the crate. He found pure water 5, fuel 10, bread 5. Woody stored the supplies in his space storage and climbed back into the car. 40 minutes later, a second supply crate appeared. This time a bronze crate, it seemed clearly heavier than that of an ordinary crate. Ding! Bronze supply crate detected. Open. Obtained fuel 20, metal block 10, rubber 5. Fuel again. Woody's lips curved slightly. With the previous 10 units, he now had 40 units of fuel. Approaching noon, the sun hung overhead, pouring heat almost vertically downward. The ground temperature had long since surpassed 50 degrees. The tires on the road carried a faint scent of overheated rubber. Woody encountered today's third supply crate and again got fuel. Obtained fuel 10, obtained orange juice 500 milliliters 2, obtained electronic components 5. Before Woody could press on, ding. The racing competition had officially begun. Rules: all participants will be attacked by adversaries refreshed by the system. The attack intensity will dynamically adjust according to the participant's vehicle level and number. Defeating hostile units will drop special race chests. The announcement lasted only a few seconds, Once it ended, the regional channel exploded with chatter. Regional race. After barely surviving a night, they come to play this. Dynamic intensity adjustments. I'm still on a level. One car. Has anyone upgraded their vehicle yet? Has anyone been attacked yet? What is it? It's over, we're almost baked alive, and now we're being hunted. No wonder the morning supply crates kept yielding fuel, they were waiting for us here. Whale's fear and curses flood the chat, hardly a calm message to be seen. Wu Di's heart tightened, his gaze instantly hardened as he swept the rearview mirror. In the distance behind him, dust swirled wildly at the roads, and 5 jet-black modified motorcycles formed a sharp wedge, engines roaring as they charged toward him. The riders wore tattered soot-black leather armor, wielding chain steel pipes, knives, Molotov cocktails, their faces twisted, eyes hollow, nothing like normal humans, more like murderous puppets controlled by some malignant force. Damn it, Molotov cocktails, hold on tight. Wu Di immediately started the car, the pursuing bikers roaring behind him, engines deafening. After a distance, Wu Di found the pursuing gang could not catch up. I'm keeping the speed at 100 now. Yes, the initial level. One car's top speed is only 60. If they catch up so easily, how can others survive? I don't know if Molotovs will damage the car. I only have 15 bullets left, and I doubt I could hit beyond 20 meters. And so they drove for nearly 2 hours. No, I must deal with them. Can't keep exhausting like this. Bet it all there are only 5 of them. Wu Di slowed from 100 to 90 to 80. As the speed fell to 80, the motorbike squad drew closer, now under 100 meters. When the rear bikes reached about 50 meters, Molotovs rained down on the car. Good, the blue quality body remains unaffected. Now's the moment. The first motorcycle has already hugged the car's side. Wu Di held his breath, his arm was steady as a rock, his focus fixed on the rider's chest. Boom. The gunshot was muffled yet powerful, and on the open highway it exploded. The rider jolted, toppled from the bike, rolling into the hot shrubs by the roadside. Effective. Wu Di thought, his resolve firm. He did not dare to waste bullets, kept the speed, awaiting the next target. The second and third bikes leaped onto the car. He seized the moment and fired short bursts. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 shots, 2 more motorcycles lost control, overturned, and crashed into the roadside, parts flying. With the last 2 bullets fired, one motorcycle careened and toppled, another exploded into a fireball, black smoke billowing. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared all hostile units and obtained 1 special race chest. The car and the corpses had vanished. In the center of the road lay a dark gold chest, its surface etched with intricate racing patterns, clearly a rare treasure. Phew. 15 bullets, all spent. Good that it's over. Wu Di panted. He then stopped the car, quickly checked the surroundings, got out, moved the chest back into the car, closed the door, sealing out the hellish heat. Special race chest, hoping for something good. He drew a deep breath, fingers resting on the chest. Open. The chest dissolved into a shower of light, and the 3 items quietly landed in the storage grid. Obtain shooting proficiency skill book, green quality 1. Obtain level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint 1. Obtain talent fragment, black iron level 1. Wu Di took a deep breath, raised his wrist, and a pale blue holographic screen gently unfolded before his eyes. Wu Di's gaze immediately fell upon the first item. Shooting mastery skill book, green rank. A chime sounded. Talent rule breakthrough effect 1 activated. Scanning target, shooting mastery skill book, green rank. Triggering 100% probability of 1 rank promotion. Success. The item shooting mastery skill book has been promoted to shooting mastery skill book, blue rank. Shooting mastery skill book, blue rank. Upon use, permanently master advanced shooting techniques, significantly enhancing shooting accuracy and stability, greatly improving dynamic visual tracking ability, and moderately increasing knowledge of firearm disassembly, maintenance, and upkeep. Significant stability, dynamic vision, firearm maintenance. Wu Di silently repeated the benefits to himself, a clear glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. During that earlier chase by 5 motorcycles, his biggest headaches were twofold. He had never properly handled a firearm before, making long-range accuracy utterly unreliable, and from a speeding vehicle, keeping his aim on a moving target was nearly impossible, resulting in constant misses. Now with the blue rank shooting mastery skill, those critical weaknesses were instantly addressed. Activate, Wu Di said without hesitation, tapping gently. The next moment, the entire book dissolved into a soft, yet concentrated stream of light, sinking directly into his forehead. Countless fragments of knowledge, involving grip, breathing, aiming, tracking, and recoil control, flooded into his mind like a surging tide, as though he had already trained tirelessly for countless repetitions on some hidden proving ground. He unconsciously raised his right hand, curling his fingers into a gun shape. His arm remained steady as bedrock, his gaze sharpening slightly. Pebbles, weeds, and flying insects on the distant highway became extraordinarily clear in his vision, and their trajectories could almost be predicted. Wu Di turned his head toward the phantom pistol resting on the passenger seat. This time he was no longer an ordinary person, merely clutching a powerful weapon. He was a survivor who had begun to truly command the power of firearms. Man, gun, and skill merged into one for the very first time. Not bad, he murmured, exhaling softly. He set the pistol aside and shifted his attention to the second piece of loot. Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint 1. Seeing it, Wu Di's brow furrowed slightly. The problem is I've already been on a level 2 vehicle for some time. Wu Di hardly hesitated. He activated Rule Breakthrough once more. Apply it to the blueprint. Promote. A chime rang out. Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 1 activated. Scanning target Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Triggering 30% probability of 2 rank promotion. Success. The item Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint has been promoted to Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. A line of system text appeared. Jumped. 2 levels straight. Wu Di was momentarily dumbfounded. Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint upon use upgrades a Level 3 vehicle to a Level 4 vehicle. Upgrade requirements Level 3 vehicle. Unmet a Level 3 vehicle engine. Met a Level 3 vehicle glass. Met a Level 3 vehicle frame. Meta vehicle core 1. Unmet. He had been struggling to find higher tier blueprints all along. Now he had the blueprint for upgrading a Level 3 vehicle to Level 4, though he still lacked the vehicle core. Why don't Level 1 to Level 2 and Level 3 to Level 4 upgrades both have 0 tire requirements? Wu Di couldn't fathom it. Are tires really not important? Never mind, I'll put it aside for now. At least I finally have a direction. Wu Di stored the blueprint carefully and directed his attention to the final item. Talent Fragment Black Iron Rank 1. Talent Fragment Black Iron Rank, a mysterious energy fragment harboring a faint talent advancement power. Collect 10 fragments to synthesize a talent advancement stone. Black Iron Rank. Talent Advancement Stone. Can my myth tier talent break through again? Wu Di murmured quietly. 10 fragments for 1 stone. Wu Di filed the calculation away silently. This will be an important objective for the foreseeable future. With only a single fragment in hand, completion was still far off, and dwelling on it served no purpose. Wu Di set aside his doubts, carefully stowed the talent fragment, and finished going through all the loot. He glanced at the time 1430. The zone competition was still ongoing, and the dangers beyond had not yet passed. Just then he suddenly thought of someone, Su Wanwan. The girl who had struck a deal with him, providing blueprints with reliable consistency. With her early-stage combat power, could she survive this death trial? Wu Di opened his friends list, found Su Wanwan's avatar, and sent a straightforward message. Are you still alive? How's it going over there? The message sat unanswered for a full 5 minutes. Finally, Su Wanwan replied, Boss. I'm still alive. That nearly scared me to death. I haven't dared check my bracelet. Wu Di asked, were you attacked? Monsters or another convoy? Su Wanwan replied, neither. The road collapsed. The highway behind me cracked open suddenly, one deep crevice after another. I could only keep pressing the accelerator. Wu Di asked, can you hold out? Su Wanwan replied, thankfully I got lucky earlier and found a green rank engine. I'm maintaining 80 kilometers per hour and fuel is sufficient. I haven't taken my foot off the gas the entire time. Hearing this, Wu Di felt completely at ease. Su Wanwan surviving meant his earlier investment had not been in vain. Wu Di sent, message me if anything comes up. Su Wanwan replied, will do. Stay safe too, boss. After ending the conversation, Wu Di gently lowered his bracelet and leaned back against the seat. After resting for a while, nearly 3 hours had passed since the start of the regional competition. Wu Di wanted to check on the situation of other survivors and gather some information about the types of attacks. Has anyone encountered a road collapse? The highway on my end split right into a deep ravine. I don't dare let off the gas even a bit. Me too. Fortunately, I scavenged quite a bit of fuel this morning, so my life is spared for now. Wu Di's gaze paused slightly. It seemed that the road collapse was not an ordeal unique to Su Wanwan. It was likely a regional crisis spawned by the system for certain survivors. As he continued scrolling down, more bizarre attacks appeared one after another. Help! A dark mist suddenly rose on my end and is about to catch up to me. I don't have much fuel left. Just speed up and you should be fine. The game wouldn't take our lives right at the start. Hang in there, brothers. I've already killed the monster behind me. Trading green-gray dog meat for various blueprints. Injured brothers, hurry up. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Wu Di patiently read for half an hour, his fingertips constantly sliding across the light screen, only to discover a strange phenomenon. Every attack mentioned by others was either an environmental crisis or a beast-type monster. Not a single person mentioned humanoid monsters, let alone modified motorcycle gangs. Could it be that the humanoid motorcycle puppets are specifically spawned for a level 2 vehicle like mine? Wu Di pondered silently. The system rules explicitly stated that the intensity of attacks would dynamically adjust based on the participants' vehicle levels and numbers. His level 2 vehicle was highly likely at the pinnacle among the current survivors. Perhaps because of this, the system had assigned him a far more difficult humanoid hostile convoy. After all, those motorcycle puppets were organized and armed, making them much harder to deal with than simple beasts. Having figured this out, the doubts in Wu Di's mind cleared slightly. No longer hesitating, he closed the regional channel. Focusing on the road and continuing to gather resources is what matters. Wu Di gripped the steering wheel and lightly pressed the accelerator. However, the subsequent journey was exceptionally smooth. So smooth, in fact, that it was somewhat anomalous. He drove for 2 full hours, yet along the way, aside from withered yellow weeds, scattered gravel, and the road surface cracked by the scorching heat, he did not see even a glimpse of a single resource box. Strange, why isn't there a single resource box? Wu Di frowned slightly, slowing down to carefully inspect both sides again, but still found nothing. Time ticked away, the clock on his wristband jumping from 1600 to 1700, and then slowly approaching 1800. As the sun began to set, the once glaring pale sunlight gradually turned into a soft orange-red, spilling over the highway. The scorching temperature had dropped slightly, but it was still as high as 38°C, making it unbearable. Just then, at the far end of the highway, the blurry outline of a building slowly came into view, appearing exceptionally conspicuous. Wu Di immediately raised his vigilance, slowly decelerating to 60 km/h. His eyes locked onto the building as he drew closer bit by bit. As the distance shortened, the details of the building grew clearer. It was a structure resembling a bus stop, and the most eye-catching feature was a metal sign standing in the center of the platform with clear black lettering that read "Supply Point." A supply point. Wu Di's heart stirred. This was the first time since he transmigrated to this world that he had seen a supply point explicitly marked by the system. Instead of rashly stepping out, he parked his vehicle 10 meters away from the supply point, carefully scanned the surroundings, and then got out to walk over quickly. Upon approaching the supply point, Wu Di discovered 2 entirely silver machines. Square and boxy, they resembled modern automatic vending machines, but were larger in size, with simple patterns etched onto their surfaces, giving them a more high-tech appearance. He first walked over to the machine on the left and lightly touched its chassis. A pale blue light screen instantly expanded in front of the machine, clearly displaying 4 large words: resource recycling. Beneath the light screen, various types of recyclable resources were listed, ranging from the most basic metal scraps, rubber and electronic components, to fuel, medicine, common blueprints, and even materials dropped by monsters. Behind each type of resource, the corresponding recycling points were marked. Metal scrap 1 point, rubber 1 point, fuel 1 point, green grade material 2 points. Wu Di quickly browsed through, getting a general idea of how it worked. The purpose of this machine was to exchange his unused surplus resources for recycling points. As for what the points could be used for, that would depend on the other machine. He turned and walked to the machine on the right, touching its chassis in the same manner. The light screen expanded in response, marked with the words resource sales. Unlike the recycling machine, the screen of this machine listed purchasable resources ranging from basic survival supplies, like purified water and bread, to crafting materials like metal scraps and precision electronic components. Purified water 2 points, food random type 2 points, metal scrap 2 points. Engine blueprint green grade 50 points. Vehicle frame blueprint green grade 50 points. Vehicle glass blueprint green grade 50 points. Vehicle air conditioner blueprint green grade 30 points. Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint 100 points. Level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint 200 points. I must get it. I absolutely must get the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Looking at the items on the screen, Wu Di's mind was filled with the sole determination to obtain the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Keep the materials and water, and as for the wolf meat, keeping 10 pieces should be enough. I can do without the rest. Quality of life could be set aside for now. Surviving these past 2 days had made Wu Di deeply realize that power was the only true foundation. 165 points. Is it still not enough? Wu Di looked at his current points and carefully took stock of all the resources he had on hand. Shadow pistol purple grade. Refrigerator blueprint green grade. Military tactical dagger white grade. Energy core blue grade. Metal scrap 26. Rubber 8. Plastic 3. Electronic components 11. Glass 3. Wolf meat green grade 10. All-purpose seasoning powder 1. Cookware set 1. Mini lighter 1. Mineral water 500 milliliters 12. Fuel 50. What else can I trade? Looking at everything that remained, Wu Di fell into deep thought. The Tier 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint requires 200 points, and I am 35 points short. Let's see how much this thing can fetch, Wu Di said, eyeing the energy core of blue quality in the warehouse. I had planned to keep it, but rather than letting it gather dust, I'd rather swap it for points to get something more useful. Wu Di no longer hesitated. He took the energy core from the warehouse and placed it into the recycler. The energy core blue quality was fed into the recycler and converted into 100 points. Only 100 points. Wu Di frowned, slightly surprised, but soon relaxed. A blue quality energy core, even at full energy, could only power a Tier 2 vehicle for about a day. Its value was modest. 165 plus 100 equals 265 points. Wu Di calculated again. After taking the Tier 2 blueprint, 65 points would remain. Just enough to buy a green quality blueprint, though the others wouldn't be enough. His gaze returned to the light screen of the resource sale machine, where the green quality vehicle frame design blueprint, vehicle glass design blueprint, and onboard air conditioning design appeared. Currently, the yield of blueprints is extremely low. I could buy extra copies to reinforce with my talent. If the 2 probability triggers, I'll use it on myself. Even without 2, I could swap for other resources. Wu Di looked at his wrist to check the talent cooldown indicator, and the light curtain clearly showed today's rule breakthrough, remaining uses 3. Use the talent on the energy core once and tonight strengthen the green-grade wolf meat to boost my physique. There is still one backup left. Wu Di drew a deep breath, then pulled the blue energy core from the recycler, gripping it in his hand as he activated his talent. Use the talent rule breakthrough to upgrade energy core. The talent's effect 1 activated. Target energy core blue quality 100 chance of a first stage upgrade success. The energy core has upgraded to high energy core purple quality. High energy core purple quality, a vehicle core accessory that provides stable energy inside the car, can replace fuel and can meet the energy consumption needs of Tier 2 to Tier 3 vehicles for 7 days. Usage requirement Tier 2 and above vehicles. Nice item, but it's useless to me. The high energy core was detected and recycled for 500 points. 500 points. A full 5-fold increase. Wu Di thought his previous concerns vanishing at once. 165 base points plus 500 recycled points totals 665 points, enough to exchange for all the blueprints he wanted. Wu Di turned and hurried back to the resource sale machine. His fingers no longer hesitated, quickly tapping the light curtain and entering a buying spree. Ding! Deducted 200 points, obtained Tier 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint X1. Ding! Deducted 50 points, obtained vehicle frame design blueprint X1. Ding! Deducted 50 points, obtained vehicle glass design blueprint X1. Ding! Deducted 50 points, obtained engine design blueprint X1. Ding! Deducted 100 points, obtained Tier 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint X1. Tier 2 vehicle upgrade when used can upgrade a Tier 2 vehicle to Tier 3. Upgrade requirements Tier 2 vehicle and engine and glass and frame are satisfied. Vehicle core X1 is not satisfied. Another vehicle core. What is this thing? Could it be what I imagine? Wu Di thought of the videos he had watched before Transmigration. After all this effort, I can only watch. He planned to check the trading channel later to see if there were vehicle cores, since he now had the conditions to upgrade to Tier 2 and Tier 3. Now if there are 2 vehicle cores, I can directly upgrade to Tier 4. Wu Di was a bit excited. There are 215 points left. Wu Di scanned the remaining points on the light curtain. His gaze drifted down to the basic resources area. Metal block X1, 2 points. Rubber X1, 2 points. Electronic components X1, 5 points. Glass X1, 1 point. These are basic materials, seemingly ordinary, yet indispensable. All bought. Next time we don't know when we'll encounter a supply point. Wu Di did not hesitate. Metal blocks seem to be the most needed right now. Oh, I must stock up a little more, exchange the rest for something else. Ding. Purchase successful, obtained metal block X50. Ding. Purchase successful, obtained plastic X30. Ding. Purchase successful, obtained rubber X20. Ding. Purchase successful, obtained electronic components X19. Ding. Purchase successful, obtained glass X20. Tonight I'll sleep near the supply point safe, and I might meet other survivors to trade for materials. Wu Di considered, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. Talent still has 2 chances left, one to strengthen the wolf meat to increase constitution. Where should I put the last one? He looked at the green quality cold storage refrigerator blueprint in the warehouse. This is the item used to test the talent effect. Today's last chance. Wu Di planned to use it on this. Now that the basic materials are enough, you are the one. Ding. Green quality cold storage refrigerator blueprint. Crafting requirements metal blocks X5 or rubber X1, plastic X1 or electronic components X1. All materials satisfied. Confirm crafting. Yes. Ding. Cold storage refrigerator crafted. Using the talent rule breakthrough, upgrade the cold storage refrigerator. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough effect 1 activated. Target cold storage refrigerator green quality triggers a 30 probability of a second upgrade successful. The cold storage refrigerator has upgraded to smart temperature controlled refrigerator purple quality. Accessory installation successful. Please select the installation location. The interface that unfolded on the wristband rendered the three-dimensional structure of the entire level 2 minivan with exquisite detail. A flickering white square floated in the air. Let's place it behind the passenger door for balanced weight distribution. Wu Di tested dragging the square himself and successfully positioned the refrigerator. He then inspected it. It occupied half of the rear space with a sleek silver exterior. Opening it revealed an interior space of 5 square meters, far exceeding its external dimensions. He then placed all the items from the storage room. 10 pieces of green quality wolf meat, 12 bottles of mineral water, and a jar of all-purpose seasoning powder inside. With this weather I can finally have cold drinks. It's been so hard. If I had known, I wouldn't have recycled the cola. What a pity. Wu Di felt a twinge of regret. But I have to develop my talent myself. From now on, any green quality blueprints I get will produce at least purple quality products. Haha, he thought excitedly as he turned back to the driver's seat. Now the priority is to find the vehicle core. If I can, I'll be able to upgrade directly to a level 4 vehicle. Wu Di tapped his wristband and entered the trading channel. He searched for vehicle core. No relevant information found. No, that's scarce. If it's as I thought, it's indeed hard to come by at this stage. Wu Di felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he was only 2 vehicle cores away from a huge upgrade. Let me ask in the communication channel. With so many people, someone must have it. Wu Di immediately switched to the regional communication channel. Looking to buy vehicle cores. Competitive prices. Private message if you have any. Serious inquiries only. Another 8,000 people missing today. It's only the 3rd day and over 2,000 have died. This survival game is giving us no way out at all. Did you guys find any supply stations? There are so many items and vehicle upgrade blueprints too. Haven't you encountered anyone else? I've been running all day and haven't seen a single person. Aren't we supposed to potentially meet others? I really want to find a teammate. Stop it. For today's event, as long as you diligently search for supply boxes every day, you should be able to pass. Those who died deserved it. This is a survival game. How can you live without fighting for it? I advise everyone not to relax. The dead are there as a lesson. I also found a supply station, but the prices are too high. Even recycling everything I have isn't enough to upgrade a level 2 vehicle. We're all comrades in arms. Isn't what you said too cold-blooded? The communication channel was in an uproar. Wu Di's purchase request sank like a stone, making not even a ripple. But judging by the messages, it seemed everyone had encountered supply stations. Looks like the survival game has left a way out for everyone after all. I wonder how many can upgrade to a level 2 vehicle this time. I need to hurry collecting resources, otherwise my leading advantage won't last, he thought. After pondering for a moment, Wu Di began preparing today's dinner. During the day, he had been busy searching for supplies, and only ate some snacks he had found earlier. All he had now was water and wolf meat. I need to work harder. In other novels, the protagonists never worry about food and drink, and beautiful women are always by their side. My life is... Ding. Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promotion by 1 rank. Item wolf meat has been promoted to enhanced wolf meat blue quality. Enhanced wolf meat blue quality, consuming 1 unit permanently increases constitution by 1 point. Limited to 1 use per day, with no overall usage limit. Promoting by 1 rank again. My talent's 5 chance to promote 3 ranks, might as well be fake. Today I used the talent 5 times and 4 times it only promoted by 1 rank. Only once did it promote by 2 ranks. This probability is unbelievable. Washing down the grilled wolf meat with chilled mineral water, Wu Di looked at the system interface, showing his constitution had risen to 11. He could clearly feel his body becoming stronger than before. It's a bit slow, but if tomorrow the talent can promote wolf meat by 2 ranks, I wonder how much a tribute increase purple quality wolf meat would give. Wu Di felt somewhat expectant. It's only the 2nd day, yet so many have died. I don't know what will happen next. Can I keep going? After tidying everything up, Wu Di lay on the driver's seat, gazing blankly at the road outside. I can definitely do it. I have a mythic talent, unlimited energy, and so many high-quality items. If I can't survive properly, then who can survive this survival game? I not only want to survive, I want to stay ahead of everyone, Wu Di thought. Suddenly, a private message popped up from his wristband. Su Wanwan, boss, I saw your message. Are you looking for a vehicle core? Wu Di, yes, do you have one? We can talk about anything. Su Wanwan, no. I just saw your message and wanted to ask. I'll keep an eye out from now on. If I encounter one, I'll let the boss know immediately. Wu Di thought for a moment. If he could have one more person help him watch the communication channel, it would be good. After all, he couldn't stare at it constantly. Do you have time to help me keep an eye out for anyone mentioning vehicle cores? Let me know if you hear anything. Su Wanwan, okay boss. I definitely will. Just as Wu Di was preparing to rest properly to deal with potential crises in the middle of the night, ding. Players, Su Wanwan offers you a trade level 1 vehicle upgrade, blueprint 1 storage space expansion, design blueprint green quality 1. Wu Di glanced down, instantly frozen by the trade notification on his screen. Su Wanwan's message arrived moments later. Boss, these are what I exchanged at the supply station today along with the blueprints I acquired. Everything goes to you. Wu Di stared at the 2 schematics displayed on the holographic screen, astonishment washing over him. What surprised him was not merely that Su Wanwan had kept her word and sent the blueprints, but that among them was a level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Valued at 100 points at supply stations, absolutely crucial for someone still piloting a level 1 vehicle. Yet she had offered it without hesitation. Instead of accepting the trade immediately, he opened the storage space expansion blueprint green grade to examine its properties. Storage capacity increased by 10 slots. Crafting requirements metal block 10, electronic component 10. Studying the attributes, a glimmer of delight flashed across Wu Di's eyes. Truly a fine piece. Every time I open a crate, I have to clear space first. With this plus the 5 square meters provided by the refrigerator, I should not worry about interior storage for the near future. Still a question lingered. You gave me the level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Do you not need it yourself? After a few seconds, Su Wanwan replied, Boss, if not for the weapons you gave me last night, I might very well be dead by now. Besides, I still haven't gathered enough parts, so I cannot use it anyway. A warmth spread through Wu Di's chest. Su Wanwan's gratitude and loyalty to her word were truly rare qualities. He could imagine how much she must have sacrificed to redeem this blueprint. This sentiment was far more precious than the blueprint itself. He promptly replied, I accept the storage space expansion blueprint as fulfillment of your promise. Keep the vehicle upgrade blueprint for yourself. Ooh, I already have one. Su Wanwan responded cheerfully, understood boss. Thank you so much. I will contact you immediately if I find any other blueprints. A system chime sounded. Trade successful. Acquired one storage space expansion blueprint green grade. Woody, curious about how Su Wanwan managed to obtain blueprints so effortlessly, asked, Your luck seems consistently excellent. You always find blueprints. Does this relate to your talent? Su Wanwan paused for several seconds before replying, Boss, my talent is silver grade heavenly art scroll. Each day a supply crate randomly spawns in my vehicle at an unpredictable time. Opening it is guaranteed to yield a blueprint corresponding to the current tier. A flicker of surprise passed through Wu Di's eyes before he nodded in understanding. No wonder Su Wanwan could always acquire blueprints. It stemmed from her innate talent. Wu Di replied, This talent is formidable. Protect yourself well tonight. Su Wanwan responded, I will boss. You stay safe as well. She then closed the chat interface and leaned back against the driver's seat, pulling up her warehouse to review the storage space expansion blueprint, once more satisfaction warming her thoughts. Instinctively reaching for the crafting interface, she suddenly froze. Almost forgot. Today's talent usage has already been exhausted. Storage is tight at the moment, but with the refrigerator's 5 square meter space, it should still suffice. If this expansion blueprint could be promoted to blue or even purple grade, the additional storage would be far greater. I will wait until tomorrow. Wu Di gathered his thoughts and stowed the blueprint into his warehouse. When the talent refreshes, I should promote the blueprint first before using it. That way I can maximize its value. Wu Di stretched and reclined against the seat, allowing his tensed nerves to relax. What I still lack is a vehicle core. That is my first priority. Once I obtain it, I can upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, Wu Di mused. I wonder what a level 4 vehicle would look like. I really could use a proper bed. He suddenly thought again. Su Wanwan currently pilots a level 1 vehicle and obtains green grade blueprints. If she could upgrade to a level 2 vehicle, would the supply crates spawned by Heavenly Art Scroll yield higher grade blueprints? Wu Di raised an eyebrow slightly. He speculated that Su Wanwan's talent output might be somewhat correlated with her vehicle level. It is probably not entirely tied to vehicle level. Otherwise, when she reached a level 4 vehicle, she would be unlocking all purple and gold grade blueprints. At this realization, Wu Di suddenly felt that helping Su Wanwan upgrade her vehicle might also benefit himself. On one hand, he could observe the effects of her talent, especially since the probability of acquiring blueprints was extremely low. Obtaining them steadily through her would be invaluable. On the other hand, this was also an opportunity to evaluate whether Su Wanwan herself was trustworthy. There was another thought lingering in Wu Di's mind. If Su Wanwan's talent truly correlated with vehicle level, what would happen if she abandoned her own vehicle and traveled with his? Would her talent still function? And if it did, what caliber of blueprints would it produce? With his thoughts settled, Wu Di no longer hesitated and immediately opened the wristband. What do you still need to upgrade your level 2 vehicle? A few seconds later, Su Wanwan's reply came through. Big shot, why do you ask this? I'm still missing one vehicle frame design blueprint, but I have everything else. Seeing the message, Wu Di was somewhat surprised to find that Su Wanwan had quite a few resources. He quickly replied, I have extra vehicle frame blueprints on hand. I can give them to you. Su Wanwan responded almost instantly, her message brimming with excitement and disbelief. Really, big shot. But I have nothing left to trade with you now. Wu Di said, I'm not doing this for free. Tomorrow, when you unlock blueprints from your talent, regardless of quality, they're all mine. If you agree, I'll give you the blueprints right now. Su Wanwan didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Okay, big shot. No problem. I'll send you the blueprints the moment I get them tomorrow, no matter what quality they are. Thank you so much. Ding. Player Wu Di has initiated a trade with you. Vehicle frame design blueprint green quality X1. Closing the chat window with Su Wanwan, Wu Di leaned back in his driver's seat and calculated in his heart. If Su Wanwan can pull a blue quality blueprint tomorrow, then my development from here on will leap forward significantly. Just then his wristband suddenly vibrated, popping up a private message with just 4 simple words, I have a vehicle core. A flicker of surprise flashed across Wu Di's eyes, and he immediately replied, What do you need? The other party was silent for a few seconds before replying. You should know the value of this item. 100 units of fuel and 1 level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Wu Di's brows furrowed slightly. What the other party wanted was more than he had anticipated. He immediately replied, That price is too high. I don't have that many resources. The other party responded quickly, If I weren't short on resources, I wouldn't be selling this vehicle core. Wu Di hesitated for a moment and said, Then you should understand that very few people need this item at the current stage. The level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint is fine, and I can also give you 50 units of fuel. That's my entire stockpile. But I have one condition for you to consider. After waiting for several minutes, just as Wu Di was losing his patience, the other party finally replied, What's your condition? Wu Di exhaled lightly and replied, It's simple. You just need to tell me where you obtained your vehicle core. There's nothing hard to explain. I encountered a disgusting man and killed him. The system notified me that his vehicle could be dismantled, and it ultimately dropped the vehicle core. Judging by the tone, the other party was a woman. Wu Di was somewhat surprised. After all, he had only arrived from the peaceful era a couple of days ago. For a woman to speak such words so calmly truly made Wu Di unable to believe it. Moreover, the other party had actually encountered someone else. Thinking of this, Wu Di immediately replied, "You encountered someone else? How did it happen?" "I don't know either. I met them at the supply station." It seemed the system's warning about encountering others was true. And although Wu Di didn't know what reason drove this woman to kill in this survival game, the dangers extended far beyond the game itself. Sometimes people were more terrifying than monsters. Wu Di then immediately sent a trade request to the other party. "Ding, player, Wu Di has initiated a trade with you. Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint fuel X50, requesting vehicle core." After a moment's thought, he sent a separate message, "Add me as a friend. If you have any vehicle cores later, I'll continue to purchase them from you." Ding, trade successful. Obtain vehicle core X1. Alright, if you have any vehicle cores in the future, I'll contact you. After the other party replied, Wu Di received a friend request. Player, Su Kursin, requests to add you as a friend. Accept. I'm just one vehicle core short of upgrading to a level 4 vehicle, Wu Di thought excitedly. Just as Wu Di was about to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, first another private message popped up. "Brother, I have a vehicle core. What price can you offer?" A surge of joy welled up in Wu Di's heart. He hadn't expected a second person to come knocking so soon, and immediately replied, "What do you need?" The other party's reply came quickly. "This vehicle core came from a special chest I opened today. It cost me my life to get it, and you should know its value. I want the level 1 and level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprints plus the air conditioning design blueprint." Wu Di read the other party's message, and his brows furrowed slightly. Based on his own understanding, he found Su Kursin's explanation more credible. A vehicle core should only be producible from other people's vehicles. However, he wasn't certain whether it could be obtained from supply chests either. But the other party was asking for far too much. After thinking it over, he replied, "I don't have that many resources. Hold on to it for now, and I'll contact you when I have more supplies." The other party was silent for over 10 seconds before replying, "Brother, a vehicle core is an essential item for upgrading vehicles. It's not easy to come by. You haven't received one yet, have you?" Seeing the other party's reply, Wu Di formed a slight guess in his heart. This person might be lying. Most likely this vehicle core was also obtained by dismantling someone else's vehicle. How the other party had acquired it didn't matter to Wu Di, but he simply couldn't accept this price. He needed the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint for himself, and had no intention of trading it away. He decided to ignore them, and prepared to rest. To his surprise, the other party sent another message. "Brother, are you really not interested? Or are you just messing with me?" Reading this, Wu Di's suspicion deepened, that this person might not be trustworthy, so he chose to disregard them entirely. Meanwhile, inside another dilapidated van, Lu Jiqiang stared at the communication interface with a vicious expression. "How dare you try to play me? Just wait until I find out who you are." Unbeknownst to Wu Di, someone had already set their sights on him. Wu Di closed the private chat interface with Lu Jiqiang and gazed at the vehicle core in the warehouse. All conditions required to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle had now been fully met. Level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. After use, it can upgrade a level 2 vehicle to a level 3 vehicle. Upgrade requirements: level 2 vehicle met, a level 2 vehicle engine met, a level 2 vehicle glass met, a level 2 vehicle frame met, a vehicle core X1 met. Although one more core is still needed to reach level 4, upgrading to level 3 can still significantly enhance survival capabilities. Wu Di murmured softly to himself, his fingertips no longer hesitating as he tapped the upgrade button on the interface. Ding! Player, Wu Di has met the conditions to upgrade from a level 2 vehicle to a level 3 vehicle. Upgrade time 10 minutes. Please keep away from the vehicle. As the system notification faded, Wu Di immediately pushed open the car door and retreated to the supply point, his eyes fixed intently on his van. The surface of the vehicle body began to shimmer with a pale blue halo enveloping the entire car. As the blue light dissipated, ding! The vehicle upgrade was successful. Your level 2 van has been promoted to a level 3 van. A brand new silver gray van appeared before his eyes. Wu Di eagerly stepped forward and pulled open the car door. The once crude seats had become soft and comfortable. But what surprised Wu Di the most was the interior lighting. The previous level 2 van had no lighting equipment at all. Every night the interior was pitch black, and he could only barely move around relying on the faint glow from his wristband. Now soft LED ceiling lights were installed on the roof, and recessed wall lamps were mounted on both sides of the doors. A gentle touch of the overhead switch instantly filled the entire cabin with warm light, bright, yet not harsh. No more spending nights in complete darkness. More importantly, he could finally see outside at night. Directly in front of the driver's seat, the crude instrument panel had been replaced by an extra-large screen-style center console. When the screen lit up, the pale blue interface was clear and easy to read, displaying not only the vehicle's various data, but also system notifications. Ding! The vehicle map function has been unlocked. It can display terrain obstacles and supply boxes within a 10-meter radius around the vehicle in real time. Wu Di tapped the center console screen with his fingertip, and the map instantly unfolded, clearly showing the 10-meter range around the vehicle. This is so practical. Wu Di was overjoyed. With this map function, he wouldn't have to keep scanning the roadside for supply boxes anymore. He then opened the vehicle attribute interface, carefully examining the level 3 vehicle's various stats and equipped items, committing each one to memory vehicle level 3 van. Maximum speed 180 km/h. Onboard accessories and items: lucky pendant, gold vehicle engine, blue crystallized bulletproof glass, blue high-strength alloy frame, blue heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tires, blue onboard nuclear reactor, orange smart constant temperature refrigerator, purple quality. Besides adding basic functions and increasing the top speed by 30, there weren't any major changes. But this map function was truly practical. After studying for a while, Wu Di gradually felt tired. He adjusted the driver's seat, reclined it, and leaned back, preparing to rest. That night was exceptionally quiet. Wu Di slept soundly until dawn, only waking slowly when sunlight streamed through the window and fell across his face. Glancing at the time, 5:30. This night had been particularly peaceful. Could the lucky pendant's effect be this strong? He had previously not paid attention to this attribute that reduced the probability of encountering danger, but from not running into monsters for 2 consecutive nights, the effect was indeed powerful. But as he thought about it, Wu Di felt a bit helpless. Although he was safe without monster attacks, he couldn't obtain the dropped meat resources. If he wanted to improve his attributes, did he have to actively seek out monsters? Thinking of this, he opened his friends list, found Su Wanwan, and sent a message asking about her situation the previous night. Su Wanwan, did you encounter any monster attacks or other abnormal situations last night? After waiting a few minutes, Su Wanwan's reply came through her tone, carrying a hint of relief. Big shot, after I finished upgrading to a level 2 vehicle, there was some commotion outside at midnight. I didn't dare go out, so I didn't encounter any monsters. How about you? Seeing the message, Wu Di was a bit surprised. Was this girl really this lucky? He immediately replied, I'm fine. Stay safe, and let me know as soon as you find the blueprint today. Su Wanwan, okay big shot, I'll give it to you the moment I get it. Wu Di was still wondering what quality blueprint Su Wanwan would get today. He then closed the chat interface and leaned back in the driver's seat, calculating in his mind. Now that he had reached a level 3 vehicle, his next goal was to continue searching for a second vehicle core, striving to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle as soon as possible. He started the engine without hesitation and set off. It's already this hot right after dawn. What will the temperature reach today, eh? Wu Di checked the outside temperature displayed on the center console, 32°C. How were people without car air conditioning supposed to survive in such heat? He recalled the car air conditioning blueprint from the supply point. The price had not been cheap. I wonder how many people chose to exchange for car air conditioning this time. With my pace of progress and the resources I've acquired, most people probably won't surpass me. Wu Di fell into deep thought. I wonder what others chose, car air conditioning or vehicle upgrades. Extreme heat or insufficient vehicle defenses could prove fatal. Wu Di shook his head and pushed the thought aside. All he could do now was focus on himself, first find the second vehicle core as soon as possible and upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Only with sufficient personal strength could one survive in this cruel world. Thanks to the center console's map function, Wu Di saved considerable effort. He drove while keeping an eye out for supply boxes in the distance. Around 9 in the morning, a yellow dot appeared on the map. Wu Di slowed to a stop and spotted a supply box resting quietly in the grass by the roadside. After confirming no danger lurked nearby, he pushed open the door and walked over. 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 metal ingots, 1 kitchen knife. A standard supply box, so that's what the yellow dot represents. Wu Di committed this to memory as he gathered the supplies and continued on. Not until around 11:30 that morning did another yellow dot appear on the map. He followed the usual routine, checked the area, got out, and collected the supplies. 5 cans of yellow peaches, 5 electronic components, 4 energy drinks, 1 tang, sword green quality. The bronze supply boxes really do yield better loot. Wu Di stowed everything into his warehouse and glanced up at the console. It was already 1150. The temperature outside had climbed again, now reaching 43°C. Waves of scorching heat hit him the moment he stepped out, and within barely 5 minutes his clothes were soaked through and his breathing had grown ragged. This temperature is still bearable for now, but it's only day 3. If the heat keeps rising, I won't be able to endure it without air conditioning. Wu Di immediately returned to the cabin. Both supply boxes today yielded weapons. It seems this survival game is constantly offering everyone a chance to live, though each chance demands one risk, everything. Wu Di rested in the vehicle for 10 minutes before continuing. Less than a kilometer later, a fork in the road appeared ahead, branching in different directions with waist-high weeds lining both sides. At the center of the intersection sat a dilapidated minivan, which Wu Di instantly recognized as the standard starting vehicle everyone had been given. A flicker of alertness crossed Wu Di's eyes. He brought the vehicle to a gradual stop and did not exit immediately. Instead, he accessed the map function on the center console to scan the surrounding 10-meter radius. No anomalous signals detected. He carefully studied the worn minivan. The doors stood wide open, but no figures could be seen inside, nor were there any traces of creature activity. Convinced it was safe, Wu Di pushed open his door and strode quickly toward the dilapidated van under the blistering sun. As he approached, his wristband suddenly emitted a system chime ding. Ownerless vehicle detected. Proceed with dismantling. Joy surged through Wu Di and his eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he tapped, confirm dismantling. The system prompt followed immediately. Ding. Dismantling complete. Vehicle core 1 acquired, just as I suspected. A vehicle core. Wu Di excitedly opened his warehouse and gazed at the newly added core, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He never imagined that the second vehicle core he had longed for would come to him so easily. By now the outside temperature had reached 45 C, with rolling waves of heat, and even the roadside weeds withering under the scorching sun. Wu Di dared not linger and immediately returned to his level 3 minivan, closing the door behind him. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he steadied his racing heart. I had always presumed upgrading to a level 4 vehicle would require considerable time, never anticipating such an unexpected turn of events. System Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Upon use, upgrades a Level 3 vehicle to a Level 4 vehicle. Upgrade requirements: Level 3 vehicle, a Level 3 vehicle engine, Level 3 vehicle glass, Level 3 vehicle frame, a vehicle core 1. Ding. Player Wu Di has met the conditions for a Level 4 vehicle upgrade. Please provide materials. The quantity supplied will determine the vehicle's post-upgrade attributes. Wu Di frowned slightly. Basic materials were still required. He checked the requirements. Metal ingots up to 50, other materials up to 30 each. Fortunately still within acceptable range. Wu Di quickly verified the basic materials in his warehouse. Metal ingot 74, electronic components 34, plastic 32, glass 23, rubber 27. Close enough. Since I'm doing this, I'll do it right. Wu Di murmured softly. Thinking this, he immediately opened his friend list and messaged Su Wanwan. Do you have any extra glass and rubber? After a short wait, Su Wanwan's reply came through, her tone tinged with apology. Big shot, I'm sorry. I just finished upgrading my level 2 vehicle and used up most of my materials. I only have metal ingots 3 and electronic components 2 left. I'll send them to you as soon as I gather more today. No worries. Not urgent right now. Stay safe, Wu Di replied. He then opened the chat window with Su Kurson, pondered for a moment, and sent a message. Do you have any extra glass and rubber? I can trade other resources with you. She responded in less than a minute. How much do you need? I don't have much either. Wu Di, glass 7, rubber 3. Su Kurson, deal. I need metal ingots. Wu Di's heart leaped with delight. He immediately initiated the trade, and the transaction completed. Finally, I can upgrade. Wu Di took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with anticipation, and pressed the upgrade button with his fingertip. Ding. Level 4 vehicle upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Please clear the area immediately. Upon hearing the cold system prompt, Wu Di did not waste a moment. He immediately pushed open the car door. His gaze locked onto his level 3 silver gray van. A blue aura began enveloping the vehicle's surface. Ding. Vehicle upgrade successful. Your level 3 van has been promoted to a level 4 vehicle, naming available. The moment the system announcement echoed, the blue glow surrounding the vehicle gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new recreational vehicle before his eyes. The RV retained a silver-white hue, its body line smooth and flowing, yet undeniably rugged. Its length reached 6 meters, width nearly 2.5 meters, and height around 3 meters, noticeably larger than the van. At a glance, it resembled a small mobile house. Wu Di hurried forward eagerly. How do I get in? I can't get in after the upgrade. Wu Di was dumbfounded. There was no conventional door handle at the entrance. As Wu Di reached out and touched the door located near the center forward position, it slowly slid open. Is this sensor activated or smart identification? Stepping inside, a cool breeze washed over him, instantly dispelling the heat clinging to his body. Walking further in, the sight before his eyes filled Wu Di with surprise and delight. The interior was spacious and bright, featuring panoramic glass windows paired with automatic curtains. The driving area sat at the front, equipped with an oversized central control screen, displaying an elegant interface alongside 2 highly supportive rotating seats. Above them ran a row of storage cabinets. Moving toward the rear, on the right side, lay a double sofa with a small coffee table in front of it. Adjacent was a toilet, and the kitchen area positioned to the left of the rest zone was compact yet fully equipped, featuring a sink, storage cabinets, a smart temperature-controlled refrigerator, and more. At the very rear waited a large bed. Exploring the interior, Wu Di felt as though he had returned to modern society, aside from the lack of water. Absolutely perfect. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wu Di restrained his excitement and opened the vehicle attribute interface to carefully examine the level 4 vehicle stats. Vehicle level 4. Maximum speed 200 km/h. Onboard accessories items: lucky pendant, gold vehicle engine, blue crystallized bulletproof, glass blue high-strength alloy frame, blue heavy-duty, explosion-proof off-road tires, blue onboard, nuclear reactor orange, smart temperature-controlled refrigerator purple. Note: level 4 vehicles can equip weapon attachments. Seeing the vehicle attributes, Wu Di was dumbfounded. Aside from the top speed increasing to 200 km/h and a single new prompt about being able to mount weapon attachments, everything else remained as straightforward as before. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Wu Di slowly explored the interior of the RV, meticulously testing every single function. The automatic sensor door had already slid shut after Wu Di stepped inside, plunging the interior into instant tranquility. The vehicle's air conditioner maintained a comfortable temperature of 24°C, completely insulating him from the blistering 45°C heat outside. Walking over to the driver's cabin, he lightly tapped the oversized central control screen, only to find that aside from becoming more intelligent, it possessed no additional functions. Swiveling the driver's seat, his gaze swept across every corner of the vehicle. Aside from the lack of running water, this is practically indistinguishable from modern life. This will be my home from now on. Wu Di murmured in admiration, the lingering regrets in his heart gradually dissipating. Even if the vehicle's attributes offered no grand surprises, this spacious, comfortable area and its fully equipped facilities were incomparably superior to what he had before. Just as he was immersed in the joy of exploring the RV's features, his wristband vibrated. Immediately after, a system announcement popped up: all region announcement visible to all players. A player has been detected upgrading to a level 4 vehicle. The all-region vehicle leaderboard is now unlocked. The leaderboard updates in real time, displaying the vehicle levels of the top 600 players across the region. Players may view this on their wristband interface. All region announcement visible to all players. The survival game has officially entered Phase 2. Crises have intensified. All players, please remain highly vigilant and strive with all your might to survive. All region announcement visible to all players. The system will undergo a comprehensive optimization and update. Specific functions and changes must be explored by the players themselves. As the announcements flashed on his wristband, the smile on Wu Di's face vanished instantly, his heart tightening. Halting his movements immediately, he tapped open the wristband interface. Sure enough, a new icon labeled All Region Vehicle Leaderboard had appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed it. The moment he entered, a prompt popped up on the interface: it has been detected that you rank first on the vehicle leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. Without any hesitation, Wu Di clicked to conceal his identity, knowing all too well that fame was not necessarily a blessing. Fortunately, only friends can view personal information in the chat channels. Wu Di felt a wave of relief. What Wu Di did not know, however, was that although he had hidden his name in time, a large portion of players had already seen it. The leaderboard interface was clean and straightforward. The top read, All Region Player Vehicle Leaderboard, total 600, with entries sorted below by vehicle level. Wu Di's name stood prominently at the very top, exceptionally eye-catching, though at this moment only he could see it. Meanwhile, the other players in the top 10 all possessed level 2 vehicles, leaving a massive chasm between them and him. All Region Vehicle Leaderboard Top 10. Rank 1, XXX Vehicle Level 4, a Vehicle Points 11240. Rank 2, Lin Shin Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 141. Rank 3, Sophia Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 132. Rank 4, Xiao Lei Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 131. Rank 5, XXX Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 130. Rank 6, XXX Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 122. Rank 7, XXX Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 121. Rank 8, XXX Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 120. Rank 9, Elena Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 112. Rank 10, Jack Vehicle Level 2, a Vehicle Points 111. Looking at the top 10 information on the leaderboard, Wu Di frowned slightly. Aside from him, everyone else had a Level 2 vehicle. But what did these vehicle points signify? Wu Di immediately clicked on the vehicle points to investigate. So only the vehicle level and onboard items or accessories count toward the points. Orange quality is worth 100 points, gold quality is 100 points, purple quality is 100 points, and blue quality is 10 points. By this logic, green quality must add 1 point. No wonder their scores are so specific, while mine is a round number. All of my onboard items start at blue quality. No wonder my points are so high. So that's how it is. Wu Di had previously only thought he was ahead of most people, but now it appeared he was an entire era ahead of everyone else. What Wu Di failed to notice was that the world chat channel had already erupted into complete chaos. Is this first-place player hacking? What? Impossible. How could he have such high points? Is it possible that a level 4 vehicle grants a massive amount of points? Holy crap. Someone has already upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. That's insane. Only the person in first place knows how many points a level 4 vehicle actually grants. Why did the top-ranking powerhouse hide their name? Big boss, please team up with me, I'm a cute girl. Did none of you notice that the crisis has intensified? We are already about to die of heat, and they are intensifying the crisis. Big boss, if you see my message, please PM me. Any position you want, just take me with you if we meet, okay? The gap is too massive. This first-place player's points must be more than the rest of the top 100 combined, right? Are we even playing the same game? Since Wu Di had never sent a message in the world channel and had hidden his name, these people had no way of contacting him, leaving them to do nothing but endlessly refresh messages in the world channel. Furthermore, after his private chat with Lu Jiqiang, Wu Di had disabled direct messages from strangers, keeping only his friends list active. Consequently, those who had glimpsed his name earlier and wanted to message him privately found it impossible to reach him. Meanwhile, Wu Di was still studying the system update information. System optimization and update-specific details must be explored on our own. Wu Di murmured softly, his gaze resting once more on the remarks section of the vehicle attributes interface. Weapon accessories. I wonder where they can be found. With weapon accessories, the RV's defense and attack power can be further enhanced, giving me more confidence to face the Phase 2 crisis. Recalling the system announcement's warning that the survival game has entered Phase 2 and crises have intensified, his vigilance grew. To survive well in Phase 2, he had to find weapon accessories as quickly as possible. Wu Di opened the communication channel and found that everyone was discussing him. A smile his face, then he remembered the unclaimed starter vehicle he had encountered today, and that this the beginning. The road ahead was long and no one knew whether he could survive. Wu Di quickly skimmed a few messages and closed the communication channel. He now only thought about how to improve his strength and prepare for Phase 2. Then he looked at the time on the central control screen, 1448. Leaning back in the seat, Wu Di's thoughts drifted back to this morning, recalling the two weapons he had obtained from the unboxing. A plain kitchen knife and a Tang Dao of green quality. Wu Di whispered to himself, wondering whether it was luck or an increase in the weapon drop rate, and his heart moved as he immediately opened the wristband's trading channel. Sure enough, the trading channel was already filled with numerous cold weapons, a dense mosaic of trade listings spreading out. Wu Di studied the channel carefully, his brow slightly furrowed. Across the entire trading channel there were all kinds of cold weapons, and not a trace of any hot weapons, not even ranged weapons like hand crossbows or bows were present. Clearly at this stage long-range weapons remain very scarce. Even if the system has not issued a Phase 2 notice, the road to survival ahead will only become harder. Wu Di mused to himself. As players continually gather supplies and upgrade their vehicle levels, arming themselves means stronger self-defense, and also suggests that in the future players may attack one another over resources. After all, here the greed and selfishness of humanity are often more terrifying than monsters. Then he shut the trading channel, leaned back, closed his eyes, and began a careful assessment of his current situation, examining his strengths and weaknesses one by one, a clearer understanding gradually taking shape in his mind. First, with regard to the vehicle, he had already upgraded to level 4, it becoming the sole level for vehicle in the entire region, which is undoubtedly the greatest advantage. The RV's spacious interior and well-equipped facilities not only improved his comfort of living, but also provided a safeguard against extreme conditions. The vehicle's top speed reaches 200 km/h, making it easier to escape danger or quickly gather supplies, giving him an edge over others. More importantly, the level 4 vehicle can mount weapon accessories. Once he finds suitable weapon accessories, he can further enhance the RV's defenses and attack power, gaining greater initiative in the Phase 2 crisis. The current challenge is the RV's large size. Should monsters attack or potential players strike, the big target becomes even more dangerous. What concerns Wu Di most is the water shortage. There are 14 bottles of mineral water left in his storeroom, enough for a while. Since entering the survival game, the outside temperature has continued to rise, and every day he toils under the blazing sun. He has sweated all over, and when the sweat dries, a layer of white salt remains on his skin, sticky and uncomfortable. He could endure it before, but now with a fully equipped RV, his longing to bathe has grown stronger. If only there were enough water to bathe properly, how wonderful that would be. Wu Di opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the kitchen sink, filled with both expectation and resignation. The sink was clean and neat, yet not a drop of water could be found, and the bathroom shower head was merely a prop and unusable. Not only for bathing, the RV's kitchen area needs water to cook meals, and the bathroom needs water to function properly. Without water for a long time, no matter how complete the RV's facilities, it cannot fully function. We must find a water source as soon as possible, Wu Di resolved inwardly. The vehicle level is sufficient, but in 4 areas, defense, weapons, water, and personal combatability, there are deficiencies. Wu Di gathered his thoughts. Phase 2 crisis is intensifying. I must quickly make up for these shortcomings if I am to survive. Thinking this, Wu Di no longer hesitated. He must head out to search for supply crates. To craft a level 4 vehicle, nearly all his resources were emptied. The time was approaching 1500, with darkness expected within roughly 4 hours. He had to seize every precious moment to gather more supplies. The 2 paths at the fork appeared nearly identical, both overgrown with weeds. Wu Di hesitated not a moment longer, randomly choosing the left road and slowly driving forward. While driving, he instinctively glanced at the lucky pendant still hanging above the center console. The pendant continued to emit a faint glow, yet showed no sign of unusual response. This time there's no warning. Are both sides of the road truly the same? Wu Di pondered. After approximately 30 minutes of travel, a yellow dot suddenly appeared on the map. Wu Di immediately slowed down and came to a gradual halt. Through the car window, he could clearly see the supply crate half hidden by waist-high weeds beside the highway while a dark shadow writhed nearby. A vivid green snake roughly half a meter long lay coiled near the supply crate. Its scales gleamed with an eerie luster in the sunlight, and its triangular head was raised in alert. Monsters have already started appearing by the roadside, Wu Di thought. He then gripped his shadow pistol, rolled down the RV's side window, gently extended the barrel, and aimed squarely at the venomous snake's head. His finger applied steady pressure, trembling not at all. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the silence as the bullet struck true, piercing the venomous snake's head with pinpoint accuracy. Is this what shooting mastery feels like? Within 200 meters I should be hitting my mark every single time. A thrill of excitement surged through Wu Di. It was his first real taste of wielding tangible power. After carefully surveying the area and confirming no additional threats lurked nearby, he pushed open the door and strode briskly toward the supply crate. He picked up the dead snake and his wristband immediately flashed a system prompt. Ding! Detected common monster venomous green snake corpse. Decomposition available. Decompose. Confirm decomposition. Ding! Decomposition complete. Obtain snake meat too. Wu Di opened his warehouse interface to inspect the stats. Snake meat white quality edible. Restores a small amount of stamina when cooked. Standard quality then. At least it can be eaten after cooking. Adds another portion to the food reserves. Wu Di murmured softly to himself. He then opened the nearby supply crate. Obtain dried noodles 200 G1, fermented bean, curd 1, metal block 5, corn seeds bag 1. Seeds. Does a survival game even require farming? Wu Di was genuinely astonished this time. But he didn't dwell on it. Stowing the supplies, he immediately returned to the RV and continued onward. Time was running ever more scarce. He had to maximize his supply gathering before nightfall. After another 40 minutes of driving, a yellow dot flickered onto the radar screen once more. This time he could clearly make out a humanoid creature crouched beside the supply crate. Its body was gray-black, roughly a meter tall with a hunched posture. Its skin was rough and deeply wrinkled, resembling dried tree bark. Its limbs were short but stocky, each fingertip ending in sharp claws, and its blood-red eyes gleamed as it lay coiled near the crate. What manner of monster is this? It bears an eerie resemblance to the goblins described in films. Could this be what the announcement meant by increased crisis? Are monsters guaranteed to appear beside every supply crate? Wu Di grew wary, drew his pistol once more, opened the side window, and took careful aim at the creature's head. Relying on his shooting mastery talent, the bullet struck true again, piercing the creature's skull with lethal precision. The creature let out a shrill, agonizing shriek. Its body convulsed violently several times before collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Wu Di observed for a moment before stepping out to investigate. He attempted to click on the corpse to initiate decomposition, but his wristband displayed a different prompt. Ding! Detected mutated body corpse. Decomposition not available. Wu Di paused briefly, then nodded in understanding. Not every monster could be decomposed. Ding! Black iron supply crate detected. Open! Open! Obtained electronic components 8, a rubber 6, tomato seeds, bag 1 bow, and arrow green quality 1. Another ranged weapon. Pity it's useless to me. Wu Di didn't even bother checking its stats. At this moment the sun was gradually dipping toward the west, and a faint afterglow painted the horizon as darkness steadily closed in. Back in the driver's seat, Wu Di glanced at the time displayed on the center console, 1710, with an outside temperature of 45 C. It's the third day, and the outside temperature still holds at 45 C. If I hadn't had the shadow pistol and shooting mastery, would I have been forced out of this vehicle to fight monsters at close range? Could he truly survive under such scorching heat? Wu Di did not immediately drive off, but sat in the driver's seat lost in thought. Wu Di knew the distress messages on the communication channel had never ceased, and the number of players in the regional channel was dwindling by the moment. Yet he was powerless to help. Every participant in this survival game faced the same brutal starting line, and no one could assist anyone else. Everyone had to rely solely on themselves. Fortunately, my luck has been exceptional. Starting with a mythical tier talent, things have only gotten better over these past few days. This is a real world. I must reach the finish line, for myself and for my parents. Wu Di rallied his spirits. With the lingering oppression cleared from his mind, Wu Di exhaled a long breath of stale air, his gaze once again firm. With a kitchen now available, he could finally cook without risking the scorching heat outside. Today he would relax and enjoy a proper meal. Wu Di relaxed and turned toward the kitchen area at the rear of the RV. The space was modest but fully equipped. Though there was no running water, his warehouse reserves of bottled water would suffice for now. Wu Di opened the refrigerator, retrieved the snake meat he had acquired that day, and laid out dried noodles and fermented tofu. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and lit the stove. The pale blue flame burned steadily, and the water in the pot soon came to a rolling boil. Wu Di dropped the noodles into the boiling water, then added the cubed snake meat and sprinkled in the all-purpose seasoning. A simple yet irresistible aroma quickly filled the cabin. He then took out a piece of wolf meat, used his talent to enhance it as he had the day before, roasted it until cooked, seasoned it with the all-purpose powder, and cut it into chunks for serving. Another one-rank advancement. When will I get a chance to taste purple quality meat? After days of surviving on dry rations, a steaming bowl of noodle soup paired with roasted meat and fermented tofu was a profound comfort to both body and soul. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning maintained a comfortable 24 degrees, while outside lay a 40-degree scorched wasteland with roaring monsters. Yet within these walls, warmth and tranquility reigned, scented by the delicious aroma. Sitting on the sofa with his bowl, Wu Di savored each sip of the hot soup, feeling his exhaustion and tension gradually ease. The helplessness, the oppression, and the uncertainty about the future were slowly soothed away in this simple dinner. After finishing his meal, Wu Di tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Just then his wristband vibrated gently. His eyes lit up. He did not need to look to know it was likely a transaction message from Su Wanwan. Opening the interface, he confirmed, "Ding. Player Su Wanwan has initiated a trade metal armor plate blueprint green quality 1. Simultaneously, Su Wanwan sent a series of messages, her excitement evident between the lines. "Big shot. I drew a new blueprint from my talent today. Following our agreement, I am trading it directly to you." Wu Di did not hesitate and confirmed receipt immediately. Metal armor plate blueprint green quality vehicle accessory that installs metal armor plating around the vehicle, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Requirements: 20 metal blocks, level 2 or higher vehicle for installation. This was indeed a much-needed item for boosting vehicle defense. Su Wanwan's talent truly proved practical, Wu Di mused. "Senior, I can sense the general effects of my talent. Tomorrow or the day after, a blue-quality blueprint will definitely appear. Once I obtain it, I will send it to you." Before Wu Di could reply, Su Wanwan's messages kept arriving. "Does your talent description not clearly state the effects?" "Senior, it does not. I can only vaguely sense them. What else do you need at the moment?" "Senior, do you still have crossbow bolts? There were monsters near the supply boxes today, and I only have 3 left." "I do not have crossbow bolts at the moment. If I come across some, I will message you privately." "Okay. Thank you, Senior." Closing the chat window, Wu Di leaned back against the soft sofa, allowing his entire body to unwind completely. He raised his hand to open the talent interface. Remaining talent uses today: 4. For chances, each one pivotal for his growth, demanding careful consideration. Wu Di studied the inventory with focus, methodically reviewing each item to determine where his 4 remaining talent uses would yield the greatest advantage. The first items that came to mind were today's acquisitions: the Tang sword green quality, the bow and arrows green quality, and the 2 blueprints from Su Wanwan's trade. The storage space expansion blueprint green quality and the metal armor plate blueprint green quality. These were the most valuable candidates for talent enhancement, each capable of providing significant upgrades. Then there were the blueprints exchanged at the supply station yesterday, minus what had already been traded away: the vehicle glass blueprint green quality and the engine blueprint green quality. These 2 were being reserved for backup use. If no better blueprints emerged later, he might gamble on the talent's advancement effect, hoping to skip 2 ranks and upgrade directly to purple quality. With 4 talent chances remaining today, there is no need to deliberate further. Wu Di acted on this thought and activated his talent. The Tang sword green quality has been upgraded 2 ranks to the Break Armor Tang blade purple quality. Break Armor Tang blade purple quality significantly enhances the weapon's sharpness and resilience, unlocking the armor-piercing passive effect. Attacks can ignore a portion of enemy defenses, dealing additional damage. The bow and arrows green quality has been upgraded 2 ranks to the cloud-piercing bow purple quality. Cloud-piercing bow purple quality arrow flight speed significantly increased with a lock-on passive effect that automatically corrects a 1-meter attack range. The storage space expansion blueprint green quality has been upgraded 1 rank to the storage space expansion blueprint blue quality. Storage space expansion blueprint blue quality expands storage capacity by 20 slots. Crafting requirements: 20 metal blocks, 20 electronic components. The metal armor plate blueprint green quality has been upgraded 1 rank to the alloy armor blueprint blue quality. Alloy armor blueprint blue quality installs alloy armor plating onto vehicles covering all sides to enhance defensive capabilities and withstand small arms fire. Crafting requirements: 50 metal blocks. Wu Di retrieved all the upgraded items and stored them away, then leaned back on the sofa. His fingertips unconsciously traced the body of the shadow handgun, his expression a mixture of exasperation and helplessness. The results were quite comical. The Tang blade had been upgraded to a purple grade piercing Tang blade, and the bow had similarly ascended to become the cloud-piercing bow, its attributes looking absolutely magnificent. But his primary weapon was the shadow handgun. The cloud-piercing bow was useful given his shooting mastery, but without arrows, it was merely a decoration. As for the piercing Tang blade, it was even more useless. If an enemy couldn't be taken down by a purple-grade shadow handgun and shooting mastery, did he really expect an office worker to charge in and fight hand-to-hand with a Tang blade? In contrast, the 2 blueprints he valued most had only been upgraded by 1 tier. However, even after upgrading, there were still not enough materials to craft them. They would simply have to gather dust in the warehouse for now. Oh well, better than nothing, Wu Di sighed softly. He then took out the piercing tang blade to take a look. After all, who among boys didn't harbor a dream of martial arts heroism? He withdrew the tang blade from his storage space. It had no scabbard, and the entire blade measured approximately 1 meter in length. Its straight and slender form maintained the classic design of a tang blade with a dark silver matte finish that reflected not a single gleam under the car's interior lights. What a pity this weapon is in my hands. I wonder if I'll ever have the day when I can truly wield you, Wu Di said, running his hand along the blade. He promptly stored the blade back and glanced at the time on his wristband, 1910. The sky outside the window was already darkening and the fourth night was approaching. Although the previous 2 nights had passed peacefully, Wu Di had no idea what dangers might lurk during the second phase of the night. He walked to the rear of the vehicle and lay down on the large bed. This is the feeling. I finally have a soft bed. Not knowing how much time had passed, his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, a faint rustling sound drifted in from outside the vehicle. Wu Di's eyes snapped open, his heart constricting sharply. He held his breath and tilted his head to listen. The sound came intermittently, like the claws of some creature scraping against the ground. He quietly sat up and checked his wristband, 2231. He had only slept for less than 3 hours. Making his way to the driver's seat, he looked out through the window. The world outside was pitch black, and he could make out nothing with the naked eye. A thin layer of sweat formed on Wu Di's palms. This feeling of being unable to see the enemy was more tormenting than a direct confrontation. Minutes ticked by, and Wu Di endured the entire hour leaning against his seat. The sounds outside never ceased. Though the RV was not being attacked, he could clearly sense that the noise was drawing progressively closer. I can't keep waiting. If they get close to the RV, shooting at them will be far too difficult. Wu Di gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Most importantly, he was uncertain whether the blue-grade vehicle body could withstand an assault. Taking a deep breath, he flipped every light switch inside and outside the vehicle. 2 beams of glaring white light instantly tore through the darkness, illuminating everything within a 10-meter radius around the RV. Wu Di's pupils contracted sharply. About 20 meters in front of the RV, a group of dog-like monsters had formed a circle around it. They were a size larger than ordinary wolfhounds with sparse fur matted with mud. Their skin bore an eerie bluish-gray hue, while viscous saliva dripped from their mouths. Their sharp fangs gleamed coldly under the light. What chilled him most was the ghostly green glow emanating from their eyes fixed intently on the RV. About 10. Wu Di quickly counted, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. The moment the lights flared, the monster at the front arched its body sharply and let out a piercing shriek. The others grew restless as well, baring their teeth and preparing to strike. Without hesitation, Wu Di opened the side window, raised the shadow handgun, and aimed. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out in succession, each bullet claiming the life of one monster. In merely 1 minute, all the monsters fell before they could even reach the RV. Wu Di let out a sigh of relief, his back completely soaked with sweat. He slumped back against the seat, gasping heavily. Just as Wu Di thought it was over, a muffled yet brutal explosion shook the entire vehicle. What's happening? Are there still attackers? Wu Di was startled. He scanned left and right, but saw no movement. Then another thunderous boom echoed through the air. Bang. Wu Di immediately made his way to the center of the vehicle and peered through the glass. He saw a monster nearly 2 meters tall, identical to those he had just killed, battering against the rear of the RV. Damn it. At this size, it might flip the whole vehicle. Thinking this, Wu Di no longer hesitated. Seizing the brief gaps between the monster's strikes, he quickly opened the window and took aim. Bang, bang, bang. With 5 gunshots, Wu Di emptied all his remaining 5 bullets, each one striking the monster's head. He watched as the creature collapsed to the ground. Phew. I don't know if there are more outside, and I'm out of ammunition. Wu Di collapsed completely onto the sofa. The echoes of gunshots and the dull thuds of the massive mutated creature slamming into the vehicle body still rang in his ears. The shadow pistol was empty, its final 5 bullets all finding their mark on the 2-meter-tall monster's head. Time crept forward minute by minute, the digits on the wristband ticking quietly. 2350. Midnight was approaching, and with it the most perilous moment. Wu Di slowly sat upright and massaged his slightly aching temples. He had to check the vehicle body for damage before midnight. Time was running out. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. He retrieved from the storage compartment the armoring tang sword, newly upgraded and never truly tested in battle. Its dark silver matte blade was straight and slender, sheathless, heavy in his grip. The cold metallic touch gradually steadied his turbulent mind. I didn't expect to use you this soon, but now. There's no other choice, Wu Di said with a bitter smile. As the door opened, hot wine mixed with a faint trace of blood rushed into the cabin. Stepping outside, Wu Di held the armoring tang sword horizontally across his body, his gaze darting warily in every direction. The 10 monsters slain earlier lay scattered on the ground, their blue-gray bodies grotesque in the darkness. Without lingering, he headed straight for the rear of the vehicle. This was where the giant monster had been furiously ramming moments before. Drawing closer, Wu Di's pupils contracted slightly. On the thick RV exterior, a noticeable dent marred the surface. Paint peeled away, metal deformed, and several claw marks were embedded deep into the bodywork. How close? Wu Di reached out and gently touched the dented area. With the force that creature possessed, a few more minutes of sustained impacts could have punched straight through the blue-grade vehicle plating. Once the RV was breached, death would follow swiftly. I wonder if this thing can be decomposed. After inspecting the body, Wu Di composed himself and turned toward the corpse lying beside the rear bumper. Up close, the creature was even more imposing. Twice the size of the ordinary mutants, nearly 2 meters tall, with a burly frame of knotted muscle, rough blue-gray skin, and 5 clear bullet holes marring its head. It was undeniably dead. Wu Di crouched down and reached out, preparing to trigger the system decomposition option by touching the corpse. The instant his fingers were about to brush against the creature's cold skin, the giant monster's previously hanging head snapped upward. Its green eyes, which should have been lifeless, erupted with a feral, murderous light. A putrid wind hit his face as the beast's enormous maw ripped open, razor-sharp fangs aimed straight for Wu Di's head. It's feigning death. Wu Di's soul nearly fled his body, every hair on his frame standing on end, his heart threatening to stop. There was no time to think. His body reacted instinctively, throwing himself backward with every ounce of reflex he possessed. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the night. The monster's fangs grazed his shoulder, slicing through fabric and carving a deep wound that exposed flesh. Blood erupted instantly. Ugh! Agonizing pain surged through him. Cold sweat drenched Wu Di's entire body. He stumbled backward, terror chilling his limbs, yet his grip on the armoring Tang's sword tightened until his knuckles turned white. It was his only weapon now. The giant monster rose to its full height, its towering frame casting a shadow over Wu Di. A low, threatening growl rumbled from its throat as its green eyes locked onto the small human before it, like a predator regarding its prey. It had never been dead. The moment Wu Di let his guard down and drew near, it had struck with lethal intent. Back pressed against the RV, Wu Di had nowhere left to retreat. Blood continued to pour from his shoulder wound. The mutated beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged forward, its massive claw sweeping toward Wu Di's skull with terrifying speed. Wu Di's pupils shrank to pinpoints. In that split second, enduring the searing pain in his shoulder, he stumbled laterally, dodging the killing strike with precision, and drove the sword upward with all his remaining strength, piercing straight into the creature's vulnerable neck. The armoring Tang's sword slid in without resistance. Its purple-grade sharpness proved devastating at this moment. The giant monster convulsed violently, letting out an excruciating scream. Its colossal body thrashed and spasmed, wild claws raking across the vehicle exterior with ear-splitting screeches. Wu Di held the hilt, firm teeth clenched, refusing to yield despite blood splashing across his body. A few seconds passed. The thrashing stiffened, then stopped. The massive form crashed to the ground, motionless forever. This time it was truly dead. Wu Di remained in his stance, gasping for breath, blood still flowing from his shoulder, darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. He slowly released his grip, the sword still embedded in the corpse. That was too close. I almost died. Sliding down against the RV, Wu Di pressed a hand to his bleeding shoulder, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Wu Di leaned against the freezing chassis of the vehicle, the wound on his shoulder still weeping blood continuously, while his entire arm grew slightly numb from the agonizing pain. The life-or-death struggle just moments ago had drained nearly all of his strength. The hand gripping his blade had turned pale from overexertion, his knuckles white with strain. He gasped heavily for breath, his gaze instinctively darting to his wristband, where the time displayed on the screen instantly tautened his nerves. Current time, 2359. Only one final minute remained before midnight. Daring not to delay for even a fraction of a second, he forced his trembling, weakened legs to support him as he looked down at the carcass of the massive monster that had just drawn its final breath. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, this boss-tier creature far surpassed its kin in strength, and it was bound to hold immense value. Wu Di pressed his hand against the cold, coarse hide of the monster. Enduring the excruciating pain from his wound, he tapped confirmation on his wristband. Ding. Boss-tier carcass detected. Decompose. Confirm decomposition. Obtained hound meat, blue quality X30. With no time to inspect his spoils, he stumbled back inside, collapsing onto the seat as he stared down at his bleeding shoulder. The mangled, lacerated flesh of the wound was a gruesome sight, sending jolts of sharp pain through his nerves with his every movement. He knew all too well that there was only one absolute priority right now: recovering from his injuries. He immediately opened his storage to check the attributes of the newly acquired blue quality hound meat. Hound meat, blue quality. Effect: consuming 1 unit permanently increases constitution by 1. Description: meat infused with pure life energy. Prolonged consumption can gradually strengthen the physical body. As expected, blue quality items only increase constitution by 1 point. Wu Di thought, his heart stirring slightly. His current 12 points of constitution had all been built up using resources like this. Just then his wristband vibrated gently. Current time 0000. Daily talent uses refreshed 5 remaining. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Di locked his gaze onto 1 unit of blue quality hound meat in his storage. Hound meat, blue quality, hound meat, gold quality. An upgrade of 2 tiers. He hastily held his breath and checked the attributes. Hound meat, gold quality. Effect: consuming 1 unit permanently increases constitution by 100. Description: infused with a violent yet pure force of life evolution, the effects diminish with repeated consumption. Constitution 100. Wu Di's mind buzzed as he stood utterly dumbfounded. He remembered with absolute clarity that in the system's evaluation of human constitution, the peak for a normal human was a mere 20 points. Yet now a single piece of meat could directly grant 100 constitution. This was no mere enhancement. This was a complete rebirth, a leap in his very level of life. Strength, endurance, damage, resistance, recovery, speed, explosive power. Every physical attribute would skyrocket along with it. In the future, let alone ordinary monsters, even if he encountered another 2-meter-tall boss monster like the one just now, he might be able to confront it head-on. The immense rush of joy left Wu Di's mind blank, and even the pain in his shoulder seemed to subside by half. Without any hesitation, he suppressed his wildly racing heart, forced his weak legs forward, and made his way to the kitchen area. A few minutes later, an indescribable aroma filled the entire cabin. It was not the scent of ordinary meat, but a rich, robust aroma laden with life energy. A single breath of it was enough to invigorate the spirit, as if the aching pain of his wound had been instantly soothed. Without waiting for it to be fully cooked, Wu Di impatiently picked up the unit of meat and devoured it in a few quick bites. It melted the moment it touched his tongue, sending a warm current sliding down his throat and rushing into his limbs and bones. In the next second, a terrifying transformation erupted. A violent, pure surge of energy exploded from his abdomen, surging through every cell, every inch of muscle and bone, and every blood vessel, like a volcanic eruption. Wu Di felt as though his entire body had been cast into a furnace or relentlessly pricked by countless tiny needles. The bleeding wound on his shoulder began to clot, scab, and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His strength surged wildly as the pain was replaced by an extreme tingling itch, yet his consciousness grew increasingly hazy under the washing of this overwhelming torrent of energy. So, this is the power of 100 constitution. He could clearly feel himself evolving at a speed that defied all common logic. Yet this power was simply too massive and too violent, far exceeding the limits of what his current soul and consciousness could bear. Ultimately, under the extreme sensation and the washing of energy, Wu Di's vision went black and he collapsed straight to the ground. With a soft thud, he completely lost consciousness and fainted. Inside the motorhome, the rich aroma still lingered. And as Wu Di lay on the floor, his body emitted an imperceptible, faint golden glow. In the depths of the silent night, unbeknownst to anyone, he completed a transformation that ordinary humans could never begin to imagine. Wu Di's eyes snapped open. Piercing sunlight streamed through the car window, causing him to instinctively squint. The raging, distending pain that had plagued his body the night before was gone, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and power, as though every inch of his sinews and bones brimmed with inexhaustible energy. Wu Di sat up and glanced down at his wristband. The screen clearly displayed the time, 0845. I've been asleep for so long. He murmured, a hint of daze coloring his voice. A full 8 hours had elapsed since he had fainted the previous night. This was the deepest, most tranquil sleep he had experienced since entering the survival game. In the past, even when resting in the car, he had remained half awake, terrified of missing the slightest sign of danger. But at this moment he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, his entire body was invigorated and refreshed, not a trace of weariness to be found. He instinctively raised his hand to his shoulder. The wound slashed by fangs the night before had completely vanished without a trace. The skin was smooth, firm, and elastic. Not a single scar remained, and the skin had even grown more refined and delicate, showing absolutely no evidence of a prior severe injury. Wu Di was shaken and quickly rose to his feet, making his way to the bathroom. The glass mirror clearly reflected his current appearance. Was this truly the same ordinary office worker who, before entering the survival game, had spent years sitting at a desk with a slightly frail figure and a pale complexion? The young man in the mirror stood tall and well-proportioned. His once loose muscles were now clearly defined, full and taut, not exaggeratedly bulging, but radiating a kind of explosive aesthetic power. Every inch of muscle was perfectly shaped, as if carved through relentless forging. Even his face had undergone subtle yet astonishing changes. The fine lines around his eyes had vanished, his skin turned fair and luminous, and his gaze became sharp and vivid. He appeared a full 10 years younger, as though he had returned to the prime of his 18th or 19th year. Could this truly be a transformation of life? Wu Di held out his hand, gazing at his palm, feeling a sense of mastery over everything. His heart swelled with awe. A single piece of golden quality beast meat had brought about such a complete metamorphosis. Such a heaven-defying change was something he had never dared to imagine before. Looking down at his clothes, Wu Di could not help but let out a bitter smile. During the fierce battle the night before, his clothes had been slashed open by the monster's fangs and stained with black monster blood and his own. After a night of drying, they had become stiff-crusted with a layer of white salt deposits. Tattered and unbearable, they clung to his body, itching and uncomfortable. He looked precisely like a savage who had crawled out of the wilderness. I should clean myself up first. Wu Di took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, walked into the washroom, stripped off his tattered shirt, and simply wiped himself down. The bottle of water was quickly emptied. The bloodstains and salt deposits on his body were wiped clean, leaving him wearing only a reasonably intact pair of loose shorts, barely sufficient to cover himself. Wu Di stepped before the mirror and examined himself once more. His clean, neat body combined with his upright figure and toned muscles made him appear like a completely different person from the savage he had been moments before. At least I look presentable now. Nodding in satisfaction, Wu Di tidied himself and returned to the driver's seat. He sat down slowly and tapped the system interface to review his personal attributes, confirming that none of this was a dream. Name: Wu Di. Constitution 112. Spirit 20. Ability: Shooting Mastery. Has my mental power also reached the pinnacle of human capability? Wu Di was somewhat surprised. He then fell into thought. At present, 2 core issues needed to be resolved. The first was water. He now had only 10 bottles of mineral water remaining. At this rate, his supply would be completely exhausted in less than 2 days. Without water, even with a strengthened constitution, he could not endure for long. The second issue was close combat ability. The night before, he had barely slain the giant monster with the aid of his armor-piercing Tang sword. That victory had stemmed more from the blade's sharpness and the monster's already grievous wounds than from any combat skill of his own. It had been sheer luck. Now that he possessed a terrifying constitution of 112, with strength, speed, and reaction ability, far surpassing those of ordinary humans, if he could properly train his close combat skills and fully exploit his physical advantages, he would not have to leave his life to chance, as he had the previous night. Beyond that, he needed to gather materials as swiftly as possible and craft the blue-quality schematic, the alloy armor. If he had possessed sufficient materials the day before to forge the alloy armor and then upgraded it with his talent, the result would have been at least purple-quality armor. He would never have had to risk his life venturing outside the night before. In this cruel survival game, only by continuously fortifying himself could he live to see another day and make it to the end. The monsters from last night haven't been decomposed yet. All of this is resources. If I encounter a supply station, next time I can exchange them for points. Thinking of this, Wu Di immediately exited the vehicle to inspect the battlefield from yesterday. Where are my monster corpses? After stepping out of the car, Wu Di was stunned. The 10 monster corpses from the previous day had completely vanished. Not a single trace of blood remained, as though nothing had occurred the night before. What a loss. Such a staggering loss. How many points could those have been exchanged for? Though he had no idea what had transpired, Wu Di was overwhelmed with frustration. Forget it. If they're gone, they're gone. The most important thing is already in my hands. Wu Di took a deep breath, climbed back into the vehicle, and started the RV engine. The RV traveled steadily along the desolate highway. Wu Di rested one hand on the steering wheel. After a night of physical transformation, his senses, reactions, and endurance far exceeded anything before. He stood at an unprecedented peak state. After driving for about 20 minutes, there was still no sign of any supply crates in sight. Wu Di concentrated and opened the trading channel. He wanted to see if there were any items suitable for him. After browsing for quite a while, it was the same as before. Blueprints were virtually non-existent, with water, food, and cold weapons dominating the listings. Just then a private message arrived. The sender was clearly marked, Su Kurson. Wu Di paused slightly, then opened the message. A single line of text, yet it caused Wu Di's eyes to shift slightly. Su Kurson, Team Scroll. Help me out, and this item can be yours. Wu Di immediately checked the information. Team Scroll's special item effect. After use, you may invite one player to join your party. Upon acceptance, while in a safe state, they will teleport to your side accompanied by their vehicle. Note: trust yourself or rely on your companion. Which would you choose? With 2 people teamed up, cross-region teleportation was possible, even carrying vehicles along. In this endless, desolate highway survival, where not even a person's silhouette was easy to find, the value of a team scroll was beyond measure by supplies alone. Su Kurson was actually willing to offer such a high-tier item. How did she obtain it? What is her current situation? Wu Di took a deep breath. He did not ask unnecessary questions or probe into what troubles she might have encountered. In this ruthless game, meaningless words served no purpose. He only needed to confirm the core issue. He replied, "What do you need?" Barely 2 seconds passed before Su Kurson responded. "I need a weapon. Preferably the ranged one." A weapon? Wu Di's brows rose slightly as he fell into brief thought. The weapons he currently possessed numbered 3, excluding the white quality ones: the shadow pistol, the armor-piercing Tang blade, and the cloud-piercing bow. First, the shadow pistol could be ruled out. It was his most crucial and relied upon ranged weapon at this stage. Under no circumstances would he trade it away. Next was the armor-piercing Tang blade. This purple-quality Tang Dao had saved his life just last night. With his physique now surged and his close combat potential vast, this blade could become his core weapon for melee combat. That left the cloud-piercing bow also of purple quality. Its only drawback, the absence of arrows. After a moment's deliberation, Wu Di made his decision. Armor-piercing Tang blade or cloud-piercing bow. Take your pick. The bow lacks arrows, but you may choose one. This time Su Kurson responded almost instantly. Cloud-piercing bow. I have arrows. Very well. Trade directly. Trade successful. Wu Di gazed at the team's scroll quietly resting in his warehouse. The value this item could generate was absolutely far greater than an idle bow and arrows gathering dust. Closing the trade interface, he leaned back against the driver's seat and gazed into the distance. Yet his thoughts drifted gradually. This scroll brought another person involuntarily to mind. Su Wanwan, the young girl who possessed the ability to obtain various blueprint designs. Wu Di's fingers tapped lightly against the steering wheel, his eyes growing profound. From the day they met until now, Su Wanwan had already provided him with the reinforced off-road tire blueprint, the storage space expansion blueprint, the metal armor plate blueprint. Almost every one of them was something he needed at this stage. Her talent's impact on his growth was simply too immense. If he could bring Su Wanwan to his side, with her talent, as long as she stayed by him, his strength would increase at a terrifying pace. Wu Di silently weighed the matter in his heart. However, this was something that could not be rushed. Although he and Su Wanwan had always cooperated smoothly, whether she was truly a teammate he could trust, he dared not gamble on. Furthermore, whether she would even be willing to team up with him remained uncertain. Not yet. Wu Di exhaled softly, pressing down the thought in his heart. At least for now, the time had not yet come to make a decision. The RV continued to glide smoothly along the desolate highway, the engine's roar echoing with striking clarity across the vast, empty wilderness. Wu Di, bare-chested, leaned back in the driver's seat, one hand lightly gripping the steering wheel as his gaze swept over the road conditions ahead. Following his physical metamorphosis, his senses had become exceptionally acute. Even the faintest rustle of distant grass or the smallest pebbles on the road could be clearly perceived. After driving for about half an hour, a familiar crate appeared on the roadside, not far ahead. Near the crate, a familiar aberrant monster paced back and forth with its head lowered, emitting low guttural growls. Wu Di's eyes lit up. He gently pressed the brakes, bringing the RV to a smooth halt 50 meters away from the supply crate. Instead of reaching for his shadow pistol as he usually did with a mere thought, he retrieved the armor-piercing Tang blade from his inventory. The matte dark silver blade felt ice-cold to the touch, yet its hefty weight brought him immense reassurance. Previously holding this blade would have felt somewhat heavy, but now it felt as light as a feather in his hand. Let's test my strength on you. Wu Di pushed open the door and stepped out. Bare-chested, and wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, he walked toward the supply crate. As he closed within 10 meters, the aberrant finally detected the movement. It snapped its head up, its glowing green eyes locking onto Wu Di. Emitting a menacing roar from its throat, its powerful hind legs kicked off the ground as it lunged fiercely toward him. Its speed was by no means slow, yet in Wu Di's eyes it was as sluggish as slow motion. A constitution score of 112 had not only amplified his strength, but also elevated his reaction and movement speed far beyond that of ordinary humans. Standing his ground, Wu Di showed no hint of panic. He slipped to the side to evade the attack, gripping the armor-piercing Tang blade with both hands and executing a gentle sweep. The movement was simple and clean, devoid of any superfluous flourish, yet it carried an unstoppable force. With a sharp slash, a crisp cutting sound rang out as effortless as a sharp blade slicing through tofu. The blade swept directly through its neck, severing it in two. The aberrant crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling completely still. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Wu Di stood in place, looking down at his palms, and then at the monster's carcass on the ground, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is this the power of a 112-point constitution? He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and reflexes had reached an almost inconceivable realm. Gripping the armor-piercing Tang blade, he even had the illusion that he could easily handle dozens of such aberrants at once. Wu Di did not linger. He walked over to the supply crate and raised his hand to open it. Ding! Opened a common supply crate. Acquired mineral water 5, glass 5, fuel 10. Glancing once more at the aberrant carcass on the ground, which still could not be decomposed, he paid it no further mind, turned back to the RV, and resumed his journey. The RV started up again, heading forward. Wu Di gripped the steering wheel, feeling exceptionally lighthearted. The enhancement of his constitution had vastly bolstered his survivability. As time ticked away, the central console screen displayed the outside temperature climbing to 46°C. Soon the time on his wristband jumped to 1130. Just then another supply crate appeared on the roadside ahead. This time guarding the crate were 2 aberrant monsters identical to the one from before. Wu Di's eyes gleamed slightly. He stepped on the brakes, once more pushed open the door, and got out. This time, without the slightest hesitation, he gripped the armor-piercing Tang blade and walked straight toward the 2 aberrants. Sensing the movement, the two aberrants instantly spun around, letting out shrill screeches as they lunged at Wu Di simultaneously. Wu Di paused his steps slightly, turning his body to effortlessly evade the lunge of the left aberrant, while swiftly sweeping his armor-piercing tang blade across. With a soft slash, the left aberrant was sliced clean in half at the waist. Black blood sprayed outward as its carcass crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly falling silent. Seeing this, the right aberrant snarled and leapt behind Wu Di, its razor-sharp fangs snapping toward his back. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Wu Di did not turn around. He merely shifted his body slightly, holding the armor-piercing tang blade in a reverse grip and executing a gentle thrust. With a squelch, the blade pierced precisely into the aberrant's skull, skewering its brain. In less than 5 seconds, once again, both aberrants had been slain. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Di's face. Monsters of this caliber posed absolutely no threat to his current self, who dispatching them was even easier than slicing vegetables. He walked over to the supply crate and opened it. Ding! Opened a bronze supply crate. Acquired metal blocks 10, electronic components 5, a snack gift pack 1, a vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint green quality 1. Another blueprint. Wu Di returned to the vehicle in pleasant surprise to inspect it. Vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint green quality vehicle item. Upon use, it adds an early warning function, sending an attack alert to the wristband when the vehicle is targeted. Crafting requirements electronic components 5. What does this mean? Wu Di could not quite grasp the purpose of this blueprint. Since he rarely left the vehicle, this early warning function seemed utterly pointless. Could it be intended for nighttime warnings? Without overthinking, he returned inside. By now the sun had reached its zenith, marking the hottest hour of the day. Wu Di glanced at his wristband, confirming that midday was fast approaching. He settled back into the RV, intending to rest for a moment and have a bite to eat to replenish his strength. Opening the refrigerator, he pulled out a can of yellow peaches and a bottled beverage. In this kind of weather, it was absolute bliss. Having finished his meal, he leaned back in the driver's seat. Looking at his hands, Wu Di reflected on the 3 aberrant monsters he had slain this morning. This feeling of holding absolute power within oneself is truly magnificent. As he journeyed forward, Wu Di kept his gaze fixed on both the road ahead and the central display, while casually opening the system trading channel. He hoped to find something useful among the listings. The pale blue interface scrolled rapidly, dominated by mundane offers to trade food, weapons, and fuel. Wu Di scanned through them at speed, when suddenly his eyes paused. A blueprint listing had firmly seized his attention. Item: vehicle-mounted water condenser blueprint blue tier quality. Effect: vehicle accessory. Upon installation, produces 10 liters of potable water daily. Crafting materials required: metal sheet 3, e-rubber 1, plastic 1, glass 1, electronic component 1. Installation requirement: level 2 or above vehicle. Inseller seeks exchange 1,000 units of fuel. 1,000 units of fuel made Wu Di's eyebrows twitch. At this stage, 1,000 units of fuel was an astronomical sum for the vast majority of players. Many could scarcely afford enough to make the journey, let alone trade it away for a single blueprint. Yet the vehicle-mounted condenser was precisely what he needed. With it, he would have more than just drinking water. Wu Di could already imagine that after enhancing its output with his talent, he would be able to solve his bathing problem as well. Without hesitation, Wu Di clicked to private chat and rapidly typed out a message. Hello, is the price on this water condenser blueprint negotiable? He expected to wait some time for a reply, but to his surprise, the other party responded almost instantly. No need to bargain. I'll give you this blueprint for free, no resource exchange required. Wu Di furrowed his brows, about to ask who they were and what they wanted, when a third message came through immediately. You must be Wu Di, ranked number 1 on the vehicle leaderboards. If you're willing to take us into your party, consider this blueprint our joining fee. Wu Di was genuinely stunned this time. After a moment's thought, he replied, What do you mean? How many are you? Just my older sister and me. Recalling the party scroll he had obtained, Wu Di wasn't surprised. In a region with tens of thousands of people, such items were not uncommon. He then asked, How do you know I'm ranked first in the world? I saw the leaderboard the moment it went live. Didn't you also post a request for vehicle cores in the regional chat? I remembered your avatar. I wasn't sure if it was the same person before, but now I'm certain. It's you, Wu Di. Before Wu Di could reply, another message arrived. Am I impressive? Even if I am ranked first, what makes you think I'd team up with you over a single blueprint? Wu Di remained wary. But the next messages sent by the other party did make him pause. Silver tier talent twin blossoms, on 1 stem. Effect: you may designate one teammate to significantly amplify their talent effect for 10 minutes. Usable 3 times per day. Silver tier talent twin lotus, in bloom. Effect: when your designated teammate opens a supply crate, there is a chance to trigger an amplification effect yielding extra quantity or improved quality. Usable 3 times per day. These are my talent and my sister's. What do you think? Pretty powerful, right? Your talent must be amazing too. With ours supporting you, you'll be even stronger. So are you tempted now? Their messages kept coming one after another. Wu Di had already begun weighing the possibility the moment he saw the talents. He did possess a party scroll, but it was intended for Su Wan. More importantly, he couldn't be certain whether this pair of sisters could be trusted. In a world like this, he dared not leave his back exposed to strangers. Just as Wu Di was lost and thought the other party sent information about yet another item. Storms Weathered Together Special Item 1. After binding teammates, any member can instantly teleport their bound companion to their side. Teammates may bring vehicles along. Valid only once. 2. Upon binding, a life and death bond is formed. For each teammate who dies, all surviving members lose 50 of their base attributes. 3. When only one member remains in the party, that member loses 99 of their base attributes. 3. Maximum of 3 members. Currently bound Lin Shi Lin Yu. Current usage 13. Note: prosper together, perish together. This is a contract item that binds trust and tests the sharpest edge of life and death. With this you can rest assured, right? My sister and I only want to survive and find our parents. Otherwise we'd never dream of teaming up with anyone. Wu Di read the messages, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. After considering their talents, he felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. He thought for a moment and replied, I'll consider it. I'll give you an answer by tonight. Great. Add me as a friend first, otherwise I won't be able to reach you. Player, Lin Yu, has sent a friend request. Accept. The RV continued its steady pace along the desolate, empty highway, but Wu Di's heart was no longer focused on driving. His hand rested on the steering wheel, his gaze seemingly fixed on the road stretching toward the horizon, yet his mind was in turmoil. The conversation he had just shared with Lin Yu was like a massive boulder cast into a still deep pool, leaving him unable to settle his thoughts. The vehicle-mounted condenser, the silver-tier dual support talent, and that special contractual item, through storms together, as well as a pair of twin sisters who had actively sought him out with clear intentions. All of this had come too suddenly, too coincidentally, and far too temptingly. Wu Di simply pulled over, steeled himself, and carefully weighed the pros and cons of forming a team. He knew all too well that in this survival game of life and death, any decision concerning companions could directly determine whether he lived or perished. If he successfully teamed up with these sisters and found an opportunity to bring Su Wanwan into their ranks, as well, his development speed would soar uncontrollably. He could almost imagine the terrifying pace at which his strength would grow. Just the thought made Wu Di's heart beat a little faster. But reason quickly pulled him back to reality. The problem lay with that special item, through storms together. Bind 3 people bound by life and death. If one teammate died, everyone's current attributes would be halved. If only the last one survived, 99% of their current attributes would be directly deducted. Wu Di's constitution stood at 112, seemingly invincible. But once the penalty was triggered, his attributes would drop to single digits, making him as helpless as a cripple. In a wilderness overrun by monsters that was no different from suicide. This wasn't a team-building item at all. It was a shackle of life and death. Moreover, he knew almost nothing about Lin Yu and her older sister. What were their personalities like? Were they trustworthy companions? Or, in this survival game, what was truly terrifying was never the monsters. It was useless teammates. One mistake, one moment of panic, one act of betrayal. Any of these could drag them all into the abyss. The more Wu Di thought about it, the more tightly his brows knitted together. It wasn't that he feared taking risks. He simply didn't want to inexplicably hand his life over to 2 complete strangers. This line of thought lasted for a full 2 hours. I'll take the gamble. With my current strength, am I really afraid of their schemes? Worst case, we're just bound together. The benefits were too great enough to make him willing to bear the risk. If he gave up because of fear of risk, he would only stagnate and eventually perish in some future crisis. Having cleared his doubts, Wu Di's last shred of hesitation vanished completely. No longer hesitating, he opened his friend list and found the newly added Lin Yu. I've made up my mind. I can team up with you. Less than a second after the message was sent, a reply came, immediately full of surprise and joy. Really? That's wonderful. I knew you would agree. I'm fine with teaming up, but the item through storms together must be traded to me first. I will be the one using it. He didn't hide his thoughts, stating the reason plainly. I need to verify the authenticity of this item to avoid any problems. You also don't need to worry about me swindling your item. The armor-piercing Tang sword can be traded to you. A purple quality weapon's value won't be far behind your item. This was his decision after careful consideration. On one hand, personally holding the contractual item would give him basic peace of mind. On the other hand, he wanted to test whether his talent could be used on this kind of special contractual item. If the promotion succeeded, perhaps this item could become significantly safer. As for the armor-piercing Tang sword, he also had his own thoughts. This was merely a test with no loss whether he won or lost. Throughout this entire transaction, he remained the one holding the initiative. No need. I'll trade the item directly to you. Lin Yu replied without any hesitation. Ding. Player Lin Yu has initiated a trade with you through storms together special item 1. After confirming the trade, Wu Di didn't hesitate at all. Use the talent rule break to promote through storms together. Ding. Talent rule break activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Through storms together has been promoted to sharing life and death special item 1. After binding members, any teammate can instantly teleport a bound teammate to their side. Teammates may bring vehicles along ignoring environmental conditions. Limited to once per day. 2. After binding members, when sharing life and death is triggered for each additional teammate, all members' base attributes increase by 10%. For each teammate who dies, all remaining members' current attributes increase by 30%. When only one member remains, that member's current attributes increase by 100%. Duration 1 hour. 3. Maximum of 8 members. Currently bound Lin Shi Lin Yu. Slots available 68. 4. Walk the same path, survive by the same heart. Those who betray cut off their own path to life. Those who keep their promise survive, even in desperation. Note: forming a soul contract with teammates using faith as the bond and survival as the oath. Violators will surely face punishment. This. Wu Di was somewhat dumbfounded. The promoted item had no negative effects whatsoever. All were positive bonuses. The team size had expanded to 8 members, and even the teleportation function had become a daily miracle of survival. But he completely did not understand the fourth effect listed afterward. Taking a deep breath, Wu Di suppressed his confusion and stopped dwelling on the incomprehensible fourth effect. With a thought, he activated life and death shared fate and joined the party that had already pre-bound with Lin Shi and Lin Yu. A soft system notification blinked. You have successfully joined the party. Current team members: Wu Di, Lin Shi, Lin Yu. As soon as he joined, Wu Di could clearly feel the changes in his body. He had grown stronger again. Without rushing to check, Wu Di immediately sent a message to Lin Yu. I'm pulling you over now. The moment the message was sent, Wu Di activated the teleport teammates function. In the next moment, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer spread out 10 meters from his RV. The air subtly distorted and a second-class minivan materialized from nowhere, settling steadily onto the desolate highway. Before the RV door even opened, Wu Di heard a clear female voice tinged with excitement. Wow, we really teleported straight here. Even the car came with us. The voice was lively and bright. Without a doubt, it was the younger sister Lin Yu. Before Wu Di could even step out of the door, Lin Yu's voice reached him again. Sister. Sister, look quickly, it's an RV. It's so big. Wu Di slowly pushed open the door and stepped down. In the sunlight, the minivan's door opened at the same time. 2 figures descended one after the other. At first glance, Wu Di's heart couldn't help but flutter. He had seen many women before, but this was the first time he'd encountered twins as striking as these two. Both were 19 years old, their features nearly identical. Fair skin, delicate facial features. But their temperaments were worlds apart. The one walking ahead wore her hair in a high ponytail with neat bangs framing her face. Her eyes were large and bright, sparkling like stars, radiating an energetic and outgoing vibrancy. Trailing behind her was another girl with long silky hair, cascading past her shoulders to her waist. Her demeanor was quiet and graceful, with a subtle shyness in her expression. Her eyes were pure and gentle, revealing the nature of someone reserved and contemplative. Before Wu Di could speak, the girl ahead broke into laughter. Wow, big shot, Wu Di, what are you wearing those baggy pants for? That's so unseemly. Though her lips were quick with teasing, her eyes betrayed curiosity as they drifted toward the RV behind Wu Di. That was a Tier 4 vehicle, ranking first worldwide on the vehicle leaderboard, and just from a distance it made their own Tier 2 minivan look utterly inferior. Let's go inside first, it's too hot out here, Wu Di said. Okay. Let me and my sister take a look inside. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Di restrained his gaze, composed himself, and stepped aside to let them pass through the doorway. Thank you, big shot, Wu Di. Lin Yu cheered, reaching out to gently grasp her sister Lin Shi's wrist as she skipped toward the RV. Lin Shi, pulled along by her younger sister, glanced up at Wu Di with a bashful expression, offering a slight nod of greeting without uttering a word. The three of them boarded one after another. As soon as they entered the RV, cool and refreshing air enveloped them, a stark contrast to the scorching wasteland outside. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of wonder. Wow, big shot, Wu Di, it's so cool in here. Your air conditioning is amazing. Even with ours running, our minivan was still hot. How did you manage this? It's incredible. Sister, there's a bathroom. We can take a shower. Lin Yu was bursting with curiosity, glancing around and touching things here and there, yet she knew her manners and didn't mess with anything carelessly. Only her eyes betrayed her wonder. Meanwhile, her sister Lin, she sat quietly on the sofa, hands folded neatly in her lap, posture proper and restrained like a well-behaved student. Wu Di closed the door and took a seat beside Lin Shi, about to say something. Lin Yu immediately rushed to Lin Shi's side, shielding her with her arm. Big shot, Wu Di, even though we asked for your protection, you're not allowed to have any improper thoughts about my sister, or I'll make trouble for you. We have a contract after all. Lin Shi, seated beside them, blushed at her sister's blunt words and gently tugged at Lin Yu's clothes, whispering, Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Noticing Lin Yu's wary expression so close to him, Wu Di realized the situation. The RV only had one sofa, and he was wearing nothing but loose shorts. He had settled onto it out of habit without considering that Lin Shi was sitting right beside him. Go ahead and sit. It's just a habit, don't mind me. He then got up and moved to the driver's seat. Alright, big shot Wu Di, I won't be polite then. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue and grinned as she took her seat. Oh right. Big shot Wu Di, what exactly was that item about? And my sister and I both got a 30 boost to our base stats. I feel incredibly strong right now. I thought I was seeing things earlier. Speaking of which, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something, her youthful face growing serious as she leaned forward. And that item mentioned effects about trust breakers and covenant keepers. What on earth does that mean? They had agreed to team up with Wu Di precisely because of the item's negative effects, but now she truly wasn't certain what the outcome would be. Calm down first so we can communicate. Also, there is no need to call me Big Shot. I should be older than both of you, so you can just call me by my name or call me Big Brother or Uncle. Lin Yu, waiting anxiously for an answer, nodded immediately upon hearing this, her small hand gently holding her sister's arm. Lin Shi, on the other hand, remained seated quietly, her eyes slightly cast down as her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Yet Wu Di's tone was calm, devoid of any aggressive pressure, which instead allowed them to slightly let down their guard. Uncle. Master Wu Di, you don't look that much older than us, do you? Lin Yu could not help but ask. Xiao Yue, watch your words. Lin Shi spoke softly to her sister before turning her gaze toward Wu Di, her eyes brimming with curiosity. That is not the point. Tell me, having been here for so long, why is it that you two do not look like you are struggling to survive? Wu Di spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping lightly over their clean, tidy clothes and faces. In contrast, he was left with nothing but a pair of large boxer shorts, his hair a disheveled mess. Hearing this question, Lin Yu froze for a moment. Before she could speak, her sister Lin Shi replied, "You are aware of my sisters and my talents. Our food and water supplies have always been abundant. Our clothes were also obtained from supply crates we opened earlier. We have several sets, so we just change when they get dirty. That is why we do not look so disheveled." The response was perfectly reasonable. Without overthinking it, Wu Di followed up. "Did you not encounter any monsters along the way?" At the mention of monsters, the ease on Lin Yu's face faded slightly. She instinctively drew closer to her sister, her voice dropping a few octaves. We've encountered them many times. Over the past 2 days, we haven't even dared to go down and collect the supply crates we spotted." Lin Shi softly chimed in. "I didn't want to let my sister take risks, which is why I thought of cooperating with you." After a brief silence, Wu Di spoke, bringing up the very matter they cared about most. "What you are most worried about must be that live or die together contract, right?" Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. She instantly looked up at Wu Di without saying a word. Though lively and outgoing, she was no fool. Especially since the current team contract lacked explicit constraints on teammates, she had remained silent, but her heart was filled with anxiety when facing Wu Di. "Mr. Wu Di, what is done regarding the contract. I only hope we can work well together in the future," Lin Shi spoke, while gently squeezing her sister Lin Yu's hand. "You don't need to overthink it. From now on, we are teammates. I won't force you to do anything extra, nor will I make things difficult for you. As long as you do not act on your own and cooperate well from now on, I will definitely ensure your safety." Seeing their still somewhat tense expressions, Wu Di continued. "Your talents must be placed at my disposal unconditionally whenever I require them." "No problem, we will follow your arrangements for our actions." Lin Shi nodded immediately without hesitation. "But you won't make us take the brunt of the danger first, right?" Lin Yu muttered softly. "Rest assured, what I value is the effect of your talents. I won't make you take risks as long as you don't act recklessly." "Understood." Lin Yu immediately raised her hand to promise. "My sister and I will definitely be good and listen." "Very well." Wu Di nodded slightly, his tone returning to a calm composure. "Since we have made things clear from this moment on, we are official teammates. One last crucial point, all resource allocation from now on will be decided solely by me. Whether in terms of comfort or safety, my level 4 vehicle is undoubtedly superior to yours. If necessary, you may need to abandon your vehicle." "No problem, Mr. Wu Di. This is the blueprint for the vehicle-mounted water condenser. We shall head back first, or just call us if you need anything," Lin Shi spoke. "Sister." Lin Yu was about to speak, but Lin Shi stopped her with a sharp look. She was then pulled off the vehicle by Lin Shi and returned to their minivan. Inside the minivan. "Sister, why did you pull me back just now? This is an unequal treaty. He even wants us to give up our minivan. What if he harbors ill intentions toward you? What else could we do? We've already come this far. You don't need to worry too much. Although the meaning of the 4th clause of the contract is unclear, he won't let anything happen to us, if only for the sake of our talent effects. But stop overthinking. Let's get ready to set off." Wu Di was unaware of the sisters' hushed arguments and anxieties inside the vehicle. Even if he had known, he would have merely brushed them off with a smile. In this survival game, life and death were decided in a single instant. Indeed, Lin Shi and Lin Yu possessed striking beauty, and he would honor his promise to protect them, yet he had no intention of wasting his breath explaining anything. Time would prove everything. He knew that nothing was more vital than survival. Staying alive was the ultimate foundation. Raising his hand, he tapped open his bracelet. Time 1545, temperature 46°C. Little time remained of the day. Without any hesitation, he started the vehicle, while simultaneously sending a message. "Lin Yu, prepare to depart. Follow my car closely and maintain a 5-meter distance." Do not overtake and do not fall behind. Understood. We will definitely keep close. The RV's engine let out a low, powerful roar as it surged forward onto the highway. In the rearview mirror, the van followed closely, consistently maintaining a distance of about 5 meters. More than 40 minutes later, Wu Di spotted a supply crate ahead. Found it, Wu Di murmured to himself. Gently pressing the brake, he brought the vehicle to a halt some 20 meters away from the supply crate. Almost the instant he stopped, the van and his rearview mirror halted as well. Pushing open the car door, a wave of scorching heat rushed over him, yet such extreme temperatures no longer registered to Wu Di. The immense enhancement of his constitution brought far more than just sheer strength. Walking over to the van, he said, "Stay inside the vehicle. Do not come down." Understood. Lin Yu's voice carried a trace of nervousness, yet it was exceptionally clear. Lin, she followed with her own response, "We understand. Be careful." He swiftly approached the target, his gaze locking onto two monstrous aberrations standing beside the supply crate, identical to the ones from this morning. In less than 3 seconds, the battle was over. Without hesitation, he walked over to the supply crate. Ignoring the system's prompt to open it, he picked up the crate and headed straight back to the RV. For now, the supply crates needed to be opened by Lin Shi, as her talent allowed her to yield more resources. He then sent a message, "Keep up, let's move out." With that, he started the vehicle and continued forward. In the van behind him, Lin Shi and Lin Yu simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the utter shock reflected in each other's eyes. "Sister, he is simply incredible." Lin Yu lowered her voice, her tone filled with awe. "One strike per monster, and it didn't even take 10 seconds. Sister, what do you think he did before? Could he be an assassin or something?" Lin Shi nodded, her eyes fixed on the rear of the RV ahead. She had seen everything clearly through the window just now. Wu Di's movements were clean, swift, and devoid of any wasted effort. He certainly did not seem like an ordinary person. No wonder he possesses a level 4 vehicle and ranks first in the world on the vehicle leaderboard. "Lin," she said softly. But the way he looked just now was so terrifying. Lin Yu shrank her neck, feeling a shiver of fear as she recalled the icy glare in Wu Di's eyes when he swung his blade. "Sister, what if he loses his mind and unleashes his violent nature one day? I wouldn't be able to stop him." "Don't let your imagination run wild. Nothing will happen, and we will definitely survive." Lin Shi gently patted her sister's hand. Looking at her sister's resolute expression, and then at the speeding RV ahead, the unease in Lin Yu's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. The rest of the journey followed the same pattern, stopping, slaying monsters, retrieving crates, and setting off again. It was not until 1830 in the evening, when the sky had grown visibly dark, that Wu Di pulled the RV over to the roadside and sent a message, "Park your van right up against my rear bumper. We will spend the night here." Understood. After stopping, Wu Di immediately sorted through the supply crates he had acquired this afternoon, 1 iron, 1 bronze, and 1 ordinary supply crate. He then sent a message to Lin Yue, "Come to my vehicle to open the supply crates." On my way. Wu Di placed the crates on the coffee table as Lin Shi and Lin Yu entered the vehicle. "Come on, it's time to showcase your talent. Hurry up and open them, sister. I've already applied a buff to you." Lin Shi nodded and opened the supply crates. Obtain metal blocks X30, a fuel X50, plastic X18, rubber X10, electronic components X10, rice, 10 kilograms, X1 eggs, 12 pack, X1 beer, 12 pack, X1 cigarettes carton, X1, panoramic sensory radar blueprint green quality, X1, explosion-proof glass blueprint green quality, X1. Wu Di was somewhat astonished by the resources revealed. While the basic materials were indeed more plentiful than if he had opened them himself, receiving 2 blueprints from just 3 supply crates was extraordinary. "Your talents are incredibly practical." "Of course. My sister's talent and mine are the perfect combination," Lin Yu said, nodding vigorously. "You all rest for a moment. I'll go fetch something to eat," said, since all the supplies him. Wu Di was weighing what ingredients could be used when a soft voice spoke up from beside him. May I try?" He turned his head to see Lin Shi speaking. The girl bowed her head slightly, cheeks flushed faintly, looking a little embarrassed. "Can you cook?" Wu Di asked with a hint of surprise. Lin Shi nodded softly. "I used to cook a lot at home. My sister's cooking is really good. Once you try it, you won't forget it." Lin Yu added from the side. Wu Di immediately yielded his seat. "Then you come, just do as you like. All the food is in the fridge." Lin Shi walked to the fridge, opened it, astonished by the space inside. Yet saying nothing, she carefully surveyed the ingredients, and then began to prepare in an orderly manner. Her movements were practiced and gentle. Clearly she cooks often. Wu Di and Lin Yu sat nearby, watching quietly. Soon a meal not luxurious, but plentiful enough for this post-apocalyptic world was ready. A steaming platter of roasted meat, a large dish of eggs, and a pot of white rice looked especially enticing. "What you have here are ingredients and that all-purpose seasoning powder, nothing else. If it's not tasty, don't mind it." Lin Shi wiped her hands and spoke softly. "It's far better than mine. These days I've been eating roast meat and snacks." "Wah! Finally some hot rice," Lin Yu exclaimed between bites. The 3 sat together quietly, enjoying their dinner. This was the first time since Wu Di entered the road survival world that he had eaten such a decent meal. I think cooking from now on can be entrusted to you, Wu Di said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. After the meal, Lin Yu proactively helped clear the dishes, her movements brisk and obedient. After tidying up, she seemed to remember something and looked at Wu Di with some embarrassment. Wu Di, big brother, can we take a bath? Her voice grew softer, her cheeks reddening. Having arrived in this world 5 days ago, she'd never bathed, though a girl's longing for cleanliness was far stronger than his. Wu Di fell silent for a moment, then spoke frankly, sorry, not now. The onboard condensate water purifier hasn't been finished yet, so there's no spare water for a bath at the moment. Are you short of materials? We still have some left. Lin Yue, go to the car and bring all the materials over. Lin, she told Lin Yue, for she herself also wanted to bathe. There had been no way before, now that it seems possible, how could she not care? Don't worry, even if we could manufacture it now, gathering water would take some time, so today probably won't work. You all rest for a while. Wu Di paused, then said, in a moment, I need you to activate the talent for me, Lin Yu. After saying this, he moved to the driver's seat, leaned back, closed his eyes, and began to sort in his mind the matters yet to be dealt with today. Most importantly, his talent. Today there are 3 uses left. Besides, the talent's second effect could also be used today. Used wisely today might bring a tremendous rise in power. Wu Di calculated in his mind the items and blueprints he currently possessed. The storage space expansion blueprint blue quality and the alloy armor blueprint blue quality had already been boosted by the talent. Once produced, they could be further enhanced. Secondly, the vehicle glass blueprint green quality, engine blueprint green quality, onboard workbench blueprint green quality, panoramic sensing radar blueprint green quality, explosion proof glass blueprint green quality, onboard condensate maker blueprint blue quality. These 6 blueprints are all the drawings he has on hand. There was also blue quality beast meat, something that could increase one's strength. It must be used once with the talent. The dilemma was whether to use talent effect 2. Previously, gold quality beast meat had increased his physique by 100 points. With orange quality beast meat, he could not imagine how much attributes would increase. These opportunities to use the talent must be spent on the most critical practical places. Lin Shi and Lin Yu sat quietly on the sofa, exchanging a quiet glance, not knowing what he was thinking, and they did not speak. The carriage was left with only the soft breaths. Wu Di slowly opened his eyes, his gaze grew steadfast. A decision had already formed in his heart. Wu Di took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the alloy armor design blueprint. The blueprint was of blue quality with crafting requirements, 50 metal ingots. He opened his storage interface and checked his current supplies. Metal ingots 59. Just enough. The loot gathered during the day had perfectly filled this gap, as though prepared specifically for this moment. Wu Di's expression hardened slightly. A decision had already formed in his heart. The alloy armor had to be crafted first, then upgraded through his innate talent. The sudden crisis of the previous night sat like a thorn deep in his heart. No matter how many resources he had, if they could not be converted into strength in time, then all of it was meaningless. Beep. Alloy armor crafting complete. Lin Yue, apply your talent boost to me, Wu Di said, opening his eyes. All right, brother Wu Di. Beep. Player Lin Yu has activated her talent Twin Lotus Bloom upon you. Your talent effects have been enhanced. Beep. The talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 1 tier. Alloy armor has been promoted to Super Alloy Fortress Armor Purple quality. Super Alloy Fortress Armor Purple quality vehicle-mounted equipment that significantly enhances overall body defense strength, capable of withstanding conventional firearms collisions, slashing, and explosive shrapnel damage. Detectable installable item found. Install now. Install. After installation, Wu Di did not step outside to inspect the changes to the vehicle body. Instead, he continued with the next step according to his plan. Lin Yu's talent effect only lasted 10 minutes. Everything had to be completed within that window. He swiftly retrieved his second target, the explosion-proof glass design blueprint of green quality. Beep. The talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 1 tier. Explosion-proof glass design blueprint has been promoted to explosion-proof tempered glass design blueprint blue quality. Explosion-proof tempered glass design blueprint blue quality vehicle accessory that substantially enhances glass strength, capable of withstanding heavy blunt force impacts, small caliber gunfire, and explosive shockwaves. Crafting requirements 25 glass, 2 metal ingots. Installation requirement level 2 or above vehicle. Both times only promoted 1 tier. Wu Di felt somewhat discouraged. His 30% chance of a 2-tier promotion had proved completely ineffective under Lin Yu's talent enhancement. After a brief sigh, Wu Di proceeded to use his final talent opportunity. Beep. Vehicle condenser crafting complete. Beep. The talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Vehicle condenser blue quality has been promoted to atmospheric water collection unit orange quality. What the? Wu Di stood up in surprise. Since obtaining this mythical talent and having used its effect 25 times today alone, he had never once encountered that 5% chance of a 3-tier promotion. He had always suspected that probability was fake, yet here it was triggered by Lin Yu's talent enhancement. The only slightly comical thing was that this unprecedented first three-tier promotion had landed on the least useful item. But it also gave Wu Di a glimpse of hope. Brother Wu Di. What's wrong? Has something happened? Don't scare me like that. Lin Yue, equally startled, quickly asked with anxiety. Though Lin she did not speak, her eyes were also filled with concern as she looked toward Wu Di. It's nothing. The shower problem may have been solved. Just wait a moment. He then examined the second orange tier item he had acquired. Atmospheric Water Collection Unit, orange quality, vehicle-mounted equipment. Utilizing molecular-level condensation technology, it rapidly extracts moisture from the air unaffected by weather conditions. Output increases alongside energy consumption. After installation, energy consumption rises by 100%. The unit includes built-in water purification and circulation functions, providing 10 cubic meters of water storage space. Installation requirement level 4 or above vehicle. Phew. After securing infinite energy, is the water supply problem now completely resolved? Wu Di suppressed his inner astonishment. Install. After installation, Wu Di discovered that the central console screen indeed displayed the atmospheric water collection unit, and he could freely choose whether to consume energy for water production. Without hesitation, he immediately selected continuous water output. He had never worried about energy. He then turned his seat to face the Lin sisters and smiled. Wait a moment. There is water in the car now, but you can take a shower shortly. It was not just the Lin sisters who wanted a shower. He had thought about it countless times over these past 5 days. Really? Can we really take a shower? Lin Yu jumped up excitedly, while Lin, she also showed a look of longing. I just crafted the condenser and installed it. Just wait a little, and there will be water. Although Lin she was also eager, she still spoke with concern. Yes, Brother Wu Di. Why don't we wait a bit longer until we have enough water saved up? Lin Yu also came around and agreed. You need not worry about that. There is more than enough water. Take as long as you like, Wu Di said with a confident smile. Though Wu Di still did not fully trust the two sisters, the feeling of showing off in front of two beautiful girls in the prime of their youth was undeniably satisfying for him. Do not overthink it. Just get ready to shower, Wu Di added. All right, Brother Wu Di. I will go back and fetch my things. Lin Yu immediately jumped up, preparing to return to the minivan, her address toward him becoming even more affectionate. The atmospheric water generation unit operated steadily, and the water storage level on the central control screen rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Wu Di is usually like this. She was always so boisterous at home too, so please don't mind her. Lin, she said softly the moment Lin Yu left the RV. There's no need for that. I'm not a petty person. As long as you cooperate, you will definitely receive far more than you can imagine. Wu Di was now brimming with confidence. Today his talent effect had triggered for the first time at a 5% probability, allowing him to envision a much grander future. He had a distinct feeling that as long as he was given a little time, this survival game, which was a nightmare to others, would merely be a game to him. If you need anything, let me know immediately. We are a team now. Furthermore, you don't have to worry at all about me doing anything to you. Given the effects of the life and death covenant, I suspect teammates are incapable of harming one another. Understood, Brother Wu Di. I will. With this conversation concluded, the once tense atmosphere eased slightly. Brother Wu Di opened the door quickly. I'm back, it's absolutely boiling outside. Come on in, Wu Di said, opening the vehicle door. Go ahead and take a shower. I have some matters to attend to at the driver's seat. Having said this, Wu Di walked over and sat down in the driver's seat. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Yue, unable to contain herself any longer, excitedly tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered, Thank you, Brother Wu Di. We'll be quick. Clutching a simple change of clothes, the two of them stepped quietly into the shower cubicle. Before long, the gentle sound of running water drifted out, interspersed with a few barely audible whispers of conversation. The exhaustion, dust, and sweat accumulated from days of relentless travel were washed away bit by bit under the warm cascade of water, making even the air inside the carriage seem significantly fresher. Wu Di leaned back in the driver's seat, closing his eyes to rest while remaining alert to any movement outside. As the night deepened, the dangers on the highway intensified. Even though the RV was fully armored, he dared not let his guard down for a single moment. Just then a notification popped up on his wristband. Wu Di immediately tapped to open it. Boss, are you there? I just got a new blueprint, and I thought you might have a use for it. It was indeed a message from Su Wanwan. What blueprint? It's a vehicle-mounted water condenser blueprint of green quality. I see that everyone is short on water right now, so this should be very practical. I thought of you right away. Wu Di was slightly taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle. Having just resolved his major water supply issues, someone had immediately sent him a water condenser blueprint. One had to admit fate worked in wondrous ways. I already have this one. Keep it for yourself. As expected of the boss, that was fast. I thought this would be of great help to you. Just a bit of good luck. Wu Di did not elaborate on his own situation and instead asked, How are things on your end? After a few seconds of silence, Su Wanwan replied, Not very good. The daytime temperature has been getting higher and higher lately. Just staying outside for a little while makes me dizzy. And now there are always monsters guarding the supply crates. Since I'm alone, I don't even dare to try and contest some of them. Wu Di's brow furrowed imperceptibly. With monsters growing stronger at night and the scorching sun during the day, the difficulty of obtaining supplies had multiplied. Su Wanwan was all alone and lacked any combat talent. Her situation was indeed perilous. Stay safe and try not to force things. If anything happens, message me in private right away, and I can help you. I understand. Thank you, boss. Just as Wu Di was hesitating over whether to invite Su Wanwan to form a team, the sound of running water in the shower cubicle ceased. Lin Shi and Lin Yu emerged wearing clean clothes. Their hair was slightly damp and their cheeks were rosy. Their previous exhaustion and haggard appearance had vanished completely. They looked refreshed and spirited like two delicate flowers washed by the rain. Brother Wu Di, we're all done. It was so refreshing, Lin Yu said with a bright smile and a cheerful tone. Lin Shi also nodded gently. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Wu Di. We will head back to our car to rest now and won't disturb you any further. Alright, stay safe tonight. Call me immediately if anything happens. The sisters agreed and returned to their own minivan. The interior of the RV fell silent once more. Wu Di stood up and stretched his limbs. Having spent so many days in this apocalyptic world, he had constantly been accompanied by sweat, dust, and the stench of blood, never once having the chance to wash properly. Smelling the faint trace of steam in the carriage at this moment, he finally could not resist the urge. He first opened the regional trading channel, searched directly for clothing, and quickly exchanged some bottled water for a set of new clothes. He stepped into the shower cubicle. The warm water poured down, soothing his tense muscles and washing away the weariness and dust of the past few days. Warmth enveloped his entire body, and his taut nerves finally relaxed completely. Wu Di closed his eyes, letting the water wash over him. At this moment, he was no longer a constantly vigilant survivor, but merely an ordinary person who could finally let down his guard and take a proper breath. After finishing his shower and changing into clean, fresh clothes, Wu Di felt entirely lighthearted, as if he had been reborn. Sitting in the driver's seat, he watched the steadily rising water level on the central control screen and felt the robust defense of the RV, finding a profound sense of peace in his heart. After lying there for an unknown amount of time, Wu Di slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the time on his bracelet. 2118. The night was deep and the dangers on the highway had not yet peaked. However, there was not a trace of panic in his heart. Instead, a faint sense of anticipation gleamed within him. He knew very well that the most crucial event of the night was finally about to arrive. Effect 1 of Rule Breakthrough had been completely exhausted today, but the talent's Effect 2 had already refreshed after its 3-day cooldown. This was the opportunity he valued most today, a decision he had been contemplating for a long time, to apply Effect 2 to the blue-quality dog meat dropped by the boss-level monster. In the early hours of the morning, he had consumed a piece of gold-quality beast meat. Just a single piece had directly granted him 100 points of constitution, elevating his constitution from an ordinary level to a staggering 112 points. During the day, he had already experienced the sheer sensation of this power. And now he was going to take a gamble. By utilizing the ability of Effect 2, he would promote the beast meat by 3 tiers, elevating it straight to orange quality. He wanted to see just how massive an attribute boost this orange beast meat could provide, and to what unprecedented heights his constitution could soar. Wu Di took a deep breath, suppressing his anticipation. He retrieved 1 unit of dog meat, and with a mere thought declared, Activate Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 2. Target dog meat blue quality. Trigger 3-tier promotion. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 2 has taken effect. Dog meat blue quality has been promoted to Heart of Tai Sui orange quality. Just as the system prompt faded, the beast meat in Wu Di's palm completely transformed. It emanated a warm yet majestic luster with a thin layer of mist swirling around its surface, releasing a unique crisp fragrance upon closer inspection. Heart of Tai Sui orange quality, special ingredient consumable directly. Effect upon consumption, Constitution 1000 and grants the passive effect Steel Body, vastly increasing physical resilience and resistance. Description: relying on no external forces, establishing a fortress of one's own. All that is experienced serves as tempering, all that is endured becomes a sharp edge. Staring at the attribute description on the system panel, Wu Di's pupils contracted sharply, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. A 1000 point constitution boost, and a passive Steel Body. With just 112 points of constitution this morning, he already felt that killing monsters was no more difficult than crushing an ant. What height would he reach after consuming this? Suppressing the turbulence in his heart, Wu Di stared at the Heart of Tai Sui in his hand. An indescribable urge surged within him. Completely losing control, he devoured the entire Heart of Tai Sui ravenously. Instantly, he felt a gentle power slowly permeating his body, bringing a wave of comfort that made even his soul feel as though it were drifting out of his physical form. Wu Di could feel that he was highly conscious, observing himself from the perspective of an outsider, yet under this sensation, he was completely unable to control his body. Oh no, am I going to pass out again? The night is so dangerous. What if monsters rush in? Will Lin Shi and Lin Yu be in danger. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, he completely lost consciousness, slumping limply against the driver's seat. What Wu Di did not know was that at this very moment the sisters inside the minivan were still discussing him. Sister, it's so strange. Where did big brother Wu Di get all that water? A water condenser shouldn't be able to produce that much water, right? Yes, it is indeed very strange. It must be his talent. Sister, what do you think big brother Wu Di's talent actually is? It feels like he's playing a completely different version of the game than we are. Lin, she shook her head gently. There's no need to overthink it, is there? Shall you? Sister. What's wrong? Lying in the driver's seat, Lin, she turned on her side to look at her sister who had remained silent for quite a while. Sister, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but you seem to trust him a lot, and… Lin, you sat up and looked at Lin Shi. And what? Lin, she asked softly. We were never the type of people to trust others so easily. Lin, you lowered her voice. But now even I feel that big brother Wu Di is very reliable and reassuring. Sister, I suspect there's something wrong with that contract. It's influencing our thoughts. Born of the same path, bound by the same heart. Lin, she did not answer her sister, but simply lay back down quietly, murmuring the words of the contract. The two sisters suddenly fell silent. As time passed, the stirrings of monsters gradually echoed in the surroundings, while the lights of the RV ahead remained on, illuminating the darkness. Sister, are you asleep? I'm a bit scared. It's only just past 11, so why are there already monsters appearing outside? Lin Yu's voice was low, yet it could not conceal the terror in her words. Why didn't big brother Wu Di turn off the lights? Won't that attract the monsters? Big brother Wu Di will come to save us, right? Sister, don't be afraid, shall you? It's going to be fine. Big brother Wu Di must have his reasons. Although Lin, she was also filled with anxiety, she reached out, grasped her sister's hand, and comforted her softly. Time slipped away amidst the sisters' anxieties. To their astonishment, though they could clearly discern the blurry silhouettes of monsters in the distance under the RV's lights, the monsters never drew near. They even had the illusion that the low growls of the beasts were filled with sheer terror. The two sisters in a daze endured until the latter half of the night. Seeing that the monsters had not approached, they finally drifted into a deep sleep. What they did not know was that at this moment the enhancement within Wu Di's body was nearing its end. A faint glow surfaced on his skin. Even in his unconscious state, his body exuded an aura that struck dread into the monsters, which was the true reason they dared not draw near. After an unknown passage of time, Wu Di slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed through his gaze before being instantly replaced by an intense sharpness, as an unprecedented sensation welled up in his heart. His hearing and vision had also become exceptionally acute. He could clearly hear the faint breathing of the sisters inside the van, discern the gravel on the highway 100 meters away despite the pitch darkness outside, and even sense the subtle shifts in the airflow. Wu Di raised his hand to open his personal attribute panel. Name Wu Di. Physique 1445. Spirit 26. Abilities mastery of shooting, body of steel. Remarks mental control has not met the standard, unable to fully harness the current physical strength. What does this mean? Is my spirit attribute too low? Wu Di slightly raised his eyebrows. Yet even so he could clearly perceive the earth-shattering power coursing within his body. From the moment he consumed the heart of Tai Sui, his path of survival had completely transformed. Previously he was a cautious survivor, now he had begun to seize control of his own destiny. Glancing at the center console screen, time 4:09, outdoor temperature 38°C. The night remained thick and dense, yet he could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He was desperate to know just how strong he had become. No longer hesitating, Wu Di pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. The monsters outside had long since vanished. Wu Di walked to the edge of the highway, bent his knees, and pushed off. Instantly his soles left a shallow crater in the ground as his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The howling wind roared past his ears as his figure blurred into a faint afterimage. A flash of amazement crossed his eyes, followed by even greater excitement. Bending his knees slightly, he stomped hard against the ground, instantly blasting a deep crater into the soil. In the next second, his body soared into the air like an arrow from a bowstring, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters with a single vertical leap. As the night wind howled in his ears, he could clearly discern the distant silhouettes during his moment of suspension. Stretching his limbs, he attempted a series of consecutive jumps, each ascent light, yet incredibly powerful. Only when the darkness receded and the sky grew cool did Wu Di stop, still yearning for more, his entire body thoroughly exhilarated. Returning to the RV, he stepped into the bathroom to quickly wash away the dust and sweat before sitting back down in the driver's seat. I really want to find a monster to test my skills right now. His mind was entirely consumed with testing his limits. Did no monsters come by again last night? Having calmed down, Wu Di realized that last night had been another peaceful night. Just how do I increase my spirit attribute? If it's already this absurd when I can't even fully unleash it, if I could fully harness the power of this 1445-point physique, could I arm wrestle Superman? Now there is no shortage of energy or water. As long as nothing beyond the norm happens next, safety is not a concern. To live well. It's getting closer and closer. Amidst Wu Di's wandering thoughts, the time reached 6:00 and the 6th day arrived. Regional announcement: the survival game has entered the third phase. 1. Supply crates will no longer spawn in the highway areas, and new public areas have been introduced. The quantity and quality of supply crates within public areas have been increased. 2. Multiple public areas will randomly spawn within each region. Public areas. With other people. Wu Di thought. Lin Yue, are you awake? Come over here for a moment. Wu Di put his thoughts aside, intending to give the sisters a thorough briefing before setting off. Although he felt he no longer feared any player, he still wanted to avoid any extraneous interference. Be right there, brother Wu Di. After a short while, the sisters walked into the RV, rubbing their eyes with exhausted expressions. Why are you two so tired? Wu Di frowned slightly as he noticed the weariness in their eyes. Brother Wu Di, didn't you know? Last night the surroundings were crawling with monsters. Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up the moment she sat down. So many of them growling around the area the entire time. My sister and I didn't dare to sleep until the latter half of the night. It was very strange. There were so many of them, yet they never came close. Lin, she added softly. That is not important. Hearing the sisters' words, Wu Di realized that it wasn't that there were no monsters last night, but rather that they hadn't attacked. Recalling that he had encountered similar safe nights before, he assumed it was still the effect of the lucky pendant and paid it no further mind. His expression turned solemn and his tone grew serious. In the upcoming public areas, there is a very high probability that we will encounter other players. You must stay close to me, do not wander off, and do not make any decisions on your own. Follow my arrangements in everything. Don't worry, brother Wu Di, we will follow your arrangements, Lin Yu quickly assured him. Let my sister cook and we can set off after breakfast. Lin Yu babbled on. Ever since she had eaten a hot meal last night, she never wanted to gnaw on cold food again. Alright, I think I still have some noodles here. We'll set off after we eat. After breakfast, everything was tidied up. The clock read 6:50. Let's go. Stay close. Roger that. Lin Yu said, then hurriedly pulled her sister back into the van. Wu Di walked to the driver's seat, started the engine, and the RV slowly set off, heading down the road. Brother Wu Di, look. Just as the RV had been driving smoothly for over 10 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly sent a private message. Your vehicle points. They've increased so much. Wu Di replied, what's wrong? I remember when I checked yesterday your points were still 11240. Overnight they jumped by 10100 points. That's way too exaggerated. Wu Di paused for a moment, then opened the vehicle leaderboard. As expected, his original 11240 points had skyrocketed to 21340, overnight a surge of over 10,000. After a brief thought, he understood the reason. It must be the super alloy fortress armor and atmospheric water collection unit installed last night that brought the point bonus. He then raised his hand to open the in-vehicle panel and check his vehicle information. Vehicle level 4. Maximum speed 200 km/h. Vehicle parts: accessories, lucky pendant, gold vehicle engine, blue crystallized bulletproof glass, blue high-strength alloy frame, blue heavy anti-explosion off-road tires, blue onboard nuclear reactor, orange smart constant temperature refrigerator, purple atmospheric water collection unit, orange super alloy fortress armor, purple. It should be the points gained from upgrading the vehicle parts last night. Wu Di replied. But this is absurd. I just checked the communication channel. Ever since last night, people have been discussing why your vehicle points have been increasing so rapidly. Reading this, Wu Di casually opened the communication channel. Indeed, all the discussions were about the recent area announcement and his vehicle points. Holy shit. Check the leaderboard. What the hell is the first place's score? It surged over 10,000 points in one night. Could it be a system bug? Otherwise, how could it increase that fast? Did you see the recent all-region announcement? The game has entered the third phase. Supply crates no longer spawn on the roads. New public zones have been added, and both the quantity and quality of supply crates have improved. Public zones. Does that mean my wife and I can finally meet up? Has anyone found others to team up with? Surviving alone is hard. We search for supplies during the day and have to guard against monsters at night. Several of my friends have already died. Without teammates, I truly can't survive. Everyone be careful in the public zones. There will definitely be more monsters. Also watch out for other people. We're all here to survive. Shouldn't we help each other? Besides, how long can anyone last without a teammate? No one's that stupid, right? There's no law, no rules. You could encounter anyone here. Don't be so naive. Wu Di quickly scrolled through several screens of messages, but found nothing of value. He casually closed the communication channel, his expression completely unchanged. Well, are a lot of people talking about you? Yeah, just trivial chatter. Wu Di replied. The RV drove smoothly along the way. Wu Di only cared about what the public zone looked like, and before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. Wu Di's gaze tightened slightly as he looked toward the distant horizon. At the edge of the once barren and monotonous view, a massive and monstrous silhouette appeared. Towering broken skyscraper ruins pierced the sky, collapsed buildings stacked upon one another, and broken walls and rubble took on a deathly gray-black hue under the scorching sun. It was a city, completely destroyed. Brother Wu Di, Look ahead. Is that a city? How did it become like this? In the past, watching post-apocalyptic ruins in movies and TV dramas felt like mere special effects, but now standing before real ruins, the desolation and terror of a collapsed civilization sent chills down their spines. Wu Di slowly slowed down, his gaze fixed intently on the ruins ahead, his expression growing serious. Just then a system notification popped up. Ding! Discovered public zone Rusty Wasteland City. Area 1000 km, superscript 2. Zone description: once a bustling metropolis, now reduced to ruins after the apocalyptic catastrophe. This area is scattered with supply crates, but also teems with black fog infected. A dangerous yet opportunity-filled zone. Rusty Wasteland City, black fog infected. Wu Di murmured these two names under his breath. As the RV gradually approached Rusty Wasteland City, the scenes became increasingly vivid and harsh the more desolate the landscape before them grew. Collapsed skyscrapers, fractured overpasses, crushed cars, and scattered debris everywhere. Every detail silently told of this city's catastrophic past. Wu Di sent a message to Lin Yue, his tone leaving no room for argument. From now on you must stay close to me at all times and never leave my sight. Understood, brother Wu Di. Lin Yu knew clearly that entering Rusty Wasteland City meant facing new dangers. Only by staying close to Wu Di could she and her sister's safety be guaranteed. Wu Di brought the RV to a halt, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of ruins before him. 10,000 square kilometers. Too enormous, they could only explore it step by step. Without further hesitation, he sent the message, depart, enter the city. One after the other, the two vehicles slowly rolled into this boundless, ruined metropolis. Collapsed buildings receded rapidly on both sides, and the fractured roads were uneven and potholed. The deeper they ventured, the more the sunlight was blocked by layers of ruins, rendering the light as dim as twilight. Wu Di gazed into the distance, looking past the wreckage of countless high-rises, and instantly locked his eyes onto the very center of the city. There stood a skyscraper entirely dilapidated, yet still the tallest in the city, looming like a colossal pillar amidst the ruins. Go there, he decided in his heart. Only by standing at the highest point could he clearly perceive the layout of the entire rusted ruined city and more easily find clues. The motorhome and the van traveled inward along a relatively smooth main road. 20 minutes passed, yet the surroundings remained a boundless expanse of broken walls and debris stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. Wu Di gradually knitted his brows. The city was simply too vast. It was so vast that it was impossible to detect from the vehicle any supply crates scattered in corners, floors, or crevices of the ruins. The 10-meter search range on the central control screen had shown no notifications of supply crates. Continuing to drive aimlessly like this would only be a waste of time. Just then, a relatively intact building on the right side of the road caught his attention. Standing several stories high, its exterior walls were severely dilapidated, and its sign had half fallen off, yet one could vaguely discern that it was an abandoned supermarket. Wu Di slammed on the brakes, bringing the motorhome to a steady halt by the roadside. He immediately sent a private message to Lin Yue. Get out of the car, come to mine, and let's discuss our next move. Okay, coming right away. Within half a minute, the sisters warily looked left and right before quickly running into the motorhome. Lin Yu's face was still somewhat pale. This deathly silent city filled her with deep instinctual dread. Brother Wu Di, this place is too terrifying. It is highly oppressive, giving a suffocating sensation. Lin, she added, her brow also slightly furrowed. Wu Di nodded and pointed out the window. The rusted ruined city is too vast. We won't find supplies from the car. We must explore on foot. There is a supermarket right beside us. Let's go inside and see if there is anything useful. Lin, she instinctively looked toward the pitch-black building outside the window and said softly, the characters here are all Chinese, but no matter how I look at it, it doesn't resemble any city from our original world. It's normal that it isn't our original world, Wu Di replied calmly. This survival game inherently defies common sense. He then stood up, retrieved the armor-piercing Tang Dao from his storage space, and gripped it in his hand. Stay behind me and don't stray more than a meter away. Understood, the sisters nodded in unison. Wu Di was the first to push open the car door, his Tang Dao hanging at his side as he walked with steady steps toward the ruined supermarket. Lin Shi and Lin Yu closely followed on his left and right, not daring to make a sound. The supermarket's entrance had long since vanished, leaving only a pitch-black gaping hole that resembled the maw of a giant beast. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of musty, dusty, and decaying odors rushed over them. Shelves were overturned, their metal frames twisted and deformed, while torn packaging and rotten debris lay scattered across the ground in an utter mess. The deeper they ventured, the dimmer the light became, until finally almost nothing remained but a thick, dense darkness. With their vision restricted, Lin Shi and Lin Yu felt their hearts beat faster and faster. Instinctively, they reached out and gently clutched the hem of Wu Di's clothes, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Brother Wu Di, it's so dark inside. Lin Yu's voice trembled. Without turning back, Wu Di spoke calmly. Don't be afraid. Follow me. His five senses had long since surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Even in this darkness, he could clearly see every single corner. Just as the three reached the depths of the supermarket, Wu Di's gaze suddenly turned cold. Three dark figures seeming to seep out from the shadows suddenly lunged from behind the collapsed shelves. With humanoid shapes, grayish-black skin, and gaping mouths bearing sharp teeth, they lunged with claw-like arms directly at Wu Di, who was at the front. The Lin sisters were so terrified they instantly held their breath, their faces turning deathly pale. Yet in the next second, Wu Di's wrist flicked slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Three soft sounds echoed. Before the three black mist infectors could even draw near, their heads flew off in unison. Their bodies collapsed onto the ground, twitching twice before becoming completely still as black blood slowly pooled onto the floor. From start to finish, it took barely a second. Lin Shi and Lin Yu stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. Wu Di did not even spare a glance at the corpses on the ground, his tone placid. Let's go back. There is no point in continuing the search. It was not until they stepped out of the supermarket and returned to the sunlight that the sisters finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In that moment, just now, they truly thought they were dead. But Wu Di's attack was so swift they did not even have time to feel afraid. Looking at Wu Di's back, Lin Yu's eyes held not only awe, but also a deeper sense of reliance. Wu Di looked up once again, gazing at the towering skyscraper in the center of the city. Since the smaller buildings have nothing, we'll head straight for the central tower. There must be something there. Emerging from the abandoned supermarket, Lin Shi and Lin Yu were still shaken, closely tailing Wu Di as they quickened their pace back to the RV. Only then did the sisters' frayed nerves begin to ease slightly. Wu Di pushed open the door and took the driver's seat. Turning to look at the sisters, who were still catching their breath, he said, "Let's settle lunch first. We need to eat our fill to have the energy to face the dangers ahead." Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly forgot her prior terror and nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. Brother Wu Di, I've been starving for ages." Wu Di looked at Lin Shi and said, "Right now our supplies are down to just rice, meat, and eggs. Just whip up whatever you can as long as it's enough for the three of us." "All right, leave it to me," Lin Shi replied with a nod. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and stepped into the RV's compact kitchenette. "Go back and rest for a bit and get ready to set off." Once everything was packed and settled, Wu Di addressed the sisters. "Roger that." Lin Yu raised her hand. "All right, Brother Wu Di, call us when we're ready to set off." Lin, she said as she led her younger sister out of the vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, Wu Di pondered his next move. Suddenly, he recalled the panoramic sensory radar blueprint green quality he had acquired earlier. He had not examined it closely back then, but now this blueprint might just prove useful. With a mere thought, Wu Di retrieved the blueprint from his storage space. Panoramic sensory radar blueprint green quality. Effect: a basic panoramic detection device capable of scanning the fundamental environmental conditions and supply crates within a 10-meter radius. Crafting requirements: metal block X3, plastic X1, a rubber X1, glass X1, electronic component X1. Wu Di raised an eyebrow slightly. His level 4 vehicle already possessed this basic detection function, rendering it useless to him at this stage. However, upgrading it would undoubtedly enhance its capabilities. "Lin Yu, come over here for a second and use your talent to give me a boost." "Coming, Brother Wu Di. Open the door for me." Panoramic sensory radar blueprint green quality has been promoted to Tier 1, panoramic sensory radar blueprint blue quality. Panoramic sensory radar blueprint blue quality. Effect: a basic panoramic detection device capable of scanning the fundamental environmental conditions and supply crates within a 30-meter radius. Crafting requirements: metal block X5, plastic X2, rubber X2, glass X2, electronic component X3. Confirming he had sufficient materials, he crafted it immediately and activated his talent. Once more, panoramic sensory radar blue quality has been promoted to Tier 2, vehicle-mounted all-domain scanning radar gold quality. Wu Di's eyes lit up. He hastily checked the final attributes, and a wave of sheer ecstasy washed over him. Vehicle-mounted all-domain scanning radar gold quality, a high-performance vehicle-mounted scanning device that achieves all-domain environmental perception. It displays all living creatures and supply crates within a 1000-meter radius in real time. Energy consumption increases by 50 when active. A 1000-meter range. With this gold-quality radar, he would never have to worry about missing a single resource while exploring the rusting ruined city. Upon installation, a brand new radar interface immediately popped up on the central control screen. A yellow dot was exceptionally conspicuous, located less than 200 meters from his current position. Surrounding the yellow dot were about a dozen densely packed red dots moving sluggishly. Wu Di did not need to think twice to know that these red dots were undoubtedly indicators of the black mist infected. "It's right ahead. Don't go back just yet. To tell Lin Shi to follow my vehicle." Wu Di started the RV immediately. In less than 3 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. The ruins of an abandoned community convenience store. This convenience store was much smaller than the previous supermarket. Half of its outer wall had collapsed, exposing rusted rebar through the roof. Shattered glass and discarded cardboard boxes littered the entrance, and the sign above the door had long since faded into obscurity. The radar indicated that the supply crate was inside the convenience store, and the surrounding red dots were all clustered within. Wu Di parked the RV nearby, turned to Lin Yue, and instructed, "Stay in the vehicle and lock the doors. No matter what noise you hear, do not come down. I'll go retrieve the supply crate." "Understood, brother Wu Di. Be careful. I'll go keep my sister company." Wu Di nodded, retrieved his armor-piercing tang blade from his storage space, pushed open the door, and strode toward the convenience store. Just as he approached the entrance, low growls echoed from within. Sensing the commotion, 7 or 8 black mist infected suddenly lunged out from the depths of the convenience store. In less than 10 seconds, all the black mist infected were completely slain. Stepping inside, he found the convenience store in utter disarray with collapsed shelves and scattered debris. Beneath the checkout counter, a supply crate rested quietly. Wu Di walked over, bent down to pick up the supply crate, and turned to walk out of the store, heading back toward the RV. Inside the van, Lin Shi and Lin Yu had been staring intently at the convenience store. Seeing Wu Di emerge unscathed with the supply crate in hand, they both breathed a long sigh of relief, smiles of reassurance gracing their faces. Wu Di returned to the RV, placed the supply crate on the coffee table, and glanced at the radar interface still blinking on the central control screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. With the vehicle mounted all-domain scanning radar, all the resources of this rusting ruined city would eventually fall into his hands. He raised his arm to check the time on his wristband, 1309. He had originally intended to head straight for the skyscraper in the city center, but as he gazed at the radar display on the central console, his thoughts quietly shifted. Now that he possessed a radar capable of covering a 1,000-meter radius, there was no urgency to rush toward the city center. He simply needed to methodically collect supply crates along the city's outskirts while familiarizing himself with the ruined urban landscape. After making his decision, Wu Di sent a private message to Lin Yue. "Keep moving forward, stay close to me." Wu Di started the RV and slowly drove away from the abandoned convenience store, heading toward the city's edge. The two vehicles cruised steadily through the shattered streets, the radar interface remaining perpetually active as they carefully scanned for supplies and living signatures in the surrounding area. Only 10 minutes into their journey, the radar display on the central console suddenly flickered. A cluster of red dots materialized approximately 1 kilometer ahead, gathered together. Wu Di's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he eased off the accelerator. As he drew within 200 meters of the red markers, a faint murmur of voices drifted on the wind, fragmented and intermingled with distant, unsettling growls. Wu Di's eyes shifted. He instantly grasped the situation. He had encountered other survival players. In this apocalyptic wasteland, aside from himself and the Lin sisters, only fellow survival players would produce human speech. Finally running into other people, Wu Di muttered to himself, "I hope you aren't looking for trouble." 2 minutes later, parked by the roadside, just ahead, were 2 level 2 vans, their bodies riddled with scratches and several windows shattered. Evidence of numerous battles survived, clearly belonging to other players. Wu Di looked upward and realized the voices and growls were emanating from the second floor of an abandoned shopping complex ahead. He brought the RV to a halt approximately 30 meters from the 2 level 2 vans, in a secure position. As soon as he pushed open the door, Lin Shi and Lin Yu from the adjacent van followed suit, hurrying over to his side. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, pointing at the 2 vans not far away with an excited and trembling voice. "Brother Wu Di, look, there really are other people. Those are their vehicles." In contrast to Lin Yu's excitement, Lin Shi remained remarkably composed. She glanced at the vans ahead, then turned to Wu Di and asked softly, "Brother Wu Di, what should we do now? Should we go take a look?" Wu Di's gaze fixed on the second floor of the shopping complex. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You two return to the RV first. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come down. Those 2 are inside. I will go investigate. They may possess information about this rusted wasteland city." "Understood, brother Wu Di. Please be careful." Lin Shi and Lin Yu nodded in unison, showing no hesitation whatsoever. They turned and quickly returned to the RV, securing the door behind them. Their eyes remained glued to the direction of the shopping complex through the window, vigilantly monitoring Wu Di's every move. Wu Di tightened his grip on his armor-piercing tang blade and strode toward the abandoned mall. His footsteps were light and soundless as he navigated the damaged staircase, swiftly ascending to the second floor. The moment he stepped onto the second floor corridor, the scene before him came into sharp focus. 2 men in tattered clothing were holed up inside a shop, using a remnants of a counter for cover, desperately fending off 6 black fog infected. One gripped a steel pipe, the other a machete. Their bodies were covered in wounds, their faces pale, their breathing ragged, clearly on the verge of collapse. The 6 black fog infected threw themselves at the 2 men in a relentless, frenzied assault, their guttural roars filling the air without cease. At that moment, they spotted Wu Di standing at the stairwell in their periphery. Hope flared in their eyes as they summoned their remaining strength to shout for help. "Save us. Please save us. I beg you." Wu Di did not hesitate. With a single stride, his figure blurred like a phantom charging forward. Whoosh, 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 blades flashed, leaving no discernible trace. The black fog infected that had been furiously lunging at the two men were already decapitated, their lifeless bodies crashing heavily to the ground. The two men stood frozen in place, their weapons clattering to the floor. Their eyes were wide with shock and disbelief, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. They never could have imagined that this suddenly appearing man possessed such overwhelming power. Wu Di regarded the still stunned pair and spoke calmly, "Stop staring. Follow me downstairs." Only then did the two men snap out of their daze, nodding frantically. Relief flooded their faces as they hastily stumbled after Wu Di, repeatedly thanking him between breaths. "Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. Without you we would have certainly died today." Wu Di offered no response, leading the two men down the stairs and making his way back toward the RV. Inside the van, Lin Shi and Lin Yu watched with surprised expressions as Wu Di emerged with two unfamiliar men, their attention fixed intently on the strangers. Wu Di paused, turning to face the two men behind him. His tone remained flat and measured. "Speak. Who are you? How did you end up together? Do you have any information about this rusted wasteland city?" Hearing Wu Di's question, the two men answer at once, their gazes fixed on the RV behind Wu Di, eyes full of surprise. An RV was in pristine gleaming, with a faint luster, a stark contrast to their two battered level 2 vans. One of the somewhat shorter men recovered first, unable to restrain himself, and asked, "Bro, where did this RV of yours come from?" "That's incredible." Wu Di frowned slightly, his tone cold. "That is none of your business to answer my question." The shorter man was choked by Wu Di's tone, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. He opened his mouth to say more, but the tall man beside him quickly grabbed him, flashing an ingratiating smile at Wu Di, and explained, "Brother, sorry, he speaks without restraint. I am Li Lei, I used to be from Linhai City. He is Wang Hao, also from Linhai City. The two of us met earlier at a fork in the road, formed a team to survive. After the system released a regional bulletin today, we followed the direction and found this rusted ruined city not long since we came inside." At that moment, the RV's door opened, and Lin Shi and Lin Yu stepped down, hurried to Wu Di's side. Wang Hao, catching sight of the sisters, was stunned and blurted out, "What beautiful twins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Hao realized his slip, his face reddened slightly. Li Lei quickly played peacemaker, saying to Lin Shi and Lin Yu, sorry, my companion didn't mean anything, but it's just that you two look so clean and neat, it's a bit shocking." Lin Yu frowned, muttering softly, "So rude." Lin Shi quickly took Lin Yu's arm, signaling with her eyes for her not to speak further, and Lin Yu pressed her lips and fell silent. Wu Di ignored their little theatrics and continued to look at Li Lei and Wang Hao, his tone still even. "You two just came in. Do you have any other information about this rusted ruined city? Perhaps a map or the like?" Li Lei shook his head helplessly and said, "We really know nothing. We just came in to explore and ran into monsters. We haven't had a chance to look around, let alone gather any information." Wu Di nodded, not pressing further, then said to Lin Shi and Lin Yu, "We are leaving." He then looked at Li Lei and Wang Hao and added softly, "Take care of yourselves." "Wait, brother." Wang Hao stepped forward, quickly stopping Wu Di, his face showing urgency. "Brother, you're so powerful, and that RV is so good. Could you let us accompany you? There are too many monsters in this ruined city. The two of us can't hold out. If we group up together, we can watch out for each other." Li Lei added, "Yes, brother, together would be safer. We may not be strong, but we can help fetch supplies and guard the vehicles. We won't slow you down." As soon as the words were spoken, he remembered Wu Di's terrifying prowess when he slew the black mist infected, and his tone unconsciously softened. The rest of his words swallowed back. Wu Di paused, turned back to them with a firm gaze, and said, "No need, we have self-preservation abilities. Take care of yourselves." Wang Hao's face showed displeasure, and he raised his voice, "Brother, how can you do this? We're all humans, here we should stick together. No matter how strong you are alone, there will be times you can't watch over everything." Wu Di did not respond, only giving Wang Hao a cold look. That gaze was bone-chilling, carrying an undeniable pressure. Wang Hao stiffened, and the words died on his lips, his dissatisfaction replaced by fear. Li Lei stepped forward, pulling Wang Hao back and apologizing to Wu Di, sorry, my brother is too impulsive. You please don't take it to heart. We won't trouble you any longer. You take care." Wu Di said nothing more, turning toward the RV. Lin Shi and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, then hurried to follow Wu Di's steps and boarded the van. Soon Wu Di started the RV and slowly drove away, leaving Li Lei and Wang Hao standing there. It wasn't until the RV's silhouette vanished at the edge of the ruins that Wang Hao freed himself from Li Lei's grip and asked in confusion, "Why did you pull me along? He was that powerful. If we could have him lead us, we'd live a lot easier, and we wouldn't have to fear those monsters anymore." Li Lei rolled his eyes in resignation and lowered his voice, "Are you stupid? You know how powerful he is, and you still speak to him in that tone. Aren't you afraid he'll get unhappy and kill us?" Wang Hao froze. The confusion on his face instantly gave way to fear. He instinctively touched his neck and murmured, I was too eager just now, I didn't think that far." Li Lei sighed, casting a look at the ruined surroundings, his voice heavy enough. "Don't dwell on it. We should be more careful and slowly look for supplies. Relying on others is no substitute for relying on ourselves." The motorhome slowly pulled away from the mall, continuing along the edge rusted ruins. Inside the minivan, Lin Yu leaned against the window, her voice laced with clear disdain. Sister, as well that senior brother Wu Di didn't agree to team up with them. That Wang Hao is so annoying, rude and acting as if Wu Di should take them along. Lin Shi offered a gentle smile, brushing a strand of hair from her ear with a calm tone. Do you still not understand senior brother Wu Di yet? His guard against outsiders is much stronger than ours. The two of us sisters have known him for so long, yet he has only gradually lowered some of his defenses, and even now he hasn't fully trusted us. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, leaning closer to Lin Shi and lowering her voice with a hint of slyness. Sister, I think senior brother Wu Di treats you differently. You're so beautiful. When we first met him last time, he was spellbound. I'm sure he'll surely fall for you. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shi's face instantly flushed with a blush, hastily patting Lin Yu's arm with a hint of alarm. Don't daydream. I think you're the one who likes senior brother Wu Di. Every time you see him, you're so excited. Lin Yu didn't argue either and merely covered her mouth with a smile. The atmosphere inside the carriage in these oppressive post-apocalyptic ruins felt unexpectedly lighter. In the lead motorhome, Wu Di drove with focus, the golden radar on the central console, staying on as time ticked by, gradually turning into dusk. Wu Di leaned on the vehicle's all-range scanning radar, methodically searching until the wristband read 1800, at which point he slowly brought the motorhome to a stop. That afternoon, they had found 10 more supply crates. Throughout the search, aside from a few scattered black mist infected, they encountered no other survivors. Wu Di parked the motorhome by a relatively open roadside with no monsters in sight around it, a temporary safety. He private messaged Lin Yu, come over to my motorhome. Not long after, Lin Shi and Lin Yu hurried aboard the vehicle. As soon as they entered, Lin Yu exhaled in relief, saying with a pleased expression, Senior brother Wu Di, today the temperature is far too high and hot. Inside your motorhome, it's cool, refreshing, and much nicer than our minivan. Lin Shi also nodded, softly agreeing. Especially since 3 p.m., when we stayed in the minivan, even with the air conditioning on, it was scorching. Sweat everywhere, and breathing felt difficult. Wu Di, upon hearing this, paused slightly. His constitution had already abandoned the ordinary human need for the environment, so such high temperatures were of little consequence to him, and he hadn't paid them any mind. He looked toward the exterior temperature display on the central console, his pupils narrowing slightly. The screen clearly showed the outside temperature had reached 50 C. One should know the sun had already set, the sky growing darker. Ordinarily the temperature would drop, but here it remained absurdly high. I checked the regional channel, and everyone is talking about this. Lin Yu swiped her wristband quickly and said, many players who entered the public area today have left the city in the afternoon. They say outside the city the temperature is high, but survivable, while inside the city it's unbearably hot. You can't stay long, and if you stay longer you'll die of heat, even if you're not killed by monsters. Wu Di fell silent, his fingers tapping gently on the steering wheel, lost in thought. Could it really be that this rusting ruin is the cause of the abnormal heat? If that's the case, would the temperature continue to rise through the night? Should they leave the city now with the two sisters? For him it didn't matter, extreme heat posed no threat. Even if the temperature rose higher, he would be safe. Moreover, his motorhome boasted a purple-grade air conditioner paired with an onboard reactor utterly immune to outside heat. But Lin Shi and Lin Yu were different. They were ordinary humans without such a constitution, and their minivan was too meager to withstand such heat. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di made a decision, looking at the sisters with a calm, yet unwavering tone. Tonight you two will sleep in my motorhome. Inside it the temperature won't be affected by the outside. I'll sleep on the sofa. Really? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She jumped up, excitedly grabbing Lin Shi's hand. That's wonderful, wonderful. We won't have to sleep on the minivan seats anymore. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed again as she whispered, Senior brother Wu Di, is this really okay? We'll sleep in your room, you sleep on the sofa. No trouble at all. Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Lin Shi aside, insisting, Sister, we've slept on chairs for so many days. Hard and uncomfortable. We can't sleep well at night, and our bodies ache. Don't you want to rest on a comfortable bed for once? Then it's settled. Lin Shi, seeing Lin Yu's excited look, glanced at the calm Wu Di and relaxed, nodding softly and whispering, Then please take care of us, Senior brother Wu Di. Wu Di shook his head. No trouble at all. We're teammates, aren't we? With that, he rose and walked toward the supply crates beside the sofa, while Lin Yu pulled Lin Shi along, curious to inspect the bedrooms of the motorhome, faces full of anticipation, finally ready to sleep a quiet and comfortable night in the apocalypse. Wu Di carried all the supply crates he had scavenged throughout the day to beside the sofa, arranging them in a neat row. Looking down, a full 11 crates lay before him. As expected, the supply crates in the rusted wasteland city are far more abundant than those that spawn alongside the highway. If not for the obstacles littering the roads within the ruined city, collapsed buildings, and exposed rebar everywhere, the RV could not have moved swiftly. We had to inch forward and inspect each location one by one. Otherwise, I believe today's haul would have been at least 4 or 5 times greater. Even so, 11 supply crates was already far beyond his expectations. Wu Di bent down and inspected the quality of each crate one by one. The tally came quickly: 1 silver tier, 2 black iron tier, 6 bronze tier, and 2 basic ordinary supply crates. He looked up at the two sisters peering curiously from the bedroom doorway, and said, "Lin Yue, apply your talent amplification to your elder sister, then have her open the silver tier crate, and these 2 black iron crates." "Got it." Lin Yu nodded eagerly, raising her hand to cast the talent amplification on Lin Shi. "Sister, the buff is active. Go open the crates quickly." Lin Shi gave a gentle nod and walked toward the supply crates, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. At Wu Di's gesture, she first picked up the 2 black iron crates, shimmering with a dull gray-black glow, then cradled the silver tier crate, radiating a brilliant silvery luster. Wu Di, meanwhile, took the remaining 2 ordinary crates and 6 bronze tier ones. He opened them one after another with efficient, decisive movements, sorting and organizing the contents as he went, placing them neatly to one side of the sofa. First came the 2 ordinary supply crates, all basic provisions: 5 metal ingots, 3 glass panels, 4 rubber pieces, 10 units of fuel, 2 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 pack of sausages, and 4 packets of instant noodles. Next were the 6 bronze tier crates: 26 metal ingots, 30 glass panels, 22 rubber pieces, 15 plastic units, 8 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, 1 case of milk, 3 packs of biscuits, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 1 bag of dried noodles, 1 bag of tomatoes, and 1 bag of potatoes. All were standard supplies, yet absolutely essential. By now Lin Shi had also opened the 2 black iron crates. She took out the items one by one and softly recited: 30 metal ingots, 18 rubber pieces, 15 electronic components, 40 units of fuel, 1 bag of chicken flour at 5 kilograms, and 1 case of baijiu. Wu Di nodded slightly. The results from the black iron crates were satisfactory, and these provisions would do well to improve their meals in the days ahead. Finally, all 3 sets of eyes turned toward the silver tier supply crate, the highest quality they had encountered that day and the most eagerly anticipated. Lin Shi took a deep breath and slowly opened the crate, its contents immediately coming into view. 30 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, and 1 10-kilogram bag of rice. Lin Shi continued calling out the items as she removed them. When she picked up the final object, her eyes instantly lit up. And there's also a design blueprint. It's of blue quality. Wu Di quickly reached out to take the blueprint. Protective coating blueprint, blue quality, a vehicle accessory that can be applied to the surface of carriers, enhancing protection against minor corrosion and impact. Crafting requirements: 5 glass, 5 rubber. This blueprint is quite practical. Wu Di carefully stored the blueprint. Lin Yu leaned over for a glance and exclaimed excitedly, "Let me see. Let me see it, brother Wu Di." Lin Shi nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remained silent. Wu Di organized all the supplies, placing the base materials into storage space and the food ingredients into the smart temperature-controlled cooler. Gazing at the neatly arranged provisions, a sense of security settled within him. With these supplies, their living conditions had improved significantly, and now he needed to consider which accessories to equip on the RV. "You haven't used your trading chances, have you?" "No, brother Wu Di," Lin Yu replied promptly, while Lin Shi nodded in agreement beside her. "Go check the trading channel and see if you can exchange water resources for some daily necessities. We have more than enough water now. It's time to elevate our quality of life." I'll go. I've traded before. Nobody on the channel wants these cooking ingredients. Last time my sister and I exchanged everything we opened for resources." Lin Yu raised her hand eagerly, her voice brimming with excitement. Wu Di pondered for a moment and understood. In a survival game like this, the survivors were either too busy to cook or simply found the scorching weather unsuitable for preparing meals. He had suffered enough himself when he once gathered brushwood and built fires to roast meat outdoors. Most importantly, his RV came equipped with kitchenware, a luxury other survivors likely did not possess. "Then go ahead. I still have some matters to consider." After saying this, Wu Di walked to the driver's seat, lay down, and closed his eyes to concentrate. He needed to carefully review his current resources and determine where to best spend his 3 remaining talent activation opportunities of the day to maximize their returns. Wu Di leaned against the driver's seat, eyes closed as he organized his thoughts. He knew that today Lin Yu's talent enhancement only had one last chance, and he himself still had 3 uses of talent remaining. Previously, he would reserve a talent use each day to boost his own attributes, but now his mental stamina could no longer keep up with his constitution, and pushing attributes further would be of little use. Hence today, all 3 talent opportunities would be spent on strengthening the vehicle. He quickly swept through in his mind all blueprints and parts he could upgrade, and the 3 targets surfaced first in his thoughts. The first is the explosive-proof tempered glass design blueprint, blue quality. Explosive-proof tempered glass design blueprint, blue quality, a vehicle accessory that greatly increases glass strength, capable of withstanding blunt strikes, small arms, fire, and blast shocks. Production requirements: glass X25, metal blocks X2. This blueprint had already been upgraded by talent, but materials had always been in short supply, preventing crafting. Glass is the vehicle's weak point. To stand firm in a rusted, ruined city, full of monsters, and possibly other players reinforcing the windows, is the top priority. As soon as it was produced, he could use another talent to upgrade the finished product. The second is the newly emerged protective coating design blueprint blue quality. This item also boosts defense with blue quality as its base. According to his talent pattern, refining it twice would yield at least gold quality. But Wu Di also had concerns. Upgrading a blue blueprint once would likely turn purple. He had never seen a purple quality blueprint's production requirements, and if the materials were vastly insufficient, his current reserves might not hold. The third is Su Wanwan's storage space expansion blueprint blue quality. Storage space expansion blueprint blue quality storage space, 20 slots, production requirements metal blocks X20, electronic components X20. This blueprint had long since been upgraded. Now with Lin Shi and Lin Yue, and with the golden radar sweep diagram, supplies would only keep increasing. 10 slots of storage space were no longer enough. After weighing things, Wu Di settled on a final plan in his mind. First, craft the explosive-proof tempered glass to safely bolster defense, then upgrade the protective coating blueprint to see if the materials can support its production. If materials are enough, use the last talent on the coating. If not, reserve the final opportunity for the storage space expansion. With the plan clear, Wu Di no longer hesitated. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yue, who was busy in the trading channel. Lin Yue, come here and apply your final talent amplification to me. Lin Yue replied immediately that it was done. Lin Shi was already in the kitchen preparing dinner. From the look of things, Lin Yue had just traded for a lot of good things in the trading channel. Wu Di did not hesitate and immediately set the plan in motion. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 1 rank. Explosive proof tempered glass blue quality has been upgraded to composite ballistic crystallized glass purple quality. Composite ballistic crystallized glass purple quality, a vehicle core accessory capable of stabilizing against mid-caliber gunfire, high-velocity fragments, and blast shocks. Wu Di did not hesitate and started installing it directly. Then he turned to the newly obtained protective coating. Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 1 rank. Protective coating blueprint blue quality has upgraded to anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint purple quality. Anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint, a vehicle accessory that strengthens corrosion resistance, absorbs radar waves, weakens infrared, reduces detection risk, and provides basic protection. Production requirements metal blocks 10 or rubber 10, quantum essence 5. Quantum essence. What is that? Wu Di stared at the purple quality blueprint in a daze, then shook his head and decided to finish the tasks at hand. He pulled out the storage space expansion blueprint and chose to craft it. Ding! Storage space expansion blueprint crafted. Storage space 20. The final result left Wu Di utterly stunned. No one told him that once crafted it would take effect immediately, and there would be no finished product to behold. Then what should he do with the last talent? After a moment of confusion, he couldn't figure it out, so Wu Di swept his gaze to the engine blueprint he had previously exchanged at the supply station. Just as Lin Yu's 10-minute amplification window was about to end, talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 1 rank. Engine blueprint green quality has ascended to turbine pulse engine blue quality. Wu Di immediately checked the enhanced attributes. Turbine pulse engine blue quality vehicle core component, employing multi-stage turbines and pulse-boosted propulsion, greatly increasing power output, faster startup, and stronger bursts during sustained driving. Speed 50, of fuel consumption up by 20. Production requirements metal blocks 8, or rubber 1, plastic 1. Does it outrun my current blue quality engine in speed, but also increase fuel consumption? The improvement isn't big. Let's wait for tomorrow's talent refresh and see. He casually opened the vehicle panel and checked the current status. Vehicle level 4. Maximum speed 200 km/h. Vehicle core accessories items lucky pendant gold vehicle engine blue composite ballistic crystallized glass purple high strength alloy chassis blue heavy duty explosive proof off-road tires blue vehicle nuclear reactor orange intelligent temperature controlled refrigerated box purple atmospheric water collection unit orange super alloy fortress armor purple vehicle all domain radar gold. He thought that as long as resources keep pace, his development would erupt explosively. Wu Di looked at the panel with a quiet sense of joy. The next moment he paused. That felt odd. Shouldn't the system return the old discarded parts to him? Earlier his only aim had been to survive, never thinking about this. Now that things were comfortable, he suddenly realized the issue. Lin Yue, come to eat. Sister has cooked many dishes. Lin Yu's voice came from the dining table, interrupting his thoughts. Forget it. If they won't return them, they won't return them anyway, and he didn't care about these resources anymore. Wu Di looked at the simple but steaming meal before him. Tomato and egg, shredded potato with pork, a plate of roasted meat, along with several bowls of white rice. Looking at the two sisters sitting properly across from him, their features clean and serene, for a moment, he felt somewhat dazed, as if he were not in this rusted wasteland city of survival, but back in the real world on some ordinary evening. Xiao Yu traded for quite a few seasonings and vegetables in the trading channel earlier. Lin, she spoke gently, but the meat in the refrigerator is almost gone. Meat is hard to trade for in the channel. Wu Di suddenly remembered. The wolf meat he had hunted before. He had only kept 10 units, exchanging the rest for points at the supply station. As for that blue-quality dog meat, he had been keeping it in his wristband space, never putting it in the refrigeration box. These past 2 days he had been too busy rushing exploring and upgrading his vehicle to give it a second thought. Lin Yu muttered under her breath as she ate. This survival game is so annoying. Why limit the number of trades? There are so many things I want that I can't get. Lin, she casually replied. If there's no limit on trades, wouldn't all resources end up concentrated in the hands of a few people? Wu Di paused, glancing at Lin Shi with surprise, saying nothing. He rarely traded, and with 3 trades per day nearly unused, he had never once considered the deeper implications. These 2 casual exchanges between the sisters suddenly made him see the system's underlying logic. He casually opened the vehicle leaderboard with a cold sneer. Even with completely open trading, he was confident no one could catch up to him. No matter how much basic resource one hoards, it's useless. In this survival game, quantity alone doesn't create qualitative change. A quick glance at the leaderboard revealed. Rank 1, XXX vehicle level 4, A vehicle points 22430. Rank 2, Zhao Lei vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 173. Rank 3, XXX vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 172. Rank 4, XXX vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 171. Rank 5, Lin Chen vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 170. Rank 6, Sophia vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 163. Rank 7, XXX vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 162. Rank 8, XXX vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 161. Rank 9, Elena vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 160. Rank 10, XXX vehicle level 3, A vehicle points 155. The top spot was his an unbridgeable lead. Some names were familiar, the majority, like himself, had hidden their identities. Wu Di set down his wristband and suddenly asked, "What are your current base attributes?" Lin Yu eagerly responded, "Sister and I were originally Constitution 6, Spirit 14. Now with the team bonus we're Constitution 7, Spirit 18. Lin Shi nodded gently beside her, silently confirming her sister's words. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Wu Di. "Brother Wu Di, what's your constitution? Has it reached 20 yet? I've never seen anyone as incredible as you. You're practically inhuman." "Xiao Yu." Lin Shi immediately shot her a glare. "How dare you speak like that?" Lin Yu shrank her neck slightly, murmuring softly, "But it's the truth." Wu Di watched the sisters banter, his expression calm. He slowly said, "I have beast meat that can permanently increase constitution. From today onwards, each of you must finish 1 unit per day." Lin Yu's first reaction was to pucker her face. "Huh, do I have to eat it today? I'm already full. 1 unit is a whole gene of meat." Lin Shi quickly waved her hands. "Brother Wu Di, no need. We can't help you fight anyway. It would be best if you used this yourself." Wu Di's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. "Just eat it. I no longer need it." He then rose and transferred all 28 remaining units of blue-quality dog meat from his wristband space into the smart constant temperature refrigerator. Fortunately, the fridge came with a 5 cubic meter capacity, otherwise with all the accumulated provisions, it might not have fit. "I'm done eating. The food is in the refrigerator now. You must finish it before 12 o'clock today." "I understand, Brother Wu Di." Lin Shi nodded obediently. But Lin Yu frowned cutely and pleaded pitifully, "Can we not eat it? I really can't. I'm too scared to go fight monsters anyway. If you don't eat it, I'll force it down your throat." Lin, she said sternly. "Fine. Sister, can you stop roasting meat? I've been eating roasted meat every day for the past few days. I'm about to throw up." Wu Di paid no more attention to the sisters' bickering and turned toward the driver's seat to lie down. The sky outside the window had grown completely dark, the time nearing 2:00. An inexplicable sense of unease stirred in his heart. Under normal circumstances, that young woman, Su Wanwan, would have already taken the initiative to contact him. Yet today, until now, not a single message had come. Wu Di leaned back in the driver's seat, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the band on his wrist, as unease intensified within him. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the device and sent Su Wanwan a private message. "Are you in any danger? Let me know immediately if anything happens. I can help you." With the message sent, he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting unconsciously. In truth, he had long been contemplating whether to invite Su Wanwan to join his team. He had admired her talent for some time now, but these past 2 days had offered no suitable moment to bring it up, nor did he know if she would agree. Although he worried about Su Wanwan's safety since the Lin sisters had brought the life and death shared artifact, his concerns had lessened by more than half. As long as Su Wanwan had not completely perished, he could use the artifact's power to pull her to his side in time. Particularly over these past 2 days, he had clearly felt the artifact's peculiarity. The Lin sisters' attitude toward him had shifted from their initial wariness to something warmer, more dependence and trust. And he himself could faintly sense the effects the artifact was producing. Su Wanwan had always made a good impression on her, someone who knew how to be grateful. With the life and death shared artifact now as a safeguard, he felt far less anxious. If Su Wanwan agreed, he could bring her into the team at once. Time slipped away slowly while Wu Di's mind wandered, and before he knew it, another hour had passed. In the motorhome's living area, the sisters remained seated on the sofa picking at the dog meat with expressions of clear reluctance. Wu Di could distinctly hear Lin Yu's quiet muttering. I shouldn't have eaten so much earlier. This dog meat is too heavy. I just want to take a bath, lie on a soft bed, and never eat meat again. Though Lin she also struggled to eat, she patiently encouraged her sister, be good, eat slowly. Once you finish you'll feel better. Brother Wu Di is doing this for our own good. It'll strengthen our bodies so we won't fear monsters as much in the future. Listening to the sisters' conversation, Wu Di's restlessness grew. His worry for Su Wanwan deepened alongside it, and his patience was nearly spent. Just then Su Wanwan's reply finally appeared. Boss, can you save me? I'm so scared. There are monsters everywhere. My van can't hold out much longer. I'm hiding inside, too afraid to go out. They keep slamming against the door. In just a few lines, helplessness and terror echoed through every word, and he could almost picture her shivering inside that vehicle. Wu Di responded immediately, will you trust me? Just say the word, and I'll take you out of there right now. Almost instantly Su Wanwan's reply came through with urgent conviction, I believe you. Boss, as long as I can get out of here I'll do anything. I can barely hold on. The door is about to break from their pounding. Reading the message, Wu Di hesitated no longer. He immediately opened the life and death shared contract interface and entered Su Wanwan's name. Then he sent Su Wanwan a message, I've added you to the party contract. Please accept it, and I'll bring you over right away. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Di saw Su Wanwan's name appear on the life and death shared contract interface. He immediately activated the artifact's power and pushed open the car door to step out, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Sure enough, 10 meters from the motorhome, a dilapidated level 2 van materialized out of nowhere. Its body scarred with scratches, windows shattered, doors dented and deformed from concentrated attacks, smeared with dark monster blood. Su Wanwan. Wu Di called out, his voice low but filled with reassurance. Inside the van, Su Wanwan sat huddled on the driver's seat with her knees drawn to her chest, trembling violently. The monster's roars still echoed in her ears when suddenly they ceased entirely, and the temperature spiked, as if she had been thrust into an oven. She looked up sharply, and through the shattered window spotted Wu Di standing nearby waving at her. Su Wanwan instantly realized. This was Wu Di, her boss, come to rescue her. All the fear and despair she had been holding back surged forward at once. She pushed open the door and stumbled out of the van, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face as she threw herself into Wu Di's arms, her voice breaking as she whispered, Boss. I was so afraid. I thought I was going to die. Wu Di looked down at the trembling Su Wanwan in his arms, his tone softening. Let's get inside the vehicle first. The temperature outside is too high and you won't be able to hold out. But Su Wanwan seemed not to hear him, continuing to cling to him as tears uncontrollably soaked the hem of his clothes. Wu Di could do nothing but scoop her up and stride toward the RV. He knew that with the 50°C heat outside and Su Wanwan drenched in sweat and bloodstains, staying out would only worsen her condition. Inside the RV, Lin Shi and Lin Yu had already heard the commotion. Earlier, when Wu Di had suddenly gotten out of the vehicle, they had been curiously wondering what he was doing so late at night, and were just about to get up and investigate when they saw him carrying a disheveled, yet strikingly beautiful girl inside. The two sisters froze instantly, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared blankly at Su Wanwan in Wu Di's arms, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Lin Yu was the first to snap out of it, hurrying over and asking, Big brother Wu Di, where did you pick up this beauty? Lin Shi quickly tugged at her sister's arm, signaling her to keep quiet, then turned to Wu Di with a gentle tone and asked, Big brother Wu Di, is she your friend? Wu Di offered no further explanation, simply giving a slight nod. A heavy silence fell over the RV, broken only by Su Wanwan's suppressed sobs, which rang out with unsettling clarity. Wu Di let her continue, clinging to him, a touch of helplessness in his heart. He didn't resent a girl leaning on him, but Su Wanwan's clothes were torn to shreds, plastered to her body with the dark blood of monsters and dust, leaving a truly wretched sight. Lin Shi took in the whole scene and gently broke the silence. Big brother Wu Di, let little you take her to shower and change into something clean. It'll be more comfortable. Wu Di glanced up at Lin Shi and nodded. Lin Shi immediately walked over and spoke to Su Wanwan in a soothing voice. Sister, why don't you go clean up first? You're safe here. Wu Di chimed in, as well, his tone carrying a trace of reassurance. Yes, Su Wanwan, don't worry anymore. You're safe now. No one will hurt you. Only then did Su Wanwan gradually stop her crying, as though slowly emerging from a state of utter terror. She lifted her tear-streaked face, blinked at her swollen red eyes, glanced at Wu Di, then at the gentle Lin Shi, and gave a faint nod before releasing her grip on Wu Di. Xiaoyue, come here. Lin Shi called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately bounced over, took Su Wanwan's hand, and said enthusiastically, Sister, follow me. I'm telling you, we have hot water for showers here, and I've got lots of pretty clothes. How about a JK uniform? With your long legs you'll look amazing. Su Wanwan was still somewhat dazed, letting Lin Yu lead her step by step toward the RV's bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, quiet settled over the vehicle once more. Wu Di rose to his feet and looked at Lin Shi, who was tidying the dining table. Make another portion of the blue-gray dog meat. She doesn't have any injuries, she's just been terrified. A meal will help her recover her strength. All right. Lin Shi replied softly, turning to walk into the kitchen and begin her work. Wu Di then made his way to the driver's seat, leaned back, and closed his eyes, his thoughts consumed by what could have possibly happened to Su Wanwan to reduce her to such a state. Time drifted by. After nearly an hour, the bathroom door finally opened. Lin Yu pulled Su Wanwan out, and Wu Di looked up, his gaze pausing for a moment. In the earlier chaos, he hadn't had time to properly examine Su Wanwan's appearance. Now he noticed she looked to be about the same age as the Lin sisters, with delicate features and fair skin. Stripped of her disheveled state, she appeared exceptionally beautiful. Especially in the JK uniform Lin Yu had chosen, the pleated skirt accentuated her slender figure, lending her a touch of liveliness and charm that added an undeniable allure. Before Wu Di could say anything, Lin Shi approached with a plate of roasted meat in hand, gently guiding Su Wanwan to the sofa and smiling. Sister, come eat something. This can permanently enhance your physique, so it will benefit you. Big brother Wu Di, doesn't Sister Su look great in a JK uniform? My taste is pretty good, right? Hee hee, Lin Yu said with a goofy grin from the passenger seat. By now Su Wanwan had completely composed herself. The tears on her face had been wiped clean, though her eyes remained slightly reddened. She looked at Wu Di, a trace of apology on her face, and spoke softly. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was too scared just now and caused you trouble. Wu Di waved his hand, his tone calm, yet gentle. It's fine. Eat something first. You'll feel better once you've had a proper meal. You're safe here. Su Wanwan nodded and lowered her head to eat in small bites. Just as Wu Di thought things had finally settled, Su Wanwan's shoulders suddenly trembled as she ate, and tears began falling again, this time streaming down her face without restraint. Wu Di was taken aback and quickly asked, What's wrong, Su Wanwan? Nothing will happen to you here. Don't be afraid. Sister Big Brother Wu Di is very powerful. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lin Shi also hurried to sit beside Su Wanwan, offering gentle words of comfort. Wiping her tears through sobs, Su Wanwan whimpered in a voice that was both aggrieved and soft. I'm fine. I feel so happy. Wu Di. Having finished the very last bite, a trace of color finally returned to Su Wanwan's face, and her tense expression completely relaxed. Seeing this, Lin, she took the initiative to stand up and clear the dishes from the dining table. Her movements were gentle and efficient. In no time, she had cleared everything immaculately before heading into the kitchen to wash them. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Wu Di fixed his gaze on Su Wanwan and spoke. Tell me what exactly happened. How did you end up surrounded by monsters in your car? Su Wanwan fell silent for a few seconds before she slowly began to speak, her voice still carrying a lingering trace of grievance. Today I was exploring another public zone when I encountered 3 male players. They claimed there was safety in numbers and invited me to team up. Thinking it would be difficult to handle the monsters alone, I agreed. At first everything seemed normal, and we found quite a few supply crates together. Around 4 in the afternoon, the temperature outside began to soar. They warned that staying in the city would lead to disaster and suggested we head out. But once we left the city and it came time to distribute the supplies, they suddenly turned on me. They claimed that because I was a girl with little combat capability, my share of the loot should be reduced, leaving me with only a tiny fraction of basic materials and fuel. At this point, Su Wanwan paused, a flash of resentment gleaming in her eyes. I was furious, but it was 3 against 1. I stood no chance of winning, and since the odds were heavily against me, I could only grit my teeth and agree. Around 7 in the evening, while I was resting inside my van, they suddenly came over and knocked on my door, claiming they had something to discuss and asking me to step outside. Sensing that something was amiss, I didn't dare open the door. To my horror, they immediately began to attack my vehicle. Terrified, I hastily started the engine and fled, but they pursued me relentlessly. I drove for about half an hour, and the horde of monsters trailing behind us grew larger. Fearing they would be surrounded, those men finally gave up the chase and retreated. I didn't dare drive any further, so I had no choice but to find a spot to pull over. Before long, however, the monsters swarmed my vehicle, throwing themselves against the doors. Huddled inside, trembling uncontrollably with fear, I thought I was surely doomed. Just as Su Wanwan was on the brink of despair, she thought of seeking help from Wu Di. The moment she opened the communication interface, she saw a private message from him. It felt as though she had grasped a final lifeline, and she replied to him almost instantly. That is absolutely outrageous. Those people are so wicked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instantly scowled, complaining indignantly. You gathered those supplies together as a team. Why on earth should sister get a smaller share, just because she's a girl? They even attacked you. They are absolute beasts. Big brother Wu Di, if you ever run into them again, you must teach them a proper lesson and avenge Sister Su. Lin Shi walked over carrying a glass of warm water, handed it to Su Wanwan, and comforted her in a gentle tone. Don't be sad anymore. It's all in the past, and you are safe now. Wu Di looked at the indignant Lin Yu, with a gently comforting Lin Shi, and then at the aggrieved Su Wanwan. There's no need to be so angry. In a post-apocalyptic survival world like this, the distortion and greed of human nature are inevitable sooner or later. Without the constraints of rules and moral boundaries, there is nothing some people won't do. Su Wanwan took the warm water and sipped it. The grievance in her heart gradually dissipated and her expression returned to calm. She looked around the spacious and comfortable RV, her eyes instantly lighting up. Turning to Wu Di with a face full of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Boss Wu Di, this vehicle of yours is incredible. Is this an RV? I've never seen anything like it, and I haven't heard anyone in the chat channel mention it either." With that, she glanced at the Lin sisters beside her and asked softly with a hint of curiosity, "By the way, boss, who are these two younger sisters?" "Sister Su, you actually didn't know?" Lin Yu immediately leaned and casting a suspicious glance at Wu Di before turning to wink at Su Wanwan, saying with a smile, "Big brother Wu Di is incredibly powerful. Sister Su, you are so beautiful. Did big brother Wu Di keep you in the dark and hide how amazing he is?" "Shall you?" Lin Shi quickly shot a glare at Lin Yu, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. She then turned to Su Wanwan and introduced herself in a gentle tone. "Sister Su, my name is Lin Shi, and this is my younger sister Lin Yu. Just like you, we sought help from Boss Wu Di and teamed up to explore together." After saying this, Lin Shi stole a quiet glance at Wu Di. Su Wanwan nodded in sudden realization, her eyes filled with even greater admiration as she looked at Wu Di. "So that's how it is. Thank you, boss, and thank you all as well. If it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have survived tonight." Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Now that you've signed the contract, you are one of us, and we are teammates from now on." Lin Yu immediately chimed in. "That's right, Sister Su. From now on, we're in this together." Looking at the enthusiastic Lin Yu, the gentle Lin Shi, and the calm, yet immensely reliable Wu Di, Su Wanwan felt a warm sensation well up in her heart. In this cold and cruel apocalypse, she was finally no longer alone. Looked at Su Wanwan's eyes, still weary, and the words he wanted to say rose to his lips, but he swallowed them back. He had intended whether she had found any useful blueprints during today's exploration, but then the fright she had just endured, what she needed most at this moment was rest. He spoke softly, "Rest well, don't overthink it. I'm here, nothing will happen again." Then he turned to Lin Shi. "Tonight Su Wanwan will sleep with you all. The bedroom is large enough, and it's good to have someone to look after her." Lin Shi immediately nodded and replied, "Okay, brother Wu Di, I'll take good care of Sister Su Wanwan." Lin Yue, unable to contain herself, stepped forward and pulled Su Wanwan's hand, guiding her toward the bedroom. With a gleeful tone, "Sister Su, hurry along. The bedroom has a fluffy big bed, and tonight my elder sister and I will also sleep on a real bed for the first time. It will surely be more comfortable than the chairs." Su Wanwan was pulled by Lin Yue, her steps pausing slightly, as she looked back at Wu Di with a hint of hesitation, as if she had something to say. Seeing this, Wu Di gave a gentle nod, his tone warm, yet resolute. "If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. For now, rest well, and regain your energy." Hearing this, Su Wanwan nodded lightly, and let Lin Yu lead her into the bedroom. Lin Shi also whispered to Wu Di, "Brother Wu Di, I have to look after Xiao Yu, I'll go ahead." Wu Di also nodded. Watching the three girls' silhouettes disappear behind the bedroom door, and the door closed, the motorhome's living room fell quiet at once. Wu Di rose, walked to the sofa, laid down, closed his eyes, and began to map out the next exploration plan in his mind. The rusted ruined city proved larger than he had imagined. The three players Su Wanwan had encountered were but a warped reflection of humanity in the apocalypse, and there would likely be more trouble like this ahead. And it seemed that many people entered each public area. The city was simply too vast, so they hadn't encountered them yet. The night passed so calmly, with no monsters' roars and no players' harassment, as if the rusted ruined city had fallen into sleep. At 6 in the morning, Wu Di woke on time. His biological clock had formed over these short 2 or 3 days. He stood and walked to the central console, his eyes settling on the outdoor temperature displayed on the screen, 40 C. This temperature was much lower than yesterday evening, yet still high. More puzzling was what it meant. Could the system be restricting players' daily exploration time? There was no reason for it. Since it allowed all players to enter public areas to explore, there was no logic to impose further restrictions. Wu Di thought for a long time, decided not to dwell on it, and prepared to wake the three girls, eat breakfast, and continue searching for supply crates. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the bedroom door, the door opened first, and the three girls came out one after another. Lin Shi walked at the front, her expression still gentle. Seeing Wu Di, she whispered, "Brother Wu Di, you're awake. I'm going to cook now. Xiao Yu and I swapped a lot of ingredients on the trading channel yesterday." Wu Di came to himself, nodded. "Okay, we'll finish quickly," and set off to search for more materials. Not long after, Lin Shi had prepared 4 steaming bowls of egg and greens noodles. When served, the 4 sat around the table and ate quietly. "Su Wanwan, is your talent related to your vehicle's level?" Wu Di asked after finishing quickly setting down his chopsticks. Su Wanwan, while eating, was momentarily blank, then looked at Wu Di and said, "I'm not sure either. I feel it should be related to both talent level and vehicle level." The two sisters saw Wu Di fall into thought again, and Lin Yu spoke. "Brother Wu Di, you want Su Wanwan to ride in the same vehicle as you, right? How did you know?" Wu Di looked at Lin Yu in surprise. "Of course, Sister Wanwan and I talk about everything." Lin Yu proudly lifted her chin. Wu Di looked at Lin Yue, then at Su Wanwan, a hint of astonishment on his face. After just one night, how had they grown so close? He fell into thought again. Brother Wu Di, let Sister Su Wanwan share a vehicle with you. With Sister Su's talent, you'll surely be able to craft better blueprints in your vehicle. Lin Shi laid down her chopsticks and spoke suddenly. How do you know? Wu Di was more puzzled. What did they talk about last night? Although he could hear their conversation, he wouldn't pry into their privacy. Last night my elder sister and I talked with Wanwan for a long time. I know everything. Lin Yu hurriedly leaned and bubbling with excitement. Brother Wu Di, what are you worried about? Lin Shi asked softly as Wu Di hesitated to respond. I'm thinking whether letting Su Wanwan stay in my vehicle would count, or whether it would still trigger the talent according to her original vehicle level. Brother Wu Di, you don't know? Vehicles can be swapped. If you abandon your current vehicle, you can share one with others. Lin Yu looked at Wu Di with curiosity, as if saying this is common sense. Brother Wu Di, you probably don't check the chat channel often, do you? Lin Shi seemed to guess the reason and asked softly, the chat channel's content is too messy, a waste of time. I haven't paid much attention to it. Wu Di nodded calmly. He focused only on his own exploration and improvement, unwilling to pay attention to the channel's chatter. Brother Wu Di, in the chat channel there have long been people saying that vehicles can be swapped. As long as you abandon the current vehicle, you can share one with others. Yes, yesterday many people in public areas ran into it and started forming teams. Lin Yu added one after another. Hearing this, Wu Di's concerns completely dissipated. Without hesitation, he looked at Su Wanwan and said, Su Wanwan, how do you feel about it? I won't force you. Even if you disagree, we will still be teammates. Boss, I'll follow your lead. Su Wanwan nodded without hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. She no longer wished to face yesterday's sense of isolation. Being with Wu Di, Lin Shi and Lin Yu made her feel especially safe and comfortable. Lin Yu clapped her hands and cheered happily. Teammate 1, at last someone to chat with me. As the words fell, Su Wanwan suddenly remembered, exclaimed, Master, wait for me. Without waiting for Wu Di's reply, she hurried out of the RV. Wu Di, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu exchanged glances. Before they could think further, Su Wanwan returned, panting, tightly clutching a pale blue sphere. Master, this is for you. Su Wanwan quickly stepped to Wu Di's side, handed the sphere over with both hands, and whispered, Master, I just abandoned dismantling my van. From now on, I will rely on you to take care of me. I can do anything. She paused here, a tinge of regret crossing her face, her voice filled with self-reproach. If only I hadn't used up the blueprint I found yesterday, it would have been better to leave it for Master. Now the van is dismantled and those resources used on it have been wasted. What a pity. Wu Di reached out to take the vehicle core. His fingertips touched the cold metallic texture, and he looked at Su Wanwan's remorseful face with a calm expression. The rest doesn't matter. You are the most important. His words were meant to convey that Su Wanwan's talent was crucial to the team, and with her more useful blueprints could be produced, but to the three girls listening, there was something subtly different in their meaning. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She quietly leaned toward Lin Shi and nudged her. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. Su Wanwan's eyes grew moist with a hint of emotion, the tip of her nose pricking. Wu Di did not notice their oddities at all. He tucked away the vehicle core, then shifted the topic, raising again the concerns from this morning. The external temperature is 40 C now. If yesterday's pattern holds, it will rise by evening. Could this be the system restricting our exploration time? What do you all think? Lin Yu asked, raising her hand immediately. Brother Wu, I know. Many people in the comms channel were discussing the matter, guessing that there might be higher grade supply crates in the city center, and that the system deliberately increased the temperature to create more difficulty. Wu Di nodded. Lin Yu's words just confirmed his guess. He then spoke in a grave tone. If that's the case, then today we will head straight to the city center to search to that iconic tall building and see what lies inside. Whatever it is, we shall investigate it. I have no objections, Brother Wu. We will follow your lead. Lin Shi said softly. Su Wanwan also quickly agreed. I have no objections either. Following Master Wu will surely be right. All three understood that all decisions now rested in Wu Di's hands. With everything prepared, Wu Di rose first, walked to the driver's seat, and prepared to start the RV. Lin Yu looked at Su Wanwan beside her, her eyes bright, and hurried over to ask, Sister Wanwan, would you ride in our car later? Although it's not as comfortable as Brother Wu's RV, we could chat and talk. Sister Wanwan, you usually don't talk to me. Little you. Lin Shi quickly tugged Lin Yu's arm, gave her a helpless glare, and whispered, don't talk nonsense. Brother Wu's RV is a level 4 vehicle, the highest grade. The vehicle's grade affects Sister Su's talent activation, so Sister Su must ride Brother Wu's vehicle to unlock better blueprints. After saying that, she pulled the still arguing Lin Yue and softly told Wu Di and Su Wanwan, we'll stay right behind you. Then she led Lin Yu out of the RV and back to their van. The two vehicles moved one in front of the other toward the center area, the journey repeating yesterday's routine, stopping at supply crates, defeating monsters, and taking the crates. Only as time approached 12 o'clock could they clearly see the tallest building. At that moment, Su Wanwan in the front passenger seat suddenly said, Brother Wu, Shi and the others say the temperature is rising too fast. The deeper we go, the hotter it gets. Shi. Who is Shi? Wu Di, who had been paying close attention to the surroundings, blurted out, then recovered. He added, "Let's stop to rest first and think about what to do next." They stopped and glanced at the central console. The outside temperature had already reached 50 C. "Brother Wu, it's too hot. My sister and I turned the AC down to the minimum, but the temperature keeps rising. It's already at 36 C. Lin Yu exclaimed as she ran into the RV, urgency in her voice. Lin Shi followed quickly and said, "Brother Wu, the afternoon temperature will definitely be higher. Lin Yu and I have slowed you down. We are now one team. Let's not say that again in the future." Wu Di waved his hand and said, "Let's eat first of all, think about what to do." "Yes, Brother Wu, then I'll go cook." Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement and headed briskly toward the kitchen. The lunch was simple, with the four of them seated around the dining table, yet the atmosphere hung heavy as all eyes fixed on the central console screen, displaying a blistering 50 C. "Brother Wu Di, with the temperature this high, should we still press deeper into the center?" Lin Shi spoke first, her voice laced with concern. "The further we go, the hotter it will undoubtedly get. Xiaoya's minivan can barely withstand it anymore." Lin Yu gnawed on her chopsticks and chimed in. "Exactly, Brother Wu Di. It's absurdly scorching outside. If both vehicles break down from the heat, won't we end up roasted alive?" Su Wanwan also spoke softly. "Boss, I haven't seen anyone on the comms channel who's ventured this deep. What should we do next?" Wu Di pondered for a moment before making his decision. "For safety, Sake, you two sisters should conceal the minivan here and ride with me in the motorhome to explore the central area. We'll come back for it afterward." All three nodded in agreement. Lin Shi said, "Very well. We'll hide the vehicle after finishing this meal, finding the most concealed spot we can to avoid detection by other players." Lunch went unhurried, and they finished quickly. Lin Shi cleared the dishes, then stepped out of the motorhome with Lin Yu. They found an abandoned shop and carefully stowed the minivan before hurrying back to Wu Di's vehicle. With everything in order, Wu Di started the motorhome and continued toward the iconic skyscraper in the city center. Outside, the temperature relentlessly climbed. The console digits ticked upward: 50 C, 51 C, 52 C. When the motorhome was still 1,000 meters from the towering structure, the onboard radar screen suddenly flickered to life. A dense cluster of red dots appeared, and at its very center a conspicuous yellow dot pulsed steadily. Wu Di did not hesitate. He accelerated, steering the vehicle straight toward the skyscraper. From a distance, the building merely appeared strikingly prominent. But as the motorhome pulled beneath it, all four craned their necks upward and realized how absurdly tall it was, piercing the clouds. Though its walls were coated in grime and webbed with fractures, its former magnificence still radiated unmistakably. "Good heavens, this building is impossibly tall. Taller than any I've ever seen." Lin Yu pressed her face against the window, her expression awestruck. Su Wanwan stood equally stunned. "True. A skyscraper this height must have been the city's landmark before the apocalypse. I wonder what lies hidden within." Lin Shi nodded gently, her eyes carrying a hint of wariness. "Such a magnificent structure. I'm certain the creatures within won't be ordinary either." Wu Di glanced at the console. The external temperature had already soared to 55 C. His brows furrowed slightly. He knew that at such heat, an ordinary human could not survive outdoors for more than half an hour without suffering heatstroke, unconsciousness, or worse. He turned to the others. "Stay inside the vehicle. Keep the doors locked. No matter what sounds you hear outside, do not come out. I'll retrieve the supply crate and be back shortly." "Boss, that's far too dangerous. There are so many monsters outside. Can you really handle this alone?" Su Wanwan immediately spoke with visible dread, her hands instinctively clenching, anxiety burning in her eyes. Lin Yu quickly patted Su Wanwan's shoulder and smiled. "Sister Wanwan, don't worry. Brother Wu Di is incredibly formidable. He's practically monstrous." Lin Shi also gazed at Wu Di with a solemn expression and added softly, "Brother Wu Di, please be careful. If danger arises, do not force yourself. If it becomes too risky, retreat, and we'll find another way." Wu Di offered a slight nod without further explanation. They only knew he was strong, but had no idea just how formidable he had truly become. Gripping the armor-piercing tang blade, he pushed open the door. A scorching blast of air surged inward instantly, the suffocating heat warping the surrounding atmosphere. Wu Di's expression remained utterly calm as he strode toward the building entrance, shoved aside the rust-corroded, barely hanging glass door, and stepped inside. The interior lay shrouded in darkness, thick with a pungent stench of decay. Countless black, fog-infected creatures wandered the lobby. At its very center, a colossal black fog-infected, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stood out dramatically. Its hulking frame, ashen black skin, and arms thicker than a normal person's thighs radiated an overwhelming, oppressive presence. Yet no fear flickered in Wu Di's eyes. Instead, a glint of excitement crossed his gaze. For the past 2 days, he had only dealt with scattered, trivial infected, offering no resistance whatsoever. Now at last he faced an opponent worthy of his strength. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test just how powerful he had become. Not even the slightest pressure. When will I find a proper opponent? The entire battle lasted no more than 3 minutes from start to finish. This was Wu Di deliberately restraining himself, holding back significantly. Had he fought at full capacity, the encounter would have concluded even more swiftly. As the giant black fog-infected's corpse collapsed to the ground, a supply crate slowly materialized beside it, radically different from any he had encountered before. It shimmered with an auric golden luster, its surface intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Wu Di stepped forward and gently touched the supply crate. The moment his fingers made contact, its name revealed itself to him: Hero's Bounty. Wu Di returned to the camper van with a light, brisk step, and as soon as he closed the door, sealing off the scorching air from outside, immediately drew her voice full of urgency. "And brother Wu Di, you're back so soon." She blushed, waving her hand to explain. "Wu Di, I didn't mean it that way. I meant you're incredibly capable." "No, I mean it's Arg, I can't explain it clearly." The more anxious she got, the less clearly she spoke, and finally she stamped her feet in frustration. Lin Shi, seeing this, sighed helplessly, stepped forward, covering Lin Yu's mouth with her hand, then gave Wu Di a rueful smile. "Brother Wu Di, please don't mind. Xiao Yu is just too anxious." Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh, as well, her gaze toward Lin Yu filled with astonishment. The previously tense mood was instantly dissolved by Lin Yu's flustered display, turning the atmosphere light. Wu Di treated Lin Yu's clumsy explanation as if he hadn't heard it at all, his expression calm as he spoke. "We've retrieved the supply crate. We'll first do a quick sweep around the area to see if there are any more crates left behind, and then we'll fetch your van." Lin Shi immediately spoke up. "Brother Wu Di, you rest for a moment while I'll drive. I'll have Sister Su help me monitor the radar. There won't be a problem, you can rest assured." Wu Di thought for a moment, nodded, then turned to walk toward the sofa and sit down. As soon as he sat down, Lin Yu hurried over, lowering her voice, curiosity in her eyes. "Brother Wu Di, was the supply crate you just got especially high grade? Let me take a look, please. I've never seen a high-tier supply crate before." Wu Di looked at Lin Yu's curious expression and couldn't help but marvel at the effects of the bond of life and death. Within just 2 or 3 days, the trust and closeness between them had grown unbelievably fast. He did not refuse. He then drew out the blessing of the hero from the wristband space and placed it gently on the coffee table. The golden chest radiated a faint glow, its patterns clearly visible. "We'll wait until evening to find a safe place for your sister to open it." "Wu Di," he said casually. "Huh, we still have to wait until evening." Lin Yu's face fell. "Okay, brother Wu Di, then I'll wait a bit longer. Just take a quick look, not touch it." Saying this, she moved closer to the coffee table with care, watching the chest with unblinking anticipation. Wu Di smiled, and not thinking much of it, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Shi focused on driving the camper van. Su Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, vigilantly watching the radar. Lin Yu crouched by the coffee table, motionless, as she watched the chest, the cabin quiet. "Brother Wu Di, the radar shows 6 red blips. There is no signal from the crate. These red blips move with a steady pace. Could they be other players? Should we avoid them?" Wu Di slowly opened his eyes, his tone flat. "No need to deliberately avoid them. Continue gathering crates. We won't actively start trouble, but we also won't fear trouble." "Okay." Lin Shi softly replied, still steady, as she drove the camper, keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. The radar screen suddenly lit up with a crate signal roughly 500 meters from the 6 red blips. Lin Shi immediately corrected course, increasing speed toward the crate. "Brother Wu Di, they're also closing in on us." Su Wanwan kept her eyes on the radar, urgency in her voice. Wu Di swept a glance at the radar. His expression showed no change. "Ignore them, follow the plan." Not long after the camper van reached the destination, the supply crate lay at the doorway of an abandoned convenience store, with not a single black mist infected nearby. Wu Di pushed the door open, stepping out empty-handed briskly to the store door, bent down to pick up the supply crate, and casually tucked it into the wristband space. Just as he turned to return to the camper, 4 vans rolled in slowly and came to rest about 10 meters away from the camper. The doors opened and 6 people stepped out. 3 men and 3 women, each bearing injuries, their clothes stained with dust. When they caught sight of the camper, they were all stunned in disbelief, an expression of astonishment on their faces. They didn't know such a vehicle existed, and no one had mentioned it in the comms channel. Someone mumbled in, "Oh my god, this is a camper van. I must be seeing things." 3 of the men frowned, their eyes moving between the camper and Wu Di. "Brother, are you alone? Is this camper van yours? How did you get it?" asked a man who looked to be in his early 20s, tall and thin. "Any problems?" Wu Di asked directly. "This brother want to join us. There are 6 of us, more people, more strength. Our abilities are strong." The same man spoke again. "Yes, brother, we should go toward the central region together. There might be good stuff inside, and it's hard for you alone." Another short man spoke. "No need, here's another suggestion, don't go to the center. The temperature there is too high, ordinary people can't survive." Although Wu Di was wary of outsiders, they were from the same homeland, and he did not offer them a courteous warning. After speaking, he strode back toward his camper van. The 6 watched Wu Di's retreating figure. No one moved to stop him. It wasn't until the camper van vanished that they gathered in a circle to murmur among themselves. "Did you see that just now? That camper van is definitely not ordinary." "Where do you think such a thing comes from?" said one tall man, excitement edging his voice. "Not ordinary at all," the lanky man replied. I reckon he might be the world's #1 with a lead in vehicle points by a wide margin. Think about it. Besides him, who else could own such a high-end camper van? The remark left the others stunned at first, then their faces lit with excitement. A short-haired girl hurriedly said, really? If he really is the world's #1, following him might mean we'll be safe from now on. Another long-haired girl spoke with worry, but looking at him it seems he doesn't want to team up. What if we say we have many people? We could talk to him and see if we can trade resources to swap the camper van. What do you think? The short stout man suddenly spoke. Impossible, he'll surely refuse. The long-haired girl replied straightforwardly, why not? We're so many, he should understand us. The short stout man's tone grew urgent and stubborn, full of unwillingness, yet with a glimmer of hope. As long as we offer more, he'll surely agree. We can't just watch the 6 of us crowd into a van and endure the heat while he monopolizes such a fine camper van, can we? The lanky man frowned and considered for a moment. Stop arguing. Let's follow him for now and see what happens. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Wu Di returned to the RV and Lin Yu immediately approached, asking, Brother Wu Di, those people earlier. They didn't say anything troubling, did they? Su Wanwan also stepped forward, her eyes filled with worry. Boss, is everything all right? Lin Shi remained silent, quietly watching Wu Di. Wu Di's expression was calm as he gently shook his head. It's fine. Don't mind them. Keep moving. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi nodded, gently turned, and returned to the driver's seat, starting the RV once more. They hadn't driven far when Su Wanwan, seated in the passenger seat, stared intently at the radar screen and spoke softly. Boss Wu Di, they're still following us behind. Wu Di glanced up at the 6 red dots on the radar, his tone still placid. Don't worry about them. The temperature outside is so high, they won't last long. No one spoke further. Lin Shi focused on driving. Su Wanwan kept her eyes on the radar, and Lin Yu occasionally leaned toward the window, keeping watch over the surroundings. The RV trudged forward at a slow pace, and along the way they located a few more supply crates. Sure enough, at 5 p.m. the 6 red dots on the radar screen suddenly changed direction, speeding away from the city outskirts, and soon disappeared from the radar scanning range. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Finally gone. Those people were like tails, so annoying. Wu Di glanced at the time on the center console. It was approaching 6 p.m. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. We'll rest here for tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll go retrieve your sister's minivan first, then continue searching for supply crates along the outer city. Got it. Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan responded in unison. But barely had their words faded when a flash of light swept across the interior of the RV, and a chest gleaming with pale cyan luster materialized out of thin air on the coffee table. Lin Yu was startled and instinctively took half a step back, then leaned in curiously. Wow, what's this? How did a supply chest spawn inside the vehicle on its own? Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained softly, my talent triggered. It randomly produces blueprints inside. Lin Shi immediately adjusted course, steering the RV to a corner beside an abandoned office building, then parked and turned to the others. You all rest here. I'll go cook. Dinner was simple but warm. The 4 of them sat together and ate in quiet companionship. After Lin Shi efficiently cleared the dishes and wiped down the coffee table, Wu Di sat on the sofa and pulled out everything they collected that day from his wristband space, arranging it neatly on the table. 1 hero's blessing, 2 silver supply crates, 8 iron supply crates, 15 bronze supply crates, 3 ordinary supply crates. Wu Di reached out to touch the pale blueprint chest, but the moment his fingertips drew near, a shimmering barrier flared around it, and an invisible force pushed his hand back. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Yu frowned. What's going on? Brother Wu Di, you can't touch it. Su Wanwan hurried forward and said softly, I think I know the reason. She reached out and gently touched the chest, and the barrier instantly dissolved. This blueprint chest seems to be lockable only by me. Wu Di withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. I see. Lin Yu, apply your talent boost to Su Wanwan and see if it yields something better. Lin Yu nodded, eagerly walked quickly over to Su Wanwan, placed her hand on her shoulder, and activated her talent. Sister Wanwan, the boost is on you now. You're definitely going to pull something good. Su Wanwan felt the enhancement wash over her, then shook her head helplessly. It seems to have no effect. The talent boost doesn't work on this blueprint chest. It only responds to my own talent level and the vehicle's level. Wu Di waved his hand. No matter. Let's just open it directly. Su Wanwan nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the blueprint chest. The chest creaked open slowly, and a blueprint fell into her hands. Her face curled with surprise. It's protective coating design blueprint. Blue quality. Su Wanwan's face lit up with delight as she looked up at the others, but her smile gradually faded when she saw their calm expressions. Lin Yu scratched her head, and Lin Shi bit her lip lightly. Neither spoke. Su Wanwan's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Is this blueprint not good? Lin Yu waved her hands frantically. No. Sister Wanwan, this blueprint is great. It's just, we already have this protective coating design blueprint. Upon hearing this, a look of self-reproach spread across Su Wanwan's face. She lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. I'm sorry. I thought I might get something different and unique, but it turned out to be a duplicate. Lin, she stepped forward quickly and gently patted her shoulder, her tone warm and soothing. Sister Sue, this isn't your fault. Blueprints are entirely random, and obtaining a blue quality one is already impressive. We'll definitely get rarer ones in the future. Lin Yu chimed in eagerly. Exactly, Sister Wanwan. And we might need to upgrade the RV later anyway. This blueprint could come in handy. It's definitely not a waste. Wu Di also spoke calmly, his tone carrying a hint of warmth. It's alright. These are all resources that can be used for trading. Hearing the three of them offer comfort, the guilt in Su Wanwan's heart gradually dissolved. She nodded lightly and handed the blueprint to Wu Di. After stowing the blueprint away, Wu Di did not waste any time. He reached out and pulled all the treasure chests on the coffee table, except for the Brave's gift and the 2 silver supply crates, toward himself, then opened them directly. Several people leaned in to take a closer look. Aside from a large amount of daily supplies, there were only basic materials: 60 units of fuel, 86 metal blocks, 32 pieces of plastic, 36 rubber, 48 glass, and 16 electronic components. Beyond that, there was nothing else. No blueprints, not even a single low-tier item. Lin Yu wrinkled her nose and couldn't help but grumble. Big brother Wu Di, your luck is really something else. You opened so many chests, and all you got were materials and daily supplies. Nothing good at all. Next time let me do it. I'm sure I'll get something amazing. Su Wanwan quickly waved her hand and said softly, It's not like that, Xiaoyu. This is already quite a lot. When I open supply crates myself, each chest only yields 2 or 3 items, mostly ordinary daily necessities. Big brother Wu Di averages 3 to 4 per chest, which is already very impressive. Hearing this, Wu Di paused slightly, a trace of surprise flashing across his face, but he said nothing more. He had never paid attention to how other players fared when opening chests. He had always assumed everyone's returns were about the same as his own. Only now, hearing Su Wanwan's words, did he gradually realize just how crucial the luck pendant he had obtained from the very beginning truly was. It had been quietly boosting his chest rewards and increasing the probability of rare drops, though he had taken it for granted and never given it much thought. He concealed his surprise and raised his gaze to the coffee table. Only 2 silver supply crates and that dazzling golden Brave's gift chest remained. Wu Di, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan's eyes all unconsciously fell upon Lin Shi, their gazes filled with anticipation. The rest is in your hands, Lin Shi. Wu Di said softly. Lin Shi looked at the 3 chests before her, especially the golden glowing Brave's gift. Her cheeks tensed slightly and a hint of nervousness and pressure showed in her expression. She bit her lip gently. I'll do my best. My talent only has a probability of increasing chest rewards. It doesn't guarantee anything. If I don't get anything good, please don't be disappointed. Sister, don't be nervous. Lin Yu immediately stepped forward, grasping Lin Shi's hand. Her tone was earnest as she offered comfort. Your talent is amazing. You're definitely going to get something good. And I'll be buffing you too. We'll make it work. Su Wanwan also chimed in softly. Cici, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Big brother Wu Di certainly won't blame you. Wu Di nodded in agreement. Don't feel pressured. Whatever you get will be an extra bonus. Just relax and enjoy it. Hearing the 3 of them comfort her, the pressure in Lin Shi's heart gradually eased. She gave a gentle nod, took a deep breath, and her eyes grew a little firmer. Alright, I understand. I'll give it my all. I'll buff you right now. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand, pressed it against Lin Shi's shoulder, and activated her talent. Sister, the buff is applied. Luck maxed out. You're definitely going to get something great. Lin Shi smiled, then opened the 2 silver supply crates. 28 metal blocks, 32 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, 1 spirit fruit seed, 1 energy core blue. The rest are all daily supplies. A spirit fruit seed. What's that? And is that an energy core? I've only seen it in the exchange channel. Lin Yu immediately leaned over, her face full of curiosity as she stared at the seed in Lin Shi's palm. Lin Shi immediately displayed the spirit fruit seed for everyone to see. Spirit fruit seed, a special crop seed imbued with gentle life, spiritual energy. The fruit it bears has a sweet and refreshing taste. Consuming it enhances physique with no side effects. Planting requirement requires an environment rich in life, spiritual energy to grow. Maturation cycle 72 hours. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. That's amazing. I thought only monster meat could boost attributes. Indeed, it's a good item. Wu Di, not wanting to dampen Lin Shi's confidence, offered a word of praise. To him, something that enhanced physique was far less valuable than a blueprint. The tension on Lin Shi's face dissolved into a relieved smile. She handed the spirit fruit seed to Wu Di. Good, I didn't let you down. Now it's time for the Brave's gift. Lin Shi took a deep breath and reached out to touch the golden Brave's gift chest. The treasure chest swung open, and Lin Yu could scarcely contain her excitement, leaning close and urgently pleading, Sister, take a look. Show me what we got. Lin Shi did not immediately respond to Lin Yu's urging. Instead, she lifted her gaze toward Wu Di, her eyes carrying a trace of inquiry. A single glance was all it took for Wu Di to understand her meaning, and he offered a gentle nod. Receiving Wu Di's signal, Lin Shi finally relaxed and displayed the attributes of several items to the group. Gene optimization, liquid special item. Upon consumption, constitution increases by 20. Usable only once. Vehicle accessory selection scroll. After use, the holder may freely choose one item from the following 3 blue quality accessories: turbo pulse engine, explosion-proof tempered glass, or full-frame reinforcement structure. M249 light machine gun, purple quality, fully automatic suppressing light machine gun 5.56 caliber, comes equipped with a 2,000-round magazine. Talent fragment, silver rank, a mysterious energy shard containing the power of talent advancement. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent advancement stone, silver rank. Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment the moment she saw them, her eyes widening in sheer amazement. Wow, purple quality. I've only ever heard others talk about it in the communication channel, that there's something beyond blue quality called purple. I've never actually seen one before, let alone a machine gun. This is absolutely ridiculous. Su Wanwan's face also bloomed with admiration, her eyes filled with deep respect as she looked at Lin Shi. CC, your talent is truly incredible. You managed to pull out so many rare items. That talent fragment. I've seen players discussing it in the communication channel. Many are actively collecting them. Wu Di gazed at the 4 items resting on the coffee table and said, unearthing such a remarkable haul is undoubtedly thanks to your talent, Lin. She combined with Xiao Yu's amplification buff. That combination produced such substantial rewards. Though he was uncertain about the exact range of items that Yongji's gift could produce, he understood the value of offering praise to teammates. It was a simple way to strengthen group cohesion. Hearing this, a faint blush tinged Lin Shi's cheeks, and she spoke softly. Brother Wu Di, please take these items. You understand how to make the best use of them far better than we do. Wu Di made no further objections and gave a slight nod. Turning to the 3 of them, he said, Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, you've both had a tiring day. Go get some rest. Xiao Yu, wait a moment. I'll need you to cast your talent amplification on me shortly. All right, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu agreed readily, her eyes alight with curiosity. She had long wondered what Wu Di's talent truly was, but she was perceptive enough not to press the matter and simply waited obediently. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged a nod and took their seats on the sofa. Wu Di turned and walked to the driver's seat, reclining there without hesitation. He immediately activated his talent, focusing his consciousness upon the vehicle accessory selection scroll to test whether the item could be enhanced. After a moment, Wu Di's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face. The feedback from his talent was clear. The vehicle accessory selection scroll was a special type item and could not be enhanced. He then began weighing where to allocate his 5 daily talent use opportunities. After considerable thought, he finally made his decision. First priority, without question, was the purple grade M249 light machine gun. It was his first vehicle-mounted weapon, and with it the RV's defensive capability would see a dramatic improvement. Second priority, the turbo pulse engine blueprint. A blue-grade schematic he had already enhanced with his talent the day before Chapter 58. He had originally planned to craft it today and then use his talent to further strengthen it. Third priority, the vehicle accessory selection scroll. He decided to choose the full-frame reinforcement structure for enhancement. Doing so would significantly bolster the RV's overall defense, leaving only the tires at blue quality, effectively closing a major weakness. For the final 2 uses, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided to apply them to the vehicle workbench blueprint green quality, Chapter 40. This was an item he had acquired earlier. Though he remained unsure of its specific effects, he was confident that enhancement would yield substantial benefits for the vehicle. With his talent strategy firmly settled, Wu Di slowly opened his eyes and turned toward Lin Yue, who was patiently waiting beside him. He spoke softly, Xiao Yue, we can begin now. There you go, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu nimbly leaned over to the driver's seat, her talent activating in an instant. I've applied the enhancement for you. Wu Di nodded slightly without any unnecessary words, immediately locking his consciousness onto the M249 light machine gun. This was the top priority for his talent enhancement this time, and also the item he anticipated most. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 2 ranks. The M249 light machine gun purple quality has been promoted to 30mm chain autocannon orange quality. The moment he saw the talent prompt, Wu Di suppressed the excitement in his heart and clicked to install it. Instantly, a faint sound echoed from the roof and the chassis of the vehicle. At the center of the RV's roof, a panel slid open to reveal a neat aperture where a retractable metal mount hung securely. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, who were resting along with Lin Yue, who had been waiting by his side, all noticed the changes to the RV. They looked at Wu Di in astonishment, their eyes filled with confusion. I've installed a vehicle-mounted weapon, don't worry, Wu Di explained as he noticed their gazes before immediately checking the detailed attributes of the 30mm chain autocannon. 30mm chain autocannon orange quality vehicle-mounted item, a core firepower unit suitable for wheeled and light-tracked vehicles. It fires armor-piercing incendiary rounds and high-explosive grenade belts. It features a self-contained ammo box with a capacity of 120 rounds, 60 of each type. Supports remote control or manual firing. Effective range 1500m against ground targets, 300m against aerial targets, with a maximum range of 1000m. The ammo box replenishes its stock daily at midnight. Vehicle speed -20, fuel consumption 100. Description: the caliber might not be massive, but isn't the ammunition plenty? Caliber is justice and power is confidence. Truth only exists within the range of a cannon. Beside him, Lin Yu's mouth hung open, so wide it could fit an egg. It took her a long moment to react before she gasped, "Oh my god. Brother Wu Di, what on earth did you install on the roof? It looks so incredibly powerful." Don't disturb Brother Wu Di." She gave Lin Yu a warning glare, a headache brewing, and softly rebuked her. However, a hint of curiosity was also hidden in her eyes, as she simply knew her boundaries better and did not pry further. Wu Di did not respond to Lin Yu's exclamation. He first crafted the turbo pulse engine, and then immediately used his talent. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 1 rank. Turbo pulse engine blue quality has been promoted to turbocharged pulse engine purple quality. Turbocharged pulse engine vehicle mounted accessory. Based on the core structure of the basic turbo pulse engine, a supercharging module has been added to significantly boost power output, enabling rapid acceleration, climbing, and traversal over complex terrain. Speed 60, fuel consumption 50. Wu Di used the system's quick install function once again, and then activated his talent once more. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 1 rank. Full coverage frame blue quality has been promoted to heavy armored core frame purple quality. Heavy armored core frame purple quality vehicle mounted accessory. It reinforces the overall vehicle structure and thickens core load-bearing areas, enhancing weight capacity and impact resistance. It can withstand high-speed collisions and medium-scale blast waves, effectively protecting the vehicle's structural integrity. With the installation of the heavy armored core frame complete, the originally bright silver walls inside the cabin dimmed slightly. However, under the soft lighting of the interior, none of the three noticed this subtle change. Lin Yu kept her eyes glued to Wu Di the entire time, wondering what his talent could possibly be, yet she chose not to ask. Without pausing, Wu Di focused on his final 2 talent uses, applying them both to the vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint green quality. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 1 rank. Vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint green quality has been promoted to vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint blue quality. Vehicle-mounted workbench blueprint blue quality vehicle-mounted item. Upon use, central control capabilities are increased, and the vehicle's early warning range is extended to 30 meters. Crafting requirements: electronic components 15. After completing the crafting, Wu Di immediately activated his final talent charge for the day. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough has taken effect. Item promoted by 2 ranks. Vehicle-mounted workbench blue quality has been promoted to Smart Hub Gold quality. Smart Hub Gold quality vehicle-mounted item. Equipped with a centralized vehicle smart control system, it integrates 4 core functions: autopilot, vehicle status monitoring, full equipment management, and weapon system linkage. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wu Di stared at the prompt on the system panel, his heart racing with excitement as a torrent of emotion nearly burst from his chest. He never expected to trigger the 30 promotion probability twice in a single day. The results of these 2 upgrades could no longer be described as a mere huge boost. It was a monumental leap forward. Wu Di immediately opened the vehicle panel to check. Vehicle level 4 vehicle. Top speed 240 km/h. Vehicle accessories items: lucky pendant, gold turbocharged pulse engine, purple composite bulletproof crystallized glass, purple heavy armored core frame, purple heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tires, blue vehicle-mounted nuclear reactor, orange smart thermostatic refrigerator, purple atmospheric water harvester, orange superalloy fortress armor, purple vehicle-mounted all-domain scanning radar, gold 30mm chain autocannon, orange smart hub gold. Looking at the vehicle information, Wu Di knew that the chat channel was bound to explode. His vehicle points had surged from the original 22430 to 33610 in just this short span of time. Wu Di gazed at the points and equipment information on the vehicle interface, exhaled deeply, stretched his arms, and felt that the exhaustion from the past few days had seemingly dissipated by more than half. Lin Yu, standing nearby, could no longer contain her excitement. She leaned forward, blinking her eyes as she asked, "Senior Brother Wu Di, have you finished?" Before Wu Di could respond, the central control screen suddenly lit up on its own. A cold, precise mechanical voice echoed clearly throughout the RV cabin. "Intelligent core system has completed loading. Commander Wu Di, I am at your service at any time." The sudden voice shattered the silence inside the cabin. Wu Di, Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan all froze simultaneously, their heads turning in unison toward the central control screen. Shock plastered across their faces, and for a moment no one spoke. Lin Yu was the first to snap out of it. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the central control screen, her voice brimming with astonishment. "Hitch, the RV has come alive. How can it talk? And it calls Senior Brother Wu Di Commander. This is absolutely incredible. It's just like in sci-fi movies." Saying this, she couldn't resist leaning closer to the screen and poking its surface with her finger, her face full of curiosity. Su Wanwan also regained her composure from the shock. With a mixture of confusion and amazement on her face, she glanced softly at Wu Di and asked, "Senior brother Wu Di, what is this? Is it what you installed just now? It can actually talk." Lin, she still had not fully recovered. Her eyes remained fixated blankly on the central control screen as she subconsciously murmured, "Could it be Xiao AI?" Wu Di also came to his senses. Uncertainly, he said, "This should be the intelligent core I just installed. Something like artificial intelligence, perhaps." The moment Wu Di finished speaking, the mechanical voice from the central control screen rang out again. "That is correct, Commander Wu Di. I am the intelligent core system. To facilitate your future commands, would you like to give me a name?" Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. The earlier shock was forgotten as she tugged at Wu Di's arm and said excitedly, "Senior brother Wu Di, it's asking you to name it. Let's call it Xiao Yu, same as me. How affectionate is that?" Wu Di glanced at Lin Yu as secretly bemused by the girl's unpredictable train of thought. Lin, she had finally fully recovered. Hearing Lin Yu's suggestion, she couldn't help but cover her forehead and say helplessly, "Xiao Yu, stop causing trouble. No one names their intelligent core after themselves. That's so strange." Lin Yu's smile instantly faded. She cast a wrong glance at Lin. She then pitifully turned back to Wu Di and muttered softly, "Sister, I'm not causing trouble." Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter what we call it, as long as it's easy to remember." To him, the intelligent core was merely a tool. The name held no significance. Lin, she frowned and said, "No, Senior brother Wu Di. Xiao Yu, think about it properly. If it's called Xiao Yu, then what should I call myself? It will be confusing." Lin Yu paused, scratched her head, and then suddenly seemed to realize something. "Oh right, how could I forget that? Then what should we call it?" Saying this, she cast her gaze back toward Wu Di, waiting for him to make the final decision. Just then Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a new idea. She clapped her hands excitedly and declared, "I've got it. Let's call it Xiaoxi. Sister, listen how lovely it sounds. It's almost the same as your name and easy to remember." Lin, she froze abruptly, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Her eyes darted away as she murmured softly, "Xiao Yu, stop talking nonsense. Don't cause trouble." Su Wanwan noticed Lin Xi's flushed cheeks and couldn't help but smile. She softly agreed, "I think Xiaoxi sounds quite nice, gentle, and easy to remember. It really could work." Wu Di observed their interaction and spoke up, "I have no objection. The name doesn't matter to me." Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately turned triumphantly toward Lin, she tilting her chin up. "Sister, look. Sister Wanwan says the name I picked sounds great, and Senior brother Wu Di has no objections." Saying this, she turned to Wu Di again, her face full of expectation as she waited for his final confirmation. Wu Di gave a slight nod, silently consenting. Lin Yu immediately rushed over to the central control screen excitedly and shouted loudly at it, "Intelligent core, can you hear me? We've all agreed to call you Xiaoxi. Hurry and call me sister." However, the central control screen showed no response at all. It continued to glow faintly with not a single mechanical voice sounding. Lin Yu's smile froze on her face. She scratched her head in confusion and said, "What's wrong? Why isn't it talking? Did it not hear me calling it?" Su Wanwan furrowed her brows and speculated, "Could it be? It only responds to Senior brother Wu Di's commands." Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately turned toward Wu Di. Her face wore an imploring expression as she tugged gently at his arm and pleaded, "Senior brother Wu Di, please make it call me sister, okay? I'm begging you." Wu Di found this amusing inside. He turned to the central control screen and said, "Intelligent core, from now on your name is Xiaoxi." The mechanical voice immediately responded in its usual cold and precise tone, "Received, Commander Wu Di. Xiaoxi stands ready to serve you at any time." Wu Di then asked, "Do you only take orders from me? Can't the three of them communicate with you?" Xiaoxi's mechanical voice sounded once more, "Commander Wu Di, you possess the highest command authority over me. You may grant them secondary level permissions. After authorization, I will be able to communicate normally with them and respond to their commands. Grant secondary permissions to all three of them. Also, from now on, there is no need to call me Commander Wu Di. Simply addressing me as Commander will suffice." Wu Di commanded calmly. "Understood, Commander. Secondary permissions have been granted and are now in effect." Wu Di nodded and asked again, "What are your specific functions? Please explain in detail." "Reporting, Commander. My core functions include autonomous driving, full vehicle status monitoring, complete in-cabin equipment control, and weapon system management. All of these functions require you to grant the corresponding operational permissions. Would you like to authorize all functions, Commander?" "Yes," Wu Di replied succinctly. "Received, Commander. I have now taken control of all vehicle information and equipment. For any operations you need to perform in the future, simply call out Xiaoxi, and I will respond immediately." Wu Di glanced at the time displayed on the central control screen and said, "All right, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Everyone should rest early. If you have any more questions or things to discuss, you can chat with Xiaoxi in the bedroom." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately perked up. She grabbed Su Wanwan's hand, tugged at Lin Xi's arm, and hurried toward the bedroom, chattering all the while, "Let's go, let's go." Sister Wanwan, sister, let's head back to the bedroom. The night passed undisturbed. Not a single monster appeared, as if every beast within this ruined city had vanished into thin air. At 5:10 a.m., Wu Di awoke. Following his physical enhancement, the sleep he required grew increasingly scarce. His daily slumber had become more of a deeply ingrained habit than a biological necessity. After a brief wash, Wu Di walked over to the driver's seat and sat down. With a slight furrow in his brow, he began to contemplate his plan for the day. He remembered vividly that today was the final day of the 7-day survival cycle decreed by the system. He wondered if any anomalous changes would unfold within this ruined city and what the next phase of survival would look like. Just as Wu Di was lost in thought, the bedroom door creaked open and Lin Yue and Su Wanwan stepped out one after another. Lin Shi remained as gentle as ever. Spotting Wu Di, she greeted him softly. "Brother Wu Di, you're awake." With that, she turned and headed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Su Wanwan also nodded at Wu Di with a smile and said softly, "Good morning, Brother Wu Di." She then quickly caught up with Lin Shi to help with the breakfast preparations. Lin Yue, bubbling with excitement, rushed over to Wu Di's side and called out loudly to the empty air, "Xiao Shi, hurry up and greet the commander." In the next second, a sweet and melodious female voice echoed in Wu Di's ear. No longer the cold, rigid mechanical tone from last night, it now possessed a gentle warmth. "Good morning, Commander." Lin Yu immediately raised her chin, proudly looking at Wu Di as if claiming credit. "Brother Wu Di, how is it? Doesn't it sound beautiful? I told Xiao Shi last night to switch to a nicer voice, and she actually did it." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Di's eyes. He had not expected the intelligent core to be capable of altering its vocal timbre. He nodded slightly, his tone conveying approval. "It is indeed pleasant." Just then Lin Shi's voice drifted over, carrying a hint of helplessness, yet remaining tender. "Yue, stop fooling around. Hurry up and wash up. We need to set off immediately after breakfast." Lin Yu stuck out her tongue and, not daring to delay any longer, scurried off to wash up. Before long, breakfast was served. The four of them finished their meal briskly without any dawdling, packed their belongings, and prepared to depart. Wu Di returned directly to the driver's seat, glancing down at the time on the central control screen. It was exactly 5:58 a.m. He then turned to the three of them and said, "We'll stick to yesterday's plan. First we retrieve your minivan, and then we'll head to the outer city to search for supply crates." "All right," the three replied in unison. Wu Di commanded the central control screen. "Xiao Shi, start the motorhome. Let's go." The motorhome started up slowly. Before they had driven very far, everyone's personal status panels lit up simultaneously. The system announcement popped up right on time, clearly displayed before their eyes as the clock struck exactly 6:00 a.m. Region-wide announcement: congratulations to all survivors on successfully completing the initial 7-day survival phase. 1. The public areas will close today. Survivors, please evacuate. 2. Today marks the final stage of high-temperature survival. A safe zone will appear ahead. Just as the announcement faded, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Accompanied by a dull rumbling roar, the buildings of the ruined city before them began to collapse rapidly. High-rise walls cracked, debris cascaded down, and low-lying houses crumbled in an instant, kicking up clouds of dust. The entire city seemed to verge on utter destruction in a matter of seconds. Wu Di's expression shifted drastically. He had never expected such an upheaval on the final day of the 7-day cycle, that the ruined city itself would collapse. In the brief moment he was stunned, the voice of Xiao Shi, the intelligent core, chimed in just in time. "Commander, extreme danger detected in the surrounding environment. Buildings are continuously collapsing and cracks are forming on the ground. Immediate evacuation of the ruined city at full speed is advised." "Evacuate. Full speed ahead." Wu Di snapped back to reality, instantly responding in a deep, resolute voice, without a shred of hesitation. "Understood, Commander. Evacuating at full speed, maximizing vehicle acceleration." No sooner had the words fallen than the motorhome's speed surged. Although the vehicle's top speed could reach 200 km/h, Wu Di had rarely exceeded 100 km/h in the past. Yet now, under Xiao Shi's precise control, the motorhome's speed skyrocketed, quickly reaching 120 km/h. The vehicle's chassis vibrated slightly, but remained steady. Had it not been for the debris and potholes littering the ruined city's streets, the speed would likely have climbed even higher. Watching the buildings collapse and the dust swirl outside the window, Lin Yu turned pale, asking anxiously, "Brother Wu Di, what about our minivan? It's still where we left it. If we don't go back for it, will we ever get it back? What kind of situation do you think we're in? Why are you still thinking about that minivan?" Lin Shi frowned and gently scolded Lin Yue, her voice tight with urgency. "Survival is what matters right now. If the minivan is gone, we can find another. If we die, everything is gone." Keeping his eyes glued to the road ahead, Wu Di added in a calm, steady voice, "Forget the minivan for now. We must leave this place immediately. One step too late, and we'll be buried under the rubble." Staring at the increasingly perilous scenes outside, Lin Yu finally fell silent, her face tense with anxiety. Guided by Xiao Shi, the motorhome threaded through the collapsing ruins, speeding at full throttle toward the outskirts of the ruined city. Under Xiaoxi's precise control, the RV darted like an arrow from a bow, deftly weaving through the collapsing ruins and sidestepping rolling boulders, shattered walls, and fissured ground, without a moment's hesitation as it sped toward the outskirts of the ruined city. Just then Xiaoxi's sweet voice resonated once more with a clear warning. Commander, a massive obstacle has appeared ahead at the 900-meter mark, blocking all detours. The 30mm chain gun is being activated for artillery fire. Please take caution. The words had barely faded when the RV shuddered slightly, and the 30mm chain gun, freshly mounted on its roof the night before, locked onto the obstacle ahead. A deafening roar erupted as an armor-piercing incendiary round tore through the air and struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. Ahead, the ruins erupted in a thunderous explosion, flames shooting skyward and rubble scattering in every direction. The collapsed walls that had blocked their path were instantly reduced to debris, carving out a narrow but passable corridor through the devastation. Xiaoxi piloted the RV at full speed through the passage, the vehicle brushing against the jagged edges of rubble. The passengers could clearly feel the muffled thuds of debris battered by wind currents against the outer shell, each subtle vibration sending chills through their nerves as every second stretched with unbearable tension. Lin Yue, seated in the passenger seat, had turned ghostly pale with terror, her eyes wide as she turned to Wu Di. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She had never witnessed anything so harrowing, least of all imagining how the M249 machine gun from yesterday had transformed into a 30mm chain gun. In this life-or-death moment, silence reigned within the cabin. Every person was locked in fear, holding their breath, gripping the fixed handholds with white-knuckled intensity as the RV careened forward over the treacherous terrain. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan sat pressed together on the sofa, their bodies swaying with each jolt of the RV. Both clutched the armrests tightly, faces etched with tension and lingering dread. As minutes ticked by, the RV finally burst through the ruined city's perimeter after over an hour of violent shaking. It sped toward the open territory beyond, without so much as easing off the accelerator. Lin Yu slowly turned her head to gaze back at the ruined city, her eyes filled with emptiness and loss. The city was gone, replaced by a wasteland of debris where occasional collapses sent dust billowing into the sky, erasing any trace of what had once been. Her lips trembled as she whispered, "It's gone. My car and my sister's car, truly gone." The van had been their lifeline in this apocalyptic world, their first hope for survival, now buried beneath the rubble, forever lost. Su Wanwan exhaled in relief, her face still pale, and murmured, "I thought we might get buried alive in there." That feeling was terrifying. The image of the collapsing city still haunted her. Before they could fully process the danger, Xiaoxi's voice cut through again. "Commander, the road behind us is still collapsing and spreading rapidly. I will maintain high speed to avoid further danger." Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened as they immediately looked out the windows. The road behind them melted like wax under intense heat, crumbling into flowing magma that surged toward them like a fierce dragon of fire. Lin Shi stared at the churning magma, her face draining of color once more as she whispered in horror, "Is this the final stage of surviving in extreme heat?" Wu Di kept his eyes on the road ahead, while monitoring the control panel and the magma's pursuit speed behind them. After a moment, he said calmly, "The magma is advancing at a steady 150 kilometers per hour. As long as we maintain a speed above that threshold, it won't catch us." The words had barely left his mouth when Wu Di's brows furrowed deeply. A sense of unease washed over him. His reinforced RV maxed out at 240 kilometers per hour, so maintaining 150 kilometers per hour or above shouldn't pose any issues. Yet something felt wrong. What about the other survivors? At such speeds, how many could possibly survive? He turned to the three people beside him and gave calm instructions. "Check the communication channel and see what condition the other survivors are in." "Understood." The three responded in unison and immediately checked the communication channel. Wu Di turned his attention back to the outside world, watching both the spreading magma and scanning for any signs of a safe zone ahead. Time drifted by in the tense high-speed pursuit until unnoticed the dashboard clock displayed 9:09. Lin Yu suddenly turned to Wu Di and reported, "Brother Wu Di, all survivors are in the same situation as us, being chased by the magma. But I noticed someone mentioning that the more people gather, the faster the magma spreads, as if drawn by the crowd's numbers." "Yes, Brother Wu Di. It seems to correlate with vehicle levels as well." Lin Yu furrowed her brow, voice thick with lingering dread, and continued, "There's more, Brother Wu Di. Many people in the chat are saying that teams died during nighttime, and the more people gathered, the more monsters appeared, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation." Wu Di gazed ahead, his tone steady. "Keep communications, channel me at once if there are any new messages. Also watch for any suitable vehicle-mounted blueprints." "Okay, Di." Lin Yue, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan unison. The RV fell silent again. Wu Di remained unwaveringly vigilant, his eyes scanning the world outside, while tracking the lava's creeping advance behind them, not daring to relax for a moment. Is it merely the lava spreading? After watching for a long while, a thread of doubt began to rise in Wu Di's mind. The system indicated that today was the final phase of the extreme heat, Apart from the ruined city crumbling and the lava's onslaught, there were no other formidable crises. To him, such a disaster felt too simple, almost anomalous. That's not right. I have no fuel concerns, no heat concerns, and I don't even need to worry about driving, so this feels so simple. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of resolve flashed in Wu Di's eyes. If that's the case, push the speed to the limit, see where the safe zone lies, and prepare in advance for any subsequent crises. With that in mind, he immediately commanded the central console, Xiaoxi under safety, as the premise raised the speed to the maximum. Receive, Commander. Xiaoxi's sweet voice rang out. According to the current road conditions, the maximum speed is expected to reach the limit of 240 km/h, and the speed will be gradually increased to ensure the vehicle's stability. Under Xiaoxi's instructions, the speed slowly climbed from 150 km/h to 200 km/h, finally stabilizing at 240 km/h. Even at the limit, the RV remained smooth with not a single tremor. Wu Di sat inside, and besides the view of the world flashing by outside the windows, he hardly felt the bumps of high-speed travel. When Wu Di spoke, Lin Yue, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan merely glanced up for a moment, then lowered their heads again, continuing to study their panels, with focus, not asking further questions. After this time together, they had grown used to Wu Di's decisions, and trusted his arrangements to be the most prudent. Time drifted slowly as they sped along. The clock on the central console ticked away, and before they knew it, it was 1123. Suddenly Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and she leaned close to Wu Di, her voice rich with excitement and urgency. Wu Di. Look at this. The front ram blueprint. Could this be useful to you? I found it in the trading channel. It had just been posted not long ago. Wu Di listened and quickly scanned front ram blueprint. Green quality vehicle item. Front of the vehicle equipped with 3-tier ram horns to strengthen frontal collision ability, capable of easily smashing through small obstacles and resisting minor impacts. Production requirements: 8 metal blocks. Installation requirements: vehicles of level 2 or higher. Fuel consumption 10. After reading the attributes, Wu Di nodded slightly. Though it is only green quality, the front ram can strengthen the head-on collision capability, making it a useful item. What does he want in exchange? He wants 100 units of fuel. Lin Yu immediately said with a hint of hesitation, Brother Wu Di, isn't 100 units of fuel too much? The RV surely guzzles fuel, right? Tell him that in this lava pursuit situation, fuel is far too precious. Our reserves are limited. We can only offer 50 units of fuel. If he won't accept that, then forget it, no need to push. All right, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu immediately nodded. Wu Di leaned back, quietly calculating there were still 340 units of fuel on hand. The van once used by Lin Shi and Lin Yu would have needed fuel, but now the van lies buried in the ruins, so saving the remaining fuel would be wasted. Exchanging it for a reinforced vehicle blueprint would be the most economical choice. Facing the 7 days of unknown crises ahead, the stronger their vehicle, the greater their survival odds. No amount of preparation would be too much. At that moment, Wu Di glanced at the time and said to Lin Shi, Lin Shi, go prepare lunch. Oh, let's eat early, as there may be unforeseen situations this afternoon. Prepare in advance. Okay, Brother Wu Di, I'll go right away. Lin Shi nodded, stood, and headed to the kitchen. Su Wanwan saw this, set down her panel, stood up, and said, Xiaoxi, let me help you. Hurry up. Very well, Sister Su, Lin Shi replied with a gentle smile. During mealtime, Lin Yu looked up and said, Wu Di. The other party replied and agreed to 50 units of fuel for the blueprint. Shall we trade now? Wu Di asked between bites. Yes, let's trade. All right. Lin Yu immediately manipulated the panel and completed the trade, a smug smile on her face. Done, Wu Di. The blueprint is yours. During the brief interval, as they ate, no time was wasted. Xiaoxi continued to precisely pilot the RV, hurtling forward at an extreme speed of 240 km/h with no sign of slowing down. After a simple lunch, Wu Di did not linger, immediately returning to the driver's seat. Although Xiaoxi's precise maneuvering and emergency responses over the course of just one morning had fully proven its excellence, Wu Di maintained a trace of vigilance. Only by personally monitoring the road conditions could he truly feel at ease. Seeing Wu Di return to the driver's seat and remain intently focused on the road ahead, and any movement behind them, Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan refrained from disturbing him. They silently returned to their respective positions, staring at their panels once more to keep an eye out for suitable vehicle blueprints in the trading channel, while also monitoring the survivor updates in the communication channel, not daring to relax, even for a moment. Silence enveloped the cabin once again. Time drifted slowly amidst this quietude, the numbers on the central control screen ticking away until imperceptibly it reached 1:45 p.m. Commander, road conditions have changed, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly chimed. Wu Di's brow furrowed slightly as he cast his gaze behind the vehicle, only to find that the lava which had been relentlessly pursuing them had vanished. He wondered silently to himself, could we have already reached the boundary of the safe zone? With a hint of curiosity, Wu Di addressed the central control screen. Xiaoxi, how far have we traveled in total since leaving the abandoned city? Reporting, Commander. Since evacuating the abandoned city, the cumulative travel distance is 1003 kilometers. Slow down and maintain a speed of 100 km/h. Keep a close eye on the surrounding environment and alert me immediately if there are any unusual changes. Wu Di calculated silently in his mind. No wonder the lava couldn't keep up. Given that ordinary level 2 or 3 vans run at about 100 to 120 km, this distance of over 1.0 kilometers would take those survivors around 10 hours to cover. Many are likely still being pursued by the lava, and whether they survive is entirely up to fate. Understood, Commander. Deceleration initiated. Speed will stabilize at 100 km/h. Hearing the conversation between Wu Di and Xiao Shi, Lin Yu was the first to speak up, leaning forward to ask, "Brother Wu Di, what's wrong? Has the lava disappeared? Are we safe?" As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and she cautiously added, "Brother Wu Di, can I see what the autocannon on the RV looks like? Please." Wu Di was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, feeling a touch of helplessness. He had never expected that the moment the lava vanished, the first thing Lin Yu would think of was to see the autocannon. This girl's thoughts were always so erratic, devoid of any of the tension typical of apocalyptic survival. Before Lin Shi could speak, Su Wanwan gently advised, "Little Yue, don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait until Brother Wu Di confirms that the surroundings are completely safe. Going out now might be dangerous." Lin Shi also frowned, looking at Lin Yu with exasperation. "Yue, can't you use your head for once?" Wu Di waved his hand, interrupting their banter. "The lava behind us is indeed gone. Judging by the situation, the safe zone shouldn't be far off. Once we reach the safe zone and confirm it is entirely secure, you can look at it as much as you want." Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, Brother Wu Di." Just then Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. "Commander, an anomaly has been detected 100 meters ahead." This statement instantly captured the attention of all four. Everyone raised their heads in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. As the RV slowly drew closer, it was not long before a colossal curtain of light appeared before everyone. The barrier, pale white throughout, stood erect in the middle of the road, completely enveloping the entire path. Nothing could be seen on the other side, as if an invisible shield was blocking their way forward. "Xiao Shi, pull up to 100 meters from the curtain of light and stop," Wu Di commanded in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the barrier. "Understood, Commander." The RV decelerated gradually and came to a steady halt 100 meters away from the curtain of light. Wu Di stood up and said, "The three of you stay inside the RV. Do not step out. I will go down to investigate." "Brother Wu Di, please be careful," Lin Shi urged quickly, her voice thick with worry. Su Wanwan and Lin Yu nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with concern, saying nothing more. Wu Di nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped out of the vehicle. He walked briskly toward the curtain of light and inspected the surroundings, finding no anomalies. Nothing could be seen beyond the barrier. Retrieving a military tactical dagger from his storage space, he threw it forcefully toward the curtain of light. The dagger instantly pierced through the barrier without encountering any resistance, vanishing to the other side in the blink of an eye. No trace of it remained, nor was there any sound of impact or any anomalous reaction. Frowning, Wu Di turned and walked quickly back into the RV, sharing his findings with the three women. Hearing Wu Di's words, the three fell into silence, hesitation written all over their faces. No one knew what lay beyond the curtain of light, whether it was a safe zone or a new danger. Once they crossed over, there would be no turning back. After a moment, Lin Shi looked up at Wu Di and said softly, "Brother Wu Di, we will follow your lead. Just make the decision, whatever happens, we are with you." Su Wanwan and Lin Yu also nodded in agreement. Looking at the trusting gazes of the three, Wu Di took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. "There is no turning back, we can only go straight through. Besides, this is a survival game, so it shouldn't just let us die for no reason. The other side of the light curtain is highly likely the safe zone. Prepare yourselves, we're moving out," Wu Di instructed in a deep voice. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yu darted to the passenger seat, like a gust of wind, her eyes fixed intently on the luminous screen ahead, brimming with anticipation. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan quickly found their seats as well, gripping the handholds beside them firmly to steady their bodies, readying themselves to pass through the luminous screen. "Receive, Commander," a sweet voice echoed. It was Xiao Shi, as she piloted the recreational vehicle toward the luminous screen ahead. As the recreational vehicle slowly entered the luminous screen, Wu Di felt the scenery before him shift dramatically. The desolate road outside the window vanished, instantly replaced by a tidy and orderly landscape, while the surrounding light grew soft and gentle. The four looked around and discovered they had arrived at a compact parking lot. The ground was smooth and clean, marked with neat parking lines surrounded by nothing but emptiness. No debris, no other vehicles. 30 meters from the parking lot stood a two-story building resembling a guest house from the real world. It bore no signage or writing, appearing plain and quiet, yet radiating an air of mystery. Before the four could fully process the sudden change, a system notification flashed before their eyes. "Ding. Congratulations on being the first to arrive at the safe zone in this area. You have earned 1000 base points plus 33610 vehicle points for a total of 34610 points. Points cannot be transferred or increased and can be used for purchases and item exchanges within the safe zone." Ding. From now until 6 a.m. tomorrow, this is your exclusive rest period. There are no survival threats within the safe zone. All survivors, please enjoy yourselves. Wu Di quickly snapped out of his thoughts, his brows furrowing slightly as a question formed in his mind. Could this be another supply point like the previous ones? Just on a larger scale and safer. He glanced at the others. Did you all receive that notification? Brother Wu Di, so many points. Lin Yu's face was filled with amazement. At the previous supply point, she and her sister had only earned over 100 points together. Let's go check out that building first. Stay alert, don't scatter, and remain vigilant. Understood. Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan replied in unison, following Wu Di as he pushed open the door and stepped out. As the four walked side by side toward the guest house-like building, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings, Lin Yu exclaimed as soon as she stepped out of the vehicle, "Wow. It's so comfortable here. Finally, no more scorching heat." The moment they entered the lobby, all four wristbands lit up simultaneously and another system notification appeared. Ding. You have entered the core area of the safe zone. Any form of attack is strictly prohibited here. Violators will be eliminated directly by the system. Please abide strictly by the safe zone rules. Wu Di frowned, muttering under his breath, what does this mean? Does the parking lot outside not count as the real safe zone? Only inside this building? He was genuinely puzzled. The safe zone the system mentioned seemed to have separate inner and outer regions. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment and softly suggested, could it be? We might encounter other players here. The system forbids attacks to prevent players from turning on each other. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. That's quite possible. The parking lot outside is large enough to accommodate many vehicles. Surely other survivors will arrive subsequently. When everyone gathers here, conflicts are inevitable. The system's rule is meant to maintain order. Wu Di didn't nod. He spoke heavily. We don't need to worry about that now. It'll take other players some time to get in. Let's make the most of our time and see what we can do here. Check if there are any supplies or blueprints we need. The four scanned the lobby with their eyes. The space covered approximately 100 square meters, brightly lit, yet with no visible light source. The light was soft and gentle, and the room was completely empty. Straight ahead in the lobby was a prominent entrance. Above it hung a wooden sign carved with four bold black characters, Supermarket Entrance. The font was clear and highly conspicuous. Ever since entering the lobby, Lin Yu's gaze had been locked on the Supermarket Entrance sign. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she immediately grabbed Wu Di's arm and urged eagerly, quick, brother Wu Di's sister, let's go shopping at the supermarket. I haven't shopped at a supermarket in so long. Wu Di glanced at her helplessly but didn't refuse. He nodded. Let's go take a look inside. As the four stepped through the supermarket entrance, they were stunned by what lay before them. The interior space was unfathomably larger than the lobby outside, stretching far beyond sight. Neatly arranged rows of shelves, densely packed, were filled with all sorts of merchandise. After a casual tour, the four discovered that every household necessity available in the real world was stocked here. Each item's price was clearly marked, basically 1 point per item, remarkably affordable. What surprised them even more was the special rule governing these goods. The moment any item was taken off the shelf, their wristbands would immediately deduct the corresponding points. Lin Yu held a bottle of drink in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Wu Di, her tone brimming with anticipation. Brother Wu Di, I want to buy so many things, snacks, beverages, and pretty clothes. I'm going to shop till I drop. After enduring so many days of brutal survival, she had long yearned for the feeling of shopping without restraint. Seeing this, Lin, she couldn't help but glare at her and said helplessly, Xiao Yue, stop fooling around. What's most important to us right now is finding useful things. Brother Wu Di, don't mind her. Let's first check if there are any essentials, such as medicines, common tools, and car accessories. Su Wanwan looked at Wu Di, also feeling tempted to find something she needed. Wu Di watched the three of them and couldn't help but smile. No rush right now. There shouldn't be anyone else coming here for the time being. Let's split up and search first. See if there are any useful items like weapon blueprints or vehicle reinforcement plans. Once we find those, I'll let you go shopping properly. Meet back at the supermarket entrance in half an hour. Don't wander too far. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face immediately lit up with joy and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Wu Di. I'll find it as fast as I can. No sooner had she spoken than she eagerly rushed deeper into the supermarket, her steps light and her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Shi only had time to call out to her retreating figure. Xiao Yue, be careful. Don't run around recklessly. Remember to regroup in half an hour. Su Wanwan also nodded to Wu Di and said, Brother Wu Di, then I'll go look as well. Good. Stay safe and call me immediately if anything comes up, Wu Di reminded her. Su Wanwan nodded and turned to walk toward the shelves on the other side. Lin Shi also adjusted her clothes and said, Brother Wu Di, I'll go take a look too. Go ahead. The group dispersed, each heading in a different direction. Half an hour later, at the supermarket entrance, the four of them assembled once more. Wu Di was the first to speak, his tone concise. How is it? Did you find anything? Lin Yu bounced over to him with an excited expression, but she shook her head slightly, having found nothing of significance. Lin Shi took a step forward, her expression earnest. Brother Wu Di, I found something. There are weapons and blueprints here. I'll take you over, and you can make the decision. All right. Wu Di nodded, and the three of them followed Lin Shi deeper into the supermarket. After threading through rows of food and daily necessity shelves for a brief moment, an eye-catching sign finally appeared ahead, the weapon area. Brother Wu Di, the blueprint area is right next to it, Lin, she said, pointing to the side. As the four of them stepped into the weapon area, Wu Di swept his gaze across, quickly getting a general idea of the inventory. This place encompassed nearly every common melee weapon from the real world. Machetes, daggers, spears, and crossbows were all available, though the highest quality was merely green. Firearms, on the other hand, were pitifully scarce. Scanning the area, there were only a handful of rifles and handguns. He walked straight toward the most prominent firearm with the highest price tag, picking up a rifle marked at 200 points. QBZ 95 Assault Rifle, blue quality, a modified version of a standard issue assault rifle. Caliber 5.8mm, fed by a 30-round magazine equipped with a simple iron sight and tactical rail. Effective range 280 meters, prone to overheating during continuous firing. Wu Di set it down and picked up another highly familiar firearm also priced at 200 points. AK-47 Assault Rifle, blue quality, a modified classic. Caliber 7.62mm, fixed stock, fed by a 30-round magazine. Effective range 250 meters, poor accuracy during continuous firing with a relatively heavy body. After a rough comparison, Wu Di made his judgment there was essentially no difference between them. Upon closer inspection, all rifles only came with one initial magazine. Extra magazines had to be purchased separately at a flat rate of 10 points each, and ammunition was not sold individually. Seeing this, Wu Di felt that these firearms were of little practical use to him now. Although his shadow pistol only had a 15-round capacity, it could automatically regenerate ammunition, albeit at a slow pace. Moreover, there was an autocannon mounted on his vehicle's roof, which recovered a fixed 120 rounds of ammunition daily. Most importantly, with his currently enhanced physical strength, it was highly doubtful whether these ordinary firearms could even scratch his skin. Let's go. We'll leave these firearms for now and look at the blueprints first before deciding whether we need them. Wu Di turned around and headed straight for the blueprint area. The blueprint area was much smaller than the weapon area, containing mostly basic upgrade blueprints and ordinary accessory blueprints for level 1 to 3 vehicles, with the highest quality being merely blue. Yet amidst the pile of ordinary blueprints, one stood out with a unique design exceptionally eye-catching. Space Expansion Scroll, a special item that grants an additional 10 square meters of space to a vehicle upon use. Price 1000 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Di reached out and took it. Previously, when he was alone, the space had been more than sufficient. Now, with 4 people in the vehicle, the original space was clearly inadequate. Crucially, this scroll could be used directly without requiring any crafting materials. After securing the Space Expansion Scroll, Wu Di swept his gaze over the remaining blue-quality blueprints and bought them all. Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint upgrades a Level 3 vehicle to a Level 4 vehicle upon use. Price 500 points. He planned to use his talent to reinforce it once more, hoping to see if his already Level 4 RV could break through further. Heavy-duty anti-explosion off-road tire design blueprint, blue quality vehicle accessory. Tire strength is significantly enhanced, rendering them immune to ordinary puncture and laceration damage. Capable of resisting small arms fire and mitigating the effects of extreme heat and cold. Speed 30. Crafting requirements: metal block X10, a rubber X10. Price 200 points. Crystallized bulletproof glass design blueprint, blue quality, upgraded from reinforced glass, forged with a special crystallization process. It possesses both high strength and toughness and can insulate against external temperatures. Crafting requirements: metal block X5, glass X25. Price 200 points. Vehicle frame design blueprint, blue quality, high strength alloy chassis. Significantly enhances vehicle defense durability and stability, drastically reducing wear and tear from collisions and damaged roads. Crafting requirements: metal block X20. Price 200 points. Turbo pulse engine design blueprint, blue quality, core vehicle accessory. Utilizes a multi-stage turbine and pulse charging structure. Power output is significantly increased, start response is faster, and sustained driving explosive power is stronger. Effect speed 50, fuel consumption 20. Crafting requirements: metal block X8, rubber X1, plastic X1. Price 200 points. Wu Di stored the blueprints into his space one by one. Looking at the complete set of core vehicle enhancement blueprints before him, he knew very well that these items could not be directly converted into immediate strength for the time being. He clearly remembered that a brand new material had been listed in the purple blueprints that appeared earlier: atomic mass. Up until now, let alone seeing it, not a single person in the chat channel had even mentioned such a thing. Yet with these blueprints in hand, as long as the subsequent materials were sufficient, his vehicle could undergo a massive leap forward at any moment. Wu Di glanced down at the point balance displayed on his wristband and did a quiet calculation. The blueprints had cost a total of 2300 points, leaving him with 31310 from his original 34610. He stood rooted in place, lost in deep thought. Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan, sensing his grave expression, remained quietly beside him, without a word, patiently waiting. Wu Di quickly calculated in his mind. Even as the regional champion, I only received 100 base points. Those who arrive later will receive even fewer. However, this time the safe zone contained vehicle upgrade blueprints. Before long, a wave of level 4 vehicles would inevitably appear, and the overall strength of other players would soon see a dramatic surge. I must seize this opportunity to once again widen the gap in my strength. His second talent effect was perfectly suited for today. 5 enhancement opportunities today. Where should they be put to best use? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di had already reached a decision. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come with me back to the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, instantly her eyes darting about as she stammered, Brother Wu Di. This doesn't seem appropriate. Sister and Sister Wanwan are still here and meanwhile Lin Shi and Su Wanwan both froze, gazing at Wu Di in utter bewilderment as the atmosphere suddenly grew strange. Wu Di immediately caught on upon seeing their expressions. What are you all thinking? I meant for you to activate your talent buff for me. Once it's done, you can come back and continue shopping. The three finally understood and awkwardly averted their gaze. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan quickly nodded, their expressions returning to normal. Wu Di added, you two look around the supermarket for basic materials like metal ingots, rubber, and glass, and restock some daily necessities. Alright. No longer shy, Lin Yu grabbed Wu Di's arm and hurried toward the exit. Hurry up, Brother Wu Di. Let's go to the RV quickly. As soon as they arrived, Lin Yu immediately activated her talent to bestow the enhancement upon Wu Di, then eagerly declared, then I'll head back to the supermarket now. Before her words even finished echoing, she had already vanished in a flash. Inside the cabin, Wu Di was alone. He took a deep breath and began today's enhancements. Wu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Does this mean that after reaching a level 4 vehicle, ordinary vehicle upgrade manuals can no longer be used for breakthroughs? He didn't dwell on it for long and immediately switched to the next target. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. The front bumper spike design green quality has been upgraded to city braking edge battering ram design blue quality. City braking edge battering ram design blue quality. A triangular ram crafted from military grade thin manganese steel and wear-resistant alloy edges fitted with cushioning rubber pads to enhance the vehicle's obstacle braking and impact capabilities, capable of causing significant damage to light vehicles. Installation requirement level 2 or higher vehicles. Energy consumption 10. Crafting requirement 15 metal ingots, 5 rubber. Ding! The city braking edge battering ram has been crafted. Wu Di did not stop. Immediately after crafting, he continued using his talent. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. The city braking edge battering ram blue quality has been upgraded to Titan armor piercing ram purple quality. Titan armor piercing ram purple quality, thickened military manganese steel combined with a tungsten steel ram tip, featuring a dual-layer composite structure, capable of inflicting fatal damage on medium vehicles and penetrating the surface armor of light armored vehicles. Integrating obstacle braking, armor piercing, and shock absorption functions. Installation requirement level 2 or higher vehicles. Energy consumption 20. Install it immediately. The Titan armor-piercing ram has been installed. Shall she check the status of the newly added vehicle equipment? Roger that, Commander. The Titan armor-piercing ram has been integrated into the onboard control system. Wu Di nodded and proceeded to the next enhancement. This time he took out his long-cherished gene optimization serum. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 2 tiers. The gene optimization serum has been upgraded to gene reconstruction primordial fluid. Gene reconstruction primordial fluid, a special item that comprehensively optimizes the human genetic sequence, repairs genetic defects, and significantly enhances physique and environmental adaptability. Grants immunity to most viruses, radiation, and toxins, achieving an evolutionary level transformation at its core. Ineffective for those with a physique above 200. Note: life iterates from this point. Mortal flesh steps toward rebirth. Every breath and exhale is evolution. Wu Di stared at this iridescent primordial fluid, a trace of astonishment finally stirring in his eyes. Wu Di gazed at this iridescent primordial fluid, a trace of astonishment finally appearing in his eyes. Although he could not use it for now, the value of this gene reconstruction essence was beyond measure. Wu Di knew very well that he was no longer just one person but a team, and he had to consider everything from an overall perspective. He carefully stowed away the gene reconstruction essence, then solemnly took out 2 items. Talent Fragment Silver Tier, a mysterious energy fragment containing the power to promote talent. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent promotion stone. Silver Tier. Talent Fragment Black Extreme Tier, a mysterious energy fragment containing the power to promote talent. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent promotion stone. Black Extreme Tier. These were the 2 talent fragments he had obtained earlier. Wu Di had always wondered whether his myth-tier talent could still break through further, and the only clear path at present relied on these fragments. Previously, he had hesitated to use them in order to prioritize strengthening the vehicle and his own combat power. Now the time had finally come. Wu Di focused his mind and activated his talent. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent Fragment Black Extreme tier has been promoted to Talent Fragment Golden tier. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent Fragment Silver tier has been promoted to Talent Fragment Legend tier. It actually works. So as long as I continue to collect talent fragments, my myth-tier talent will one day be able to break through again. Wu Di could barely suppress the excitement within his heart. The myth-tier talent was the foundation of his rise and his greatest advantage over other survivors. Now that he had personally witnessed that his talent still had room for advancement, how could he not be thrilled? After a moment, Wu Di forcibly calmed his emotions and took out the Space Expansion Scroll. Space Expansion Scroll, a special item that when used can increase the vehicle's space by 10 square meters. The previous team-building item and the gene optimization fluid he had just obtained had all taught him one lesson. Once these special items underwent talent promotion, their value would undergo a qualitative transformation. Wu Di no longer hesitated and activated Rule Breakthrough once again. Ding! Talent Rule Breakthrough Effect 2 activated. Space Expansion Scroll has been promoted to Void Domain. Void Domain, a special item that creates a completely independent small world isolated from external spacetime. Base area 10000 square meters. The area can be expanded by consuming energy. Internally features stable day-night cycles, air circulation, and ecological balance. Continues to consume energy to maintain this space. Note: within the void a realm is born, within the realm a sky is hidden with its own sun, moon, dawn, and dusk. Holy crap. Holy crap. Every time Wu Di used Talent Effect 2, he knew a tremendous transformation awaited him, yet looking at the description of the Void Domain, he still could not control his astonishment. At that moment, the central control screen emitted a prompt. Report, Commander. A vehicle-mounted item installation request has been detected. I have recommended the optimal solution. Xiaoxi, you have this function too. Wu Di looked at the screen in surprise. Commander, Xiaoxi is the vehicle, and the vehicle is Xiaoxi. Wu Di glanced at the recommended scheme on the interface and saw that where the kitchen and bedroom once bordered each other in the RV, a position for a light gate had appeared. Install. As soon as he spoke, a metal door silently appeared at the same position inside the vehicle. Wu Di immediately walked over, opened the door, and stepped inside. Seeing that all viable enhancements and installations were complete, Wu Di's tightly wound, nerves strained for days, finally relaxed. He pushed open the car door and stepped out, walking straight to the front of the vehicle to inspect the newly installed Titan armor-piercing ram. At the center of the once smooth and simple front grille now stood a pitch-black triangular ram, its edge gleaming with a chilling cold light. The base of the ram was seamlessly integrated into the RV's chassis, its sharp and heavy lines making the entire vehicle look increasingly majestic and imposing. It was no longer a mere means of transportation, but rather a mobile fortress of war. Nodding in satisfaction, Wu Di turned and walked toward the supermarket. Previously, he had worried that the limited space of the RV would prevent him from storing many supplies. Now, with the Void Domain, a miniature 10,000-meter world, he could finally act without restraint, stocking up heavily to prepare thoroughly for the survival challenges ahead. Just as he stepped into the supermarket lobby, he saw Lin Shi walking out from inside, her expression carrying a hint of urgency. Brother Wu Di, I was just about to look for you, Lin Shi said as she quickly stepped forward. What's wrong? Wu Di asked. I found the basic materials section inside. Basic supplies like metal blocks, rubber, glass, and plastic are all 1 point each, and there is a purchase limit of 1,000 for each item. Additionally, there is fuel, which is also 1 point per unit with the same limit of 1,000 units. How much do you think we should exchange? Lin Shi earnestly reported her findings, a trace of hesitation in her voice. After all, the sheer volume of supplies was substantial, and she worried about the limited space inside the vehicle. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Wu Di paused in his tracks, secretly astonished. He recalled that at the previous supply stations the price of basic materials was far higher than 1 point each. With prices so low in the safe zone now, could it be that the system was deliberately supporting the survivors, giving everyone a chance to bolster their strength? Without much deliberation, Wu Di immediately said in a deep voice, exchange for all of them. Get every bit of material and fuel we can. But Brother Wu Di, Lin Shi said looking troubled, each of our backpacks only has 10 slots, and each item can only stack up to 99 times. The space inside the vehicle isn't large enough either. I have already resolved the space issue, so don't worry, Wu Di said with a smile. Tell Su Wanwan and Lin Yu that we will exchange the resources together first, and then transport them back together. All right, Brother Wu Di. Lin Shi nodded. As she pulled out her interface panel to send messages to Su Wanwan and Lin Yu, as she asked curiously, did you already use the space expansion scroll you exchanged earlier? Yes, I used it, and the results exceeded my expectations. The current space is larger than you can possibly imagine. Wu Di could not conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lin Shi turned her head to look at Wu Di in astonishment, the previous changes to the RV flashing through her mind as a faint suspicion formed in her heart. A moment later, Lin Shi led Wu Di into the depths of the supermarket to the basic materials section. From afar they saw Lin Yu and Su Wanwan waiting by the shelves. Lin Yu was holding a few bags of snacks, her face brimming with anticipation. Brother Wu Di. Upon seeing Wu Di, Lin Yu immediately ran over, her tone carrying a hint of frustration. The system seems to have recognized us as a single team. I thought the four of us would be able to exchange for 4,000 units of each material, but the limit is still 1,000 per item. What a waste. Seeing her frustrated look, Wu Di could not help but chuckle. We were always a team, weren't we? That's true. Lin Yu scratched her head, instantly cheering up as she cast her frustration aside. Let's not waste time. Let's finish exchanging the basic resources first. My space has 30 slots, and each slot can stack up to 99 items, so we can move all the supplies in just 2 trips. Alright. The 3 of them agreed in unison and immediately began the exchange. Afterward, the 4 of them walked out of the supermarket together. Just as they stepped out of the supermarket entrance, the gazes of Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan were instantly drawn to the front of the RV. Their mouths fell open in sheer shock. The once familiar front of the vehicle now featured a massive metallic triangular ram. Combined with the 30mm chain autocannon already mounted on the roof, the entire vehicle exuded a formidable sense of deterrence. Lin Yu excitedly grabbed Lin Shi's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Sister, look. That ram and the cannon on the roof. Is that still our RV? It is just too cool. Though Lin Shi was equally astonished, she remained calmer than Lin Yu. She cast a helpless look at her sister and said with a smile, who was the one clamoring to see the autocannon earlier, only to stare wide-eyed at the supermarket the moment we arrived, completely forgetting to even glance at the roof. In truth, when they first got out of the vehicle upon arriving at the safe zone, she and Su Wanwan had already noticed the autocannon on the roof, but had not had the chance to look closely. Now with the addition of the ram at the front, she was utterly awestruck. Su Wanwan stood to the side, her eyes fixed on the RV, and murmured, an RV like this gives such a strong sense of security. Come on, let me show you the newly added space. Wu Di did not stop walking straight toward the RV with a hint of mystery in his tone. The 3 of them quickly caught up. After stepping into the vehicle, they saw Wu Di walk to the area between the kitchen and the bedroom and open the metal door. Filled with intense curiosity, Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan followed Wu Di inside in a daze. As soon as they stepped into the void domain, the 3 froze utterly, their jaws slack with disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. It took Lin Yu a long while to regain her composure, stammering, Wu Di G. This is simply too enormous. Su Wanwan also came to her senses, whispering softly, so surreal. Like a dream. She had never imagined that such a vast space could exist within an RV, far beyond anything she could comprehend. Indeed, Lin Shi nodded gently, her face etched with awe. She had guessed at something beforehand, but nothing could have prepared her for the sheer magnificence before her eyes. Wu Di observed their stunned expressions, and a faint smile graced his lips. Stop gawking. The space here is immense. There's plenty of time to explore later. It's not going anywhere. Oh, Lin Yu responded blankly. Back inside the supermarket, Wu Di turned to the 3 with steady composure. I'm going to exchange for a batch of weapons. No one knows what tomorrow will bring, but you must learn to fight. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, Lin Shi gently held her back and said earnestly, Brother Wu Di will follow your lead. Su Wanwan nodded, as well, her gaze resolute. Brother Wu Di, my marksmanship isn't bad. I still have the hand crossbow you gave me. Point me where to shoot, and I'll hit it. Wu Di gave a slight nod. My previous promise still stands. I won't force you to do anything. But if I'm gone one day, at least you'll know how to survive on your own. Now go ahead and exchange all the remaining resources. I'll meet up with you all after I'm done with the firearms. Use the remaining points however you see fit. The moment he said it, Lin Yu practically bounced with excitement. Great. Brother Wu Di, go get those weapons. Sister, and I will head straight to exchange resources. Wu Di had only taken a few steps when Lin Yu's eager voice rang out from behind. Brother Wu Di, don't forget to call me after you're done. Wu Di made his way to the weapons section, thought for a moment, then made his decision. QBZ 95 Assault Rifle 4. 800 points, magazines 500, 5,000 points. M9 Pistol 4. 400 points, magazines 500, 2,500 points. M9 Pistol Green Quality, Standard Semi-Automatic Pistol, 15 round magazine capacity, effective range of 30 meters, 9 millimeters ammunition, reliable construction, low malfunction, rate beginner friendly. This should arm them to the teeth, Wu Di thought to himself. Once their physical conditioning improves, they won't be the weak link anymore. After completing the settlement, his points dropped significantly. Remaining points 16,603. Wu Di sent a message directly to Lin Yue. Use all the remaining points however you wish. I'll return to the RV and wait for you. After sending, he headed straight back to the RV. It was already 1550. Xiaoxi, monitor the surroundings at all times. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Received, Commander. For the rest of the time Lin Shi and Su Wanwan made numerous trips, cheerfully transporting supplies into the void domain. The RV's 5 cubic meter refrigerator was packed to the brim, and Wu Di found himself curious about just how much they had purchased. Yet watching the long-forgotten relaxed and joyful expressions on their faces, Wu Di felt a sudden lightness in his heart. It seemed this apocalyptic survival game wasn't so cold and unbearable after all. Time passed slowly during the busy yet peaceful labor. Only after 2 full hours did the three return to the RV, their faces content. After entering the void domain, only Lin Shi emerged. Brother Wu Di, we've bought a lot of daily necessities. Xiao Yu and Sister Su are still organizing inside. Just do as you see fit. Wu Di no longer harbored any special needs for material life. The sensation of firmly grasping his own strength and constantly growing stronger fascinated him far more. Brother Wu Di, now that everything is ready, I'll go make a proper meal. Lin Shi said softly. Good, then I'll look forward to tasting your cooking. The cabin fell silent once more save for the gentle clinking of kitchen utensils from the kitchen area, a warm, reassuring sound. Wu Di leaned back in his seat, experiencing rare, complete relaxation. Just as this tranquility was about to seep through his entire being, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly rang out from the central control screen. Commander, a vehicle has been detected entering the parking lot. Wu Di immediately raised his eyes and gazed through the car window toward the parking lot where 4 familiar vehicles were slowly approaching. So recognizable. Could it be those 6 people? The moment he spotted the cars, Wu Di recalled the group of survivors he had encountered in the rusty wasteland city. Big Brother Wu Di. Lin Shi paused her work, calling out softly, a trace of wariness flickering in her eyes. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I'm still looking forward to tasting your cooking. Wu Di offered a faint smile, leaning back against the seat, having no intention of provoking them. At that very moment 6 people emerged one by one from 4 minivans, precisely the same group Wu Di had crossed paths with in the rusty wasteland city. Look, that RV is here too. The short-haired girl recognized Wu Di's vehicle at once and whispered her exclamation. Fate has a way of funneling enemies together. The stout man's expression darkened, his tone laced with hostility. He slipped away last time, but there's no way he escapes now, right? Another girl chimed in, greed gleaming in her eyes. Recalling the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by Wu Di, anger simmered once more within her. Don't go poking the bear, the long-haired girl said anxiously. Take a closer look at the rooftop, that cannon barrel, and the system warning that this is a safe zone. We shouldn't provoke him. What's there to fear? We outnumber him. Lure him out first. That cannon might as well be decoration. If it comes to a fight, Zhao Cheng, you ambush him with your freezing ability. How could we lose? The stout man, unwilling to relent, leaned close to the tall, thin man and whispered his encouragement. The 6 erupted into debate. In the end, only the stout man and the girl who had spoken first still fixated on the RV. The rest dared not advance further. Despite their burning resentment, they could only suppress their malicious thoughts and stand aside grudgingly. Fine, I'll go say hello. The tall, thin man drew a deep breath and walked toward the RV. The instant he drew near, the RV door swung open. Wu Di stood at the threshold, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 6 before he spoke flatly. Given we hail from the same homeland, consider this a warning. Supplies can be exchanged inside. And whatever unwarranted thoughts you may harbor, it would be wise to abandon them. Before anyone could respond, Wu Di shut the door. What a pity. Inside the vehicle, Wu Di murmured softly, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. He had caught every word of their discussion outside. Not a single syllable had escaped him. His regret was not for anything else, but rather that they ultimately lacked the courage to strike. Otherwise, he could have tested whether this parking lot truly qualified as a safe zone. Lin Shi continued her quiet bustle in the kitchen, not asking a single follow-up question. Within the void domain, Lin Yu and Su Wanwan were still frantically sorting through supplies until Wu Di finally entered and summoned them out for dinner. At the dining table, Wu Di surveyed the 3 with a helpless sigh. That mountain-like pile? Is that your handiwork? How long will it take to organize all of this? Big Brother Wu Di, you don't know. The supermarket had everything. I bought so many beautiful outfits, and Sister Wanwan and Sister also picked plenty of clothes for you. Lin Yu reported, excitedly shoveling rice into her mouth. At these words, Su Wanwan and Lin Shi simultaneously shot her sharp glances. Lin Shi rebuked lightly. Can't you even keep your mouth shut while eating? Su Wanwan's cheeks tinged pink as she explained softly. Big Brother Wu Di, we simply had far too many points. The living supplies are enough for us to live comfortably for 3 months. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. It's just a pity the refrigerator is too small. We couldn't stock up on many refrigerated items. Otherwise, we could have hoarded even more. After you finish eating, remember not to step out of the vehicle again. Wu Di's expression grew solemn. More people will likely arrive in succession. The nights ahead won't be peaceful. The words had barely left his lips when commander vehicles detected entering the parking lot. Xiao Shi, Wu Di ordered calmly. No need to alert me for incoming vehicles, but notify me immediately if anyone approaches the RV. Copy that, Commander. Wu Di set down his bowl and chopsticks rose and returned to the driver's seat, closing his eyes to rest while keeping his senses sharply attuned to the outside. Lin Shi Lin Yue and Su Wanwan exchanged a glance and fell silent, quietly accelerating their pace of eating. Outside the window the sky gradually darkened. Through the glass Wu Di observed that in merely a short while 7 or 8 minivans had already streamed into the parking lot. When facing monsters I can strike without hesitation. But when it comes to survivors like myself, fellow human beings, can I truly bring myself to do it? Wu Di had been lost in contemplation. When the time comes, do not blame me. Hearing the voice in his ear, Wu Di muttered softly to himself. Perhaps it was the 30mm chain-linked machine gun perched atop the RV, gleaming with a cold, menacing light that held such intimidation. The survivors who arrived afterward all kept their distance, eyeing the vehicle with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, no one daring to approach even an inch. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu had long since cleared the dining table, and the latter two were then drawn into the void realm by Lin Yu. Before they realized it, the time had reached 1930, and another minivan appeared in the parking lot. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, the door was flung open, and a man in his early 30s leapt out. He was burly, clad in a black tank top, stained with grime and dried blood. After exiting the vehicle, the man scanned the parking lot from side to side, his gaze eventually settling on Wu Di's RV. His eyes instantly lit up. Damn, what a piece of gear. Is this still around? The man muttered under his breath, his voice brimming with wild excitement as he strode quickly toward the RV. Is anyone in there? The moment the man took a step toward the RV, Xiaoxi's alert chimed. Commander, someone is approaching the RV, distance 10 meters. Wu Di leaned back in his seat, not even lifting his eyelids, his tone calm. No rush. Let's see what he's after. Hardly had he finished speaking when thunderous bangs echoed through the air. The man had reached the RV door and was slamming his fist against it with all his might, as though determined to batter it down. After pounding for a considerable while, the door remained unmoved and no one responded. Frustrated, the man delivered a vicious kick to the door and, upon finding no reaction, turned on his heel and walked toward the supermarket. Xiaoxi, how many people are in the area now? Wu Di opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the vehicles in the parking lot through the window as he asked in a low voice. Commander, as of now 16 vehicles have entered, totaling 23 survivors, 15 male and 8 female. Xiaoxi's voice responded promptly. Wu Di gave a slight nod and said nothing more. Time slipped by gradually, and the parking lot fell into an eerie silence, broken only by occasional fragments of conversation drifting from the direction of the supermarket. Everything seemed unsettlingly calm. It was then that Wu Di noticed the man who had been battering the RV door emerging from the supermarket, a silver Desert Eagle gripped firmly in his hand. He made his way toward a minivan inside, which sat a boy appearing to be in his early 20s. Kid, how about we team up? I saw you traded for quite a bit of supplies earlier. I've got a gun. I can protect you. Be big, brother. No need. I can manage on my own, the boy stammered, clearly intimidated by the burly man's imposing aura. His voice faltered, his body trembled slightly, and he instinctively shrank back into the seat. Brat, don't turn down a good offer. The smile vanished from the burly man's face, his tone turning vicious. Either hand over your supplies obediently, and I'll protect you, or I'll test this Desert Eagle on you, and see how well it works. Be big, brother. I truly don't have many supplies left. I spent most of my points reinforcing the vehicle. Fear shimmered in the boy's eyes. A cruel glint flashed across the burly man's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised the Desert Eagle and fired several shots straight at the car window. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were crisp and deafening, cutting sharply through the silent night. The car window shattered instantly, and the bullet struck the boy squarely in the chest. The boy let out a muffled groan, his body going limp as he slumped into the seat, his eyes wide open. Seeing this, the burly man quickly yanked open the minivan door, emptied whatever meager supplies remained inside, and stuffed them into his own vehicle, cursing all the while. Damn, poor bastard, wasted my damn time. He then dismantled the vehicle and took its core. Inside the parking lot, the remaining survivors huddled in their cars, doors locked tight, nobody daring to step out and intervene. The survivors inside the supermarket, drawn by the gunshots, came running out and gathered at a distance, their faces etched with terror and panic, yet no one dared to approach. After dismantling the vehicle, the burly man scanned the crowd of onlookers. Noticing everyone staring at him with fearful, evasive eyes, a smirk curled his lips. His gaze slowly rotated before finally landing once more on the conspicuous RV. Compared to the meager loot he'd just obtained, this RV was what he truly desired. Whispers of fear and unease rippled through the crowd. He actually dared to kill someone. Didn't the system say attacks aren't allowed in the safe zone? A girl's voice trembled as she clutched her companion's arm tightly. Looks like the parking lot isn't the safe zone. Only the inside of the supermarket is. A boy beside her said in a low voice, his eyes filled with dread. Look, he's heading toward the RV again. Does he want to rob that thing? Someone pointed in the burly man's direction, their voice thick with astonishment. I should have traded for some weapons earlier. If he finishes robbing the RV, will we be next? Someone said with visible regret etched across their face. The burly man had already started walking toward the RV. Damn, robbery is the fastest way. If I get my hands on this RV, I'll be set for life. The gun in his hand gave him ample courage. When the burly man was only about 3 meters away from the RV, the previously sealed door suddenly swung open. Woody appeared at the doorway, his expression utterly calm. In his right hand, the shadow pistol was leveled steadily at the burly man's chest. The man's face froze instantly, his pupils contracting violently as he instinctively tried to raise his Desert Eagle. But his reaction came a fraction of a second too late. Bang! A single gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the burly man's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Like the young boy before him, he let out a muffled groan. Only this time his expression was one of utter disbelief. His body went soft, and he fell straight down. The Desert Eagle slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. Within moments, he drew his last breath. Woody looked down at the corpse sprawled on the ground, his eyes unwavering. He slowly withdrew the shadow pistol, turned, and closed the rear door, shutting out the fear, the murmurs, and the metallic scent of blood. Inside the cabin, Woody sat on the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. Yet his mind replayed the moment he pulled the trigger over and over again. The image of the scarred man collapsing to the ground. This was the first time he had personally taken another human life. Not a monster, but a fellow survivor, just like him. A wave of intense discomfort surged through him. His throat tightened, his stomach churned, and a heavy weight pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. His hands trembled ever so slightly, not from fear, but from an indescribable tangle of emotions. After a moment, Woody slowly opened his eyes. The confusion and turmoil that had clouded them were gone, replaced by clarity and resolve. He murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is the life I truly want." He then turned to the center console and ordered in a firm voice, "Shall she open the door?" In the parking lot, the survivors who had just witnessed the entire slaughter dispersed after Woody shut the door, their expressions varying from grim to shaken. Some hurried back to their minivans, locking the doors tightly to cut themselves off from the dangers outside. Others rushed panic-stricken back to the supermarket, heading straight for the weapons area, desperate to arm themselves and buy a sliver of self-preservation. Just then the RV door opened again and Woody stepped out. His expression was calm as he glanced over the body of the burly man on the ground, picked up the pistol, and walked directly toward the minivan that had belonged to him. The watching survivors instantly held their breath, their eyes locked onto every move he made, their hearts rising to their throats. Yet Woody's actions defied all expectations. He did not rummage through the supplies in the minivan, nor did he even cast it another glance. He simply dismantled the vehicle and took its core. Only when the RV door closed again did the survivors in the parking lot finally exhale, their hanging tension completely dissolving. Back inside the RV, Woody settled onto the sofa once more. Shall she stay alert? Monitor the movements of everyone in the parking lot and any changes in the surrounding environment. Report any anomalies immediately. Acknowledged, Commander. He knew clearly that although his act of killing the burly man had intimidated some, there would always be those willing to risk everything for profit. The parking lot, which had still carried a trace of liveliness, was now utterly deathly silent after the two slaughters carried out by the burly man and Woody. Those survivors who had finished exchanging supplies stayed obediently inside their vehicles. No one dared step out freely. More had retreated into the supermarket and dared not emerge. The entire parking lot was frighteningly quiet. Xiaoxi or Lin Shi and the other two still organizing supplies inside the void domain. I'm sorry, Commander. Without the appropriate monitoring equipment, I cannot observe the interior conditions of the void domain. Very well. I'll keep an eye on things. Woody gave a slight nod and asked no further questions. Night deepened, and the time slowly approached 11 o'clock. Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan emerged from the void domain one after another, faces showing traces of fatigue, yet unable to mask the excitement in their eyes. The moment Lin Yu stepped out, she ran excitedly to Woody's side. Brother Woody, this void domain is amazing. There are blue skies and white clouds inside along with soft soil. The feeling is just like returning to the real world. Tell me, can we build a house inside it, so we won't have to crowd into this RV anymore? Su Wanwan walked over. Brother Woody, let me keep watch tonight. You should rest for a while. Lin, she said nothing, standing quietly to one side, her gaze fixed on Woody. She could feel that the aura surrounding him seemed different from before. Woody shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. No need. You two go rest. With Xiaoxi maintaining full spectrum surveillance outside, there's no one needed for night watch. He paused and added, make the most of your rest as well. Who knows what dangers tomorrow may bring. We must always be prepared. Seeing Woody's unyielding stance, the three did not press further. They nodded and silently entered the RV's bedroom, leaving the cabin once again engulfed in silence. At 3:09 in the morning, Xiaoxi's alert tone suddenly shattered the deep night quiet. Commander, someone is approaching the RV. Position marked. Woody's eyes snapped open, any trace of sleepiness entirely absent. He murmured to himself, still unwilling to give up, are they? Very well. This will serve as their liberation. Not far outside the RV, three figures crept closer, their bodies low, their footsteps feather-light, afraid of being discovered. Two of them Wu Di already knew, namely the short, fat man and the woman from the original six-person group who had been eyeing the RV. Beside them was a man in his early 40s of average build, his expression wary. "Young man, are you confident about this?" The man in his 40s spoke in a hushed voice, uncertainty coloring his tone as his gaze remained fixed on the RV door, suspicion and dread written across his face. The short, fat man shook the pistol in his hand and replied in a low voice, "Brother Chen, don't worry. As long as you use your ability to open the door, we'll take him down while he's asleep. No matter how formidable he is, can he survive bullets?" Brother Chen frowned and said heavily, "Young man, it's not that I don't trust you. But let's get one thing straight up front. After this is done, this RV belongs to me. We're only partners here, and the rewards must be divided clearly. I won't take the risk and end up with nothing." The short, fat man quickly nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Chun. My partner and I only want revenge. We'll make him pay dearly. The RV and all supplies are yours." But in his heart, he was already plotting his next move. As long as he killed Wu Di first, he could find an opportunity to eliminate this Chunga later. The RV would ultimately be his. He also knew clearly that only by relying on Chun Ji's ability, Metal Mastery, could they possibly enter the RV without making a sound. Just then the woman with short hair suddenly whispered in an excited tone, "Look! The RV door is opening." Upon hearing this, the short, fat man and Chungu immediately looked up. But the moment they raised their heads, their vision went dark. The world flipped upside down, and their consciousness began to fade rapidly. Returning to the RV, Wu Di leaned back against the driver's seat and let out a soft sigh, knowing that no one would disturb him anymore. The night passed in tranquil peace. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yue and Su Wanwan stepped out of the bedroom with light, quiet steps. Upon seeing Wu Di resting with his eyes closed in the driver's seat, the three of them instinctively softened their movements. With a tacit understanding not to disturb him, they quietly began tidying up the cabin and preparing breakfast. In truth, the moment they opened the door, Wu Di had already awakened, but he remained lying there quietly, without making a sound. Before long, breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Yu was about to step forward to wake Wu Di, he stood up and walked over. "Brother Wu Di, you're awake. I was just about to call you for breakfast. We don't know what will happen after 6 o'clock, so it's best to be prepared early." Beside them, Su Wanwan kept her head lowered, looking as though she had something to say, but was hesitating. "What's wrong?" Wu Di looked at her. Su Wanwan bit her lip, her voice laced with self-reproach. "Brother Wu Di, my talent chest didn't appear yesterday. It seems because I remained in the void realm the entire time, I wasted an opportunity." Wu Di was momentarily stunned, thinking it was some major crisis. "Is that all? Just be careful next time." He had been entirely focused on guarding against external dangers yesterday, completely forgetting about Su Wanwan's situation. Su Wanwan gazed at Wu Di intently for a few seconds, confirming that he truly harbored no blame. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed, and she let out a soft sigh of relief. The three of them nodded and spoke no more, quickly and quietly finishing their breakfast. Once everything was packed and ready, the time reached 5:58. "Keep a constant eye on the chat channel and let me know immediately if there's any news." "Yes." The three of them nodded in unison. In the next second, region-wide announcement: a 7-day period of tempestuous rain is about to begin. 1. Weather conditions will continue to deteriorate. Please hasten your escape from the black mist. 2. The drop rate of special items and skill books from resource crates has been increased. 3. Advanced vehicle upgrade blueprints and modification blueprints will be produced in this phase. 4. Due to the mortality rate in the first phase exceeding 50, the regional channel is disbanded and all survivors will undergo random relocation. Just as the announcement finished, a flash of white light blinded the four of them. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in last night's parking lot. They found themselves on a broad highway surrounded by the desolate aura of a ruined civilization. Numerous abandoned vehicles were parked haphazardly along the roadside, their bodies rusted and decayed. In the distance, the silhouettes of high-rise buildings loomed utterly devoid of life. Wu Di opened the window and looked back. Sure enough, 100 meters behind the vehicle, a towering wall of black mist connecting heaven and earth was slowly creeping toward them at a visible pace. Xiaoxi proceed forward at a speed of 60. "Understood, Commander." "Brother Wu Di, didn't it say there would be a tempestuous rain? Why is it so quiet?" Lin Yue, sitting in the passenger seat, could not help but speak up. Yet the moment the words left her mouth, a sparse drizzle began to patter outside the RV. "Brother Wu Di, I really didn't mean to jinx it." Lin Yue hastily covered her mouth. "Today is only the first day, so the situation shouldn't be too severe." Wu Di said in a low voice. "Keep an eye on the chat channel and see if there are any suitable blueprints." However, reality proved far more extreme than Wu Di had anticipated. Before they had even traveled for an hour, the light drizzle had escalated into a torrential downpour. Heavy bean-sized raindrops pelted the roof and windows with a deafening clatter, blurring their vision of the road ahead. "Commander, the radar function has been affected by the rainfall. The current detection range is limited to 100 meters, Xiaoxi's sweet voice reported. Shall she check if the rainfall has any other effects on the vehicle? Wu Di was already starting to worry. If the first day brought such a violent storm, it was hard to imagine what the remaining 7 days would be like. Commander, due to weather factors, the estimated maximum speed is limited to 150 kilometers per hour. There are no other impacts for now. Shall she maintain a speed of 60? Inform me immediately of any changes. Understood, Commander. Fortunately, the black mist behind us isn't spreading too quickly. Otherwise, in this kind of weather, slipping and flipping the vehicle would mean instant doom. Wu Di let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yu made a wry face. Brother Wu Di, the weather changed way too fast. How can we even go outside? Wu Di asked. How is everyone else doing in the chat channel? Su Wanwan frowned as she looked at her panel. Brother Wu Di, the chat channel is impossible to read. There are over 2 billion people in there, and it's nothing but spam. However, everyone's situation seems to be the same. They are all experiencing heavy rain. Lin Yu immediately leaned over, saying excitedly, Yes, Brother Wu Di. So many people are talking about us. Many of those who upgraded to level 4 vehicles only have around 2,000 points, but we have 34610. And also, Brother Wu Di, why is everyone in the chat channel saying that many of their level 4 vehicles aren't RVs? And some of their RVs lack so much equipment. They're living so miserably. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Wu Di did not reply, immediately opening the vehicle leaderboard. First place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 34610. Second place, Lin Chun vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2330. Third place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2320. Fourth place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2310. Fifth place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2300. Sixth place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2220. Seventh place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2210. Eighth place, Elena vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2180. Ninth place, XXX vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2050. 10th place, Zhao Lei vehicle level 4, a vehicle points 2020. Why is everyone hiding their names? Wu Di said subconsciously as he looked at the leaderboard filled with a string of XXX. Lin Yu leaned close to the panel, chattering excitedly. Everyone's been discussing it. This survival game doesn't encourage teamwork at all. The more people there are, the greater the crisis. Many groups gather together only to be separated immediately after teleportation, making their excitement completely pointless. She suddenly looked up, her eyes blinking. All right, Brother Wu Di, why are the 4 of us still together? Lin, she glanced at her helplessly. Are you stupid? We have a team contract. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Yu scratched her head and gave an awkward smile. Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at her dazed expression. In the carriage, the atmosphere had rarely been so relaxed during this endless rainstorm. Just then, a crisp alert sounded, making all 4 of them pause simultaneously. Lin Yu looked up sharply. Brother Wu Di, where did these points come from? We didn't open any chests or exchange anything. Wu Di pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiaoxi, how far have we traveled in total? Commander, we've just completed 100 kilometers. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. 10 points for 100 kilometers. If there are points, there must be a place to exchange them, probably just ahead. Lin, she furrowed her brows in analysis. Brother Wu Di, the system said the probability of special items and skill books has increased in this phase. Could it be that the number of supply crates has actually decreased? That's possible. Wu Di nodded. Pay attention to what others are saying in the channel and report immediately if you hear anything. He turned to the central control screen. Shall she proceed at full speed while ensuring safety? Roger that, Commander. Throughout the morning, the RV sped through the torrential rain. Aside from the 10 points earned notification that appeared every 100 kilometers, no supply crates or exchange points were encountered along the way. The rain continued pouring outside the windows as if it would never stop. Lin Yu suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up. Brother Wu Di, do you think we can farm in the Void Realm? I saw lots of seeds earlier. Can we grow fruits and vegetables in there? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged glances, both showing interest. Wu Di was momentarily stunned. Indeed, why hadn't he thought of that? They had ample supplies now, but they couldn't just consume without replenishing. The Void Realm was so vast, they could be self-sufficient. Besides, farming was tradition. He nodded immediately. You go try it. Xiaoxi can't connect to the interior of the realm, so I need to stay outside and keep watch. Lin, she hurriedly said. Then Brother Wu Di, call us immediately if anything happens. Don't worry. Wu Di added. You can exchange for various types of seeds. We don't need fuel, so you can trade it without hesitation. Hearing Wu Di say they didn't need fuel, the 3 didn't ask why. Lin Yu patted her chest. Brother Wu Di, rest assured. I'm the best at picking things out. Then the 3 entered the Void Realm. Wu Di sat alone in the driver's seat, continuing to ponder the variables that might appear in the second phase. Commander, obstacle detected ahead. Please be cautious. The moment Xiaoxi's reminder fell, Wu Di felt the vehicle tremble slightly. The massive RV, under intelligent driving, didn't slow down and headed straight for a pile of abandoned car wreckage ahead. The Titan armor-piercing ram at the front of the vehicle smashed the twisted metal into pieces, scattering in all directions. The RV passed over smoothly with barely any bump. Wu Di murmured, I never expected this ram to be put to use so soon. Time ticked by. The three emerged from the realm, had lunch, and went back in to continue their tasks. It was already 1:39 p.m. Just when Wu Di thought today might pass uneventfully, Commander Unidentified Object detected ahead. Should I reduce speed? Slow down. Wu Di immediately snapped to attention. Roger that, Commander. Should I reverse? Wu Di didn't respond, his gaze already piercing through the rain to see the unidentified object, Xiao, she had mentioned. It was actually a supply point. But the RV was moving too fast, and due to the heavy rain, Xiaoxi's radar only had a 100-meter detection range. By the time it was detected, it was already too late to slow down. The motorhome slowly backed up, coming to a steady halt beside the supply point. Wu Di stepped inside the supply point immediately. Looking at the familiar structure before him, he could not help but complain inwardly. Does it always have to be designed like a bus shelter? Is it just to make it easier to shelter from the rain? In this tempestuous weather with the heavy curtain of rain blurring his vision, Wu Di figured he would have missed this supply point entirely had Xiaoxi not spotted it in time. Wu Di took a step forward, his gaze landing on the center of the supply point, where he found only a single exchange machine. Just as Su Wanwan said, where there are points there is bound to be a place to exchange them. He murmured to himself, tapping the machine's screen with his fingertip to browse the exchange list. After a thorough scan, Wu Di was somewhat surprised that basic resources like food, metal, and rubber were identical to before without a single change. Yet in the blueprint column, there was only a single item seemingly tailored by the system specifically for this relentless downpour. Ground-locking anti-skid tread blueprint, green quality, a vehicle accessory. Detachable anti-skid tread patches are installed on the tire surface to deepen the tread patterns, enhancing grip on slippery roads and shallow water zones. Compatible with original tires. Crafting requirements, rubber 5. Exchange cost 100 points. Wu Di glanced at his point panel. It showed exactly 100 points, neither more nor less. He pondered silently, could there be such a supply point for every 100 kilometers traveled? Although he could not confirm this for now, the anti-skid tread blueprint was undoubtedly an absolute necessity. With the roads slick from the torrential rain and the motorhome traveling at high speeds, this item would drastically reduce the risk of slipping and rolling over. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Di clicked to exchange and immediately returned to the motorhome. Xiaoxi, keep moving forward. Keep an eye out for similar supply points along the way and stop if you spot any. Understood, Commander. The motorhome started up once more, hurtling through the storm at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. The Titan armor-piercing ram at the front was utterly invincible, easily crushing and running over any abandoned vehicle wreckage or roadblocks they encountered along the way. Apart from the acquired 10 points notification that popped up punctually every 100 kilometers, they encountered no other supply points, nor did they find any trace of resource crates. There was only the relentless downpour outside, drumming a rhythmic patter against the roof. Time flowed by slowly until 5:00 p.m., when Lin Shi and Su Wanwan were the first to emerge, their faces etched with a touch of weariness that could not conceal the anticipation in their eyes. Brother Wu Di, we've planted a lot of vegetable seeds in the domain, but we don't know when they will mature. Lin Shi said softly, a trace of curiosity in her voice. However, we searched all over and couldn't find any fruit tree seeds. It doesn't matter. We aren't short on resources anyway. This is just to give ourselves something to look forward to. Wu Di replied. He too had no idea if the seeds in this survival game differed from those in reality. Su Wanwan chimed in, Brother Wu Di, Cici and I are going to prepare dinner and wait for the talent treasure chest to refresh. Missing it yesterday was a devastating loss. We absolutely cannot miss it again today. Working together, the two of them quickly prepared dinner. Lin Shi went to call Lin Yue, who was still organizing the resources. After a quick meal, they tidied up swiftly. Before they knew it, the clock struck 6:00 p.m. Right then, a soft white light glowed on the motorhome's coffee table, and a small chest slowly materialized. It was indeed Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest. Lin Shi stared at the chest and murmured in awe. Even though it's not the first time I've seen the talent treasure chest refresh, it still feels incredibly miraculous. Lin Yu leaned in close to the coffee table, her face filled with envy. Sister Wanwan, what kind of good items do you think we'll get this time? Su Wanwan waved her hands, slightly embarrassed. Oh, it's nothing too grand. The items aren't always that useful. Previously, I even traded a blueprint from the chest with Brother Wu Di for weapons. That was also when Brother Wu Di saved my life. Don't dwell too much on the past. Open it, and let's see. Wu Di interrupted them. Su Wanwan nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the chest. Su Wanwan then displayed the blueprint's attributes to everyone. Rain-penetrating light blueprint, green quality, a vehicle accessory. Modifies the front and rear headlights into high-penetration light sources that can pierce directly through heavy rain curtains and mist, significantly improving forward visibility. Energy consumption 5. Crafting requirements, metal 2, glass 2, plastic 1, electronic component 1. Wu Di held the lock ground anti-slip texture design, his hand, his brow furrowed, and his mind full of confusion. This was only the beginning. The drawings the system had provided were all for essential tools and with not a single extraneous item. This deliberate targeting only unsettled him further. Was the current ease at this stage truly real? Just as Wu Di sank into contemplation with a grave expression, Lin Shi's voice sounded asking if they all felt something strange. In the first phase, the system warned that the night was dangerous. After arriving here, there were no warnings about night danger today. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Su Wanwan's body stiffened slightly, not sure what she recalled. Her face turned pale, and a trace of fear flickered in her eyes, barely perceptible. Lin Yu keenly noticed Su Wanwan's abnormal expression, hurried to her side, and pretended to be simple-minded to shift the topic, suggesting that if there were no supply crates in the future, she might be useless. Lin Shi looked at Lin Yu's deliberate act of feigning innocence and immediately understood her motive: to help Su Wanwan ease the awkward moment. She restrained the urge to snap at Lin Yu, glancing at her with a helpless look without exposing her. Wu Di, awakened by Lin Shi's words, fell back into thought. Indeed, up to now, the danger prompts provided by the system have always been explicit, such as strong winds, heavy rain, and creeping black fog, never hidden. Yet it oddly omits the danger of night, and this calm unusual, as it is, makes things harder to read. Since the system has not forbidden it, does that mean they can continue through the night? Moreover, with Xiao Shi monitoring the entire journey, he does not need to stay on edge watching every road condition. Even if danger truly arises, he has enough confidence to handle it. With this in mind, Wu Di lifted his gaze and spoke with resolve that Xiao Shi should maintain full speed forward. Xiao Shi replied with confirmation, Commander. Lin Yue, upon hearing this, leaned toward Lin Shi and asked with wide eyes whether Lin Shi and Su Wanwan would accompany Wu Di brother together. Being alone is dull. With us here, it could be livelier. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan echoed that sentiment, adding that Wu Di should be accompanied. Wu Di replied that it was unnecessary. Wu Di directly refused, explaining that with Xiao Shi here, it would be the same whether they accompanied him or not, and there was no extra seat beside the driver for them. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand, eager, declaring that she would accompany Wu Di, insisting that the co-pilot seat was her exclusive chair. She added that she could chat with him and even enhance his talents. After a moment of silence, Wu Di finally nodded. Today he indeed needed Lin Yu's talent enhancement. Lin Yu turned to Lin Shi with a triumphant look, boasting that Wu Di needed her company. Go rest, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan. Wu Di said firmly that Lin Yu was enough here, and there was no place for them in the seat. They should go inside and gather strength. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan shared a look, sensing Wu Di's decisiveness, and stopped, insisting, nodding. Wu Di nodded slightly and returned to the driver's seat, his mind already clear on where today's talent should be applied. He did not immediately grant Lin Yu the talent, instead placing the lock-ground anti-slip texture blueprint and Su Wanwan's rain curtain penetrating lamp design in front of him. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. Lock-ground anti-slip texture blueprint green quality upgraded to global grip tread module design blueprint blue quality. The Blue Quality Global Grip Tread Module Design Blueprint is an onboard device built with a biomimetic deep groove mechanical structure to optimize ground contact pressure distribution, significantly improving grip on wet and flooded roads, and reducing skidding, spin, and lateral drift to ensure stability in heavy rain. Production requirements: Rubber X10. Ding! Global Grip Tread Module production complete. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. Rain curtain penetrating lamp design blueprint green quality upgraded to turbulence damping light projector design blueprint blue quality. The turbulence damping light projector design blueprint blue quality is an onboard device that optimizes beam concentration, suppresses glare from rain curtains, can penetrate heavy rain and fog, and greatly extends detection range with anti-glare and automatic brightness adjustment. Power consumption 5. Production requirements: metal blocks X2, glass X2, plastic X1, electronic components X5. Ding! Turbulence damping light projector production complete. Watching both green blueprints upgrade only by 1 tier each, Wu Di exhaled softly. In the past, he had hoped for a 5 chance to upgrade 3 tiers at once. Now he preferred a single tier upgrade. After all, he still did not know the origin of the material called quantum primal essence. If the upgrade reached purple quality, without the required materials, the blueprints would be nothing more than wasted paper. Turning to Lin Yue, who looked expectant, Wu Di asked her to bestow the talent. Lin Yu replied with eagerness that she would do so. Lin Yu immediately steadied herself, took a deep breath, pressed her hands together, and whispered a wish for luck in what came next, addressing Wu Di kindly. Wu Di nodded and used the talent again. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. Global Grip Tread Module blue quality upgraded to Adaptive Tire Lock Gear Assembly purple quality. The Adaptive Tire Lock Gear Assembly purple quality is an onboard device equipped with high-density alloy lock-ground studs, an all-terrain adaptive tread capable of biting on ice, steep slopes, and fast currents, resisting typhoon pushes and flood displacement, maintaining controllable stability in extreme environments. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item upgraded by 1 tier. Turbulence damping light projector blue quality upgraded to multi-spectrum penetrating lighting unit purple quality. The multi-spectrum penetrating lighting unit purple quality combines visible light and near-infrared dual modes capable of penetrating heavy rain, smoke, and misty at night, and in extreme weather it still provides clear imaging, and with radar enables all-weather detection. Woody took a deep breath and pulled out the last blueprint. Protective coating blueprint blue-grade vehicle accessory that can be applied to vehicle surfaces, enhancing protective capabilities against minor corrosion and impact. Crafting requirements: glass X5 or rubber X5. This was the first blue-grade blueprint obtained since Su Wanwan joined the team. He had originally intended to save it for resource exchange, as he already possessed the anti-corrosion stealth composite coating blueprint. But facing the unknown dangers of the second phase, he no longer hesitated. Ding! Protective coating crafted successfully. Ding! Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Protective coating blue grade has been promoted to composite armor coating gold grade. Composite armor coating gold grade vehicle accessory that once hardened simultaneously enhances both hardness and toughness, effectively resisting moderate impacts and physical strikes. It also improves corrosion resistance, providing long-term protection against floodwaters, industrial chemical waste, and acidic rainfall. Good. Wu Di let out a long sigh of relief. I thought everything today would only promote 1 tier. Install it. Shall she run a full inspection on all newly added vehicle accessories? Receive Commander running diagnostics. Commander current top speed reaches 160 km per hour. Meanwhile, the radar coverage is affected by the multi-spectral penetration lighting unit reaching 500 meters on the front and rear sides with the vehicle's sides unchanged. 500 meters. Woody's eyes darkened slightly. At least this gives us more reaction time. Lin Yu leaned over, blinking curiously. Brother Woody, did you install new vehicle accessories again? Woody did not respond immediately. Instead, he directly opened the vehicle interface. Vehicle level 4 maximum speed 240 km/h vehicle accessories items: lucky pendant, gold turbo pulse boost engine, purple composite bulletproof crystal glass, purple heavy armor reinforced frame, purple heavy duty explosion proof off-road tires, blue onboard nuclear reactor, orange smart constant temperature refrigeration unit, purple atmospheric water collection module, orange super alloy fortress armor, purple vehicle omnidirectional scan radar, gold 30mm chain gun, orange smart core, gold Titan armor-piercing ram, purple adaptive tire lock component, purple multispectral penetration lighting unit, purple composite armor coating, gold, a lengthy string of golden and purple equipment that throughout the entire Survivor world could rightfully be called overwhelmingly superior. Only after finishing did Wu Di look at Lin Yu. Aren't you really going to get some rest? Before he could finish speaking, Commander radar functionality is being affected by rainfall. Detection range on both sides has dropped to 50 meters. The rain intensity appears to be continuously increasing. However, driving speed remains unaffected due to the newly added lighting unit. Wu Di raised his gaze and looked out the window. Outside the RV, almost nothing could be discerned. Only a dense curtain of rain fell, fiercely shrouding heaven and earth in chaotic darkness. With this kind of weather, could there really still be supply crates? He murmured to himself. Lin Yu's small face had grown slightly pale. She gripped Wu Di's arm, her voice tinged with unease. Brother Wu Di, will be alright, right? I keep hearing on the communication channel that many people's vehicles are completely stuck. The heavy rain and roadblocks. Lin Yu bit her lip, her eyes growing slightly red. Her voice softened, shedding her usual playful spirit entirely. Brother Wu Di, Wu Di could roughly guess from her current state. A girl like her had likely never suffered much before arriving here. After coming, she had been reunited with her sister through items and then encountered him. Throughout the entire journey, she had barely experienced what true survival meant. She clutched Wu Di's sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly. I'm so scared. I'm afraid this heavy rain will flip the vehicle, afraid of encountering monsters, and most of all afraid of never seeing my sister and Sister Wanwan again. I know I'm useless. I've always been relying on others to protect me. Wu Di listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the rain curtain outside the window, his expression calm, yet carrying an underlying strength. Only after Lin Yu finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth, his tone steady. Your talent is very useful. Moreover, we are a team. Don't overthink it, and don't say things like that from now on. Lin Yu stared at Wu Di's earnest expression, stunned for a long moment, as if suddenly coming to some understanding. She nodded vigorously. I understand. Then her eyes lit up again, as if remembering something. She leaned close to Wu Di and whispered, Brother Wu Di, will you be my brother-in-law? Just look at my sister. She's beautiful, gentle, and her cooking is amazing. Stop. Wu Di quickly interrupted, his tone laced with helplessness. Say another word, and you're going to sleep in the back. Deep down, he knew clearly that in this precarious survival world, staying alive was what mattered most. Matters of the heart were simply not something to consider right now. Oh. Lin Yu pouted, her expression thoroughly dejected as she curled back up in the passenger seat. She fell silent, only occasionally stealing glances at Wu Di before gazing out at the rain curtain, her expression gradually settling into calm. The cabin fell quiet save for the rain pounding outside and the occasional trim, the Titan armor-piercing ram on the vehicle prow plowage. Otherwise there was no sound. Woody glanced at the dashboard clock. It showed 7:40 p.m. Under Xiao Shi's intelligent control, the motorhome maintained a steady 100 km/h, advancing smoothly even as the rain lashed down and the road grew treacherous. Woody wondered if this night would bring only this much. Woody muttered under his breath, and Lin Yu's warning about the conditions flashed through his mind. He considered that other survivors would be nearly helpless in such weather, and that without multispectral illumination, full-spectrum radar, and Xiao Shi's precise control progress would be extremely difficult. No wonder the system did not issue a night danger alert. This environment had already trapped most of the survivors. With that realization, Woody shed his doubts, relaxed in the driver's seat, closed his eyes to rest, and kept his ears tuned to every movement outside. Lin Yu shifted in the front passenger seat, gradually settling into sleep, her breathing even and her face less tense. Time passed quietly amid the rain, and it was around 11 at night when sleep finally came. Woody opened his eyes, rubbed his brow, and looked at the still dim curtain of rain outside, thinking that tonight there should be no more danger. Xiao Shi sounded a warning to the commander that a large number of unknown small creatures were approaching. Woody felt a surge of alertness, and Lin Yu in the front seat was jolted awake, rubbing her eyes and turning toward the central console. When she saw the dense, rapidly moving red dots, her face whitened, and she asked what those things might be. The creatures were incredibly fast, far faster than expected. Even at a steady 100 km/h in the heavy rain, catching up to the motorhome would not be easy, and there seemed to be many of them. Woody secretly cursed and decided they must obtain better surveillance gear, since Xiao Shi's radar was still crude and could only detect red dots without identifying what they were. The red dots on the central display closed in quickly and soon surrounded the motorhome from all sides. Lin Yu cried out and pointed at the windshield, her voice trembling, while Woody looked up to the glass. On the windshield swarmed a mass of bee-like creatures, roughly fist-sized gray-black, with translucent wings, abdomens covered in fine fur, and sharp stingers at the tails, all exuding a deadly chill. Woody watched the dense swarm on the glass, and then the increasing number of red dots on the display, muttering that there were far too many to count. The exterior of the motorhome seemed to be crawling with these beings. Lin Yu asked if they would affect the vehicle. He did not fear the monsters, but feared damage to the motorhome. In a violent storm like this, any malfunction could seal their doom. Xiao Shi reported that the front and rear lighting were blocked by unknown creatures, radar range reduced to 100 meters, while other vehicle systems remained unaffected. Xiao Shi spoke calmly, and Woody exhaled with relief. The motorhome's components were strong enough to keep them safe for the moment. Yet he knew this situation could not last. Lin Yu wondered aloud if their night driving had drawn the creatures, and Woody considered the possibility. Woody nodded, acknowledging the likelihood. The four-member team faced greater danger than a lone survivor, especially under cover of night. Lin Yu asked what they should do next. Woody pondered for a moment and then decided on a course of action. He instructed Xiao Shi to slow the vehicle and stop completely, and added that he would step out and shut the doors immediately. Xiao Shi acknowledged the command. The motorhome slowed and finally came to a steady stop at the roadside. Woody rose, gripping the Pajia Tang Dao, and opened the door. The moment the door opened, dozens of gray-black hornet-like monsters surged toward it, their buzz piercing the night, and their deadly tails hinting at a rush into the cabin. Woody flicked his wrist, and with a flurry of strikes the approaching monsters were split in two, their bodies dropping to the ground and staying still. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Shi shut the doors. Woody leaped outside the vehicle and landed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the surrounding swarm of bees turned toward him, forming a dark mass that pressed toward him from all directions. Woody remained calm, his feet planted in the flooded ground, the Pajia Tang Dao slicing through the air and forming a wall of blades. Gray-black bodies rained from above, while even more monsters pressed forward. The rain drenched him, but did not slow his movements in the slightest. After an unknown time, the last hornet-like creature fell to the ground, ending the battle. Woody stood there, breathing heavily, soaked with rain and the monster's fluids. He looked up at the motorhome and saw it standing intact, feeling a heavy relief. Then all the fallen monsters vanished, leaving behind a gleaming supply crate resting in the pooled water. The crate gleamed softly in the rain as Woody stood guard, the night finally growing quiet again. The entire scene drew to a close as the crate remained where it lay, waiting to be claimed in the murky water. Bending down, Woody retrieved the supply chest from the puddle and returned to the RV. Lin Yu immediately rushed toward him, her eyes filled with anxiety as she scanned him from head to toe. "Big brother Woody, are you alright? Were you stung by those monsters?" Woody shook his head, gently set the supply chest aside, and instructed the central control screen. "Xiao Shi, halt the vehicle for now. Do not proceed further." He then turned to Lin Yu, instructing her, "Keep an eye on the surroundings here while I go clean myself up." "Alright, big brother Woody, wait a moment." Lin Yu nodded hastily, turning to dash into the realm. Before long, she ran back out, clutching a set of clean clothes. "Here you go, big brother Woody. Sister selected these clothes for you herself." Wu Di took the clothes, entered the RV's bathroom, quickly washing up and changing. Once he was presentable, he and Lin Yu sat together on the sofa, their gazes falling upon the supply chest before them. Its distinct silvery luster made it clear that this was a silver-grade supply chest. Resting her chin in her hands, Lin Yu asked curiously, "Big brother Wu Di, do you think that from now on supply chests will only drop after killing monsters?" Wu Di shook his head slightly. "I don't know either. Are we still going to move forward then?" Lin Yu inquired, a trace of uncertainty in her eyes. The recent swarm attack had clearly left her shaken. Wu Di fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing resolute. "We press on. Regardless of whether there are other ways to obtain supply chests, at least we can secure them now by slaying monsters. As long as we can acquire resources and blueprints, there is no reason to stop." With that, he commanded the central control screen. "Shall she resume our advance? Maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Understood, Commander." Wu Di sat back in the driver's seat. Lin Yu followed suit, quietly settling into the passenger seat. She ceased her usual chatter, only occasionally glancing at the curtain of rain outside, and then at Wu Di beside her, her expression gradually settling into tranquility. Silence enveloped the cabin once more. After a long hush, Lin Yu seemed to summon immense resolve, whispering, "Big brother Wu Di, could you teach me how to fight?" Startled, Wu Di turned his head to look at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with surprise. He had never expected this usually playful, pampered young girl to proactively ask to learn how to fight. Flushed under his gaze, Lin Yu quickly lowered her head and stammered, "Big brother Wu Di, didn't you say so yourself before? We have to learn to fight, and cannot constantly rely on others. Besides, I want to become stronger too. I don't want to keep dragging everyone down." Seeing her earnest expression, Wu Di slowly turned back, his gaze returning to the curtain of rain ahead. "I will teach you, but now is not the time. Get some rest." In truth, Wu Di had been considering this all along. He had prepared firearms beforehand precisely to let the three girls familiarize themselves with hot weapons, first allowing them to grasp basic survival and self-defense skills. However, the current situation had defied all expectations. In addition, he was also planning to find ways to enhance their physical attributes whenever the opportunity arose, ensuring they wouldn't be entirely defenseless in the face of crisis. A daily increase of just 1 point in constitution was simply too slow. Time ticked away as the hands of the vehicle's clock slowly turned. Finally, as the clock struck 5 in the morning, the bedroom door opened and Lin Shi and Su Wanwan emerged one after another. As soon as they stepped out of the bedroom, they saw Wu Di and Lin Yu fast asleep in the driver and passenger seats. Glimpsing the silver gleaming supply chest on the coffee table, they exchanged a knowing look. Refraining from disturbing the sleepers, they quietly tiptoed into the kitchen, as usual, to prepare breakfast. Before long, breakfast was ready. Lin Shi stepped softly toward the driver's seat, only to see that Wu Di had already stood up. "Big brother Wu Di, was everything all right last night?" Lin Shi asked softly upon seeing Wu Di rise. At that moment, Lin Yu also opened her eyes from the passenger seat, scanned the surroundings, and instantly perked up. "Sister, is breakfast ready?" "I'm coming." She got up immediately to wash her face. Wu Di shook his head. Nothing major happened. The four of them gathered around the dining table, eating their breakfast in silence. During the meal, Lin Yu could not contain her excitement, animatedly describing the previous night's events to Lin Shi and Su Wanwan. Her face lit up with praise. "You have no idea how incredible Big brother Wu Di was last night. Those monsters were packed incredibly dense, but with a single swing of his blade, he cleaved through a vast swath of them without even blinking. He was absolutely magnificent." Lin Shi and Su Wanwan listened intently, occasionally casting glances at Wu Di. Wu Di, however, remained entirely composed. Breakfast was soon finished. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wu Di instructed the three of them, "Keep a close eye on the trading channel, especially for blueprints or special items." Lin Shi, Lin Yue, and Su Wanwan nodded in unison. Just then Xiao Shi's notification chime rang out. "Commander, a supply point has been detected 500 meters ahead. Decelerating to approach." Wu Di's eyes narrowed. Looking out the window through the curtain of rain, he could faintly discern a familiar bus stop-like structure appearing in the distance. It was precisely the supply point they had encountered before. The RV slowed down, gradually coming to a steady halt beside the supply point. Wu Di pushed open the door, stepped out, and walked toward the exchange machine situated in the center of the station. The exchange list remained identical to before, save for one item blueprint that set itself apart. Emergency supplies, dry chamber, green quality, a vehicle-mounted item that adds a 1 cubic meter sealed dry chamber inside the carriage. Equipped with an integrated dehumidification module, it maintains dryness within while offering shock-resistant capabilities. Installation requirements: level 2 or higher, vehicle energy consumption 5. Crafting requirements: metal block 3, a rubber 1, plastic 1, electronic component 5. Exchange requirement 100 points. Wu Di stared at the blueprint, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into a state of hesitation. In terms of functionality, this blueprint was virtually useless to him. The Void Realm remained entirely unaffected by the external environment. Thus, this dry chamber was not only redundant, but would also occupy the already limited space inside the carriage. Furthermore, he was uncertain what effects this mediocre green blueprint might yield after enhancement, or if it could undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, after traveling continuously throughout the night, his accumulated points amounted to a mere 190. Wu Di stood before the exchange machine, remaining motionless for a long moment. Inside the RV, Lin Yu peered out of the window, looking on with confusion as she spoke to Lin Shi and the other. "Sister, what do you think is wrong with big brother Wu Di?" Beside her, Su Wanwan maintained a vigilant expression, her gaze constantly sweeping across the surroundings as she closely monitored the central control screen. Seeing this, Lin Shi quickly ran out of the RV to Wu Di's side, calling out softly, "Big brother Wu Di." Wu Di turned slightly and pointed out the blueprint details on the exchange machine for Lin Shi to see. "Do you think this would be of any use to us?" Lin Shi examined the blueprint carefully and after a moment of reflection said, "Big brother Wu Di, sister Su, and I checked the communication channel last night. Supply points appear at random. If you are uncertain, perhaps you could wait and see what the next supply point has to offer." Hearing this, Wu Di pondered for a moment before nodding, decisively abandoning the exchange. "All right, I'll take your advice." With that, the two turned and climbed back into the RV. Wu Di sat back in the driver's seat and issued an order to the central control screen. "Shaoxi, advance at maximum speed." "Received, Commander." Speed has been adjusted to the maximum of 160 km/h. The RV surged forward, once more crashing through the scattered abandoned vehicles along the way. Time slipped away. From early dawn to mid-morning, the journey remained peaceful and uneventful, with no monster attacks encountered and no further supply points discovered. Until 1:00 a.m., the interior of the carriage remained thoroughly tranquil save for the faint low hum of the vehicle in motion. Just then, Su Wanwan, who had been staring down at the trading channel, suddenly spoke up, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "Big brother Wu Di, take a look at this. Should we trade for it?" Wu Di, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu immediately gathered around, their eyes landing on Su Wanwan's screen. The moment Wu Di saw the information on the blueprint, his eyes lit up instantly. It was precisely the surveillance-type item he had been yearning for. Vehicle-mounted drone reconnaissance module blueprint, green quality, deploys one basic reconnaissance drone with a patrol radius of 300 meters, transmitting real-time video feeds. It possesses basic rain and wind resistance, allowing for visual reconnaissance during the day, though it cannot penetrate heavy rain or fog. Usage will increase energy consumption. Installation requirements: level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements: metal block 3, a rubber 1, plastic 1, glass 1, electronic component 5. The moment he saw this blueprint, Wu Di felt as though his wishes had been granted. Only last night had he been vexed by the incomplete radar functionality and his inability to clearly perceive the outside world. Now encountering the blueprint for a reconnaissance drone was nothing short of a godsend. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he asked, "What does the other party want in exchange?" Su Wanwan quickly checked the seller's requirements. "He wants 20 rifle magazines, 7.62mm caliber. Reply to him and say that our magazine reserves are also running low, but we can offer 10 magazines in exchange for this blueprint." He knew very well in his heart that in this torrential rain, such a reconnaissance drone blueprint was practically useless to other survivors, but in his hands it would be entirely different. Su Wanwan immediately sent a message to the other party according to Wu Di's instructions. Within a few seconds, a smile blossomed on her face. "Big brother Wu Di," they agreed. "Ask him again whether this blueprint was obtained from an exchange point or somewhere else." Su Wanwan nodded and after a brief moment replied, "Big brother Wu Di, he said he obtained this blueprint after being attacked by monsters when he parked. Upon killing the monsters, it dropped from a supply crate that appeared." Lin Yu blinked, her large eyes, confusion etched across her face. "Monsters during the day too? How have we not encountered any?" Lin Shi furrowed her brow in thought. "That person we just traded with, they encountered a monster while parked. Could it be that monster attacks only trigger when we stop?" Wu Di was also mulling this over in his mind. If it were true that monsters only appeared when stopped, he faced a genuine dilemma. Pressing onward would steadily accumulate points for exchanging blueprints, but halting to fight monsters could yield supply crates, perhaps containing rare items. Just then Su Wanwan spoke softly. "I asked the other person for details. He said the monster surged out from the puddle by the roadside. It resembled a snake, but was far thicker than any ordinary one, roughly over 2 meters long and incredibly fast." After finishing, she raised her eyes and looked at Wu Di. Wu Di fell silent for a moment, his gaze resting on the design blueprint for the vehicle-mounted drone reconnaissance module in his hands. Suddenly his eyes lit up with an idea. "I can first craft this reconnaissance module and then assess the situation." With a reconnaissance drone expanding the search radius, wouldn't that mean they could advance while detecting monster positions in advance, securing points without delay, while also taking down monsters for supply crates? In that case, the predicament would be effortlessly resolved. Thinking of this, Wu Di immediately turned to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, apply my talent enhancement." Lin Yu paused for a moment, then snapped into understanding and nodded immediately. "Oh, all right, brother Wu Di." Wu Di no longer hesitated and activated his talent. The next moment, the familiar system chimes rang out in succession. Ding. Talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 1 rank. Vehicle-mounted drone reconnaissance module designed blueprint green quality has been promoted to multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit designed blueprint blue quality, multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit designed blueprint blue quality, vehicle-mounted equipment dual-rotor powered drone, cruising radius 800 meters supports nighttime infrared imaging enhanced wind and rain resistance capable of stable flight in. Moderate rain and strong winds can mark obstacles and moving targets. Use will increase energy consumption. Installation requirement level 2 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirements metal blocks X5 or rubber X2, plastic X2, glass X2, electronic components X10. Ding, multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit, crafting complete. Ding, talent rule breakthrough activated. Item promoted by 1 rank. Multi-rotor tactical reconnaissance unit blue quality has been promoted to omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft purple quality omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft purple quality vehicle-mounted equipment, can deploy 1 stealth drone, cruising radius 2,000 meters featuring radar stealth and low noise characteristics equipped with multispectral cameras capable of penetrating rain, curtains, smoke, and darkness for reconnaissance automatically marking dangers and supplies. Use will increase energy consumption. Installation requirement level 2 or higher vehicle. Ding. Accessory installation successful. Gazing at the final upgraded attributes, a flicker of doubt arose in Wu Di's mind. With such a torrential downpour, can this thing really take off smoothly? Moreover, after installation there was no noticeable change inside the cabin. There was absolutely no sign of the reconnaissance aircraft. He immediately addressed the central control screen. Xiaoxi, I've installed a new vehicle accessory for you. Check whether the vehicle has changed and where the reconnaissance aircraft is located. Commander, the omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft has been detected. Its position has been marked for you. As Xiaoxi's voice echoed, a three-dimensional schematic of the RV popped up on the central control screen. At the position of the RV bedroom's ceiling, a small point of light flickered labeled Reconnaissance Aircraft Hatch. The schematic clearly revealed that the reconnaissance aircraft was installed at the center of the bedroom ceiling, embedded within the vehicle body armor, seamlessly blending with the roof. Wu Di studied the schematic, nodded, and asked again, Xiaoxi, give me a detailed report on the reconnaissance aircraft. Commander, the omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft features an integrated lift platform. Wingspan diameter 60 centimeters. Folded dimensions 30 centimeters x 30 centimeters x 12 centimeters. Weight 3.0 kilograms. Equipped with a dedicated sealed hatch, cruising duration 8 hours. Charging time 10 minutes, maximum flight altitude 1,000 meters, cruising radius 2,000 meters. Xiaoxi, can it be deployed in this weather? This was Wu Di's most pressing concern. Commander, based on external environmental analysis, the omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft does not meet flight conditions. Lin Yu's face immediately fell. Ah, brother Wu Di, does that mean the exchange was for nothing? Lin Shi directly patted Lin Yu on the forehead. Are you truly that silly? We cannot remain trapped in this rainstorm forever. Sister, stop patting my head. I'm not smart to begin with, and you'll only make me dumber. Lin Yu clutched her head and scampered over to Su Wanwan for cover. Su Wanwan looked at Wu Di with earnest seriousness. Brother Wu Di, no matter what decision you make, I trust you. Wu Di fell silent as well at this moment. He had originally believed the reconnaissance drone could completely turn the tide, but now it couldn't even take off. Meaning no change at all. Just as a hint of disappointment touched him, Xiaoxi's voice sounded once more. Commander, the multispectral camera aboard the omni-range stealth reconnaissance aircraft can link with the vehicle radar to restore radar reconnaissance coverage. Recommendation: maintain the reconnaissance aircraft sealed hatch open continuously, utilizing the optical components to assist in detection. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, it actually has this use. I thought it was completely worthless, but surprisingly, it can function without having to fly out. This is incredible. Xiaoxi, keep the sealed cabin open continuously. Does it affect the vehicle? Wu Di was still concerned about the overall condition of the RV. Commander, it only consumes basic energy and does not affect the RV's normal operation or other equipment. Good, then keep the sealed cabin open continuously. Stay alert to the surrounding conditions and report any abnormalities immediately. Wu Di issued the order decisively. Hesitation. Received, Commander. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was already past 11 in the morning. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan had prepared lunch in advance. The four of them sat together and finished their meal quickly. Throughout the entire time, they still hadn't encountered any monsters or discovered any new abnormalities. Soon after finishing their meal, Xiaoxi's reminder sounded. Commander, a supply point has been detected located 1,000 meters ahead. Decelerating to approach. All four were instantly captivated by Xiaoxi's words, their gazes collectively turning toward the front. As the RV gradually approached and came to a steady halt, Wu Di once again disembarked and walked toward the supply point. Just as in the previous 2 times, the exchange list still contained only common daily supplies and basic materials, offering nothing new. But when he turned his attention to the blueprint section, he froze. This time's blueprints were completely different from the vehicle equipment designs he had seen before, appearing unusually strange. Dungeon scroll: upon use, enter the special dungeon treasure hunt. Bound to your team. Cannot exit during the dungeon until it ends. The dungeon yields special items, skill books, and design blueprints. High mortality rate. Non-tradable. Price 50 points. After reading the description, Wu Di did not hesitate for a moment and purchased it directly. Back inside the RV, Wu Di placed the dungeon scroll on the coffee table and addressed the central control screen. Shall she continue forward? Receive, Commander. The RV surged forward once more. Lin Yu was the first to rush to the coffee table, staring intently at the scroll, and asked curiously, Brother Wu Di, should we use this dungeon scroll? What exactly is a skill book? Could it be like in games allowing us to learn spells? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan did not interject. They simply watched Wu Di, quietly waiting for him to think and make a decision. At that moment, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly brightened as she pointed to her own panel. Brother Wu Di, look at the chat channel. So many people are discussing this dungeon scroll. Wu Di's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the chat channel. Messages flooded the screen instantaneously, all centered on discussions about the dungeon scroll. Did anyone encounter a supply point around noon? It only contained dungeon scrolls and nothing else. I found one. 50 points is so expensive and the death rate is high. I don't dare buy it. I still need to exchange for fuel. I can't bear to spend points on this. Don't hesitate, brothers. There's so much valuable loot inside the dungeon. Even if it's dangerous, it's worth a try. Aren't you afraid of encountering other people? Survival is already difficult enough, yet we must also guard against others stealing supplies and striking from behind. Wu Di quickly scrolled through the messages. Seeing the densely packed Chinese characters on the screen, his first reaction was confusion. Why are they all speaking my dialect? Weren't all the people from Planet Blue in the same channel? Brother Wu Di, many people have already been discussing this since yesterday. Lin Shi spoke softly from the side to explain, this survival game seems to display content in each person's native language. Brother Wu Di, shall we use this scroll? Seeing Wu Di finish browsing the chat channel, Lin Yu hurried over eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation and a trace of timidity as she asked softly. Su Wanwan gently held Lin Yu's hand, turned to look at Wu Di, and said with unwavering firmness, Brother Wu Di, I trust you. No matter whether you decide to enter or not, I will follow you. Lin Shi said nothing, merely watching Wu Di quietly, her eyes brimming with absolute trust. Wu Di looked at the three of them and declared with an unmistakable tone, we're going in. We will definitely enter. Yet a thought lingered in his mind. Could this dungeon scroll be enhanced using his talent? What would it look like after enhancement? But after serious contemplation, he ultimately set the idea aside. He had no clear idea of what lay inside the dungeon. If enhancement led to unforeseen complications, the risks would far outweigh any potential gains. No longer hesitating, Wu Di picked up the dungeon scroll from the coffee table and tapped it gently with his fingertip. Use dungeon scroll. In the next instant, a familiar white light instantly engulfed the entire cabin, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The sound of rain and the rumble of the vehicle vanished from their ears in an instant. As the white light dissipated and Wu Di steadied his gaze, the first thing he saw was a magnificent yet oppressive grand hall. Above stretched a towering dome intricately carved with elaborate golden patterns between which a faint luminescence shimmered. The floor consisted of massive polished stone slabs with a delicate golden glow seeping through their cracks. The entire space lacked any visible light source, yet radiated a soft, gentle glow that illuminated the whole hall. The space spanned approximately 50 meters in width. Directly ahead, rows upon rows of stone statues stood in neat alignment, each towering and imposing, wielding massive axes, long spears, and shields. Their facial expressions were rigid, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Just then the system interface popped up. Ding. You have entered the ancient ruins dungeon fortress of mechanisms. Ding. Number of participants this time 2384. Wu Di's gaze swept across the area quickly, and he noticed that a dozen or so vehicles were parked in the entire hall. Besides the common vans and RVs similar to theirs, there were also several SUVs. Wu Di frowned slightly. The system said there were 2384 participants this time. Why are there so few? Could there be other entrances with others entering from different places? However, after these people entered, not a single one dared to get out of their vehicles. They remained stationary with windows rolled up, clearly on guard, and observing their surroundings, cautiously unwilling to act rashly. Lin Shi gazed outside and asked softly, Brother Wu Di, what should we do? Staying here won't solve anything. Wu Di looked toward those vehicles. Let's observe the situation first. We're in no rush. Moments later, the door of an RV finally opened, and a tall, blue-eyed blonde foreigner stepped out. Dressed in black combat gear with a pistol holstered at his waist, he stood before his vehicle and called out loudly to those around him. Everyone, I'm Johnson, and my vehicle is ranked 86420. The situation ahead is unclear, so how about we explore together for now? Everyone can get out of your vehicles and discuss as a group. I promise no one will harm you. Lin Yu peered through the car window with astonishment on her face. Wow, this foreigner speaks Chinese incredibly well, even more standard than I do. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. Could it be the system's built-in real-time translation? Like the communication channel, whatever language is spoken, it automatically converts to your native tongue. Wu Di gave a slight nod, agreeing with this guess in his heart. Most likely, it was the system's translation at work, which would allow survivors from different regions to communicate normally. Su Wanwan watched Johnson warily. Brother Wu Di, should we go out and join them? No need. Keep watching to see what they're planning. He knew full well that these strangers were mostly a disorganized mob with no unity. They wouldn't be of help and might instead slow them down or stab them in the back. Following Johnson's call, survivors gradually emerged from their vehicles armed with various weapons, including handguns. Eventually, the group converged into a single circle of 16 people huddled together whispering. Soon after, Johnson turned and walked toward Wu Di's RV, stopping at a distance and calling out, "Brothers inside, can you hear me? Where are you from? Would you like to form a team and explore with us? There's safety in numbers. Going solo is far too dangerous." Lin Yue, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan all turned to look at Wu Di, simultaneously waiting for his decision. Wu Di didn't respond at all, his expression unreadable. He simply spoke to the central control screen in a cold tone. Shall she lock onto him with the machine cannon and fire? What a... The three were instantly stunned, staring at Wu Di with disbelief in their eyes. Lin Yu opened her mouth as if to say something, but Lin Shi quietly pulled her back and shook her head, signaling her to stay silent. Receive, Commander. The next moment, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The machine cannon on top of the RV spat flames as a shell struck exactly where Johnson had stood. The violent explosion sending up a cloud of dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained where Johnson had been. Only a shallow crater. All the survivors in the small square were shocked by the sudden explosion, their eyes darting between the RV's cannon and the crater, terror and disbelief written across their faces. Only then did Wu Di speak. They were just discussing how to use us, those who haven't gotten out of our vehicles, as advanced scouts to be their cannon fodder. After he once again addressed the central control screen. Shall she lock onto those 15 survivors up ahead and await my command? I'm going out. Stay in the car. Receive, Commander. All targets locked. Wu Di nodded, gripping the shadow pistol tightly as he pushed open the door and stepped out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Standing by the car door, Wu Di's gaze swept across the 15 survivors in the center of the square. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every pair of ears clearly. You're all going to charge forward. Cut the chatter and move fast. Anyone who dares to move recklessly or refuse will get the same treatment as that guy just now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark-skinned survivor among the 15 couldn't hold back. Hey man, we meant no harm. What do you think you're doing? But the moment his words left his mouth, a gunshot rang out. Wu Di raised his hand without hesitation, and the shadow pistol struck true, hitting him right in the chest. The dark-skinned survivor let out a groan and collapsed to the ground lifeless. Wu Di holstered his pistol, his expression unchanging. Anyone else have something to say? You have 30 seconds. Either go scout ahead or end up like him. 30 seconds, and anyone who doesn't move gets blown to pieces. The remaining 14 were completely shaken. They never expected Wu Di to be so ruthless, pulling the trigger without even asking questions. Now faced with Wu Di's threat, some hesitated, while others, terrified out of their wits, immediately turned and sprinted back to their vehicles like madmen. Wu Di observed their reactions without stopping them or firing again, simply turning around and returning to the RV. Shall she, in 30 seconds, if any of those 14 don't charge forward, blow them to hell. Wu Di sat in the driver's seat, his tone utterly emotionless. Receive, Commander. Targets locked. Countdown initiated. Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu stood nearby, afraid to even breathe. At that moment in the small square, the survivors who had kept their vehicle doors tightly shut and refused to get out sat inside their vehicles, watching the scene unfold before them, with faces full of shock, their hearts pounding wildly, and their breathing growing rapid. Inside one of the SUVs sat two men in their early 40s, both with deathly pale faces. The driver spoke with unmistakable terror in his voice. Holy shit, did you see that? Did you see that? That was really an artillery strike. The man in the passenger seat swallowed hard, his eyes dazed and his voice trembling. I'm not fucking blind. Did you hear what he just said? The driver's brows knitted tightly, panic covering his face. He told those people to charge forward and scout the way ahead. What should we do? Do we have to charge too? Didn't you hear him? The passenger quickly shook his head, a hint of hopefulness in his tone. He told the group that just got out of the cars to charge forward. We didn't get out, so we shouldn't have to, right? But what if he gets impatient when we keep sitting still and fires at us too? The driver's voice grew increasingly panicked, his gaze fixed on Wu Di's RV nearby, terrified that the cannon would be aimed at them next moment. However, before his words had even finished echoing, a barrage of thunderous cannon fire suddenly erupted, shaking the windows and making them rattle violently. Both men froze instantly, their bodies going rigid as they sharply turned their heads to look outside the car. Through the chaos, they could see 4 or 5 fireballs detonating in succession across the plaza's center, billowing clouds of thick smoke rising into the air. The survivors who had hesitated and refused to scout ahead along with their vehicles were instantly consumed by the explosive force. In the remaining vehicles, the survivors were utterly terrified, their courage completely shattered. No longer daring to hesitate, they frantically started their engines and sped toward the depths of the main hall. Even so, 3 of the slower vehicles were struck by follow-up shells and exploded in an instant, reduced to smoldering wreckage. Holy shit, holy shit. This is too ruthless. The driver stammered in sheer terror, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The passenger was equally stunned, and when their eyes met, both could see in each other's gaze the profound shock and horror they were feeling, leaving them speechless for a long moment. Lao Lin. He wouldn't bomb us, right? The passenger's voice quivered with fear. I don't think so. Lao Lin had no real certainty either, his words vague as his eyes darted anxiously around. We didn't get out of the car, and we didn't resist. We should be fine, right? Then what do we do? Just stay here. I don't know either, I'm completely lost. Lao Lin gave a bitter smile. It wasn't just these 2. In all 6 remaining vehicles in the square, every survivor sat frozen in place, watching the scene unfold with barely a breath, terrified of drawing Wu Di's attention. Inside Wu Di's RV, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu remained motionless where they stood, their faces ashen, the shock of the artillery strikes still lingering in their eyes. The continuous explosions and the images of vehicles being destroyed were deeply branded into their minds, none daring to speak a word. Wu Di sat in the driver's seat, watching the remaining 5 vehicles rush wildly down the corridor. The moment the vehicles entered the corridor and passed the array of stone statues, a sudden transformation occurred. The once motionless statues began to creak and groan, their rigid bodies slowly stirring to life as eerie red light ignited in their hollow eyes, and the great axes and spears they held rose up to strike down at the speeding vehicles. With a sharp impact, a van was struck by a statue's massive axe before it could dodge in time, the roof cracking open as the vehicle lost control and toppled onto its side. Another vehicle tried to accelerate through, but was caught between statues on both sides. Their spears pierced through the body, while axes shattered the wheels, leaving the car immobilized before being surrounded by the stone figures as screams gradually faded away. The 3 remaining vehicles pushed their engines to the limit in a desperate attempt to escape. One SUV managed to dodge several strikes from the statues through skillful handling and incredible speed, racing forward toward the end of the corridor. The other 2 vehicles, however, failed to evade their fate and were destroyed one after another, reduced to wreckage. In the end, only that SUV, relying on its sheer velocity, reached the far end of the corridor before crashing into something with a loud thud and coming to a sudden halt. As the SUV stopped, the statues that had been attacking with such ferocity seemed to lose their target. Their movements grew stiff and sluggish, gradually returning to their original motionless state as the red glow faded from their hollow eyes, leaving them once more lifeless and dormant. Woody glanced at the central console screen. Just stone statues, huh? I was worried about something more dangerous. He then issued a command to the console. Shall she go full speed and stop in front of that SUV? Use the autocannon to clear away any statues blocking our path. Roger that, Commander. The moment the words left his mouth, the RV surged forward with a sudden burst of acceleration. The 30mm autocannon mounted on the roof immediately opened fire, reducing any statues in their path to rubble as fragments scattered in every direction. Within just 10 seconds, the RV had reached the end and come to a smooth stop beside the SUV. The few remaining scattered statues, now devoid of targets, ceased their movements and returned to their original motionless state. In the small square, Lao Lin and his companion inside the SUV watched Wu Di's RV disappear down the corridor before finally exhaling in relief. His companion tentatively asked Lao Lin, "He's gone now, should we follow? There might actually be something ahead." Lao Lin shot him a fierce glare. "Follow what the hell? Do you want to die? What if he changes his mind and fires on us? We wouldn't even know what hit us." The survivors in the remaining vehicles shared the same thoughts. No one dared to move forward, even though the statue formation ahead had lost most of its threat. Wu Di stepped out of the RV and approached the SUV, tapping on the window. The survivor inside had passed out from the violent impact, though the vehicle itself was intact. Wu Di didn't bother further with them, turning instead to survey the scene before him. From a distance, the corridor's end had appeared to be a solid wall, but up close he realized it was actually a translucent barrier emitting a faint golden glow. Through it, he could clearly see a massive circular hall beyond. In the center of the hall stood a towering black throne, intricately carved with elaborate golden patterns. Seated upon the throne was a metallic colossus standing 3 meters tall, its dark silver frame etched with fine patterns, eyes glowing like deep red crystals, hands resting on the armrests of the throne. Having said his piece, Wu Di did not look back at Lin Yu and Lin Shi. He walked straight to the driver's seat, sat down, rested his hands on the steering wheel, and waited in silence. He knew well in his heart that while in the safe zone, the 3 of them had never truly witnessed the sinister depths of human nature, having always lived in a relatively stable environment. But some things could not be avoided and had to be faced. A dead silence fell over the RV. Lin Yu and Lin Shi stood frozen in place, their faces filled with bewilderment. Wu Di's words and the image of Su Wanwan firing the gun replayed repeatedly in their minds, leaving them at a loss for words. After a moment, Lin Shi pulled Lin Yu down onto the sofa, and together they softly comforted Su Wanwan, who was still somewhat dazed. Time slipped by slowly in this silent and oppressive environment, each minute and second feeling agonizingly prolonged. It was not until an hour later that the light barrier blocking the end of the path vanished in an instant, revealing a massive, desolate circular hall. Wu Di immediately gave an order to the control screen. "Shall she send the drone in? Fly high and focus your attention on that metal giant." "Understood, Commander." The drone has been activated and is entering the hall. Hearing Wu Di's words, Su Wanwan, Lin Shi, and Lin Yu seemed to snap out of their emotional daze. They crowded around the central control screen, staring intently at it with expressions of tension and curiosity. "We won't hold you back. We can learn to protect ourselves and protect everyone." Wu Di glanced at her sideways and nodded slightly. "We'll discuss that later. First, let's observe the situation in the hall." The moment he finished speaking, the real-time feed from the drone appeared on the control screen. In the circular hall, vehicles were entering from various directions, one after another. Soon nearly 200 vehicles had gathered, parked densely along the edges of the hall, wary of one another and keeping their distance. Even with so many people, the vast hall still felt empty and desolate. Wu Di stared in the direction of the throne. "Shall she maneuver the drone a bit closer and lock onto that metal giant?" "Understood, Commander." The drone is approaching the target. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The metal giant seemed to sense the drone's surveillance. Its previously dull crystalline eyes suddenly flared with a crimson light. Without any warning, a launcher silently popped open on one of the giant's shoulders, and a missile screeched out, heading straight for the drone. On the control screen, the missile rapidly enlarged. Before anyone could even gasp, a flash of white light erupted, and the screen went blank. "What on earth? My newly acquired drone blown to pieces just like that." Before Wu Di could even process this loss, a deep, raspy voice with a metallic rasp echoed throughout the hall. "Intruders. Desecrators of the throne. Crush them." Almost at the exact same second, a system notification popped up before everyone's eyes. "Ding. Ancient war construct has awakened. Ding. Objective: kill all intruders. Ding. Rule: flee or kill. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. Survive for 5 minutes, and it's over." Wu Di's heart sank. Is the system implying that we stand absolutely no chance against this thing? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the scene before him spiraled completely out of control. The metal giant, which had been sitting quietly on the throne and appeared only 3 meters tall, slowly stood up. Its body expanded rapidly until it reached nearly 6 meters in height, looming like a moving mountain of steel. In the next instant, it did not linger, suddenly accelerating and charging toward the cluster of survivors at the edge of the hall. Boom! A giant palm slammed down, flattening a minivan into a metal pancake. The chassis shattered, sending metal shards flying, and the people inside were instantly obliterated before they could even utter a scream. A nearby SUV tried to flee, but the giant struck its roof with a backhand fist. The entire body dented and twisted, and it was then kicked flying, slamming violently against the stone wall of the hall and exploding into a ball of fire. The survivors broke down completely, frantically starting their vehicles and scattering in all directions. Yet in the face of the 6-meter-tall war construct, all attempts to flee seemed utterly futile. The missile launchers on its shoulders fired continuously. Flashes of fire erupted as missile after missile chased down the fleeing vehicles. With every explosion, another vehicle was reduced to a fireball. In just a dozen seconds, over 40 vehicles were reduced to wreckage. Screams, explosions, and the screech of twisting metal blended together. They could not even muster a decent resistance. Wu Di watched the flames and thunder outside, completely stunned. He fell silent for a few seconds before uttering a low, disbelieving whisper. "Is this thing really something we can contend with at this stage?" Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan were already pale, with fear staring blank the carnage outside. The flames leaping into the sky, debris scattered everywhere, screams rising one after another, and every move of the ancient war constructs ushering in destruction. Lin Yu reacted first, her voice trembling as she grabbed Wu Di's arm and said, "Brother Wu Di, we should retreat now." Su Wanwan and Lin Shi nodded in agreement as well. Wu Di did not move, his brows knitted, eyes fixed on the ancient war construct in the hall, muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be. If the system opened this dungeon, there can't be an unsolvable monster. There must be a flaw." Since arriving in this survival world, Wu Di had gradually learned the game's patterns. The world, though cruel, would not deliberately drive everyone to extinction. He drew a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, his gaze sweeping the entire hall, trying to find a breakthrough. "There will surely be a way to solve this." Wu Di spoke again, his tone firm, as if encouraging himself and the three around him. "But in this hall, besides this ancient war construct, there are only the wreckage of vehicles and the throne at the center." As the words hung in the air, Wu Di's eyes suddenly brightened, and he cried urgently, "That's it. The throne. That metal giant has been sitting on the throne, or perhaps the throne is its weakness, the core that controls it." Without any hesitation, Wu Di immediately ordered the console. Xiao Shi aim at the throne ahead and fire armor-piercing rounds. Roger that, Commander. Armor-piercing rounds have locked onto the target ready to fire. In the next moment, the turret on the roof roared with a thunderous crash, a shell whistling through the wind, accurately striking the black throne at the center of the hall. Boom! The throne shattered instantly, debris flying, and the golden patterns etched on the throne faded to dullness and disappeared. Immediately, they saw the ancient war construct that had been chasing the survivors at high speed suddenly seem to lose power, its movement stalling, speed dropping sharply, and the once sleek dark silver metal body, along with its intricate energy, runes instantly covered in cracks. As expected, the throne is its weakness. Wu Di ordered immediately. Xiao Shi armor-piercing rounds target the ancient war construct, fire all. Roger that, Commander. The remaining 47 armor-piercing rounds have all locked on target, fire. As soon as the words fell, the successive artillery roars rang out, boom, 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 and one armor-piercing shell after another hit the body of the ancient war construct with precision. The survivors who had scattered saw the explosions and the abnormal state of the ancient war construct, and they ran even faster, fearing they would be swept up. In just a few tens of seconds, the entire hall was left with wrecked vehicles everywhere, clusters of burning fireballs, and the ancient war construct enveloped in shellfire. Not a single survivor could be seen. Flames filled the air, smoke billowed, obscuring the view of the hall. Before the flames cleared, the system interface popped up, ding. The ancient war construct has died, the dungeon cleared, teleportation will begin. The system prompt had just appeared, and Wu Di hadn't reacted yet. The sound of explosions vanished in an instant, replaced by the familiar sound of rain. Wu Di suddenly came to his senses. The rain outside continued unabated, cold drops tapping on the car windows, the familiar rain-soaked highway around them, the circular hall, and the metal giant, seeming like a mere illusion. Is this really over? Wu Di asked in disbelief and frustration. Where are the props? The blueprints? The dungeon rewards, hey? And all those destroyed, unclaimed vehicles in the hall not yet dismantled were just gone. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I am. Those destroyed vehicles, though I don't mind other resources, their dismantled vehicle cores are scarce. Lin Yue, Lin Shi, and Su Wanwan remained dazed, their eyes vacant, slow to come to themselves. From the awakening of the ancient war construct to Wu Di discovering its weakness to defeating the construct and being transported back, it all happened in about 3 minutes, too fast for them to react. Lin Yu rubbed her head, looking puzzled. Brother Wu Di, that so powerful robot. Did it really die that easily? Are we through now? At that moment, the system prompts appeared again, finally prompting Wu Di and the three to react. Ding. Treasure hunter raid has been cleared. Ding. It is detected that Wu Di's team dealt 100 of the damage to the ancient war construct, awarding a 100 completion chest X1. Ding. The completion chest has been stored in your inventory. Wu Di paused for a moment, then the lingering frustration faded, replaced by a hint of anticipation. The rewards were at the end, a 100 completion chest. The contents would likely be good, making up for not dismantling the vehicle cores earlier. Leaning back against the driver's seat, Wu Di let out a long sigh of relief, his tightly strung nerves finally relaxing. Just then Lin Shi spoke softly. Brother Wu Di, take a look at the time. Startled for a moment, Wu Di looked down at the screen. What's wrong? Su Wanwan leaned forward and gently reminded him. Brother Wu Di, we spent about 2 hours inside the dungeon, yet right now it is still barely past 12 o'clock. Su Wanwan's words instantly struck a chord in Wu Di. They had entered the dungeon at exactly around 12 o'clock. By this calculation, the passage of time inside the dungeon was completely decoupled from the outside world. Could it be that time inside the dungeon is entirely unrelated to the outside world, like an independent space-time? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di shook his head. Forget it, these are not things we should concern ourselves with right now. With that, he gave instructions to the central console. Shall she continue forward? Understood, Commander. We will maintain a speed of 160 kilometers per hour, keeping a close eye on any surrounding anomalies throughout the journey. Wu Di turned to look at Lin, his tone softening a fraction. Take Su Wanwan and go rest for a while. He could tell that although Su Wanwan appeared calm on the surface, she had not yet fully emerged from the shadow of killing someone with her own hands. She needed time to process and adjust. Su Wanwan quickly shook her head, squeezing out a faint smile. Brother Wu Di, I'm really fine, there's no need to rest. Lin Shi understood the look in Wu Di's eyes, and knew Su Wanwan was merely putting up a brave front. She quickly took her hand, and said softly, Sister Su, why don't you come with me to check on the vegetables planted in the domain? We can tend to them, and get some fresh air at the same time. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand, speaking with an earnest expression. Go ahead, sister. With Brother Wu Di and me keeping watch here, you can rest easy. I will keep a very close eye on things. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged a glance, nodded, and turned to enter the domain gateway. Once they departed, the interior of the RV fell into an instant hush, filled only by the rhythmic patter of rain against the windows and the low, steady hum of the engine. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before asking in a hushed whisper, Brother Wu Di, is Sister Wanwan really going to be okay? Wu Di gazed out at the curtain of rain beyond the window, his expression placid. It is hard to say. Whether she can pull herself out of it depends entirely on her own adjustment. But in this world this is a path that must be traversed. Lin Yu lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as her voice grew even softer. Brother Wu Di then. Will I have to go through the same thing as Sister Wanwan? I am a little scared, but I don't want to drag everyone down. Wu Di did not answer immediately, quietly watching the relentless downpour outside. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice heavy yet resolute. That day will inevitably come. I do not wish for any of you to go through this, but even more so, I want you to have the strength to protect yourselves when danger strikes. With that, neither of them spoke another word, and the RV lapsed back into a heavy silence. As time ticked away, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. The RV sped through the watery vale, encountering neither monsters nor other survivors along the way. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon that Lin Shi and Su Wanwan finally emerged from the domain. Hearing the movement, Wu Di immediately glanced back. The vacancy and dejection on Su Wanwan's face had vanished, replaced by a much clearer and brighter gaze. Though a trace of exhaustion remained, her overall state had improved dramatically. Noticing Wu Di's gaze, Su Wanwan offered a gentle, proactive smile. Brother Wu Di, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm all right. Lin Shi also stepped forward. Brother Wu Di's sister Su is indeed much better now. We are going to prepare dinner. If you get tired, just call me. Wu Di nodded, and with that, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan headed into the RV's kitchen. Over half an hour later, the four of them gathered around the dining table, eating their meal in quiet comfort. After dinner, Lin Yu took the initiative to clear the table. Once everything was cleaned up, the four of them gathered around the coffee table, their eyes converging on the center as they quietly waited for Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest to refresh. As the seconds ticked away, the very instant the central console screen struck exactly 1800, a faint white glow flashed, and a treasure chest materialized upon the coffee table. Wu Di reached into his spatial inventory and retrieved 2 more treasure chests. One was the silver chest acquired the previous night, and the other was the 100 completion chest rewarded for clearing the dungeon. He set them both down on the coffee table, aligning them with Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she leaned over the coffee table, whispering with anticipation. I wonder what amazing things we will get today. If only we could open a house, then we could move into the domain and wouldn't have to stay cramped up in the RV all the time. Oh, and do you think we could get a computer out of these? I've never seen one in the trading channel. I miss them so much. Watching Lin Yu's energetic antics, she pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle, reaching over to ruffle Lin Yu's hair. Xiao Yue, you are so precious. But even if you had a computer, there wouldn't be any internet anyway. The once chattering Lin Yu immediately blushed at Su Wanwan's compliment, ducking her head bashfully and falling completely silent. All right, let's open the chests and see what we harvest today. Hopefully we find something we actually need. Wu Di interrupted, steering them back to the task. Su Wanwan nodded, took a deep breath, and reached out to touch her talent treasure chest, immediately displaying the acquired blueprint. Heavy anti-collision side skirt, blueprint, green quality vehicle accessory. Installing side skirts on both sides of the vehicle can effectively absorb side impacts, prevent damage to the chassis and doors, and enhance the vehicle's lateral defensive capabilities. Crafting requirements: metal block X3, a rubber X2. After reading the item description, Wu Di nodded slowly. A very practical blueprint. It would be great if we could get more like this. It's exactly what we need to compensate for our vehicle's defensive shortcomings. Following that, the gaze of the other three converged on Lin Shi. Lin Shi looked over at Wu Di, and upon seeing his slight nod, she turned to Lin Yu. Xiao Yue, apply the buff to me. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand, casting her talent enhancement onto Lin Shi. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi reached out and touched the silver chest. As she inspected the contents, Lin Shi read aloud softly, 30 units of fuel, 20 metal blocks, and a blueprint. She then expanded the blueprint's attributes, displaying them before the other three. Environmental mimicry camouflage, net blueprint, green quality vehicle accessory. Can be used to craft a vehicle-specific environmental mimicry camouflage net, providing basic visual camouflage. It offers excellent concealment when stationary, though its effectiveness drops slightly while in motion. It cannot mask thermal signatures, sound, or radar detection. Crafting requirements: metal block X1, plastic X2, rubber X2. Sister, your luck is so terrible, Lin Yu blurted out after looking at the rewards. Lin Shi restrained her urge to beat Lin Yu, senseless glanced at Wu Di, and reached out to open the last dungeon completion treasure chest. Lin Shi was utterly stunned, standing frozen for a long time before snapping back to reality when Wu Di coughed lightly. She hastily displayed all the items from the treasure chest before everyone. Divine Artifact Overload Core, a special item originating from the concentrated overload energy core of ancient war automatons. Requires manual placement in the target area. Once activated, it enters a time detonation mode with freely adjustable countdown. Upon detonation, it releases chaotic ancient automaton energy, producing a massive destructive explosion with devastating effectiveness against structures, heavy armor, and clustered enemies. Automaton Battle Armor, Xuanjia Guardian, a consumable item that summons the Xuanjia Guardian. Consumption 100 units of metal blocks, 1 energy, core 100 units of electronic components, 100 rubber, 100 plastic, 100 glass. Constructs a humanoid metal mecha puppet. The mecha is equipped with melee alloy arm blades on both arms, small energy projectors, and possesses basic combat logic with low-tier intelligence. The mecha's strength, defense, attack, power, and endurance depend on the quantity and quality of materials invested. The energy core is replaceable. The mecha persists permanently until destroyed but cannot be repaired. Automaton Iron Armor Design Blueprint Golden Quality, a vehicle-mounted item crafted using the eternal iron forging technique from ancient war automatons. Enables the construction of a full-coverage deployable armor set. When deployed, the armor completely wraps around all areas of the vehicle, forming an all-around defense without blind spots. It can be freely raised, lowered, opened, and closed through the intelligent central hub. Significantly enhances physical defense, nullifies conventional explosive impacts, and provides extreme immunity to corrosion, toxic fog, and energy attacks. Energy consumption increased by 100%. Installation requirement level 4 or higher vehicle. Crafting requirement 100 metal blocks, 100 electronic components, 100 atomic mass material. Senior Brother Wu Di, there are also 100 units of atomic mass material in the treasure chest, Lin Shi added. After clearly reading this extraordinarily overpowered list of attributes, Su Wanwan, Lin Yue, and even Wu Di himself were all completely stunned. Just like Lin, she had been earlier unable to speak for a long time. The entire RV was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Sister, you're truly amazing. Lin Yu was the first to react, grabbing onto Lin Shi's arm and complimenting her profusely, her eyes nearly sparkling with stars. This is way too exaggerated. A golden blueprint. And this mecha summon. Could it possibly summon that final boss? Su Wanwan also gazed in wonder. Cici, your talent is incredibly gifted. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly from their praise, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's probably because this completion treasure chest has a high tier to begin with. It's not entirely my achievement. As they spoke, all three simultaneously turned their gaze toward Wu Di. Wu Di stared at the three godly items before him, his heart still slightly trembling. He took a deep breath, raised his eyes to look earnestly at Lin Shi, and said with utter solemnity, "You've truly achieved something monumental this time." Feeling shy under his gaze, Lin Shi handed everything over to Wu Di as she spoke. "Senior Brother Wu Di, you said we're a team. Besides, you've been protecting us all along, so this is nothing." Wu Di accepted the items and nodded. "You go rest first. I need some quiet time to think through the plans ahead." Having said that, he turned and walked toward the driver's seat. Lin Shi immediately understood his meaning, gently tugged Su Wanwan, and prepared to leave, while turning to instruct Lin Yue. "Little Yue, you stay here with Senior Brother Wu Di. Don't cause trouble and don't disturb his thinking." "Got it." Lin Yu immediately pouted. "Sister, I'm your own sister. Am I really that unbearable? Don't worry, I'll be good and won't move a single inch." Lin Shi helplessly shook her head and left with Su Wanwan. However, before they could fully disperse, the central control screen suddenly lit up and Xiaoxi's notification sound rang out again. "Commander, a supply point has been detected ahead. The vehicle has automatically slowed and stopped. Do you need to reverse and approach closer?" Hearing the word supply point, Wu Di paused for a moment, then remembered the drone that had been destroyed in a single blast during the dungeon, and his heart ached slightly. But the next moment, he remembered the golden blueprint mecha puppet and super bomb they had just obtained. That slight ache vanished instantly.